This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. The sun is rusty. Because it is a hot summer day, looking directly at the scorching sun will hurt your eyes. So few people dare to look up directly, but wearing sunglasses or other light-shielding objects to observe the sun is the recent interest of Dong-o people. 3 days ago, the rust day phenomenon appeared in Dong-o, my country, leading to a large number of doomsday theories on the internet. Experts say that this is due to the special angle between the Earth and the sun formed by the triple X star. Because there is a special reflective belt outside the planet, the sun will form spots like rust in certain areas. Please do not believe in rumors, do not spread rumors, and resolutely resist some people with ulterior motives to create panic and drive up prices. The news is almost full of reports about the rust day phenomenon, and even the topic of the people is inseparable from it. No matter where you go, you can see Dong-o people talking about it. For example, in this roadside dessert shop, a few young college students were sitting at a big table by the window, arguing over what rust day is. Experts have said it's just a rare astronomical phenomenon. Don't make it into a doomsday. A tall, handsome, and slightly ruffian boy said, "Haha, what astronomical phenomenon is so weird that only East China can see it among the 5 continents in the world? Even if you just step out of the continental boundary, it will be completely different. Didn't you see this video?" Another fair-skinned boy sneered and refuted, holding up his mobile phone. "It's fake. There are too many video bloggers trying to take advantage of the popularity recently. Even if it's true, we can only say that the visible angle of this astronomical phenomenon is indeed strange. Then how do you explain that many people say they dreamed of doomsday scenes? I also said that I dreamed of Ultraman." The handsome boy sneered, "Don't argue. If you like to stock up on supplies at a high price, go ahead and stock up. We are not stopping you. Is this a matter of money? If it is really the end of the world, it may not be too late to run to other continents now." The fair-skinned boy was angry. Unwilling to give up, he asked his friends around him, "What do you think? Is it an astronomical phenomenon or a sign of doomsday?" The one he asked was a good friend, so he could only bite the bullet and answer, "Maybe it is really a sign of doomsday." Experts didn't tell the truth to avoid panic. The handsome boy was not to be outdone, and asked the girl sitting opposite him, "Sha, what do you think?" The girl smiled gently, "I believe in experts more." The game was tied, and the two asked the remaining people separately. Unfortunately, it was still a tie in the end. Generally, the matter would end here, but the fair-skinned boy looked at the girl named Sha, gritted his teeth, and suddenly turned around to shout to the guests at the next table, "Hey, do you believe that Rusty Day is a sign of doomsday?" It was a young girl with neat short hair. She had been eating the chocolate smoothie in her hand carelessly, and looked up at them from time to time. Obviously, she heard their dispute. "I believe it." The girl answered decisively, and her answer was even very specific. "Let me think about it. The doomsday that is coming should be an extreme cold disaster." The fair-skinned boy didn't pay attention to her deliberate addition, and said to his companions complacently, "See, the doomsday faction is the mainstream." Everyone was speechless about his childishness. When he was about to say something else, a flyer was suddenly handed to him. Looking back, the short-haired girl next door, who supported him, was looking at him with a smile. Although running to another continent is okay, it is nothing more than delaying the natural disaster, and the problem is not solved. If you want to solve it, why not learn magic? Looking down, the flyer only printed a QR code of unknown meaning and a line of words. "Natural disasters are coming, magic is reviving. Hope Magic Academy is recruiting students. If you are interested, take a look. As long as you have the qualifications, the tuition is free." The girl also had a stack of the same flyers in her hand, which looked like she was distributing flyers to a certain business or strange organization. Everyone at the table showed meaningful eyes. Obviously, they all thought that the girl would follow the fair-skinned boy's words just to distribute flyers. The fair-skinned boy felt a little embarrassed, but it was difficult to get angry at this time, so he could only bite the bullet and take the flyer, and then perfunctorily said, "Well, I take a look when I have time." Fortunately, the girl did not insist on him scanning the code to sign up for some magic school right now, like those ignorant salesmen, but picked up the backpack beside her, and turned around and walked out of the store neatly. On the other side of the fair-skinned boy, his girlfriend looked at the girl's figure disappearing in the store, with a confused look on her face. Noticing her reaction, the boy asked impatiently, "What's wrong again?" "The girl's bag just now." The girl said uncertainly, "It seems that there is something." "Isn't it normal to have something in the bag?" The fair-skinned boy was speechless. After saying that, He threw the flyer in his hand into the trash can beside him with an annoyed look. No, what she saw was a living thing. The girl recalled in her heart that just now, at a certain moment, she saw a pair of eyes through the slightly open zipper of the backpack. It didn't look like a cat, nor a dog, but like... She racked her brains for a while. A bird? Soon after Ning Xiao stepped out of the dessert shop, she heard Wu Guiyu say, "Your flyer was thrown away again, Jie. There's nothing I can do. People in this world don't like flyer ads." She put on headphones, pretended to be talking to a friend, and walked into the crowd. Haha, you don't even want a chance to live, so stupid. You said it's a chance to live, but you have to let others believe it. At least if it wasn't for this sun. Ning Xiao covered her forehead with her hands, squinted her eyes, and looked at the strange rusty sun in the sky, and said leisurely, "I wouldn't realize. This is a world of natural disaster novels." The story started a few days ago. Ning Xiao is 27 years old this year, has no parents, and works as a physical education teacher in a key junior high school in the city. In fact, with her grades, she is more than enough to enter the Fortune 500 and become a strong woman, but she just wants to spend her days lazily, and she has set the ambition of becoming a physical education teacher since she was a child. There are winter and summer vacations, simple classes, no troublesome subject tasks, and from time to time, the main subject teacher can borrow the classroom. Is there a more ideal regular job in the world than this? Anyway, Ning Xiao thinks there is no such thing. Although her salary was a little less, she still had the rental subsidy for the house left by her parents. In addition, she was young and beautiful, and recently she hooked up with a pure and cute boy as her prospective boyfriend. Her life seemed perfect no matter how she looked at it, but something unexpected happened. Some loser came from nowhere and ran to the school gate to take revenge on society. He would chop students, especially girls, when he saw them. Ning Xiao happened to see them. She was not afraid of fighting, so she went up to fight with him. She had successfully seized the weapon and subdued the man, but she didn't expect that the other party had an accomplice, and she was caught off guard. Fortunately, she was not stabbed by the white barrel knife. Before she died, she grabbed the hand of another gangster and assisted the security guards, who finally arrived to subdue the man. Before she closed her eyes, she saw many students crying around her. Alas, although I am just a physical education teacher, it is worth it to be loved by students like this, she thought to comfort herself. Then, ding! The teacher's kindness is detected, and the all-round Magic Academy system is being bound for you. She was lucky enough to bind the system. While floating in the consciousness space, she saw a bird, to be precise. A puppet crow, which was pitch black, but from feathers to bird claws, it was all carved from wood. When it was silent and motionless, it looked like a wood-carving artwork. However, the crow can speak. It calls itself Yuga, and is the companion magic creature of the number 1337 Magic Academy. It will guide her on the legendary road to becoming the principal of the Great Magic Academy. This is the most boastful puppet crow Ning Xiao has ever seen in her life, although well, she has only seen this one. In short, under Yuga's popular science, Ning Xiao knows that she has obtained this precious opportunity for rebirth because of her good deeds of rescuing students. She will go to the magical magic continent and start a school management competition with a group of peers who also have magic school systems. She read a lot of novels in her spare time and has seen the type of school management, but this is the first time she has seen this kind of multi-person competition. Even though she aimed to lie down every day, she was excited. She had planned to find a powerful host as a teammate and win the whole process by lying down. But when she opened her eyes, what she saw was not the beautiful and vast magical continent, but a dim house and a rusty sun in the sky. This rusty sun was so unique that Ning Xiao discovered the terrible truth before Wu Jie. They were in the wrong place. They were in a natural disaster novel. Ning Xiao read this book last month, and she didn't realize that she had jumped into a pit until she saw the end of the story. The author's last update was half a year ago, and the plot happened to be interrupted at a place that made people itch. Ning Xiao was very upset. To be honest, she liked this novel very much, but she didn't want to be in it at all. It was nothing else. This was a doomsday world that explained what it meant to be full of disasters, and this world was constantly restarting. This world was very similar to where Ning Xiao lived. This parallel world is divided into 5 continents: East, South, West, North, and Central. Except for Central, which governs the whole country, each continent has flexible autonomy. Then one day, a natural disaster suddenly struck. First, it was East continent. It started with a murderous hailstorm, and the whole continent was frozen for thousands of miles. The temperature could even drop to minus 150 degrees. Except for a few lucky people, most people would not survive for more than a year. Secondly, I forgot which continent it was. After all, readers easily forget details. Anyway, the next continent was a huge wave flood. Even high-rise buildings could not escape being swallowed by the huge waves. The whole continent became a swamp, and it was accompanied by terrible thunderstorms from time to time. The next continent is an extremely hot hell, with volcanic eruptions, lakes drying up, and countless people dying of heat and thirst, which is the most painful way of death for Ning Xiao. Then, there are earthquakes and meteorites. The people in that continent can hardly find a safe place to stay. The land breaks like dominoes, and the insects crawling out from the ground will eat people. The last continent, Ning Xiao remembers that it seems to be acid rain, but she doesn't have a deep impression, because the heroine has fled all the way from Dong'o and has not experienced much torture from acid rain. The protagonist usually has a golden finger, and this novel called Natural Disaster Survival Manual is no exception. After the heroine dies, she will be reborn to the beginning, so she has unlimited trial and error opportunities, but unfortunately, every continent she goes to will have a natural disaster. The story develops in this constant restart, and the heroine has tried many ways to save the world, including reporting to the country, but they all failed for various reasons. Before the break, the heroine finally convinced the governor of the last continent to believe her words, and started to build a survival base in advance. Natural disasters do not come at the same time, so as long as the heroine arrives at the last continent in advance, she will have time to prepare, and this time starts from 1 year. It's strange to say that every time the restart, the interval between the arrival of natural disasters will change. Some will be earlier and some will be later, but what remains unchanged is that every time a continent is about to experience a natural disaster, the sun that can be seen in that continent will turn into a rusty day 1 week in advance. This uncertainty has caused a lot of trouble for the heroine. At least, she can't accurately predict the arrival time of natural disasters, and occasionally it will cause the survival plan made in advance to be accidentally disrupted. However, from the perspective of reading, this also increases the thrill and fun of the story. After Ning Xiao explained what kind of world this was, Wuge was so shocked that his hair stood on end. GA restart? The Magic Academy is not affected by the power of external time and space. It said a lot of terms that Ning Xiao couldn't understand, and finally said the key point. If we can't leave before the restart, we will be trapped in the restart moment with the Academy forever. Originally, Ning Xiao just felt unlucky, and didn't realize the seriousness of the world. Ning Xiao was shocked. The two of them studied together for a long time before finding evidence from Ning Xiao's memory. At least at the time they came, the heroine was already a very late heroine, and she could successfully survive. At least after 3 natural disasters. We don't have much time left. Wuge walked around on Ning Xiao's shoulder anxiously, saying, we must accumulate enough magic source to leave this world before restarting. Ning Xiao had been educated that magic source is the energy needed for the operation of the magic school. By consuming magic source, the school can be developed and strengthened, and many magical things can be done, similar to the currency in general business games. Naturally, it is also possible to travel back with the school. As for how much magic source is needed, in Wuge's words, only a little bit. A little bit? Then maybe it's in time. Ning Xiao ignored Wuge's guilty look. The initial school magic source is certainly not enough, and to accumulate magic source, first of all, students are needed. So, 1 person and 1 bird started the enrollment work in full swing. This world has magic elements, which Wuge has confirmed, so the natives here also have magic talent, but the proportion is not very high. Originally, as long as you come to the magic continent, there are 10,000 ways to test magic talent, but this is not a magic continent, so you can only rely on Wuge's eyesight to initially identify it, and consume magic power to test the talent to confirm it. That QR code is for testing, but unfortunately, the magic test opportunity that makes people and birds feel painful was rejected by the natives, who don't know the goods here. Ning Xiao distributed flyers for several hours, but couldn't even find a person who was willing to try. Wuge was so worried that his hair was about to go bald, although it didn't shed hair at all. At this moment, it noticed that Ning Xiao was staring at it with a faint look. Gah! Now that things have come to this, we have to try another way. Ning Xiao led Wuge out of the backpack and asked seriously, are you willing to sell your body? Chapter 2. Muzhua is an outdoor anchor. Today, he and his partner brought their cameras to visit an abandoned villa, intending to take advantage of the popularity of Rust Day and make a ghost hunting video. As usual, he opened the live broadcast room and chatted with his fans to warm up the atmosphere. Look, this is the famous XX villa on the internet. Doesn't it look new, big and luxurious? Mujwa turned his back to the mansion and introduced it mysteriously. It only takes half an hour to drive from the city center. It is surrounded by mountains and water, and the environment is elegant. Moreover, the price of this villa is only half of the surrounding houses, but it has been listed online for more than a year, but it can't be sold. The reason is very simple. This villa is very weird. He looked at the inscription board raised by his partner, and began to recite various messy legends. What all the owners who have lived here will frequently suffer from sleep paralysis. Strange women in white clothes will appear from time to time by the window, and children's toys will be strangely lost. And so on and so forth. And the bosses who moved in all encountered setbacks in business, so the successive tenants sold the house within 3 months. After an investigation, we found out that a wandering mother and son had moved into the house, and then disappeared mysteriously in the villa. Although he performed very hard, there were too many similar urban legends, and the knowledgeable netizens broke the stage. It's well written, don't write it again next time. Brother Zhua, please change to a more innovative script. I can still pretend to believe it. The ghost hunting track is very tiring. You should just do your niche beauty discovery honestly. Mujwa glanced at the barrage on his phone, but he was not annoyed, but smiled mysteriously. Do you think this is what I want to say? No, here comes the real point. He swiped open his mobile phone album and showed a picture to the netizens in front of the camera. This is the painting of the child found by the way when the mother and son were found. It was a chalk painting on the wall, with childish strokes, but the content surprised the netizens. It was the rusty sun. The main subject of the picture was a huge rusty sun, which was very similar to the one in the sky. A mother and son holding hands were walking towards the rusty sun together. Damn, is this true or not? This time I got goosebumps. Wait, when was this painting made? Mujwa glanced at the barrage and replied, it was said that it was painted 3 years ago. Isn't it weird? 3 years ago, a child accurately drew this in the sky. He pointed to the sky. Now, the sun is hanging high above the villa, forming a wonderful linkage with this house that looks more and more weird. He and his partner photographer scoured the scene composition for a long time before confirming it, to ensure that the effect is full. Sure enough, the comments exploded quickly, but the reactions of the fans were a little different from what he imagined. "Aw, what is that?" It was really weird. I watched for a long time before I realized that there was really something on the lamppost. Camera zoom in to see. Mujwa turned back inexplicably, and finally his partner swallowed his saliva and reminded him, Brother Zhua, look at the street lamp in front of the door, on the lampshade. It seems to be a crow? There is indeed a crow. In fact, in recent years, crows are rarely seen in cities with frequent human activities, but it is not surprising to see one occasionally. The strange thing is that the crow looks a little wrong. Fuck. It was the camera partner who exclaimed. He aimed the live camera at the crow, and after zooming in, he was so scared that he almost stumbled. It seems to be a fake crow. Carved out of wood. Just as he finished speaking, this fake crow that had been standing on the street lamp and observing them for a long time suddenly flapped its wings and flew away. This time, everyone was even more shocked. Originally, it was not very clear because it was completely black, but when the crow spread its wings, the layers of fake feathers mechanically unfolded, and it was immediately clear that it was made of wood. But a wooden crow can fly. Just as everyone was shocked, the crow that had already flown away suddenly flew back, holding something in its mouth, and flew straight towards Mujwa. A large bird with a body length of about 70 centimeters and a wingspan of about 120 centimeters flew towards him. This scene was still very shocking. Mujwa was so scared that he stepped back, and then he saw the crow flapping its wings and hovering about half a meter in front of him. Mujwa's brain froze, and it took him a long time to react. It didn't mean to attack him. So he swallowed his saliva and walked a little closer to take a closer look. So beautiful. I don't know what kind of wood it is carved from, but it doesn't look like it's painted black, but has a natural low-key beauty. It looks expensive. With the emerald eyes of unknown material, it feels mysterious and elegant. Mujwa guessed that the other party was showing friendship to him, so he carefully reached out his hand and wanted to touch its head. The next second, his claws were spread apart by a wing. The crow glared at him speechlessly, and threw the thing in its hand at him. Mujwa caught it in a hurry. It was an ancient envelope with a gold border. On the envelope was written, Hope Magic Academy sincerely invites you to take the entrance test. Seeing that he finally got it, the crow flew up with satisfaction, and then shocked everyone again and spoke, "Natural disasters are coming, and magic will be revived." Quack! After shouting this 3 times, it fluttered its wings, and finally flew away. Muzhua and his partner were left confused. "No. It can talk?" the partner muttered. Although his voice was a little rough and not so pleasant, it was strange that it could fly. How could it have a voice function? The barrage was even faster. My God, what on earth is that? Magic crow? I apologize. This script is amazing. It must be a toy. It must be some kind of toy, right? Please ask where to buy it. Don't be funny. Even if it is a toy, it can't fly by flapping its wings, and it's made of wood. It must have some weight, right? I'm just asking. I'm the only one who wants to know, what is that envelope? Because of this wave of accidents, the popularity of the live broadcast room is rising rapidly, but many smart people who claim to have seen many routines think that this is a high-tech script. Only Muzhua and his partner know that this is a completely unexpected situation. To be honest, because the situation is weird, Muzhua is a little scared, but only a little bit. He is a staunch atheist. He had edited the introduction of the haunted house just now, and the painting of Xiao Ri was photoshopped. Muzhua didn't believe in the recent natural disaster theory, but he was willing to pretend to believe it. Anyway, the audience just wanted to see the show effect. The content in the envelope was surprisingly simple. A flyer. Muzhua turned the envelope over and found that there was nothing else, so he looked at the flyer carefully. After seeing the QR code, he couldn't help but feel curious. What is this? But he looked scared. My dear audience, I swear I don't know where this crow came from. It's too weird. We shouldn't touch this unknown thing casually, right? The comments urged him not to be cowardly, and some people even gave him rewards. Muzhua reluctantly took out his phone. Okay, let's scan the code to see what it is. He guessed whether it was an advertisement for the Crow Toys manufacturer, or a prank test, or it could be a game promotion. In short, it was definitely not magic, it was just something in novels. However, the next second after scanning the code, Muzhua was slapped in the face. He, in an instant, traveled through time. Muzhua felt that it was only a blink of an eye, and his partner and the haunted house disappeared. He came from the real world to a fantasy space. This is a clear sky, a vast and pure world. In the distance, there is a huge towering tower, with mysterious runes of different colors engraved on the tower, looming in the clouds and mist, with a sense of ancient and majestic solemnity, which is shocking. Looking up, you can't see how high it is at all, and looking down, you can't see the top at all. It seems that there is only such a tower between heaven and earth. Source Magic Tower. Muzhua inexplicably thought of such a name. At this moment, he was standing on the stairs that went up around the tower. The stairs were made of individual bricks, about half a meter wide, and long enough for 3 people to stand side by side. There were no railings on either side for support. Below was the abyss covered by clouds and mist. If he took a wrong step, he would be doomed. Muzhua was not afraid of heights, but his legs were still a little weak. He had to slow down. This was too sudden. Why did he travel through time? Could it be a dream? Muzhua pinched himself hard. It hurt. He was even more confused. At this moment, something even more frightening happened. Not far below, the stairs were collapsing from bottom to top. Countless classic escape scenes from movies and TV series flooded into Muzhua's mind, and they formed an instinctive idea. Run. In a hurry, Muzhua almost tripped over the stairs, but he didn't have time to check if he was injured. He got up and continued to rush up with his hands and feet. The people and the continuously collapsing stairs started a special chase. In fact, this is a very beautiful scene. If you can look down from above, you will see that the stairs are falling rhythmically like pressed strings, and a poor, tiny human being keeps climbing up to the beat. It's a pity that the human being chased is destined not to appreciate this beauty. He is almost choked by the fear of falling to death. The surge of adrenaline made Muzhua not even have time to fear how dangerous it is to run on such suspended stairs. However, not long after running, Muzhua discovered bad news again. The distance between the stairs was getting bigger. This meant that he could no longer simply cross over with his legs, but had to jump. After climbing a few more stairs, looking at the distance of nearly 2 meters ahead, Muzhua fell into despair, and couldn't help shouting in his heart, "Anyone, please help me." Chapter 3. As Muzhua prayed, several mysterious runes on the tower suddenly flashed. It was death anyway, so Muzhua closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and jumped forward. To be honest, he was ready to fall. But his feet stepped on the solid ground. Muzhua opened his eyes, and found that the 2 steps he had just crossed were covered with vines, pulling them to the distance he could reach. What happened? Next, Muzhua found that every time he was about to fall, various plants would emerge on the steps to help him. Some could change the distance between the steps like vines, some could make him jump far like trampolines, and some could turn into steps for him to step on. Because it was too magical, Muzhua forgot about the impending collapse for a while, and just wanted to know what kind of plants would appear to help him. Many green magic runes had already lit up on the tower, but Muzhua did not see them. At this moment, a strong sense of fatigue came over him. Just when he was about to land smoothly, Muzhua suddenly missed a step and fell from the stairs. Then, he gasped and came to his senses. "Brother Zhua, what's wrong with you? You suddenly stopped moving and didn't answer me when I called you." His partner was standing in front of him with a worried look on his face, with his right hand raised, as if he was about to pat his shoulder. "I'm not dead?" When he found himself back, Muzhua almost cried, feeling the joy of surviving a disaster. His partner and the live broadcast room looked at him with a ghost expression. "Brother Zhua, why are you so hot? Weren't you fine just now?" At this time, Muzhua's forehead was full of sweat dripping down, and the whole person looked like he had just come out of the water, but only 5 minutes had passed. And the way he just couldn't be woken up even if he was called out, it really looked like he had bumped into something dirty. "Is there something wrong with that QR code?" The partner was a little scared and looked at Muzhua's phone screen anxiously. It turned out that it only showed a normal text interface. "Congratulations on passing the entrance test. Your magic talent, C+, affinity magic attribute, plants. Please report to the academy with the admission letter at 6 p.m. the day after tomorrow, July 2nd. Ah? Didn't you do anything yet? There are test results?" The partner was confused. Something even more surprising happened. The flyer that was originally in Muzhua's hand turned into an admission letter. Fuck, I didn't even blink. How did it change? Oh my god, goosebumps. And except for the admission letter, why are the rest of the words mosaics? If this is a script, the special effects are too good, the barrage has gone crazy, and they all asked Muzhua to decrypt it and explain what happened. But Muzhua was no longer in the mood to continue the live broadcast as he looked at his rising popularity, and the gifts that began to flood his screen. His mind was in a mess, and the experience just now was still clearly in his memory. He couldn't deceive himself that it was just an illusion. There is really magic in this world. Finally, he said this in a trance, and then turned off the live broadcast in the astonished eyes of his partner. Wuge, who was hiding behind a tree and watching from a distance, saw Muzhua flap his wings after completing the test, and this time he really flew away. "Haha, this uncle is really charming," it said in a self-indulgent way. Hearing Ning Xiao asking it to sell its body, it was really shocked and almost shouted female hooligan. When Ning Xiao went to the stationery store to buy some envelopes, it realized that it was just to play the role of a charming courier. Originally, Wuge was worried whether he would scare the natives here. As a result, after the experiment, although they were surprised that the puppet crow was so vivid, they were not scared away. On the contrary, all the lucky people it found became interested in the flyers. Wuge felt that although the principal he found was a little unlucky, he was still smart. This was not only faster than catching people on the street to hand out flyers, but also more targeted to find people with brighter talents. Wuge could see the magic light on the natives by concentrating his attention, but to be honest, after flying so far and searching for so long, there were only a few with bright enough light. It was a little worried that the natives of this world might have average talents. Fortunately, it was a magic crow that could fly at a speed of 500 kilometers per hour. As long as it took the time to screen in more places, it could find better seedlings. At least that's what Wuge hoped. So, it flew day and night, distributing invitations for the entrance exam, and only stopped somewhere when it was really tired. For example, on the windowsill of a tall building. It agreed with Ning Xiao to fly for only 2 days, and return on the 3rd day, but in fact, the invitations were almost all distributed in the afternoon of the 2nd day. It was not that it distributed randomly, it only prepared 30 copies, in order to save the magic source of the academy, and no matter how carefully it selected, it would not last long. Now there was only one invitation left in its magic pocket, and Wuge decided to rest well tonight, and send it out when he returned tomorrow. Just as it was tidying its feathers with its mouth, although there was actually nothing to tidy up, the thick curtains on the windowsill opened a crack. Wuge was startled and was about to fly away, but through the crack, he saw a pair of eyes. Very strange eyes. Both lifeless and shining. The eyes looked at it, full of inexplicable emotions. Through the vague outline behind the curtain, Wuge judged that this should still be a child. Anyway, the other party should be very young. The child did not have any special reaction. Even at this distance, it was clear what kind of creature it was. Wugga squinted his eyes, and looked at the other party for a while. Finally, it made a click sound, took out the last invitation from the magic pocket, and threw it in through the slightly open window gap. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. After Wugga left with a pocket full of invitations, Ning Xiao, who was left alone, began to prepare for the upcoming natural disaster. She didn't use her brain when reading the article, and had completely forgotten what the heroine bought for Ji Han. Anyway, she had a school, so safety and heating shouldn't be a problem. So she thought, just buy what she wants. However, there is a problem here. Money. Ning Xiao was not in her body. She was in the body of a girl with the same name and surname as herself, but 3 years younger. The dim house she saw when she came here was the rental house where the original owner lived. She didn't inherit the original owner's memory, and only knew that the girl died suddenly, but a diary she left behind gave Ning Xiao some basic information. The original owner was very withdrawn, had no family or friends, and was recently fired by the company because of a mistake at work. The financial situation was considered tight. When she found that all her savings added up to only 30,000, Ning Xiao sighed, picked up the phone, and borrowed from all the lending platforms she could find online. Chapter 4. Some of these are very irregular at first glance, and the interest rate exceeds the reasonable range, but Ning Xiao likes this kind of thing. They cheat her, she cheats them, a perfect closed loop. After getting the money, the rest is shopping. Ning Xiao does not expect to rely on stockpiling to deal with natural disasters, and only buys what is needed for emergencies. Of course, some food must be prepared, but it is mainly to buy more seasonings and match them with her favorite vegetable and plant seeds, so that she can be self-sufficient in the academy. I also have to buy a few clothes. Although they can't be worn outside, beautiful clothes make people feel good. I also have to stock up more skincare products and facial masks. Winter is very dry, of course, considering that I have to go out occasionally. Purchase. Some outdoor supplies must also be bought. Sleds, ice skates. Whatever, buy them first. In fact, for Ning Xiao, leaving Donggo to build an academy in a safer continent is also an option that can be considered. But readers without brains really can't remember which natural disasters the remaining continents correspond to. Instead of going to places she doesn't want to go, it's better to stay here. To be fair, the extreme cold is one of the easier natural disasters to deal with. Of course, another reason is that since the 5 continents in this world are relatively independent, you need to apply for a pass to travel between continents, which cannot be completed within 3 days. Ning Xiao was tired of shopping, so she took a rest in a roadside dessert shop. The things she bought were quietly stored in the school space, so they were not conspicuous. People who knew nothing about the upcoming natural disasters lived a peaceful, and perhaps boring life as usual. This scene was no different from Ning Xiao's own world. But when Ning Xiao thought that such a dull life scene would be completely gone, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. Then, after spending all the money, Ning Xiao boarded the bus to the suburbs. Donggo is the most beautiful of the 5 continents. There are many forests, mountains, rivers, lakes and seas here. It is a tourist continent. But it is precisely because of the natural scenery everywhere that many unknown scenic spots are sparsely populated. For example, the Xiling Mountain Dongzhou Natural Scenic Area that Ning Xiao entered. This is a not too high mountain, with a large area of forests. It lacks its own unique characteristics, so that at most residents who live nearby occasionally come here to go outing. Therefore, when the ticket seller noticed that a little girl went up the mountain alone, she was a little surprised. But she didn't say much, just reminded her be careful, call the scenic area if you have any problems, and then issued the ticket. Ning Xiao took a map of the scenic area at the door, and then walked up the mountain with her mobile phone. She was choosing a site for the school. Since they had decided to just pass through this world and save up a little bit of magic source needed for the journey, neither Ning Xiao nor Wugga wanted the school to be too conspicuous. Therefore, the plan to build a school in the city was rejected first. The only place that could be chosen was naturally a remote natural scenic spot with few people. But they couldn't just find a corner to put the school down. Ning Xiao held up his phone and walked around the forest for several times before finally choosing a place with the best signal. Although the power and internet would be cut off soon after the natural disaster, hey, isn't it just surfing for a few days? Then, she took out the school core that Wugga had given her. The small crystal-like object spun in her palm. After pressing it, a virtual projection appeared on the ground, which showed where the first building of the school would be built. Ning Xiao adjusted the angle for a long time, before choosing a location that satisfied her. Then, She began to watch the special effects blockbuster. Countless light spots appeared in the place where there were originally trees. The trees disappeared, and a spire-shaped building grew out of the soil. The gray-white bricks grew wildly upwards, and vines climbed on the bricks to form green embellishments. The wooden doors, cross-window ridges, and the top of the tower made of red bricks all automatically returned to their positions. After a while, a huge magic tower appeared in front of Ning Xiao. It's a bit monotonous, but it's normal for a primary school to be a little monotonous. Ning Xiao's hand appeared a thick principal's guide, which is actually a system menu designed to be like a book, through which the information of the school can be controlled and the school can be set up. Ning Xiao flipped through the pages for a while, set the school to stealth mode, and then pushed the door and walked in. The space inside is very large. It is currently divided into 3 floors plus an attic, and each floor is estimated to be about 1,000 square meters. The first floor is a hall, and then the left and right are the dining room and kitchen, and the public bathroom and storage room. The second floor is the male and female dormitories, the student lounge and the classroom. The third floor is the principal's office, which has a fully equipped principal's dormitory. The remaining space is currently empty, and can be set up with other facilities. As for the attic, that is where the school crystal is placed. The small crystal just now has now become a large crystal that is twice as tall as Ning Xiao, emitting a faint light in the center of the attic. If you observe the crystal carefully, you can see information about the magic source. Name, Hope Magic Academy. Total amount of magic source, 2,600 points. Maintenance consumption, 150 points/day. Ning Xiao took out a calculator and calculated that according to the current consumption, the magic source is only enough to keep the academy running for 17 days. Alas, I just hope that Wuga can successfully help her recruit students, otherwise they will all be finished. Although life is already so tight, Ning Xiao feels that the magic source should still be spent. For example, the magic farmland has to be purchased. As the principal of a first-level academy, the magic props and buildings she can buy can be checked through the principal guide, and then summoned here at the academy crystal. Regarding the magic farmland, the guide describes it as follows. Magic farmland, primary contains rich magic elements, provides the soil needed for the growth of magic plants, and all plants planted on it, including ordinary varieties, have a faster growth rate. Purchase requires 200 points of magic source, and maintenance consumes 10 points/day. A magic farm is 5 by 5, a total of 25 grids of planting space. Ning Xiao bought a piece, and temporarily placed it in the vacant space next to the principal's office on the 3rd floor. Then she squatted beside the field to study it. The magic farm can be upgraded. For example, spending another 200 points can double the growth speed, and the maintenance cost will increase by 20 points/day. Spending 300 points can make the plants on the farm grow all year round regardless of seasonality and light requirements, and the maintenance cost will increase by 30 points/day. It's very tempting, but too expensive. The poor novice principal resisted the temptation and decided to draw a prize first. To be precise, it was to draw the first magic class in the academy. Because this is a competitive magic academy system, some settings are different from other systems. For example, it is difficult for an academy to collect all magic subjects. What route to take requires both luck and strategy. If Ning Xiao did not go to the wrong place, even if she drew a bad start, she could exchange course resources with other principals to form a complex and interesting alliance strategy. However, she went to the wrong place. This means that the school has a low error tolerance rate. If you draw a complex and difficult magic class, it will be a disaster. When Wuga flew back early, he happened to see Ning Xiao drawing the lottery. It was so scared that it screamed, "Wait! Have you washed your hands?" Desperately, she shouted too late. Ning Xiao had already confirmed the lottery at the school crystal. A green light flashed, and a green-covered textbook floated out of thin air. "No, what's wrong?" Ning Xiao answered with a guilty conscience. "Your bad luck. How dare you draw the lottery without washing your hands?" Wow, does the magic crow also have this superstition? Ning Xiao thought, took the textbook, and took a look at plant magic. It sounds like it's very weak and unpopular. Could it be that I really don't have any luck? Just when Ning Xiao was regretting whether she should really wash her hands before drawing, Wuga said reluctantly, "Ka! You are so lucky." Chapter 5. Plant magic is indeed a very unpopular magic class, but it is also the most coveted course for all novice principals. There is no other reason. It is one of the few magics that can work independently of the magician himself. The main body of this course is a variety of magical plants with different functions. Magicians actually only play the role of summoning and making them. In simple terms, you can understand magical plants as little helpers with different magical abilities. After listening to Wu Ga's introduction, Ning Xiao happily decided not to wash her hands in the future. She has bad luck? Maybe it is Wu Jie who has bad luck. But this course also has a big disadvantage. Wu Jie didn't notice Ning Xiao's meaningful eyes, flew to her shoulder, checked the course catalog with her, and said with some disdain, "There are too many magical plants, most of which are useless. For example, at a glance, there are screaming grass, withered trees, and garbage orchids. In Wu Ga's opinion, they are useless. The magic plants recorded in the plant magic textbook provided by the Academy are randomly selected and do not include all the information about magic plants. This means that this course usually requires two buildings. One is the magic library, which is used to try your luck to obtain magic plant formulas. The other is the elf gate, which is used to exchange magic elves' favorite items for magic plant seeds. Ning Xiao can summon the former immediately as long as there is enough magic source, but the latter requires gathering the required magic materials and energy to build it by himself. In short, neither of them can be considered now. Under Wu Ga's command, Ning Xiao first planted the magic seeds provided with the course, and added some of his favorite vegetable seeds, and then waited for the students to come. Through the consumption of magic source, it can be inferred that 28 people finally took the entrance test. Both dormitories of the students are 4-person rooms, which means that a total of 8 students can be accommodated. It shouldn't be too difficult for 8 of the 28 people to report. Right, Pengcheng Railway Station. The partner is trying to persuade Mu Zhua, who is going to report to the Magic Academy for the last time. Are you really not worried that it is a dangerous place? Even if magic is real, it may not have good intentions. The partner is earnestly trying to persuade him. I have read several magic novels in the past 2 days. The books say that there is an evil existence called black wizards, who like to trick children back to eat. Mu Zhua is helpless about his worries, but he still patiently explains, "Have you ever thought that since magic is real, what about the disaster? The crow said the disaster is coming, and magic is revived." And the admission notice also clearly indicates that Dongzhou will usher in an extreme cold disaster next. If it was just magic, Mu Zhua might be able to resist the urge to embark on an unknown journey, but if there was a natural disaster along with it, he was afraid that he would make the wrong choice at the fork in the road. "Listen, treat this as if it were real." He pressed his partner's shoulder and said earnestly, "Don't hesitate, go back and prepare yourself with your parents, and don't go out casually these days. If a natural disaster really comes, and I haven't been deceived." Mu Zhua took a deep breath. "Take care of yourself, I will find a way to pick you up." They grew up together, and have a deep relationship, and Mu Zhua doesn't want to lose this friend. But his sincere exhortation was exchanged for his partner's words. "Wow, brother Zhua, why are you suddenly gay?" The partner pretended to be on guard, and took a step back with his hands covering his chest. Get lost. The fact that he could joke like this showed that his partner finally respected his decision. Mu Zhua took a last look at him, and had a strong premonition that this might be the last time they met. He hoped that this was just an illusion under his uneasiness. Then he picked up his suitcase, and boarded the train with his parents, who decided to accompany him to visit the unknown. It was not the same. Another city in Dongzhou was also a train station. A mother and daughter entered the luxury soft bag under the guidance of the enthusiastic attendant. After putting away all the luggage, Fang Huilan sat on the lower bunk and rubbed her temples, feeling a little unreal. She looked at her daughter, who was sitting by the window, and carefully looking through her phone. The girl is 16 years old this year, and should have been in the first year of high school, but she has locked herself in the room for more than 2 years, almost 3 years. Not to mention going to school, she wouldn't even step out of the house. And the reason? Fang Huilan closed her eyes, unwilling to recall the day that made her feel dizzy. The girl had long bangs that covered most of her face, and she wore a black mask, which almost completely covered her face except for her eyes. That serious bullying incident took away her original youthful and beautiful appearance, and left terrible scars on her neck and other places. But this is not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing is that since then, the girl has locked herself in the room and refused to say a word. So, when she suddenly walked out of the room and typed on her mobile phone to tell her mom, "I want to go to Tongyang City," Fang Huilan felt like she was dreaming. This feeling lasted until the two of them got on the train. That day, her daughter typed a lot and told her a bizarre story. A mysterious puppet crow sent her a mysterious invitation letter, inviting her to study at a magic school. Because she and her ex-husband were very busy with work before, and had little time to accompany their daughter, They bought her a lot of books to let her kill time. Among them, there were many children's stories with magic themes. Fong Huilan knew that her daughter liked magic and other things, but she didn't know that her daughter would imagine a magic school because of this. At this time, her daughter handed her the phone to her and sent a message. "Mom, look, it's this magic crow." It was a short video. A black puppet crow, holding an envelope with a gold border, looked at the young man. Just when the young man wanted to touch the crow, it waved him away and threw the envelope into the young man's arms. After the video was edited, the remaining scenes also included the crow screaming and speaking human words, and the crow flying away. Fong Huilan originally thought that this was just a special effects video, but she didn't expect that the comments said that this was a live broadcast of a certain anchor 2 days ago. There are tens of thousands of fans who testified that at least it was not photoshopped in the later stage. As for how it was done during the live broadcast, it is not clear. Not only that, there are several related videos, all of which capture the crow. There was a college student who was taking a class at school. He was originally taking a nap by the window, but was hit by an envelope dropped by a crow. There was a white-collar worker who was going home from work and was buying snacks on the roadside. He was hit in the face by a crow. There was a fat boy who was playing football. He was attracted by the crow and was hit on the head by the ball. Some people also filmed the crow fishing by the lake, fighting with a flock of birds that hit the route in the sky, and even pecking a scumbag who committed domestic violence in broad daylight. In short, netizens found that this puppet crow that only shouts everywhere is as vivid as the real thing, and appeared in several different cities in Dongao in a very short time. Because this incident was too bizarre, although it was not ranked high, this crow has already been on the hot search of the platform. Along with it, netizens are discussing enthusiastically. Even crows say that natural disasters are coming. What do these experts say? This wave of doomsday factions has scored big points. However, because there are so many videos that hype up the topic recently, although some people believe it, there are still many people who just want to watch the fun, and most stock up on food and drinks, and don't take it too seriously. Just after Fong Huilan watched the video her daughter sent her in doubt, her phone rang. "Hey, take Han in and buy the next flight to Beizhou immediately." The ex-husband, who had not been in contact for more than a year, spoke in an imperative tone. Chapter 6. Fong Huilan walked out of the box and said, "Han In and I are traveling." "Traveling?" The ex-husband screamed. "What's wrong with you? Haven't you paid attention to the recent news from various continents? Many rich people in Dongao are running away. At this time, you still have the mind to travel? I received some gossip that the end of the world may be true, and it will start from Dongao." The ex-husband still said what he meant. "I have expedited the pass for you. You can buy the ticket and get on the plane directly." Fong Huilan took a deep breath and was about to laugh. "Why don't you ask why Hanan suddenly wants to travel?" There was silence over there. "I'm telling you something important." The ex-husband's voice became obviously irritated. "Don't talk about this for now. Is your daughter never as important as those important things in your eyes?" Although she had already felt disappointed, Fong Huilan couldn't help but feel disappointed again. It was the same before. Psychologists said that Hanan needed her parents' company during this period, but you just used the excuse of work being important to avoid it. Is it interesting to talk about this now? If you had cared more about her at the beginning, would she have encountered those things? Fong Huilan was speechless. Yes, she was not a good mother either. If you quit your job and I quit too, how can this family continue to operate? Who will pay for Hanan's surgery? One of us has to take on family responsibilities. Fong Huilan was amused by this pretentious man again. So your way of taking responsibility is to divorce? Form a better family with your female boss in the company? The ex-husband seemed to be irritated. He shouted, "Fong Huilan, I am also a human being. I suffer at work every day, and when I go home, I have to face you two mothers and daughters who are half dead. Is it wrong for me to think about myself? Also, don't be so irritable. For Hanan's sake, go buy a plane ticket quickly." After that, the ex-husband hung up the phone. Fong Huilan's mind was confused. Although her ex-husband was a selfish bastard, he would not play tricks on her for no reason. Moreover, the female boss he was with had a background in her family. Maybe she really knew something that ordinary people didn't know. She gritted her teeth, walked into the box, squatted down and asked her daughter, "Hanan, let's not go to Tongyang City, let's go to Beizhou to find Dad, okay?" The daughter shook her head firmly. She typed, "Mom, let's go to the magic school, believe me." As she said that, she hesitated for a moment, and suddenly kissed her mother on the cheek through the mask. Just like before that incident, Every time she was reluctant to let her mother leave, she would do it. Fong Huilan was stunned. Her eyes were filled with warmth. She hugged her daughter tightly and made up her mind. Okay, Mom will listen to you and go to the magic school. So, the ticket seller of Shilling Mountain saw something strange again. Early in the morning of July 2nd, several waves of family tourists carrying suitcases came one after another. This is even stranger than the girl who went up the mountain alone. Yes, there is a hotel on Shilling Mountain, which is provided for tourists who stay for a few more days, but in fact, the hotel has not had much business since it opened. Chun Chun relies on subsidies from the district government to barely maintain its operation. It is a necessary but useless scenic spot facility. In the end, the scenic spot simply took out several rooms in the hotel as dormitories for employees. The ticket seller was a local and her home was nearby, so she didn't live in the dormitory, but another male ticket seller who took over from her lived in the dormitory. She couldn't help asking the other party, "Do you know what happened?" The other party shook his head blankly. By the way, did you see a young female tourist walking alone? She described the tourist's clothes and appearance to the other party. Did she go down the mountain? Ah, is there such a tourist? The other party was even more confused. The ticket seller couldn't help glaring at the other party, always feeling that this matter was a bit strange. In fact, she was so sensitive because of the rusty sun in the sky. These days, the more she read the information on the internet, the more uneasy she became, always feeling that something was really going to happen. Her family laughed at her. How could she, a young person who had received 9 years of compulsory education, be so unbelieving in science than their older generation? So the ticket seller could only suppress this uneasiness and quietly bought some tools recommended online that were said to be helpful for survival and hid them. Anyway, it's just insurance, she thought. The family also stockpiled some food and other things just in case, because more people have been stockpiling things recently, and they bought them because they were worried about the shortage of supplies. But it was not much. If something really happened, it would only last for a week at most. While she was thinking about it, she changed her clothes and prepared to go home. In the afternoon, she asked for leave to go out to do something. Before leaving, she hesitated and walked into the scenic area monitoring room. "Please help me check something." She smiled flatteringly and said to the security colleague in the monitoring room. The colleague agreed, so she started dragging the video surveillance at the entrance of the scenic area, starting from the girl entering the scenic area, and fast-forwarded all the way. But until now, the girl has not come out. Because there are few tourists in the scenic area, only this entrance and exit are open. Seeing her serious face, the security guard smiled and said, "Maybe she is staying in the hotel?" But she just confirmed with her male colleague that there was no such girl staying in the hotel yesterday. "Don't worry, our mountain is not high, and there are no steep slopes. As long as you don't think too much, nothing will happen," the security guard said, "and you don't have to go through the main gate. Aren't there a few broken walls? People often evaded tickets from there before. Besides, we will also take a walk around the mountain at night. It is still easy to find any tourists who are stranded. Since there is no abnormality reported, it must be fine." "I hope so." The ticket seller put on her bag with a lot of thoughts and went off work. The next person, who was as surprised as the female ticket seller, was naturally the owner of the hotel. In the whole day, he received 5 waves of tourists, and except for one girl, all of them were parents and children. It was really strange that not only did people come during this off-season, but they were also guests who came from far away. However, no matter how the boss tried to get the question, the guest's answer was without exception, "Just coming to travel." "I don't believe you," the boss thought. "What is there to travel in this broken place? There are a lot of scenic spots like Dong-O." Something even stranger happened. At about 5 o'clock in the evening, these guests went out at the same time. When they ran into each other at the door of the hotel, they were obviously stunned for a moment. During this time, a family of 3 with particularly wealthy looks couldn't help but exclaim first, "You too?" The son of that family seemed to be holding an envelope in his hand and shook it at the others. The other families nodded one after another. The boss pricked up his ears and was about to listen to what this group of people were doing when he saw that they stopped talking and walked up the mountain together in tacit understanding. "Wait, what? You guys finished talking?" Chapter 7. Until they left the hotel, this strange group of tourists spoke again. "Is that magic school real?" It was the wealthy father who spoke. He smiled when he spoke and looked friendly. "Who knows?" The other parents shook their heads. Although they were called parents, there were not many of them. In addition to the wealthy family of 3, the rest were a young man and his parents. Fang Huilan, who was walking behind the group with her daughter, recognized him as the male anchor in the Crow video. By the way, the son of the wealthy family of 3 also appeared in the video, because he was hit on the head by a ball in the Crow. Then, there was a boy with black framed glasses, who looked like a college student, and his father. Both father and son were a little taciturn and looked distant and cold. The girl group was Fang Huilan and her daughter, as well as a girl who went up the mountain alone but seemed to be going to the same destination as them. Fang Huilan was a little wary. There were so many strangers, and most of them were men. Even if they were really parents and students from that magic school, she began to worry about whether her daughter could get along well with her future classmates. As if she noticed her worries, the girl squeezed her hand tightly to calm her down. Fang Huilan smiled back at her, but her other hand quietly clenched the dagger in her pocket. Although it shouldn't be that dangerous, if there was any danger, she was willing to fight for her daughter. Just when she was thinking this, the wealthy father spoke again. Well, speaking of which, did you bring weapons? As soon as he asked this question, the other parents' eyes changed, and they looked at him with a little bit of wariness. Don't get me wrong. What I mean is that since we don't know what the so-called magic school is, it's better to be a little bit wary. The rich father raised his hand, and hurriedly indicated that he had no ill intentions. He also added, I also called more than 20 brothers to wait at the foot of the mountain. If there is any problem later, they will rush up to save us. You sound even more wrong, but for some reason, you feel relieved. While the parents were communicating with each other, the students were looking at the compass in their hands. It's called a compass, but it's actually a compass-like pattern on the admission letter. But the magical thing is that although it looks like a printed text, the compass needle will rotate, and the distance to the destination is also marked on the compass. This destination is naturally the school. The more they walked, the more confused the students became. They were only 800 meters away from the school, but they could still see forests and no buildings. Where was this magic school? They walked forward nervously, but the little tail following them was almost scared to the point of peeing. The people disappeared. Chen Hao was sure that he had not lost them, but in the blink of an eye, such a large group of people in front of him disappeared in the mountains and forests. He was a security guard in the scenic area. To be honest, he didn't like this job very much. It was too boring, the salary was low, and there were no pretty girls among his colleagues. It would be better to follow the boss to mix in society, but his parents threatened to die, and insisted that he cut off contact with those people, and found him such a job. If it weren't for their inheritance, he wouldn't be pretending to be a grandson here. Chen Hao was looking forward to his parents dying early every day, so that he could take the money and continue to live his carefree life. Going to work was like going to the grave. However, today, the scenic spot had some fun. A group of strangers who had ulterior motives came to check into the hotel together, and then went out to the mountain at around 5 o'clock. He had a hunch that there was some secret here, and maybe he could make a fortune. Although there was no evidence, the vision was always beautiful, so he secretly followed the group of people while no one was paying attention. He used the caution he had when he was sneaking around to make sure that he didn't alarm anyone, but he still lost them. Although to be precise, they disappeared. He didn't give up and walked around the place where the group of people last appeared for a long time, but still didn't see anything. The forest was still the familiar forest, but today, he had a terrifying illusion that he was being stared at by something. In the end, Chen Hao rolled down the mountain. On the other side, the students stopped one after another. We're here, someone murmured. But looking around, it was still a forest, not the magical school they imagined. A group of people suddenly became noisy. What's going on? Is it fake? Is there a secret entrance? Do I need to chant some spell? Just as they were discussing, a female voice suddenly said, Look, is that tree glowing? It was the lone girl, who was pointing ahead with a look of surprise. Everyone looked over and found that there was indeed a tree emitting a faint red light. If you don't pay attention, you will subconsciously ignore it, but once you notice it, you will find that the red light is particularly conspicuous. What should we do? Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to take the lead. Finally, it was the lone girl who gritted her teeth, clenched the admission letter in her hand, walked to the tree, and raised her hand to touch it. She really just touched it lightly. But it felt like pushing open a door. With a creak, she staggered into a gorgeous retro hall. There was a brown wooden floor under her feet, and a crystal chandelier composed of candles was suspended above her head. In the center of the front was a huge oil painting, and on both sides of the painting were stairs covered with red carpets. Several cushioned sofas were symmetrically distributed on both sides of the hall. Just then, another girl stepped into the hall. The lone girl turned around, and saw that it was the strange child wearing a mask. After she came in, she first glanced around, then lowered her head, and started typing on her mobile phone. Next, her mother came in, followed by a father and son combination, a young man and his family of 3, and a wealthy family. "You are so brave, kid. You dare to reach out and touch something without knowing it? We were so scared when you disappeared." The wealthy father said this to her after he came in. The lone girl realized that in their eyes, she had suddenly merged into the tree. They fell into a short panic because of this. It was the masked girl who broke free from her mother's hand, followed her in, and sent a text message to her mother, so that the group dared to come in. They began to look at the hall, especially the huge and conspicuous oil painting. The masked girl pulled her mother's sleeve, pointed at the oil painting, and asked her to look at the crow. Yes, the oil painting depicted a beautiful woman in a magic robe and a crow. The woman had green eyes and platinum long hair with natural waves. The background was a wild field. She was sitting on a white high-back chair under a big blue tree, drinking tea leisurely, and the crow was perched on her shoulder. Her expression was so lifelike, coupled with her beautiful appearance, that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Just as everyone was getting closer and closer, wanting to take a closer look. "Welcome to Hope Magic Academy." The woman in the painting suddenly spoke. Chapter 8. Before they could react, they were pushed by a gentle force, and fell to the sofas on both sides. They had just sat down when they saw an even weirder scene. The beautiful woman in the painting walked out of the painting. Her figure seemed to change from virtual to real with a hazy light effect, and her steps were neither slow nor slow, revealing a calm and elegant manner, passing through the parents and students. And with her light wave of her hand, all the self-defense tools that were originally hidden in the pockets, bags, and even hair of the parents flew out. "You don't need to bring such small toys next time," the woman said, grabbing a knife and scratching her arm, but there was no trace left. She threw the knife away and shrugged. "They can't hurt anyone here." Seeing this scene, the pupils of the parents shrank sharply. They were frightened and broke into a cold sweat. With the magical power displayed by this woman, it would be easy to kill them. Fortunately, the other party did not have any dissatisfaction with the little toys they carried for defense, otherwise this wave would be a death wish. The pushing force divided the visitors into groups according to their families. Each family sat on the same cushioned sofa. At this time, the parents shook hands with their children. "Let me introduce myself first." At this time, the mysterious woman clapped her hands, and then a cloud of mist rose around them. When the cloud of mist dissipated, they were shocked to find that they had come to a strange world. This seems to be a magic town. Young apprentices in magic robes are walking hurriedly on the streets paved with magic stones, while holding heavy books. Senior students riding brooms, and other flying vehicles fly over from time to time. The scene changes. This time it is a magical farm. A group of young magicians, who are doing internships, are directing a group of wooden puppets that are only as tall as their calves to fertilize and water them. They touch the heads of wooden puppets affectionately from time to time. The sun, moon, and stars move. The next moment, they come to the towering observatory. A girl mutters a spell to the sky. A gust of wind dances. A magic door appears beside her. Another blink. In their eyes, they saw a boy stirring a crucible in an alchemy room, and after a moment hesitantly drank the strange potion he made, and then turned into a frog. In the beautiful garden, a curious student was about to pick a beautiful flower that was harmless to humans and animals, but was sprayed with a stream of water on his face by the other party. Everyone was dazzled by the vivid and wonderful scenes, especially since they were always sitting on the sofa, and appeared in these scenes together with the sofa. The people in the scenes who were originally living a comfortable life would occasionally cast their eyes and look at them curiously, as if they were interacting with them across time and space. The parents' jaws were about to drop to the ground, but the students who had experienced the illusion were much calmer. They just looked around curiously, and the bolder ones even tentatively reached out their hands to take a fallen leaf and shuttle it to the next scene. Finally, the scene came to a central square, and they saw a tall stone tablet with the words Hope Magic Academy written on it. Finally, they realized that the scenes just now all happened in this academy. Behind the stone tablet is a road that looks very sacred. There are many stone statues on both sides of the road. According to the introduction, they are the principals of the Magic Academy. The stone statues are either meditating or communicating with the companions around them. There is also one who bends down and takes away the leaf that traveled through time and space. Then, they saw the last stone statue. Human Hope, born in the 3727th year of the magic calendar, the 49th principal of the academy. That stone statue is the beautiful woman they just saw. Before they could be surprised, the magical illusion disappeared at this moment, and the stone statue overlapped with the real Principal Wumon, bringing them back to their own world. Our school is a great magic school with a 1,000-year history. I am the 49th principal, 601 years old this year. As you can see, I am a retired old man. Huh? The amount of information was too much, and the people present almost collapsed. The only little fat boy was about to shout, "You look 10 years younger than my mother," but his mother beside him quickly covered his mouth. Principal Wumon, who claimed to be a retired old man, continued, "Now, I am traveling around with a small projection of the school, hoping to find some good seedlings to kill this boring retirement time, and I just happened to pass by your world. I have to say, this is an interesting place. I feel that a disaster that will destroy the world is about to come." Principal Wumon threw a bomb among the crowd with a light tone. Everyone's heart sank. The excitement of seeing the magical magic faded a little, and the fear that came with it turned. This powerful magic principle once again confirmed that the end of the world is real, and the natural disaster is coming. Tomorrow, perhaps in the afternoon, this land will become an extremely cold place. I can't see its end for the time being. The parents hugged their children unconsciously. However, I am not curious about the end of this world, but since I occasionally pass by here, I am still happy to accept a few students by the way. Principal Wumon turned around and swept his eyes over the students one by one. I have to say, you are very lucky. Her attitude was very casual, as if it was really just a big shot who happened to pass by a small world, and gave a little pity out of a little interest. However, only she knew that this calmness was completely pretended. Ning Xiao was about to wail in her heart. 28 people, but only 5 showed up. Can the remaining 23 people return the magic source to me? In fact, when Wigga reported to her guiltily that the number of people coming was a little unexpected, she couldn't hold back her expression. But now that things have come to this point, she can only finish the show according to the predetermined plan. Ning Xiao even felt a little distressed about the magic source spent on a series of magic performances in order to shock these natives at the beginning. Forget it, I double the squeeze in the future, cough. Just ask for it back reasonably. Principal, I have a question. At this moment, a student suddenly raised his hand. It was the young man wearing glasses and looking taciturn. Ning Xiao motioned him to ask. Do you need to live on campus to study magic here? Of course, although the school is not large at present, there is still enough room for you. Then, the young man took a deep breath and asked calmly, Can our parents live here too? This question stunned everyone else present. However, everyone quickly realized that this was a very important question. The students looked at the beautiful principal with hopeful eyes. From the fact that she didn't get angry at the parents' little defense just now, they could feel that she should be easy to talk to. Unfortunately, they guessed wrong this time. No! The female principal announced in an unquestionable tone, only students can stay overnight in the academy, and parents are not allowed to stay. This sentence immediately caused a commotion among the students, and even the masked girl, who yearned for magic, could not help but hold her mother tightly. It was the young man with glasses who spoke again, and he looked hesitant. If that's the case, I need some time to consider the enrollment. Me too. Another young man also spoke up to support him. I can't live without my mother. The little fat boy looked like he was about to cry. I'm a mama's boy. Ning Xiao barely managed to hold back. Yuga saw that the situation was not good, and was about to say something, but Ning Xiao quickly stopped him. She looked at the students who were about to get into chaos, but her expression was even colder than before. Pointing to the door, she said lightly, Oh really? Then you can go out now. Chapter 9. At around 9 o'clock, the parents came down the mountain together. Brother you are still good at talking. You persuaded the children to stay. The wealthy father recalled what happened more than 2 hours ago, and was still in shock. Because they were reluctant to part with their parents, several students were almost kicked out of the magic school. It was the father of the young man with glasses, that is, the brother named Yu, who won the negotiation time and calmed down the impulsive students. His reason was very convincing. If they gave up learning magic now, there would be no hope. What the students should do is to work hard to learn skills, and protect their parents in return. And they are not dangerous. They live in a hotel only half an hour away from the school. If something happens, they can go to the school for help. In fact, there is not much difference from living together. That's right, the parents decided not to leave. Not allowed to live in the school. Not allowed to live near the school. They just stayed here. What's the professional term? Accompanying study? It makes sense. It's just that the decision to stay is easy, but the hard part is how to face tomorrow's disaster. The extreme cold will come tomorrow, which is too sudden. There is not much time left to prepare. The parent surnamed Yu turned to several adults and said, "Let's form an alliance. At this time, doing our own thing will only waste time. Since their children have entered the magic school, and they are all ready to stay, then unity and cooperation is the best choice." No one opposed this proposal. So, a very authoritative organization among the survivors in the future was quietly established tonight, with the successful enrollment of the first batch of students. Gaw! I was scared to death. I thought you really didn't want this batch of students. In the principal's office, after the meeting with students and parents, Wuge, who was finally allowed to speak, flapped his wings and said to Ning Xiao. A question mark slowly appeared in Ning Xiao's mind. How is it possible? I just know that the parents will definitely stand up to stop it. Are you so sure? Since we are all here, how many fools can there be? What kind of decision is good for the students? They know better than anyone else, not to mention. Ning Xiao washed her face and began to apply a facial mask on herself. The student who first proposed to consider it didn't really intend to give up. Gaw? Wuge was shocked. Then why did he say that? Maybe he found that there were 8 sofas in the hall. Ning Xiao thought for a while and said, "It's not all because of this." When she was browsing her phone today, she saw that the video of Wuge sending the invitation letter was on the hot search. Although the students may not guess the specific number of people who will eventually take the entrance test, it must be more than the people they saw today. Ning Xiao tried very hard to show that there was no shortage of students, but if that was the case, would there be a need to distribute invitations all over the street? At least if it was Ning Xiao herself, she would definitely be suspicious. This matter was still due to the fact that too few people came in the end. Ning Xiao opened the principal's handbook, and the students who successfully completed the admission procedures had already appeared in the list of students on campus. Those who received invitations, but did not arrive were listed in the not reported column. Ning Xiao could not see their specific location, but could see how far they were from the academy. Compared to what she saw yesterday, several of them were obviously farther away. TSK, maybe they fled to other continents for refuge. For people with a timid personality, it is a reasonable choice. Just as Ning Xiao was about to cross these people's names off the invitation list, she noticed something. Wait, why is there another student? Wenrui regretted her impulsiveness today. She was limping in the forest at this moment, and it was not right to leave or to move forward. And it was already past 9 o'clock, long past the time on the admission notice, and she was not sure if she could find the magic school. But she clenched the admission notice in her hand, and thought self-deprecatingly that she even broke up with her boyfriend because of this. Giving up now would make her look more like a fool. Wenrui was in the dessert shop that day and accidentally caught a glimpse of the girl hiding in Ning Xiao's bag. Ning Xiao handed the flyer to her boyfriend, but her boyfriend threw it into the trash can. Before leaving, Wenrui quietly picked up the flyer. She put the flyer in her bag. She had forgotten about it, but she happened to see the hot search for Crow today. Those eyes. She felt that they were the ones she saw that day, so she took out the flyer again and scanned the code. The light of talent that Wu Jie saw belonged to her boyfriend, but coincidentally, Wenrui also had a magical talent. Although it was so weak that she fell down not long after the stairs began to collapse, she finally activated the test illusion. So, Wenrui got the admission letter in a daze. It was already 5 p.m. at that time. Wenrui didn't have much time to make a decision, so she called her trusted boyfriend and asked him to accompany her to find out. But after hearing her whole story, her boyfriend just said impatiently, "You are so old, why do you still believe this? But doesn't this prove that the end of the world is true?" Who knows that her boyfriend's voice is even weirder? Who told you that the end of the world is true? Wenrui was a little bit unbelievable. How come you can't even understand a joke? There was a trace of pity in her boyfriend's words. You are so stupid. How did you grow up like this? Is she stupid? From childhood to adulthood, only her boyfriend said this to her. She is not stupid, just like now. She quickly reflected the truth of the matter. Are you deliberately singing against Fang Shuyang? Fang Shuyang was the boy who had an argument with her boyfriend. Because you want to attract Sasha's attention? She even guessed the motive behind it. The boyfriend's voice was annoyed. Are you doubting me? Since you don't trust me so much, break up. It was like this every time. As long as they had an argument, he threatened her with breaking up. Wenrui admitted that she was not reserved enough to pursue a boy, but because of this, did she have to be the humble one? Or was she the one who could not leave her boyfriend no matter how she was treated? So this time, Wenrui heard herself say, "Okay." There was silence for a while, and her boyfriend said in a strange tone, "I hope you don't regret it." Wenrui hung up the phone first. She cried, but after wiping her tears, she took her bag and came here alone. Although her home was not far away, it was already past 6 o'clock when she arrived at the entrance of the scenic spot. The scenic spot was off work, and the security guards at the entrance would not let her in any way. She had to walk around the periphery of the scenic spot and actually found a low wall they could sneak in. When she climbed over the wall, she fell and sprained her foot. She gritted her teeth and limped for a long time. The foot hurt more and more, and she wanted to cry again. This time, she felt like a fool. At this moment, she heard a rough voice. "Ha! Miss, do you need any help?" Chapter 10. It was that crow. She had seen it in the video, and even earlier, she had accidentally looked into its eyes. It was this pair of emerald eyes. Although it was dark, the eyes glowed slightly in the night, very beautiful. It gracefully stopped on the branch above her head, looking down. "Are you talking to me?" Wenrui asked uncertainly. "Yes, you don't look well. Do you need my help?" "Quack. If I can?" Wenrui said. "I'm going to the Magic Academy." "Of course, quack." The crow said, "Please close your eyes." Wenrui was a little confused, but she still closed her eyes obediently. She felt a burst of white light in front of her, and then she heard the crow's voice again. "Okay, please open your eyes and get on my back." The trees in this area were not dense, and the moonlight shone down and fell on the hair of the beautiful boy in front of her. Yes, when Wenrui opened her eyes again, the crow disappeared and turned into a beautiful boy with silver hair and green eyes. He looked only 16 or 17 years old, with white skin that looked like a beauty filter, deep contours, three-dimensional facial features, and a black tuxedo that outlined his slender, but not weak figure. With the moonlight above his head, he looked like a fairy from a book. Well, considering that this beautiful boy was transformed from a puppet crow, it seems right to say that he is a fairy. In short, Wenrui couldn't help screaming in her heart. Especially when this crow-like beautiful boy bent down and motioned for her to lie on top. "Ah, is this something I can enjoy? Let a peerless beautiful boy carry me." Her heart was trembling, but her hands and feet moved honestly, and Wenrui lay on the back of the beautiful boy. "Take a rest, we will be there soon," the beautiful boy said. Wenrui felt like she was dreaming. She had completely forgotten the pain in her feet and her boyfriend, who made her sad. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind. Magic Academy, I will study there even if I die, although, if she was willing to look back, she might find something terrifying. The puppet crow she had just seen was actually a dog following them secretly. After sending the late students to the academy, and quickly going through the simple procedures to complete the admission procedures, and finally sending them to the girls' dormitory, the beautiful boy. To be precise, it was Ning Xiao, the principal of the Magic Academy, who rubbed his shoulders and returned to the principal's dormitory. "Gaw! I suddenly realized that you are really a genius," Yuga said half seriously and half sarcastically. When it saw the new girl, it blushed when it thanked itself at the end, and asked what its name was. Ning Xiao reported its name without hesitation. So, even the other two girls in the girls' dormitory knew that the school's magic crow was called Wuga, and could transform into a silver-haired handsome boy. At that moment, Wuga, who originally thought that Ning Xiao's idea was good, had a vague feeling of bad luck. However, it was not sure where this bad feeling came from. "Thank you, after all, we are too poor, and the magic source can be saved as much as possible," Ning Xiao said, taking off the magic hat on her head. She naturally had not yet learned the magic of transformation. Whether it was the transformation of the beautiful 601-year-old principal lady today, or the transformation of the crow handsome boy, they were all functions attached to the magician suit given by the school to the novice principal. The magician set consists of 3 parts: robes, magic hats, and magic wands. The robes have a strong defensive function, and can resist all low-level magic and less serious damage. The magic hat has the effect of changing a person's appearance. It can not only change the face and height, but also change the voice and clothing appearance. It is a very useful transformation prop. As for the magic wand, it can reduce the requirements for the use of various magics, such as reducing the required materials when alchemy, and reducing the magic consumption when casting magic that requires magic. Although this set is in the novice gift package, in Ning Xiao's view, it is definitely a magic weapon, and no rebuttal is accepted. And she would go to great lengths to disguise herself in front of the natives, and there were other considerations. Ning Xiao is a person who hates trouble. She doesn't want to appear too close to the people in this world, so as not to be unable to leave as planned. So, she invented a Western fantasy world appearance for herself that does not exist in this world. Although it was modified based on her original appearance, she successfully turned herself into a different world person. This is the origin of Principal Human. As for the crow handsome boy, it was purely. Ning Xiao was embarrassed to find that to bring the student with a sprained ankle to the school, she had to either use magic again or carry him on her back. She had already consumed 100 points of magic today, just to save the scene, and Ning Xiao felt bad for some unnecessary expenses. She didn't earn any magic, however, it was strange for her, a 601-year-old lady, the principal of a magic school, to carry a student outside so down to earth. So, she came up with the magical plan of crow turning into human. Although she still carried the person to the academy step by step, you can tell from the reaction of the freshman named Wenrui that she felt that tonight was extremely dreamy. Let's just say whether this is magic enough. Ning Xiao was very satisfied with the fact that she opened a vest for Wu Ga. After making sure that no students were left behind, she said goodnight to Wu Jie and fell asleep. Ning Xiao still insisted on her early bedtime and early rise, but the freshmen who had just entered the school were very busy tonight. The atmosphere in the boys' dormitory was a little awkward. This is a 4-person dormitory with 2 double beds. The room area is much larger than the 4-person dormitory in the university. It can not only accommodate 4 wardrobes, but also 4 1.5-meter desks, and it still seems to have ample space. In addition, the floor height is also higher than that of ordinary rooms, so a wooden spiral staircase that can be used as a bookshelf is set up next to the bed, which allows people to easily step into the upper bunk without hitting their heads. There is also a huge round glass window next to the 2 double beds, so you can enjoy the forest scenery while lying on the bed. Not to mention that there is a private bathroom for 2 people to use at the same time, and a small reception room. The accommodation conditions are better than any other university in the country. However, my classmates and roommates are 2 young men in their 20s, and a fat boy who just graduated from the 3rd grade of junior high school. To be honest, both young men have the illusion that they have been held back. Moreover, this fat roommate is a bit hard to describe. While they were packing their things and washing up, the fat roommate was holding his mobile phone and sending messages frantically in his class group. Don't ask how the roommates knew. The fat boy sent voice messages. Brothers, I'm not going to high school anymore. I'm going to learn magic. His shouting was suspicious, and the girls' dormitory at the other end of the corridor could hear it. Who said I was fooled again? It's true. If you don't believe me, I take a photo to show you where I live now. Is it magical enough? Click, click, he really took a photo. But to be honest, the style of this dormitory is indeed magical, or it is very similar to the forest fairy tale house in a fantasy story. The overall color tone is very warm, and the furniture is mainly made of wood. There are no electric lights, and the lighting relies on candles covered in glass on the wall. This kind of candle lamp can even fly. The fat man raised his hand and demonstrated a short video of directing the candle lamp to fly around, satisfying his desire to show off. Do you believe it? If anyone says I'm stupid again, I bounce back. Let's get down to business. The end of the world will come tomorrow. It might be in the afternoon. Our principal said it's an extreme cold disaster. You must be careful. I'm really not lying. If you scold me again, I'd be angry. The 2 young men saw the fat boy looking anxious over there. Obviously, no one believed his kind warning, and his classmates seemed to be more curious about the hotel where he was staying. No more filming. You don't believe it, what are you looking at? Finally, the fat boy turned off the class group chat angrily. I thought he was going to be quiet, but soon he started to send voice messages again, and this time it was obviously a private chat. Xiaomei, Wu, you have to believe me, I can't bear to see you die. We agreed to go to college together. You must survive the natural disaster. Wow, this little fat guy, could it be that he has a girlfriend? He is so affectionate. Although the 2 young men felt it was immoral, they still pricked up their ears. Anyway, the little fat guy wanted to be so loud. Just when they were lamenting that junior high school students were really precocious, they saw the little fat guy and his girlfriend named Xiaomei finish their heartfelt confession, and then open the next private chat interface. Hong Hong, Wu, we agreed to go to college together, you must survive the natural disaster. Believe me, I am not lying. Then the next one. Lily, listen to me, I really can't bear to see you die. I still want to go to college with you, you have to survive. Xiaoxue, Wu I. The 2 young men who were both single dogs had no expression on their faces. Wow, this little fat guy is not only a love saint, but also a sea king. He doesn't even change his lines. Chapter 11. The little fat man tried so hard to save his girlfriend group, so the 2 young men were naturally not indifferent. At least Mu Zhua after synchronizing the latest situation with his partner, logged into his Anchor account and posted a text dynamic. Tomorrow, July 3rd, afternoon, Dongzhou is expected to usher in an extreme cold disaster. Please seize the last time window to make emergency preparations. No joke, I wish everyone peace. There are countless private messages and reminders in the background. A quick glance at the fan shows that the number has increased by nearly 100,000, which is faster than his increase in fans in the past year. Muzhua knows that this is all caused by the accident in the live broadcast the day before yesterday. If it were a few days ago, he would definitely be so happy about this data that he would go out for a meal with his partner to celebrate. But now, he is not only not happy, but also feels melancholy. How many of his fans can survive? I hope the natural disaster is fake. Even if he has to lose this magical adventure, nothing is more important than world peace. But this wish is ultimately just a wish. Since the Crow incident, he has not started broadcasting again, nor has he posted any news to explain the follow-up of the incident. Those who initially swore that he was a hype have been scratching their heads these past 2 days, waiting for him to come out and promote the puppet Crow so that they can slap him in the face. After finally posting a dynamic, it was about this group of people are not going to do it. No, brother, I took off my pants and you're just like this? Click directly, go to the product link. I'm a little scared if you don't follow the routine. Anchor, why do you say this? If you are kidnapped, just say something, otherwise I will believe it. Bird Brother has always been a good person, I don't think he is joking. Never mind, I go downstairs and buy it now. Hundreds of comments quickly appeared under the dynamic. Muzhua simply scanned them. Although there were still many people who didn't believe it and insisted that he was exaggerating, many of his old fans said that they were willing to believe it. Muzhua felt very relieved. He fell on the pillow and decided to post the same message in a few more places. He would help as many people as possible. Well, why don't I sleep tonight and do this one thing? The fat guy on the upper bunk opposite also laid down, and the content of his wailing changed. Alas, I will definitely have insomnia tonight. There are so many troubles, and I'm not at home. I will definitely not be able to sleep. However, when the remaining young man washed his face and came out, he saw that his brother on the lower bunk and the fat guy were sleeping soundly with their pillows. He looked at the crow clock on the wall in confusion. It was just 10 o'clock in the evening. And these two roommates were still energetic not long ago, and it seemed that they could stay up all night. Finally, his eyes moved to the bed in the academy, especially the pillow that looked fluffy and comfortable. Could it be? Under the lens, his eyes flickered slightly. The parents naturally knew nothing about the students' experiences in the dormitory, but this was not their current focus. In the hotel, the middle-aged boss swallowed his saliva and carefully confirmed again, "Are you all telling the truth?" The 6 adults nodded collectively. This is too sudden, and didn't the experts say that the rust day is an astronomical phenomenon? The end of the world is a lie. The boss's forehead was covered with fine sweat, but he still didn't want to believe what he heard. Anyway, we will know the answer tomorrow. Do you want to do nothing and wait to freeze to death, or just cooperate with us to take a gamble? Anyway, you don't need to pay, just cooperate with us to transport the things in. After the discussion of the parents' union, they all agreed that the end of the world could not be hidden from the hotel owner. It was very simple. They had to buy a large amount of supplies immediately and transport them to this hotel on the mountainside. They needed the help of the hotel owner. Moreover, they were not locals and knew nothing about local channels. With the cooperation of someone familiar with the surrounding area and the scenic area, this race against time preparation could proceed more smoothly. Of course, what they told the boss was limited to the natural disaster. They would not say a word about the magic school, and even if they did, the boss might not believe it. Boss. To be honest, he felt very unlucky. He wanted to slap himself, saying that you are so curious. Now that someone really told you, will you cooperate or not? He is just a small boss of a hotel in a scenic area. It sounds great, but in fact, he is also a worker. And he relied on his relationship with the leaders of the scenic area to occupy a position here. Although he can use the power of others to dispatch other employees in small matters, his power is just that little. His leader's relative recently went to another place to learn advanced things and happened to be away. If you disturb him at this time, you will be scolded. Don't ask the boss how he knows, just ask because he has experience. By the way, the hotel owner suddenly found something very scary. He looked behind them and asked, "Where are your children?" He realized that only adults came back, and no children were seen. This is in the mountains. Late at night, the parents showed meaningful eyes. They are all in a very safe place. You don't need to know now." The boss was scared. He didn't know what he was thinking, and hurriedly shouted, I cooperate." Anyway, he just borrowed tools, trucks, and warehouses. The scenic spot didn't need to pay or help. Why did he go against this group of crazy guys? He heard 2 days ago that his wife's aunt's second aunt, who was next door to his wife's aunt, ran into a group of crazy cult members and was killed because she spoke too loudly and upset people. The parents were very happy that the boss chose to cooperate, although it seemed that he didn't believe them, but was suddenly inexplicably afraid of them. No matter what the reason was, cooperation was a good thing. They quickly followed the previously divided work. Some drove to the 24-hour supermarket to buy supplies, and some contacted stores selling charcoal, diesel and other things, placed a large order, and asked them to deliver the goods tomorrow morning. Next, we have to check the living conditions of the hotel. This is a 2-story small hotel with a total of 16 rooms, equipped with a small restaurant, a warehouse, and a tool room. Fortunately, the hotel also has a backup generator. Although it has been idle for a long time, it can still be used after inspection. There is also a small open-air vegetable garden behind the hotel, where some common vegetables are planted. Fearing that these vegetables will be frozen tomorrow, they picked what they could pick first under the distressed eyes of the hotel owner, and covered the rest with antifreeze film tomorrow morning. If they can survive, they will survive, and if they can't survive, forget it. After forming an alliance, the 4 groups of parents counted the money they could take out. Among them, the wealthy family was the richest. Their family all had the surname Wang. The father was Wang Fugui, the mother was Wang Chunhua, and it was said that the son was Wang Fatsai. Regardless of whether the name is unsophisticated or not, their family runs a restaurant and has the strongest financial strength, and can take out 5 million to buy supplies. Because they paid the most, everyone agreed that they would be given priority in the future. In addition, because they have experience in running a restaurant, the storage of supplies such as water was handed over to them, and their husband and wife. Then, there was Fang Huilan, and the older brother named Yu. Fang Huilan was once a career-oriented woman, and she worked her way up to a middle and senior-level leadership position in a large company. She saved some money, and with the compensation given by her ex-husband when they divorced, she could come up with 1 million yuan. Because she had strong management and procurement experience, she was responsible for negotiating the remaining commodities, such as clothes, diesel, medicines, and some equipment. Yu's father's name was Yu Ziqing. He and his son Yu Ren were both IT experts, or programmers. Because they had clear logic but didn't like socializing, they decided to be responsible for rear dispatch and data storage. Yes, considering that many things might have to be done by themselves after the doomsday, they decided to save as much information as possible now for easy future searches. Finally, it was Mu Zhu's parents. His father was Mu Ziyuan, a carpenter, and his mother was Peng Mei, a librarian. The couple was responsible for checking for leaks and repairing the places that needed repairs in the hotel, especially the fireplace in the lobby. Chapter 12. Parents worked all night and didn't sleep, while the students in the academy opened their eyes at 8 o'clock in the morning. How did I sleep so well? When Rui sat on the lower bunk in a trance, looking at the bright forest outside the window in the morning, and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Let's not talk about her sprained foot, and she moved into the academy for no reason. Simply put, as a modern young college student, she stayed up late every day, scrolling through her phone, and didn't want to get up during the day. But this morning, she was refreshed and didn't feel sleepy at all. Moreover, her foot didn't hurt anymore, when Rui stepped on the ground in surprise and tried it. It really didn't hurt anymore. The redness and swelling that were there yesterday also disappeared, and it was no different from before the sprain. She fell asleep and recovered with full blood. This is not a school dormitory at all. This is the most common bed save point in RPG games. The kind that restores health and mana after a good sleep, when Rui quickly climbed out of bed to wash up. Because she twisted her foot yesterday, she didn't finish her daily washing and went to bed. She felt embarrassed. The school prepared basic living supplies for them, towels, slippers, pajamas, toothbrushes, etc. For when Rui who came here without even bringing her luggage, it was a relief. But she still planned to go home this morning and pack some things to bring over. This was also agreed with the crow boy yesterday, and the other party promised to help ask for leave from the principal. Thinking of the boy, when Rui couldn't help blushing again. Before last night, she didn't know that she was such a superficial face control, when Rui thought that she would be sad for her boyfriend again after waking up. After all, she really loved him with all her heart, but in fact, she now only felt that her boyfriend was a little ugly. Not only is he ugly, he also loves to play tricks. Thinking of the fact that he had flirted with other girls in front of her more than once, when Rui felt that her past self was simply crazy. Fortunately, she broke up. When Rui washed up, changed into her own clothes, and hurriedly left the school to catch the bus home to pack her luggage, she talked to the two girls in the same dormitory and learned about the natural disaster. Now every minute and every second is a race against time. However, should she call her parents over? I heard that the parents of other classmates are almost all here. When Rui hesitated for a while, and finally decided to forget it. It's not that she has a bad relationship with her parents. On the contrary, her family parent-child relationship is quite harmonious, but her parents have gone to Zhongzhou to attend an academic conference. Now calling them back is not only too late, but it is more likely to cause both of them to be in danger. Alas, she can only rely on herself. List of students in school. Student number 001, Mujua, male, age 26. Plant affinity, talent C+. Student number 002, Lu Jiayun, female, age 22. Star affinity, talent C+. Student number 003, Yu Ran, male, age 25. Time affinity, talent D+. Student number 004, Yi Han, female, age 16. Rune affinity, talent B+. Student number 005, Wang Fa Kai, male, age 15. Animal affinity, talent C-. Student number 006, Wen Rui, female, age 21. Music affinity, talent F. Ning Xiao flipped through the basic information of the students while thinking about how to arrange the class schedule. Wu Jie landed on the bird stand next to her desk, nervously moving his eyes around. Ah. Gah. It's really not my fault. The natives of this world are so poor. When he heard Ning Xiao sigh, Wu Jie hurriedly distanced himself from the matter. 6 students, but they didn't even have an A-level talent. Wu Jie felt that if it were the magic continent, he would be laughed to death by his peers. With this kind of start, it is easy for the academy to go bankrupt and be merged by other academies. According to his peers, it is best to have 2 A's or 1 S at the beginning of a novice academy. Training a magician is a long process. If the seedlings at the beginning are not good, the trained ones will only lose money. Ah, what does it matter? Ning Xiao looked at it inexplicably. Anyway, they are just working for us. Yes, in Ning Xiao's opinion, what she is playing now is not so much a school management game as a capitalist game packaged as a magic school management game. Because an important source of magic is the meditation of students. Meditation is the foundation of all mages' growth and is a compulsory course for students. The Magic Academy can extract 20% to 50% of students' meditation energy through the enrollment contract and convert it into the magic source needed for the operation of the academy. Ning Xiao of course chose to extract 50%. Anyway, for students, they lack comparison and have no idea what the normal growth rate of meditation is. Their poor talent can just cover up the fact that meditation takes a high commission. Although Ning Xiao thinks that even if students know it, it won't matter. Is magic learned for nothing? This is just another form of tuition. Then why are you sighing? Wuge was relieved and asked doubtfully, do you think it's unacceptable that the academy only has 1 course? 1 course is enough. This is magic. You can't chew too much. Ning Xiao thought clearly, I'm just worried about whether to arrange 4 hours of meditation class every day, or just make it 8 hours. Are you a capitalist? Wuge was shocked. 8 hours? Gah, if it were the magic continent, a principal like you would be hung on the street lamp. Is it really not possible? 4 hours is 4 hours. Ning Xiao compromised. It's not a question of whether it works or not. Students will get tired. Even for meditation, usually only the first hour is the most efficient, and it has been decreasing since then. Once it exceeds 4 hours, the efficiency is only 10% of the first hour. Wuge explained to her, so how to arrange meditation classes is also a big question. It is said that some principals have specially invited actuaries from other worlds for this purpose, just to find a suitable balance. Why do you sound like you like to complicate simple things? Ning Xiao felt that she should just do it casually. Too much brainpower is harmful to her physical and mental health. After determining the main meditation class time, there are still 4 hours of student action time left every day. The main class of plant magic must be arranged, but to be honest, after reading the textbook, Ning Xiao thinks that this course does not need to spend too much time in class. Because this course is unexpectedly simple. It is better to say that the magic system provided by the magic school is different from what she imagined before. In Ning Xiao's mind, it is still the complex magic system that requires long chanting in novels or TV dramas in the past, and the magic in the magic school is more like a game. Although the general magic school system itself is indeed a game. This led Ning Xiao to even think that students should learn by themselves. After all, there is no teacher in the school at present. What? Ning Xiao is the teacher? No, she is just a physical education teacher. What if someone asked her students in the future who taught you magic? And the students answer, my magic was taught by the physical education teacher. Is this reasonable? Chapter 13. The students were not aware of the principal's distress. After getting up, they started their first day as magic students. This was a novel experience. For example, they wore the school uniform for the first time. It was a 4-piece suit of a robe, coat, shirt, vest and pants or skirt. It was starry blue in color, dotted with magic patterns such as the moon and stars, and looked very beautiful. The design of the school uniform alone was enough to kill all the schools in the country in seconds, so that when the clothes were put on, everyone had a feeling of I seem to be playing cosplay. And the school uniform itself was also magical. It would automatically adjust the size according to the student's body shape. Everyone had the best effect on the upper body, and the material was soft and comfortable, and it didn't feel bulky at all. Even the fat boy Wang Fat's eye turned from a fat boy into a handsome boy in the slightly fat world after wearing it, so that he couldn't help posing and taking pictures of himself everywhere, and asked his roommates to take dozens of pictures for him. Now his 2 roommates want to run away when they see him. Beautiful clothes make people feel good, but the breakfast is a bit disappointing. Everyone is disappointed to see traditional delicacies, such as Zilong Bao on the table, instead of novel foods from the magic side. But it is understandable, after all, this is their world, not the magic world. After the meal, the crow statue in the restaurant spoke to remind them to go to the classroom to prepare for class. There are many such crow statues in the academy. It can be seen that they are based on the puppet crow that can move and talk, but the main function is just like a small broadcast, reminding students what to do and what not to do. They returned to the 2nd floor under the guidance of the statue, and came to the room between the male and female dormitories. The door of the room was closed before, but now it was open. When they walked in, they found a small classroom that could accommodate 8 people. I don't know who designed it, but the classroom is right next to the dormitory. Just thinking about it makes the students feel a little suffocated. Fortunately, the longing for magic now temporarily overwhelms this suffocating imagination. On 6 of the tables, there is a magic textbook with a green cover and a student handbook with a blue cover. They each found a seat and sat down to read. The cover of the magic textbook has very unfamiliar words, but the magical thing is that the students can understand plant magic without any obstacles. It sounds like plant-related magic, which doesn't seem very cool. The students were a little disappointed. The student handbook is not very interesting. It mainly records some school rules and precautions, and there are many dense words. Just as they were flipping through the textbooks, Principal Human came with the sound of high heels stepping on the ground. As soon as the beautiful lady entered the classroom, she waved her hand, and the curtains of the 3 windows on one side of the classroom were automatically opened and tied. The whole classroom was now immersed in natural light, accompanied by the birdsong and fragrance of the forest, which was very pleasant. Okay, put away the textbooks. The first sentence she said was, in this class, we will learn meditation first. Meditation? It sounds boring. The students who were expecting a fireball or illumination start were a little disappointed. The beautiful principal lady ignored their emotions, picked up the chalk and drew a figure that looked a bit like a mountain on the blackboard behind her, then clapped her hands and put down the chalk. Remember this pattern, then close your eyes, and imagine a magic light spot in your mind. Any light spot will do, and then use this light spot to draw it. It doesn't sound difficult. After remembering the appearance of the mountain and the direction of the brush strokes, the students began to try. Yi Han, Fang Huilan's daughter, the girl who always wears a mask, was the first to succeed. It's very simple. She has no distractions. For various reasons, Yi Han is actually very afraid of interacting with people. Whether it is the long journey by train or living in the same dormitory with strangers, it is a big challenge for her. But she didn't say a word and endured it all. In the past, she would have fled excitedly and smashed things, but since the rusty sun appeared in the sky, she could not be so willful. Yi Han believes in the end of the world, just like she believes in magic. There must be something wrong with this world. So she has those unfortunate experiences, but she can't figure out what went wrong, so she locked herself in the room. But the rusty day came. Was it because the world was about to usher in the end of the world? Yi Han was very confused for a few days, and then she saw the magic crow. the magic crow resting on her windowsill through the window. The magic crow made of wood did not run away after seeing her, but sent her an invitation. So, after the end of the world, magic also came. She will experience suffering. Because the world is sick, the end of the world is coming, and she needs to pick up the weapon of magic to fight against the end of the world and protect her mother. Although Yi Han could not speak to her mother, and rarely opened the door to see her during the 2 years when she quit her job and concentrated on taking care of herself at home, Yi Han knew that her mother had sacrificed a lot for her. Her career, her husband, her life. She once hoped that her parents would not be so busy and spend more time with her, but when her mother stayed at home with her all day, Yi Han began to feel guilty again. Of course, she was a little resentful at first. Resentful of why her mother did not stand up to protect her earlier, so that she would not have to go through those things. But resentment will not last longer than love, and Yi Han can feel her mother's love for her. She actually wanted to walk out of the room, hug her mother, and tell her that she was fine, but she was reluctant to take that step because of fear and lack of opportunity. She could have continued to drag in this emotion for a few years, until she accumulated enough courage to open the door, but the rusty day came, and the magic crow came. Yi Han, who was already 16 years old, no longer felt that she was just a child. At that moment, she thought, I should grow up. Step out of the house, come to a distant place, learn magic, protect herself, and protect her mother. Her goal was so firm that she was naturally the most focused one. So, after successfully drawing the shape of the mountain in her mind, Yi Han, see a Tetris? Principal Wumon's voice seemed to ring in her mind. Well done, now, use your consciousness to control it. The blocks you eliminate are the meditation energy you gain. Yi Han felt like she was standing in the starry sky of the universe. Below her feet was the light belt of the Milky Way, and in front of her were glowing magical energy bodies that looked like the alien blocks in Tetris, falling little by little, falling in front of her. Every time one fell, the light belt under her feet would tremble, as if it was under great pressure. She had a feeling that when these blocks accumulated to a certain extent, her feet would collapse, and she would fall with them. Just like in the test illusion, she had to fight hard to keep herself alive. So, she began to use her consciousness to control the falling energy blocks, learning to move, learn to rotate, learn to fall quickly. This is not difficult at all, she thought. However, 5 minutes later, game over, these big words flashed in the starry sky, and Yi Han's feet were empty. With the collapse of the light belt, he woke up from consciousness. Chapter 14. Yes, Tetris itself is not a difficult game, but it is a bit difficult to control the energy blocks with consciousness, and it consumes unexpectedly much mental energy. Yi Han opened her eyes again, feeling a little dizzy, and the whole person was tired as if she had just run 1,000 meters. She raised her head and met the principal's smiling eyes. Well done, take a break, and continue when you are better. The principal didn't speak, but she could hear her in her ear. Her voice was really nice, full of appreciation from the heart, which made Yi Han, who was a little depressed, embarrassed. Aw, am I really good? I only persisted for such a short time. Of course it's good. Ning Xiao glanced at the principal's manual. In the past 5 minutes, Yi Han earned her 1 point of magic source. Wow, 1 point for 5 minutes, 12 points for 1 hour, and 48 points for 4 hours. This is just one person. Yi Han is the most talented among the students, but Ning Xiao looked around and found that the progress of the others was not slow. After Yi Han, they all successfully entered the meditation state one after another. Thinking that meditation has also been made into a game, Ning Xiao's mouth twitched unnoticeably. But this is also a helpless move. According to Wu Jie, the original meditation class in the academy was similar to the novel she read. They were all very boring sitting modes. Students with slightly poor self-control would fall asleep if they were not careful. The current form of meditation class was finally retained after several generations of the academy system. Not only Tetris, but also small games such as Candy Crush, Connect the Dots, Jigsaw Puzzles, and even Bubble Dragon have successfully made meditation class versions. But Ning Xiao is too poor now, so she can only use the free version passed down by the academy for novice principals. If she wants to change the style, it will cost another price. Ning Xiao certainly won't spend this money. It's just the beginning, and the students are not tired of meditation classes, so there is no need to increase expenses. Besides, Tetris is so classic that you can play it for a lifetime. In short, although meditation packaged as a game consumes a lot of mental energy, the effect is several times better than the tiring meditation classes in the past. Ning Xiao looked over and found that her students' expressions were all addicted. Isn't it? A holographic brainwave game in a sense. The students had a great time. She made a lot of money, and the academy won. The person who invented this meditation method is simply a genius. After making sure that the students have learned to start meditation correctly, Ning Xiao left the classroom. This meditation class was directly extended to 4 hours, seamlessly connected to lunch, and she didn't have to wait in the classroom stupidly. In the principal's office, Ning Xiao was lying on the principal's chair with a magic massage function, enjoying the massage, while asking Wu Jie, "How are the parents?" Ning Xiao knew that the parents had not left. In fact, she just didn't want the natives to use the school as a refuge and add unnecessary burdens to the school, rather than really wanting to ruthlessly separate the students from their families. The parents would choose to stay in a hotel not far from the school, which was not unexpected at all. But after listening to Wu Ga's report on the parents' movements, Ning Xiao was still a little surprised at their mobility. In the morning, the big trucks coming to the scenic spot never stopped. This made the surrounding residents and the employees of the scenic spot very curious. Truckloads of food, daily necessities, charcoal, and some things they didn't recognize were constantly transported to the hotel. All security guards and idle employees were called over to help move things. The hotel's warehouse was soon full, and the extra stuff was put in the empty rooms. The extra stuff was put in the scenic area service center, administrative office, and other places. It's not even the new year yet. Why buy so many things? The employees talked about it. However, the hotel owner was a relative of the leader, so they didn't dare to ask more, and could only do what they said. Even if they noticed that the people who asked these things to be placed and paid for were a few tourists, who suddenly checked in yesterday, they were just surprised. The hotel owner was numb. He thought these people were crazy, but crazy people were too good at buying. He even saw several sets of photovoltaic power generation equipment. The crazy people didn't sleep all night, but they were still energetic. When they handed over to the truck driver, they were in order, and there was no trouble. But the hotel owner didn't notice that one of the security guards had a flickering look and looked very wrong. That person was naturally Chen Hao. After he was scared away, he thought more and more strangely. At night, he saw several adults returning to the hotel, so he quietly pried through the crack of the door and eavesdropped on their conversation with the hotel owner. So, he heard an absurd story. Although Chen Hao was not well educated, he thought he was not a fool. He would not be fooled by those sellers, and take the end of the world seriously. But these people took it too seriously, and the strange experience on the mountain made him uncertain. After thinking about it, he called his former boss and told him about it. "You are a good kid. Keep an eye on them for me. Tell me if you find anything new." The boss praised him and ordered. Chen Hao was not sure if the boss believed him, but since the boss gave him the task, he would complete it. Isn't it just keeping an eye on a few people? It's not a difficult task. So he worked extra hard and even got to know a few parents. Unfortunately, the parents had a tacit understanding and didn't talk about the mountain in front of others, so he still didn't understand what was on the mountain. Time passed unknowingly in the afternoon. "Sister Fang, it may be too late. If it hasn't arrived, please notify the merchants not to deliver it." Yu Ziqing reminded after looking at the sky. "Got it." Although Fang Huilan felt a little sorry that some things hadn't arrived, she knew there was no need to be greedy at this time, so she nodded, checked the list, and called the merchants one by one. On the other side, Mu Ziyuan lit the fireplace in the hotel lobby, and after checking it, he said happily, Okay, the fireplace is working. This scene is a bit weird. At least the scenic spot employees on the scene were all surprised. This is summer, although it is not the hottest time yet, but everyone is wearing short sleeves and using air conditioning all day. At this time, these tourists are transporting coal and checking the fireplace, which is very strange. But the hotel owner did not stop them, and asked them not to make trouble, so they could only keep silent and quietly stay away from the lobby. "It's so hot. Turn on the TV," Mu Ziyuan said to the hotel owner. The owner nodded, took out the remote control, and randomly selected a news channel. "Then what?" the owner asked everyone in the lobby. Several parents looked at the sky, wiped the sweat from their foreheads, and answered solemnly. "Then, wait. Chapter 15. Look, we've already arrived in Dongho." The camera moved to the sky with the host's voice. A rusty sun hung high above the head. No matter how many times you look at it, you will feel a strange sense of the end of the world. Ha ha, asking us if we are afraid? Such an outrageous question, it must be a new audience, right? Come on, old fans, introduce me to this brother, who am I? The barrage started to fill up. The world is big, but no one is as brave as me, the first brother, The big brother in the challenge area is not afraid of eating human flesh raw. The first brother, the money-spending brother. Don't spread rumors in the barrage. When have I ever eaten human flesh raw? It's so fishy. The male host called the first brother pretended to be dissatisfied, which attracted another round of barrage. Yes, our Ning Xiao first brother has always only eaten cooked, 3/4 rare. There are 3 men and 2 women in this group. They are a few rich second generations from Ning Xiao. Because they think life is too boring, they are looking for excitement everywhere. At first, of course, they play drag racing, bungee jumping and the like, but after the adrenaline wore off, they soon felt that life was empty. The leader then started live streaming and making videos, broadcasting his extremely bored life of the rich second generation, who would have thought that it would become popular in Ning Xiao. So, although life is still the same, it has added some fun, and the fans' pursuit makes these rich second generations feel that they are doing business. Willing to spend money and dare to play are their labels. What challenges to live on Snake Island for a week, what drifting on the high seas without supplies, what bravely enters the primitive tribe. Anyway, they are very interested in things that sound gimmicky and dangerous. And I don't know if it's luck or good financial support. So far, at most they have suffered skin injuries, and nothing serious has happened. This group of people originally had no intention to come to Dongzhou this time. In the eyes of the people of Nanzhou, this place is just a large natural scenic spot, which is not interesting at all. But someone in the Yaij team overheard that something might happen in Dongzhou. Don't be fooled by the experts on TV who talk so well. In fact, it's all fake. At present, the real experts in this field are still meeting in Zhengzhou to find out what the rust day is. Some experts even suggested that it might really be a sign of the end of the world, and suggested that the country should take emergency measures to relocate the people of Dongzhou. This proposal was regarded as a laughing stock and even spread outside the circle. But after hearing it, Yaij and his team were moved. Is there really a doomsday? It sounds so exciting. Yes, they are not the kind of anchors who come to perform because they don't believe it. They will come to Dongzhou from afar precisely because they are looking forward to the end of the world. Although the 5 people felt that there was little hope, what if they were lucky enough to encounter it? Of course, they also made alternative plans. After all, no one knew when the doomsday would come if there really was one, so they couldn't just wait, right? So, the alternative plan was that Yaij and his friends made an appointment at a skydiving base, planning to bring some equipment to play extreme skydiving while taking pictures of the scenery of Dongzhou. Alas, this is the only thing worth praising about Dongzhou. Yaij and his friends arrived in the morning, and the skydiving time was scheduled in the afternoon. It seemed that the schedule was very rushed, but for these rich second generations, who wanted to do whatever they wanted, it was just not that boring. Yaij was driving a live broadcast, and driving his fans all the way to the skydiving base. On the way, someone suddenly felt uncomfortable in the stomach, so he stopped the car on the side of the road. There happened to be a small shop not far from the public toilet, so Yaij got off the car and planned to buy a few bottles of water. This looks like a fake crow. It's carved from wood. As soon as he entered the shop, he heard such an exclamation from the shop assistant's phone. Yaij glanced at it. Oh, it was the crow video again. Because they were interested in the doomsday of Dongzhou, Yaij and his friends also searched a lot of information on the internet, and of course, they also saw the crow incident that was on the hot search. He even got to know a colleague far away in Dongzhou, called Woodpecker, who used to do outdoor live broadcasts. Yaij flipped through it, and felt that the content of this colleague was too boring. No wonder he was not famous. This time, he was lucky to become popular with the crow. Also, the ghost hunting content he was going to broadcast was too fake. It was obvious that he had no ability, and could not get in touch with real things. Yaij took a few bottles of water casually, and when he was about to pay for the bill, he saw a middle-aged man coming out of the back room and going outside. The girl at the cashier counter stood up. "Dad, where are you going?" The middle-aged man shook the bag in his hand. "I deliver the things Uncle Lee wants." "Oh, it's past 2 o'clock now. You are not allowed to go out this afternoon. Didn't I tell you, something might happen?" The girl stamped her feet anxiously. The middle-aged man smiled and said perfunctorily, "It's okay, I'll be back soon." The girl came out of the cashier counter and stopped the middle-aged man. "You are not allowed to go." She took out her mobile phone and showed it to the middle-aged man. "Look, there may be an extreme cold disaster in the afternoon. What if you go out now and encounter it?" "You kid, how did you get your head damaged by chasing a host?" The middle-aged man muttered. "Can you believe such words?" "I don't care. I just believe that Bird Brother has a good character and won't joke about such a big thing." The little girl stubbornly held the man. And don't think I can't see that you want to go over to play cards instead of sending gifts. The middle-aged man couldn't persuade his daughter, and his thoughts were touched, so he could only surrender. Okay, I won't go anywhere today, okay. Seeing this, the first brother couldn't help asking, will there be an extreme cold disaster in the afternoon? It's actually afternoon now, but it's still sunny outside. The little girl glanced at him, and said perfunctorily, well, the anchor I follow said so. The first brother naturally knew who she was talking about, and took out his mobile phone to take a look. Sure enough, the colleague posted a dynamic last night, and made a natural disaster forecast. Great, I hope what he said is true. The first brother was very excited. This made the little girl, who packed water for him, and scanned the code to collect payment, couldn't help but look at him suspiciously. I'm here to chase natural disasters. Yaij lifted his hair. Have you heard of the Ning Xiao Rich Second Generation Expedition Group? You can search it online. After saying that, he returned to the car with water in the eyes of the little girl. Yaij told his friends about the extreme cold forecast, and everyone became interested. Only a certain daughter called Big Sister hesitated and asked, then will we go skydiving? Yes, wow, if we happen to encounter extreme cold when skydiving. Then we can perform a thrilling aerial survival, how great. The excitement will definitely explode. The second brother in the team said. So Yaij told the driver, step on the accelerator, we have to arrive before the extreme cold comes, otherwise we will miss this opportunity. The group of people laughed again, and soon arrived at the skydiving base smoothly. When several people changed their equipment, and were about to board the helicopter, someone suddenly said, wait, let's take a photo. Okay, let's do it. This was a common suggestion. When they participated in a challenge together, they usually took a few group photos. After posing skillfully, the staff member acting as a photographer clicked the shutter. A photo of 5 young people doing all kinds of funny things next to the helicopter, under the rusty sun, was frozen in the camera. At this time, no one could have thought that this would be the last group photo of the 5 of them. Chapter 16. The accident was not without signs. Before the helicopter took off, the eldest sister sneezed for no reason. She hugged herself and asked suspiciously, do you feel a little cold? No, it's probably psychological. The second brother laughed at her. If you are really scared, don't jump today. Go away, when did I get scared? The eldest sister hit him unconvinced, and got on the helicopter first. Then, it was no different from what they had played before. When they reached an altitude of about 5,000 meters, several people checked their equipment for the last time and prepared to parachute at the door of the cabin. Below was a lake plain with a wide view. Under the layers of clouds, the lakeshore was clear and beautiful. The first brother finally looked at the time, 3:47 p.m. I go first. He waved to his companion's camera, then let go and jumped down. At this height, you can enjoy about 60 seconds of free fall time. Not only was he not afraid, he also felt like he was flying. The whistling wind hurt his face a little, but it was exciting. He turned his head, and wanted to take another look at the sun from this angle. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. The sun dimmed at an extremely fast speed. The first brother was stunned. The light disappeared, and he lost his judgment of the surrounding environment. Before he could panic, the sun quickly brightened again. What happened? The first brother was a little dumbfounded, and then he felt cold. The air was getting colder at an incredible speed. Originally, because it was summer, the sun was still warm on the body, but the sun at this time was like a cold knife, falling on the body and making people feel cold all over. Something is wrong. Yaij was a little panicked and opened the parachute in a hurry. The canopy was successfully deployed, but it took him to tumble several times in the air. He remembered what he learned in the parachuting class, and with the help of the stabilizer, he finally stabilized his body for a long time. Yaij looked down, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The lake surface was a little strange. The originally blue lake surface began to turn white at some point, spreading layer by layer at a speed visible to the naked eye. He looked for a long time, and came to his senses with a shudder. The lake surface was freezing. Yaij finally remembered that it was extreme cold. The extreme cold disaster really came. After realizing this, he found that he was losing temperature quickly. Although the flight suit had the effect of keeping out the cold, it could not resist this inexplicable cold wave. His hands and feet soon became numb, and Yaij desperately turned his body around and waved hard in the direction of the plane. Don't jump. Go back, but it was too late. He saw his second and third brothers not far above him. They were in a panic, and were caught off guard just like him. Fortunately, at least the eldest and youngest sisters should be able to evacuate in time. As he thought about it, He saw the helicopter turn around and descend rapidly. Next, as long as the three brothers don't panic and land properly according to past training, they should be fine. It's just a drop in temperature. Although it's very cold, it won't freeze them to death for a while. They will be able to land safely soon. Thinking about it, the first brother used his numb hands to confirm the position of the camera again, thinking they really got it right. Jumping to welcome the end of the world, how exciting. But the next second, something fell down, brushing against the first brother's umbrella. He was carried and swayed several times. He wanted to see what it was, but then, strange objects rained down from the sky one after another. No, it wasn't a foreign object, it was hail. Hail as big as a person's fist suddenly fell from the sky. In the distance, a helicopter that was about to leave was hit by a propeller and quickly lost balance. Brother E watched helplessly as the helicopter lost power and fell to the ground at that moment. No, it didn't even fall to the ground. I don't know where the hail hit it, and the helicopter exploded in the air. Everything happened so fast that Brother E had no time to react. He stared blankly at a ball of fire falling towards the frozen lake under the rusty sun, his mind blank. What happened? Am I dreaming? But the story was not over yet. He heard the scream of his second or third brother from above, and a loud awe brought him back to his senses from his confusion. Then, the bloody third brother fell to the ground in front of him with a broken parachute. The first brother was not sure if he tried to hold him back. When he reacted, he was the only one left in the air. The second brother didn't know where he went. However, he didn't have time to look for people. The first brother realized that this hailstorm would kill people. He would die. At this time, he was still more than 1,000 meters away from the ground, and the hail was falling more and more densely. He tried to adjust the parachute, praying that he could land quickly, preferably in a sheltered place, otherwise his life would end. This short 1,000 meters seemed as long as his entire life. All the exciting sports that the first brother had played were not as exciting as this moment. Whenever hail fell not far from him, he would break out in a sweat. There was not much he could do, just gamble on his luck. He had never prayed so devoutly as he did now, hoping that he could be favored by the goddess of fate and escape from this weird and unscientific killing hail. However, fate was laughing at him, perhaps as a counterattack against his countless jokes with his life in the past, laughing at him for being so self-indulgent and really treating himself as the darling of fate. Yaij heard a puff sound, and then something hit his back hard, his eyes went black, and he fell into the darkness. At the same time, there were far more people than Yaij who were experiencing life and death. On the street, because the hail came unexpectedly, countless people were hit and fell directly on the street. The iron sheet of the car was smashed into dents, and the traffic accident rate in Dong-o hit a record high at this moment. On the railroad track, the high-speed train derailed, and half of the carriage fell off the bridge. Not to mention that at this moment, all the planes passing through Dong-o were attacked by more terrifying attacks than the flocks of birds, and some planes even crashed into the city, causing horrific casualties. This was just caused by hail. The cold was also killing people. People wearing cool clothes had no time to go back and change into thick clothes. Many people ran away in panic, but found that their feet were frozen and they could no longer move forward. People shouted for help until the cold froze their throats, and they could no longer make any sound. The outdoor swimming pool was even more tragic. People who did not have time to leave were taken away by the water, and soon became hypothermic and unconscious. As the temperature dropped, the water surface froze and turned into lifelike ice sculptures. All this happened so fast, so quickly that many people did not understand what happened until they died. And the global network exploded with this sudden change. Chapter 17. The end of the world is really here, and it's an extreme cold disaster. Dongzhou has fallen. According to detection, the temperature has dropped to minus 40 degrees in half an hour. Many people died in Dongzhou. At first, many people thought that these horrifying news were just jokes, just like the Dong-o Rust Day that was hyped some time ago. But the media with headlines started to make trouble again. But soon, as more and more Dong-o people sought help online, people from the other 4 continents found something wrong. Shocking videos and miserable and helpless photos made up a Dongzhou that had fallen into an ice and snow hell. There was too much news and evidence, and now even a fool knew that the story was true. But wasn't it summer in Dong-o? Why did it suddenly become extremely cold? And this big drop in temperature and hail and rain completely violated science. How did it happen? Although the official response was quick and deleted and blocked those tragic contents that would bring nightmares, everything happened too quickly and spread too widely, and many people saw it. Many people who have relatives and friends in Dongzhou could not help but fainted after hearing the news. Rescue. Start rescue work in Dongzhou immediately. Although the 5 continents are relatively independent, and sometimes there are some regional disputes between them, everyone is still blood-related compatriots in common cognition, and will naturally lend a hand when something happens. As the power center, Zhongzhou quickly mobilized rescue teams and rushed to Dongzhou as soon as the natural disaster struck. Experts raced against time to come up with plans on how to deal with hail and rain, how to clear the way, and how to build temporary shelters. But when the rescue team walked along Beizhou, which borders Dongzhou, towards the border of Dongzhou, something even more frightening happened. They couldn't get in. There seemed to be a transparent barrier at the border, isolating Dongzhou from the outside world into 2 worlds. Just one step away, it was Dongzhou, where hail and rain continued to fall, and the entire land was frozen. On this side, the sun was still shining, and the weather was clear. Just like the sun had 2 different faces when they were only separated by a line, this invisible barrier now separated the human world from the end of the world. The team that arrived at the front line first shuddered. This discovery was even more frightening than the extreme cold disaster itself. People have the courage to fight against natural disasters, even if they are not very reasonable natural disasters. But what is this power that is definitely not in the human world? The top immediately issued a gag order, although in fact it could not be delayed for too long. At the same time, civilian forces launched rescue operations in Dongzhou from different directions. An icebreaker approached Dongzhou from the sea. They would soon find that Dongzhou was blocked by an unknown force. We can't give up. Let's try to see if there is a gap. The command was passed down, so the team split into several groups and began to try to find a gap in the barrier, and they were trying to break through in the air and underground. This is a long process. On the internet, photos of the departure of various rescue teams quickly circulated. People who had no idea about the border barrier forwarded them to the Dongzhou website, with a note, "Come on, Dongzhou. We are here." Hotel. The lobby was dead silent. All channels were broadcasting emergency news. For the safety of frontline reporters, cameras could only be set up indoors. The well-trained reporters were reporting what was happening outside in a trembling voice. A drone tried to take more pictures, but it was soon smashed down. The broken screen reflected a frozen hand lying on the ground. Dongzhou issued the highest evacuation order, asking people not to panic, to find the nearest indoor shelter, and to provide shelter for those who are alone outside. In fact, even without the order, many Dongzhou people did so. After the hail fell, many shops on the street opened their doors and took in the panicked people. The small good deeds under the disaster were recorded by the camera, giving courage to the panicked people. The fireplace was burning, and everyone in the hall was wearing thick winter clothes, but there was still a chill. The hotel owner was now very glad that he had made the right decision. The employees who were asked to stay indoors in advance were also shivering and gathered together in a daze to keep warm. Bang! At this moment, there was a sound. Everyone turned their heads and saw a dead bird slowly sliding down the glass on the window of the hall, and the bloodstains stretched out a long line. Bang! Bang! Then came the second and third birds. There are many birds in the mountains and forests. These creatures who take the sky as their home encountered an attack in the sky that they had never imagined. The cold and hail made them panic and look for a place to hide. Trees have a certain shielding effect, but the hail falling from the sky can even hurt trees under the acceleration of gravity, and cannot protect these small creatures at all. They can only look for human buildings. This is the instinct of the birds to survive, but the glass prevents them from entering the room. The birds began to try to break the windows. Draw the curtains. Fang Huilan reacted quickly and rushed over to draw the curtains to block the birds' view. Once they break the windows, the cold is just a small matter, and the birds may hurt people. At this time, don't get hurt if you can. Is there a wooden board? Block it first. Yu Ziqing asked the boss, and got up to greet others, and check the windows upstairs. Don't let the birds fly in. Mu Ziyuan, who is good at carpentry, and the boss took wooden boards to reinforce the windows. Other parents and employees stranded in the hotel rushed upstairs to check the windows. Wang Fugue and his wife just went up to the second floor when they heard a loud noise. It was the sound of broken glass. Everyone secretly said in their hearts that it was not good. Howsy, it seems to come from your room. An employee pulled the sleeve of one of the security guards. In the crowd, Chen Hao looked ugly, but he still took out the key and opened the door in full view of everyone. Then, he saw the broken glass by the window, and a room full of birds. In just a short while, countless birds broke into the room through this gap, and the number was still increasing. The room was so messy that it was unbearable to watch. As the door was opened, the flock of birds turned their heads together. "Close the door quickly!" Wang Fugue shouted, rushed forward to close the door again, and heard two bangs from behind the door. "This room can't be used for the time being." Wang Fugue looked at the dazed Chen Hao with sympathy. Go, and see if other rooms can be saved." So everyone hurriedly seized the time and found something to block the windows of other rooms. In short, don't let the flock of birds hit the glass again. And Chen Hao, he thought about the clothes, luggage, etc. he left in the room, and cursed in anger. Your uncle, why can there be so many birds in this broken place? Why, in the end, after this wave of bird attacks, the only loss counted was Chen Hao's room, and everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. During this time, hail and flying birds fell in from the chimney, almost extinguishing the fire in the fireplace, causing everyone to panic again, but fortunately nothing serious happened. The sky gradually darkened, and the hail outside that killed people also gradually subsided. Parents found a secluded place one after another, called their children, and reported safety to each other. Knowing that the academy was not only fine, but also exceptionally warm, the parents were envious and relieved. Only Ning Xiao felt unwell. Chapter 18. Hope Magic Academy. Heating status daily consumption of magic power x 1.5 times. Ning Xiao discovered that a heating buff status appeared in the daily consumption column of the academy. This is not surprising. After the temperature began to drop, all the fireplaces in the academy automatically burned. Therefore, although the trees outside were visibly frozen, the temperature in the academy remained at a pleasant 26 degrees. But this function costs money. It directly increased the daily consumption by 1.5 times. Now the maintenance cost of the academy is 225 magic power/day. That's fine. After the 6 people completed the 4-hour meditation class, Ning Xiao checked the income details. Why did the academy only receive 162 magic power? Didn't I tell you that as the student's mental strength decreases, the benefits of meditation will decrease? Yuga reminded her, and the meditation benefits brought by students with different talents are also different. This number is normal. But in this way, we will not be able to make ends meet every day. Ning Xiao lamented. Well, I can contribute a little meditation magic source. Wuga said, but I can only provide a maximum of 4 hours a day, a total of 60 points. Although Wuga is a companion magic creature of the academy, he can also be regarded as an individual with magical abilities, so it is allowed to participate in the making money cause. Similarly, you can also meditate. Wuga reminded Ning Xiao, as a principal, you should have S-level talent. This is a benefit given by the academy to novice principals. The magic continent is not as safe as the modern world where Ning Xiao lives. If a fight breaks out over a disagreement, it is not a big deal if a few people die. The principal of the magic school died in a fight outside the school. Wuga remembered that there were several such cases. This also reminded every principal that they should not only rely on their students, but also work hard. After all, it is not good to say that your students are all legendary magicians, but your principal is a magic rookie. But the main job of the principal of the magic school is to manage the school. In order to reduce the growth burden of the principals, S-level talents have become the standard for the principals, and as the school is upgraded, the number of attribute affinities of the principals can even be increased. For example, Ning Xiao chose plant affinity because she drew plant magic. After the school is upgraded, she can consume magic sources to increase other affinity attributes for herself. Compared with the students, the principal's privileges are simply cheating, but because of this, the principal's strength is not calculated in the school's strength statistics, purely to ensure the safety of the principals. How much can I provide? Let me think about it. Generally speaking, S-level can provide about 80 points of magic source in 4 hours. Hey, in this way, 302 points of magic source can be earned every day, and the income is positive. It's just that she has to spend 4 hours meditating every day, and she can't do anything else. It's not impossible. After all, in fact, this is just forcing her to play holographic Tetris for 4 hours every day. At worst, after getting tired of playing, she gritted her teeth and bought a Candy Crush version. Candy Crush is not easy to get tired of. Ning Xiao became optimistic again. Calculated in this way, we can earn a net income of 77 points of magic source every day. By the way, how much do we need to save to teleport? A little bit. Wuga said as he stepped back. How much is a little bit? Ning Xiao called out the principal's guide, ready to look for detailed records. This guide is too thick, with many words. Ning Xiao has not finished reading it yet. About 100 million points. Wuga whispered. Ning Xiao, Question mark. How much? 1 followed by 8 zeros. 100 million points. Wuge flew to the top of the cabinet in the principal's office and squatted again in the corner farthest from Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao calmly took out the mobile phone calculator. 100 million divided by 365 days. Very good. Assuming that you stay in this world for a year to accumulate magic source, you need a net income of about 274,000 magic source every day. A number that makes Ning Xiao despair now. She lay on her back on the principal's chair, motionless, pretending to be dead. Huh? Wuge saw that something was not right, so he landed on the table carefully again and took a few tentative steps towards Ning Xiao. Are you okay? I'm not hiding it from you. I'm trying to avoid hitting you. If it was just a wrong world, it would be fine. But this world is not only full of dangers, but also has a fatal restart threat to the academy. It and Ning Xiao estimated that their safety time would be about a year, and at that time Wuge calculated that this was almost an impossible task. In the history of the All-Round Magic Academy, thousands of hosts, no one has ever been able to accumulate 100 million magic sources in a year. Wuge was almost desperate, but it couldn't tell Ning Xiao that. Its mission is to assist the principals to grow and build a great magic academy. Even if it is afraid, it can only encourage. It doesn't matter, as long as we find the heroine within a year and protect her in the academy, we will have enough time to accumulate these 100 million points. Generally speaking, only the principal host died because of the failure of running the academy, and rarely the academy disappeared with the host. The academy will only return to its original state after losing the principal, waiting for the next host, and the companion magic creature will be reborn. In theory, the academy is immortal, but the accident they encountered is a situation beyond the theory. The academy will be forever ended in this world along with Ning Xiao and Wuge himself. This is the end of the academy. Wuge is actually very anxious every day, but it tries not to show it. It is a magical creature that is so desperate. How scared must the host be? It has to be strong, become the host's support, and help her find a solution. A hand touched Wuge's head. The smooth wood doesn't feel as good as real feathers, but the little head is still cute in the palm of the hand. I know, don't worry. Completely different from what Wu Jie imagined, this host, who had not been very active in building the academy from the beginning, and was only thinking about accumulating enough points quickly to go to the magic continent as a slacker, was not panicked, but also comforted. It's only 270,000 points of magic source per day, which is not completely impossible. Ning Xiao stroked and comforted Wu Jie while thinking, besides, there is such a big variable like us. According to the character of the heroine, she should take the initiative to contact us. At that time, we will be responsible for her safety. There should be nothing in this world that can kill her again. 100 million points, it's not difficult. For some reason, Wu Ge's anxiety these days was released when he heard the host say this. Ning Xiao, Wu Jie called her name. Aren't you worried or afraid at all? Ning Xiao sighed, turned the screen of the phone, and showed Wu Jie the tragedy outside. Compared to them, what do I have to be afraid of? I had only read about it in novels before, and the imagination brought by words is limited. Now that I am in this world, and see the real natural disaster scene, Ning Xiao is somewhat touched. Before today, Ning Xiao felt that this world had little to do with her. But after today, she has to establish a connection with this world. If you want to earn 100 million magic sources, the academy must not only not hide from the world, but also expand. Compared to this seemingly difficult goal, not being able to continue lying flat is actually more of a headache for Ning Xiao. But she is a person who will resolutely execute a goal once it is determined. Just like in order to become the physical education teacher of her dreams, she has been working hard to exercise since elementary school, and has never missed a day, laying a good foundation for herself. Let's go! Ning Xiao stood up and stretched. Let's go see how my students are doing now. Chapter 19. Of course, the students were not in a good condition. Because today was the end of the world in the prophecy, everyone was somewhat absent-minded during the morning meditation class. It was just that magic was very novel, which made them forget their worries for a while. But as time approached afternoon, the students' minds began to float again. Perhaps considering that today was the first day of school, or perhaps because of everyone's concern for the fate of Dong-O, the principal only arranged for them to clean the school after the meditation class, and did not have other classes. Yes, cleaning the school, it is said that this is also learned from the schools in this world, called duty students and general cleaning systems. The 6 people simply divided the work, clearly defined the areas of responsibility, and took the magic rags and brooms to clean the school, which was actually quite clean. Although they still had to do it themselves, The magic rags and brooms could clean themselves, and they would automatically return to their positions after use. This made cleaning time less boring. The 6 people finished their work quickly, and then gathered together in the lounge on the second floor. They first introduced themselves briefly, especially when Rui, who arrived last. She had not seen the 3 boys before, and was still a little unfamiliar with each other. To be precise, among the 6 people, only the fat boy Wang Fatsai was a self-familiar student. After he asked everyone for help, and successfully left hundreds of photos on his mobile phone, he became the popular king in the class. The fat boy generously contributed his traffic, and pad for everyone to wait for the news together. Then, they waited together until the rusty sun blinked. When they found that the light was getting darker, several people were a little surprised. They gathered at the window, and soon saw ice flowers condensing on the glass with their own eyes. The ice flowers melted quickly again. Because flames burst out in the lounge, the fireplace automatically burned. Then, there was a crashing sound from outside the window, and hail hit the trees. The magic school stood in the mountains and forests, but it was invisible. The students had confirmed this after a simple exploration. But this invisibility did not affect looking out from the school. There was a radius of about 100 meters around the school tower, which also belonged to the school territory. At this time, everyone saw the trees outside the school area being smashed to pieces across this 100 meters. As for the school itself, it seemed that there was an invisible protective shield that blocked all the hail outside, and it was not affected by the abnormal climate at all. You watched the news. Then, the fat man invited everyone to go online together. The originally peaceful and harmonious social platform completely changed its face after refreshing, and there were help messages everywhere. Videos of accidents were exposed, and pictures of help were pushed to their homepages. On the tablet, Dalno News began to urgently broadcast news about the extreme cold disaster. The familiar world became strange in an instant. But except for a little ice, the school seemed to have no impact, and the years were still peaceful. The students knew that this was just an illusion. They lowered their heads with heavy hearts and began to contact the people they cared about with their mobile phones. All the people who should be notified have been notified. Nothing should happen, right? When Ning Xiao and Wu Jie stepped into the lounge, they only felt a heavy feeling coming at them. The 6 people occupied a corner, constantly swiping their phones, and their expressions were not very good. The little fat man even had tears on his face, and it was obvious that he had received bad news. The principal's handbook flew around and automatically turned to the list of students in school interface, reminding Ning Xiao that there was an emergency. All your students are in a pessimistic state, and all magic learning effects are reduced by 50% in this state. As expected. Although she didn't finish reading this broken manual, Ning Xiao still tried to read it, so she didn't need Wu Jie to explain that this was a special event that triggered the academy. This is a very important part of the student training process. As the academy life unfolds, students will experience various emergencies and trigger different states. These states are good and bad. Some don't need to be dealt with, and some, if left alone. For example, obsession with black magic may eventually lead to disastrous results. The state of pessimism is more ambiguous. Students may recover on their own, or they may never recover from it. Its negative effect is that it will reduce learning efficiency. In other words, it will also lead to a decline in meditation income. Ning Xiao is not happy that her students are always immersed in this state. So she came prepared. Clap, clap, she clapped her hands, calling the attention of everyone in the lounge. Everyone was awakened from their low mood, and when they saw the principal coming, they immediately stood up and greeted politely. When Rui also secretly greeted Mr. Wuga on the principal's shoulder. Starting tomorrow, we will officially start the course Plant Magic. Before that, I hope you can all learn to preview. Ning Xiao looked like he didn't notice that everyone was in a bad mood, and said seriously, "This is up to you." She waved her hand, and 2 pots of flowers flew out from the darkness behind her. The white flowers turned lightly in her hand, and then she threw them casually, and the 2 pots of flowers swayed and flew to the boys and girls respectively. The students looked at the flowers curiously. The 3 layers of petals stretched lazily, revealing several slender stamens that seemed transparent in the center of the flower, and the silver-white light mist with a hazy filter slowly flowed around the stamens, giving people a mysterious and boundless feeling. This is undoubtedly a magical flower that does not exist in their world. Its name and use are in your textbooks. I hope you can prepare the alchemical materials needed on page 33 before the formal class tomorrow afternoon. It sounds like a difficult task, and the students cheered up and said they would work hard to complete it. Then don't forget to eat dinner on time. Ning Xiao gave a final reminder, and left the lounge with a brisk pace just like when he came. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But then, they wanted to smile bitterly again. Only at this moment did they feel that this beautiful principal was indeed not from this world. Such a big thing happened in Dongho, and so many people died, but the principal acted so calmly. They could not find a trace of sadness for the end of the world on her face. She even gave them homework for preparation. Damn, they had to do homework even when learning magic. It sounds very emo. But the amazing thing is that this kind of task on them actually saved everyone's mood from depression a little. They all went to get textbooks, and soon found the introduction of this magic flower in the first chapter. The magic flower. It has the effect of stimulating the magic potential of objects around it, especially in plants. Depending on the object of action, the magic time required is also different. It can work automatically without consuming magic power. It is the starting flower of plant magic. It is a must-have for beginners. It is recommended that all plant magicians cultivate this flower in large quantities. Cultivation method, blah blah blah. Good news, the textbook introduces the magic flower in great detail, and even the corresponding pictures can be enlarged, reduced, and the observation angle can be changed, so that magicians can better grasp the details of this flower. Bad news, in order to collect alchemical materials with it, they have to go out and weed. Chapter 20. The students worked until after 12 o'clock in the morning to gather their materials, and fell asleep exhausted. It stands to reason that they couldn't sleep on such a special day, but the school beds were so magical that they closed their eyes, and opened them again, and it was another energetic day. When Mujua woke up from the bed, he almost forgot about the natural disaster. It was only when he saw the trees leaning to the left and right outside the window that he returned to his emo state. He brushed his teeth and washed his face while checking the news online. First of all, it's about the temperature. Dongzhou is a relatively southern continent with a warm climate. Yesterday's temperature of -40 degrees Celsius put Dongzhou's urban heating system through a great challenge. Although many people who were worried about the end of the world stockpiled supplies in advance because of the previous rust day, not many people thought that this doomsday would be an extremely cold natural disaster. For many families, the only way to keep warm is with electrical appliances such as air conditioners. However, people soon discovered that at such low temperatures, many air conditioners in Dongzhou could not work at all, and many air conditioner outdoor units were frozen. The few working air conditioners could not bring much warmth at all. Many people relied on electric blankets, electric hot water bottles, heaters, and lucky heat packs, plus thick clothes and quilts to get through the night. Even so, their hands and feet were numb from the cold, and many people caught a cold in the morning. They were lucky. Last night, many places in Dongzhou suffered a major power outage because the hail destroyed the circuit system. Although the maintenance personnel braved the low temperature to carry out emergency repairs after the hail stopped at night, there were still many areas where power supply had not been restored. Many people, especially the elderly and patients with diseases, froze to death at home. Not to mention the disaster brought to people who went out by yesterday's hailstorm. Now Dongzhou is full of cries and corpses, and there is no way to clean them up. The municipal government is first rushing to restore electricity, network and transportation. Civil servants and community personnel took the lead in taking to the streets, silently cleaning the main roads with shovels, and many residents also joined in, just to resume normal life as soon as possible. However, returning to normal life is just a luxury. This morning, the meteorological department solemnly announced that the temperature in most areas of Dongzhou has reached -45 degrees Celsius, and is still continuing to drop. No one knows how low the temperature will drop. Dongzhou News is comforting the people that the coldest temperature in the world has even reached -120 degrees Celsius, and the scientific expedition teams in the North and South Poles are working at such low temperatures. In some extremely cold places, such as some northern cities in Beizhou, people live in the severe cold of more than -40 degrees Celsius, so we must maintain confidence in extreme cold disasters. The corresponding popular science and extreme cold survival videos were quickly reposted everywhere, which somewhat stabilized the public's emotions, but supermarkets were still crowded with people and panic buying occurred. Prices soared several times in the morning, and those merchants selling heating materials became rich overnight. It was very chaotic, but the order had not collapsed, which was good news. But no one knew how long this orderly scene could last. After reading the main news, Mujwa sent messages to his parents, partner and others to confirm their safety. Thanks to his advance notification of relatives and friends who could be notified, most people were fine. The power outage happened to my partner, but luckily they had stored a lot of charcoal, and they spent the night burning charcoal. How are you doing? Finally, my partner asked half-jokingly. I'm still waiting for you to learn the fireball spell and come to me. Muzhua hesitated for a moment and said vaguely, Today is the first magic class. Is that so? You have to work hard. Anyway, I'm fine, don't worry. His partner was in a stable mood and seemed optimistic about survival, but Muzhua was worried. He flipped through the textbook Plant Magic yesterday. Magic plants are very interesting, and some even have magical functions. For example, a giant mushroom called the bouncing mushroom has very strong elasticity, and children in the magic world like to use it as a trampoline. But what role do these plants play in surviving natural disasters? At least when Muzhua thought of the disasters happening outside, he felt a sense of helplessness and frustration. However, his magic journey has just begun, so there is no need to be so pessimistic for the time being. He shook his head, temporarily putting aside the negative emotions brought by the various disaster scenes, and after having breakfast with his classmates, he went to the classroom to prepare for class. Ning Xiao specially arranged today's plant magic class in the morning. At 9 o'clock, she appeared in the classroom on time. First, she checked the students' homework one by one. They all completed the magic in the materials in advance according to the textbook. The process is actually quite simple. Just put the magic in the flowers, and the materials to be infused together. When the materials mutate, it means that the magic is complete. For example, the magic petals they need to use today are made of the magic flowers and plants they found temporarily in the forest. Not all petals will mutate, but overall each flower can have 1 to 3 petals mutated, so the efficiency is very high. You did a good job. Ning Xiao nodded with satisfaction, and then she put a glimmering glass jar on the podium. This is the plant alchemy table we will use today, and we will use it to make the magic flower on page 33 today. Ice Lotus. She walked down the podium and walked through the students. You should have already previewed it, so who can demonstrate how to make it? The students were stunned. Wait, did we miss an episode? How did it jump to our production demonstration? They looked at the principal with puzzled eyes, and found that she was not joking at all. She was scanning everyone present one by one with the eyes of a teacher when calling the roll in class. So, the fear of being dominated by the roll awakened everyone's nightmare memories of the classroom. Everyone lowered their heads and began to reduce their presence by avoiding the principal's gaze. In the crowd, Muzhua suddenly had a bad feeling. He pretended to turn the pages of the textbook and not look at the principal, but the voice still rang in his ears. Muzhua, come on. The white and slender fingers even knocked on his desk, signaling him to go on stage. Muzhua heard that others all breathed a sigh of relief. Principal, I haven't practiced before. It doesn't matter, everyone has a first time, and I won't blame you if you fail. This was impossible to refuse. He took a deep breath, walked to the podium with his head held high, and then quickly calmed down and began to recall. At this time, you have to thank the magic textbook for being different from ordinary textbooks. The pictures are not only dynamic, but can also demonstrate the alchemy process. Double-clicking can even travel to the picture scene. Yes, it is similar to the illusionary crossing that I have seen before. When Muzhua was preparing yesterday, he carefully observed the alchemy process of the magician in the textbook. He wrote down the whole process. He picked up the materials he had prepared, including the kettle that the principal had thoughtfully placed aside. Then, his professional qualities as a host came into play, and he began to operate and explain subconsciously. First, add 500 milliliters of pure water. Chapter 21. After starting to tell the story, Muzhua naturally entered a situation that can be called working state. The formula of the Ice Lotus is blue magic petals x2, white magic petals x2, magic leaves x4, and any flowering plant that is not magic. He subconsciously showed all the materials, realized that there was no camera in front of his partner, paused, and continued naturally. After putting the water, we will throw these materials in one by one, pay attention to the order. The petals and leaves were carefully put in one by one, and fell into the water and floated quietly. Then, Muzhua picked up the alchemy stick beside him, and began to stir. Stir slowly clockwise to let the materials enter the magic vortex. Here we need to use our magic perception. Focus on the alchemy stick until we find the magic energy. This completely reproduced the scene in the textbook, but in the illusion of the textbook, he was just a bystander, and had no concept of the so-called magic energy. And at this time, the test for him officially began. Muzhua began to try to capture the so-called magic energy. Because he was a novice, the process was not smooth. He fiddled with the alchemy stick in the glass jar for a long time. There was a vortex, but he didn't feel anything for a long time. The classroom was very quiet, and fine beads of sweat appeared on Mu Shua's nose. At this moment, the principal's voice sounded in his ears. Use your imagination to perceive it. For example, you can imagine this energy as a white galaxy. When you touch it, your alchemy stick will feel a gravity. Mu Shua began to imagine, and soon, he even felt that he really saw a white galaxy in the vortex. The alchemy stick touched it lightly, and this time, he really felt a heavy thing entangled with it. Mu Shua breathed a sigh of relief. After capturing this magical energy, guide its operation according to the alchemical trajectory. This trajectory is relatively simple, and it is an infinite symbol. The alchemical system of plant magic is indeed simple. At least in the first few steps, there is little possibility of failure. The only difficulty lies in the alchemical trajectory. Magic energy is very slippery. It takes certain skills to control it to operate according to the will of the magician. Fortunately, Mu Shua is a young man who loves to play games. After several failures, he found that operating magic energy is a bit like fishing in some farming games. You need to use the mouse to control the up and down movement of the float to keep the fish from getting off the hook, and the alchemical rod is equivalent to his mouse. Mu Shua quickly mastered the speed of moving the alchemical rod, and then an infinite symbol gradually took shape under his hand. His attention was highly concentrated, and just when he was about to complete this symbol, he suddenly felt a strong sense of fatigue. Seeing that the alchemical rod was about to shake off the trajectory, a hand stretched out from the side, holding his arm, helping him stabilize the last section of the trajectory. The Milky Way drew a beautiful infinity in his vision. Mu Shua looked at the principal, who helped him at the critical moment with gratitude, and then continued the subsequent steps. After confirming that the magic power is flowing successfully, stopped stirring. The last step, he picked up the flowering plant beside him. Throw the original flower in. He prepared a yellow unknown flower, and as the voice fell, the flower fell into the center of the rotating water. Then, something magical happened. The water flow rotated faster and faster, gradually forming an obvious vortex, for magic petals, for magic leaves, and the yellow wild flower were engulfed by the vortex, spinning so fast that it was almost invisible. As if a storm was happening, the glass water tank was shaken, and the frequency made people feel that it would explode in the next second. The shaking soon reached the peak, and then, splash, the water flow rose high like a tornado, and then fell rapidly. Mu Shua subconsciously hid back. The book said that this part might fail. If it failed, the water flow would splash, so if you don't want to be splashed, you better be careful. However, the splash did not happen. The glass tank returned to tranquility, all the water disappeared, and a blue magic flower quietly appeared at the bottom of the tank. Success? As the person who refined this flower, Mu Shua was stunned. Clap! There was applause from the side. It was Principal Wuman. She looked at Mu Shua with approval. Very good, successful at one time. Other students also applauded. After the applause stopped, Principal Wuman added, your explanation was also very good. It can be seen that you prepared very seriously, so you will be given an extra credit for this class. Credits? Several students looked puzzled. The relevant rules are updated in your student handbook. Ning Xiao smiled and said, our school adopts a credit system. Assessments are conducted every half a month. Students who do not meet the passing score will be expelled. The students' expressions became solemn. There are many ways to get credits. You can check this after class. Ning Xiao asked Mu Shua to return to his seat, and then announced the second explosive news. In addition, future classes will also be led by you. You will come up to give lectures in order of student numbers. Today is student number 001 Mu Shua. Tomorrow. She looked at the girl in the audience. It's you, Lu Jiayun, number 002. I will send you the course content in advance. I hope the lecturer can be fully prepared like today. This is also a way for you to get credits. She added with a guilty conscience. The excellent students in our school all learn this way. So, although they were confused by the news, the aboriginal students quickly accepted this setting. Come to think of it, magic textbooks are powerful and very suitable for self-study. Magicians and nobles are very busy and have high status. Few people have the patience to teach students. So it's not surprising that magic apprentices set up self-help classes. Wuge, who was squatting at the back of the classroom meditating and trying to earn magic power while accompanying Ning Xiao in class, could not hear the students' voices. If he had heard them, he would have loudly exposed them. No, our Magic Academy does not have the tradition of self-help classes. This is purely because your principal is a lazy guy. Of course, if you don't understand anything, you can always come to the principal's office to ask me. After Ning Xiao finished speaking, he took out the freshly refined ice lotus from the glass jar, and put it into the glass bottle prepared in advance. So, is there anyone who can tell me the function of the ice lotus? This time, the fat boy Wang Fatsai actively raised his hand. Ning Xiao was a little surprised and motioned him to stand up and answer. This is a basic production flower that can produce magic power in a low-temperature environment. The fat boy answered loudly, and he even added his own understanding. The energy-producing flower can be understood as a generator, which can generate energy such as magic power to supply other functional plants or magic items that need magic power to operate. Not bad, I give you one credit. As soon as Ning Xiao finished speaking, the little fat boy's eyes lit up immediately, and he looked very proud, and he glanced at Mu Zhua as if he didn't mean to. Next, let's test whether this flower can work normally. Ning Xiao picked up the flower, and the classroom door opened automatically. She motioned the students to follow, go outside. So, a group of people went downstairs and came to the outside of the school tower. As soon as they stood still, Ning Xiao threw the bottle of magic flower to Mu Zhua and motioned him to go out of the school. Go and try it. Mu Zhua was stunned. But he didn't hesitate much, holding the bottle, and stepped out of the circle. The school was warm, but outside the school was minus 45 degrees Celsius. Although the school uniform on his body had a certain warming effect, it was still unable to resist the cold. Mu Zhua was ready to be frozen. But when he stood outside the circle, something unexpected happened. Mu Zhua's heart skipped a beat, and an incredible expression appeared on his face. What is this? Chapter 22. He did feel the cold. However, the coldness lasted for less than 3 seconds before it was replaced by the warmth from his hand. Mu Zhua lowered his head and stared at the flower in the vase in his hand. The blue flower was faintly smooth and seemed to be performing some invisible magic. After a pause, he suddenly realized something. In the surprised eyes of everyone, he put the flower on the ground and began to step back. After retreating to a range of about 1 meter, his step stopped, and he continued to retreat to about 2 meters before stopping. So that's it. Rather than saying that this flower produces magic power at low temperatures, it is better to say that it consumes low temperatures to produce magic power. Mu Zhua quickly figured out the reason. Although magic is magical, it does not mean that it can exist out of thin air. It must also follow some invisible law of conservation of energy. The ice lotus uses low temperature to exchange for magic power, and the temperature will rise as a result. This is reasonable, otherwise wouldn't it become a perpetual motion flower? Its working range is about 1 meter, and the temperature will drop sharply afterwards. At about 2 meters, its side effects will not be felt at all. But this is enough. Mu Zhua did nothing, just held it, and his whole body was warm, no different from the temperature in the academy. What does this mean? This means that he seriously underestimated the role of magic plants. He looked in the direction of the principal with some awe. He always thought that he had to study hard and practice hard to become a powerful magician before he could fight against natural disasters. But in fact, in the eyes of the principal of the magic world, this kind of natural disaster is not a big deal at all, right? Look, a random low-level magic flower in the textbook can solve the problem of extreme cold that they are helpless. What is the difference between this and clearing the game at the beginning? His understanding and imagination of magic are too far away from the real magic world. Mu Zhua calmed down and handed the flower to the next person in the puzzled eyes of everyone. You try it. Personal experience is much more intuitive than listening to him. So a few minutes later, all the students in the magic school showed a bit of sluggish expression. Ning Xiao pretended not to notice that their eyes looked at her more in awe, and announced naturally, today's homework, everyone needs to make an ice lotus and submit a research report on its characteristics within this week. Okay, get out of class is over. Her figure turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared in front of everyone. But the students did not leave. The girl named Lu Jiayan raised her own question. Wait a minute, does this mean that if we plant the ice lotus all over Dongou? She took a deep breath and said, the extreme cold disaster is over? Everyone nodded and shook their heads. Don't be too happy too soon. We don't know how long this flower can last, whether it can provide this level of warmth no matter how low the temperature is, and whether there will be other side effects. The one who spoke was the always calm Yuran, and low temperature is only one of the problems. It is not clear whether there will be hail and rain or other meteorological disasters next. But this is a good start. When Rui continued with a shining look, at least I suddenly feel that the end of the world is not so terrible. This confidence comes not only from the academy, but also from themselves. It turns out that magic is so simple and so powerful. Everyone feels that the end of the world is not so scary. Ning Xiao used the academy's teleport to quickly return to the office. As expected, she saw that the student's pessimistic debuff disappeared on the student list page. Although this cost her another sum of magic source. Well, this magic source is used to ripen 3 magic flowers. Even if the magic farm has a bonus for plant growth, it takes at least 2 weeks to cultivate magic flowers. In the original teaching plan, magic alchemy was also a course content 2 weeks later. But there is no way. Compared with the consumption of magic source to ripen the magic flowers, the 2-week debuff will cause greater losses to the academy. Money should be spent when it is time. As for why it is 3 flowers, of course Ning Xiao prepared it for herself. Although she seems to be at ease, Ning Xiao actually started to learn plant magic by herself before the students. If the students are lucky enough to enter her dormitory, they will find that it is full of various plants that are being enchanted. Before teaching her students, Ning Xiao planned to teach herself first. For example, she planned to make all the magic plants that can be made in the textbook Plant Magic as quickly as possible. The textbook was very good, and the textbook version she had was more detailed than the student version, but because there were too many magic plants and the space was limited, many details were not in the textbook. For example, the existence of the ice lotus, which could be called a bug in extreme cold, was written very briefly and perfunctorily in the textbook. After all, the magic continent was not troubled by extreme cold, and only cared about whether it was sufficient to continuously produce magic power as a production plant. Yes, the textbook actually gave a very low evaluation of the ice lotus, because it lacked the conditions to provide it with a continuous low temperature, which made it seem useless. Ning Xiao realized the existence of side effects from this evaluation. After the experiment, she determined that this flower was an important magical plant at the strategic level. Of course, she decided to give more detailed data and functions to the students to study. What she had to do was to consider the general direction. For example, spending money. Gah, you still want to spend magic source? Wuga was shocked. Once it goes bankrupt, the academy will be finished, you have to save money. The debuff disappeared, and the academy currently expects a daily net income of 77 magic sources. No matter what Ning Xiao plans to add to the academy, this income will easily become negative. Money is not saved. Ning Xiao said, as he opened the principal's guide, and pulled out the loose leaf map inside. The map is centered on the academy, and shows the surrounding environment. Ning Xiao zoomed it out, then took a pen and drew a circle on the map. What is this? The initial expansion area of the academy. Yuga was shocked. He looked down at the map again. This circle expanded the academy several times, even including the small hotel where the parents were staying. Do you know how much magic power it takes to maintain such a large area? Yuga suspected Ning Xiao was crazy. Why do you count this area as part of the academy? Ning Xiao continued to mark on the map carelessly, I just need land. What do you mean? It means? Ning Xiao drew a straight line in each of the 4 directions of east, south, west and north. If you want to be rich, build roads first. Chapter 23. There are 3 main ways to accumulate magic source. The simplest one is to expand enrollment. The more students there are, the higher the benefits of meditation will be. But enrollment is not just about admitting people to the academy. The upper limit of the number of students that the academy can accommodate is limited by the number of dormitories and classrooms. This is only the most basic requirement. Other issues that must be considered are the supply of materials such as water. Moreover, the current situation is special. Not only do the students have corresponding needs, but the relatives who follow them also need them. Ning Xiao is not so unkind. If she really doesn't care about the lives of her relatives, the students will give you a negative status in a minute. If she wants to expand enrollment, she must consider the accommodation and life of the indigenous people. In other words, because of the changes in the world caused by natural disasters, this is not a school management game at all, but more like a survival farming game. Then you must plan the land well and build various facilities. There are 2 modes of building in the Magic Academy. One is the very magical consumption of magic source to summon the corresponding building, and the other is the DIY construction mode. Ning Xiao is of course considering the latter. In DIY mode, she can first use roads to enclose the school land that will be used in the future. The roads of the magic school belong to the school, but they consume very little magic source. A dirt road of about 1 kilometer only requires 10 magic source points, and maintenance costs 1 point per day. The problem with being so cheap is that it is simple. This kind of dirt road is equivalent to just expropriating land, and does not include the actual construction of the road. It takes manpower to really clear it. Ning Xiao calculated that the natives in the hotel had nothing to do anyway, so they might as well come to work for her. Are you so sure they will work for you for free? Wuge asked suspiciously after hearing that Ning Xiao did not intend to pay any wages. Why not? They have to go on the road too. After thinking for a while, Ning Xiao added, at least, the parents have to go, right? Chen Hao was in a bad mood. Early in the morning, he woke up from the floor of the hall with back pain and found that his mobile phone was out of power. The charging cable was in the dormitory, but his dormitory was occupied by a group of stupid birds. He tried to open the door to see, but the sound of flapping wings in the room made his scalp numb, so he had to give up the fight back to the room temporarily and borrow the charging cable from a colleague. But this was not the most annoying thing for him. What really made him want to curse was that this broken end of the world really came. When the hail rain fell from the sky, Chen Hao was really stunned, and at the same time, he felt a sense of creepiness. What's wrong with those people? How did they know there would be an extreme cold disaster? Can such a thing be predicted? Although something strange happened on the mountain, Chen Hao observed that those tourists looked like ordinary people. He pretended to be curious and talked about this with his colleagues in private. As a result, they either thought that these people just believed the rumors on the internet and guessed it was right, or they thought that these people might have some inside information that ordinary people don't know. Shaoli, who likes to read online novels when he has nothing to do, swore, "We are fine thanks to them. These people are definitely thighs. We have to hold on tight." Everyone agreed, and looked at the eyes of several tourists with a hint of respect. Chen Hao just felt that their brains were broken. No wonder they could only be small staff members of the scenic spot with little salary. Privately, Chen Hao secretly paid attention to how much supplies this group of tourists bought, especially food. Preliminary estimates show that it is enough for all the current people in the hotel to support 2 or 3 months. This is not a small amount. There are currently 6 tourists in the hotel and 10 employees in the scenic area, which adds up to a total of 16 adults. But can this natural disaster end in 2 or 3 months? Chen Hao has a vague premonition that is not optimistic. He feels that the world is going to be in chaos. While his colleagues were optimistically discussing when the road would be open and the daily order would be restored, he was thinking about where to get some self-defense supplies. And he had to rely on the real thigh as soon as possible. The thigh here naturally refers to his boss. The other party had been in the police station, allegedly because of murder, but the big boss behind him quickly found a way to get the person out, and the actual sentence was not heavy. This is called capable. If people like him want to stand out and live comfortably, they have to follow the wolf, not the sheep. Chen Hao felt that no matter what the origins of this group of tourists were, they were just sheep, and their temperament of following the rules was too obvious. But for now, he had to pretend to be a sheep before the boss gave him further instructions. He wiped his face, put on a smile, and went to find a few tourists to continue to make friends. The people were easy to find. They were gathered at the door and whispering something. Chen Hao had a hunch that something was wrong, so he pretended to pass by casually and wanted to eavesdrop. As a result, he was caught just as he approached. Among them, the fat boss named Wang turned his head and saw him, and waved happily. "Xiao Chen, I just wanted to find you." "Brother Wang, why are you all outside? Aren't you cold?" Chen Hao put on a smiling face. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Well, are you interested in making some extra money?" "Extra money?" "Yes, repair the road." This answer made Chen Hao look confused. He thought for a while and asked, "Do you mean the way down the mountain?" The road was destroyed by hail, which was the first thing everyone discovered in the morning. Originally, this unpopular scenic spot was for tourists to climb the mountain and take pictures. The infrastructure was relatively simple, and the road surface was not very wide. But now, the accumulated hail on the trail has become an uneven ice road, and the broken tree trunks on both sides are lying on it, making it difficult to find a safe place to stand. This has caused the hotel to be trapped. When chatting in the morning, everyone was talking about clearing the road first, and the hotel owner was looking for tools at this moment. Although it was tempting for tourists to ask for money to let them repair the road, Chen Hao still told the truth. "Don't worry, our scenic spot has arranged staff to clean the road." Who knew that the fat boss shook his head and raised his hand to point to the mountain. "No, I mean the way up the mountain." Chen Hao, "Look, it's this road." The fat boss handed over a map of the scenic area. On the map, a straight mountain road was outlined with a red marker, most of which overlapped with the original road in the scenic area. Chen Hao realized something, swallowed his saliva and asked, "Is there anything on the mountain?" He thought this group of people would not answer, but the fat boss said straightforwardly, "Our children go to school on the mountain." Chen Hao, ? "No, can you make up a more reliable one? Where is the school on this mountain?" "It's a magic school." The fat boss said, proudly puffing up his chest. Even more outrageous. The school principal has agreed to build a road between the hotel and the school to facilitate our parents to visit the academy. Hey, she also gave us this to keep warm while the road is being built. The fat boss said, taking out a bottle from his sleeve. In the bottle, there was a blue flower that I had never seen before. Chen Hao took the bottle in confusion, and the next second, his pupils trembled. Chapter 24. Oh my god, this is obviously a flower. How can it be hot? It's too warm. It's not cold outside. With this thing, why are you afraid of extreme cold? How much is this thing? Can we buy it? At the entrance of the hotel, the employees of the scenic spot gathered around the bottled ice lotus, chattering excitedly. It can't be sold. It's from the academy. As the one who paid, Wang Fugue said happily, how about it? With this thing, you won't feel cold when working. This road is about 1.5 kilometers, and the total wages are 10,000 yuan. Do you want to do it? A group of people murmured for a while, and finally, Chen Hao, as a representative, stood up and expressed his position. We will do it, but we don't want money. Can you help ask the academy later if this flower can be exchanged? Money or other things, just ask. His smile was actually a little stiff, and his heart was beating. He didn't believe what the Magic Academy said, but he couldn't explain what was going on with this flower. In his opinion, this thing was more outrageous than a natural disaster. Because of this absurdity, Chen Hao didn't dare to underestimate this group of people. Now he just prayed that his previous little tricks were not seen by this group of people. The parents discussed for a while, and finally Wang Fugue nodded. Okay, help you ask. He looked very straightforward, which made people feel that this magical thing was not a big deal in their eyes. The employees exchanged glances with each other, and they became more and more certain of the idea of hugging thighs. Originally, the parents also wanted to clear the road of the scenic area, so it was natural for them to do some work. If they didn't try to show goodwill at this time, they would be fools. So, the male employees divided into 3 groups of 2, carrying exactly 3 bottles of magic flowers, and actively went up the mountain to clean the road. Seeing the enthusiastic cooperation of the scenic spot staff, the parents quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The letter from the school principal was delivered by the puppet crow at almost noon. There was also a road map with the letter. At first, they thought something had happened, such as not allowing them to stay at the foot of the mountain. The parents were very nervous for a while. After reading the letter, they found that the principal acquiesced to their existence and planned to build a road to connect to the hotel. They were all very surprised. Although it was not very magical to let them clear the road by themselves, the 3 bottles of magic flowers attached were very magical. Realizing what this thing meant, the parents' hanging hearts were also put down for the most part, and they felt that the decision to send their children to the school was right. In order to actively respond to the principal's request, they immediately started to act. In fact, they could do it themselves, but how to say it, there were only 6 of them, 3 of whom were women, and the efficiency would not be too high. Secondly, they all left the hotel, and they were not very reassured. So many supplies are left in the hotel, and they are so few in number. Who knows if the scenic area staff will have any bad intentions? In fact, this worry was there when the natural disaster struck, but everyone tacitly did not say it out loud, but they would consciously go together and never be alone. We must be on guard against others. They have been worrying about how to deal with man-made disasters, and they are also quietly observing everyone in the hotel. Who knows that the school has taken the initiative to show its existence before the crisis? The parents understand that the school dares to build a road to the hotel because it is not afraid of being known. In this case, they can completely use the power of the school to intimidate the employees of the scenic area. The sooner this is done, the better the effect. After all, once there is a disagreement, the trust between each other will decrease and cooperation will become difficult. Fortunately, the principal gave them a big surprise in time. The 6 people stayed in the hotel and did not rest. They all had work to do. Wang Fugue and his wife also cooked ginger tea for the scenic spot employees to drink, and the relationship between them became more harmonious. Perhaps because they wanted to show their efforts, the scenic spot employees were quite efficient. They were busy until about 6 or 7 in the evening and cleared the road. A group of people had hot pot together to celebrate, and then the parents became a little absent-minded. What they did not tell the scenic spot employees was that the principal said in the letter that after the road was cleared, the school would use magic to determine the road. But what does determine mean? Old Zhong, what did the leader say? Outside the house, the lame old Joe, who was addicted to smoking, lit a cigarette for the hotel owner, holding the magic flower that continuously emitted warmth, and asked, "What else can I say?" Protect the safety of the scenic spot. Zhong Weiwu, that is, the hotel owner, answered irritably. Is he coming back? Zhong Weiwu glanced at Lao Qiao, who had worked in the scenic area for more than 10 years, and was considered an old employee who knew everything about him. So he was too lazy to hide it, and said helplessly, he is trying to buy a ticket to another continent. Ah, hasn't the traffic been restored yet? He is scrambling for tickets after the restoration. You can't buy them without connections. Won't he take you with him? I can't. I heard that many rich and powerful people are scrambling for tickets. He himself may not be qualified. Zhong Weiwu actually didn't blame his leaders and relatives. When faced with a natural disaster, no one can save anyone. So the situation is more serious than expected? Lao Qiao asked. It seems so. The two were silent for a while, and finally Lao Qiao took a deep puff of cigarette and murmured, it seems that we can only stay here. Lao Qiao is a lonely man with nowhere to go. In fact, he is the calmest among the employees of the scenic spot. Those young people seem to be optimistic, but Lao Qiao has seen several of them crying privately. Those stranded in the scenic spot are basically from other places. When a natural disaster comes, no one knows whether they can reunite with their families. They are actually panicking, but fortunately, because there are many people together, no one has a breakdown. Since he doesn't plan to come back, just follow those tourists. Lao Qiao said, looking at the flowers in his hand, they are quite magical. Do you think it's magical? Zhong Weiwu's tone of questioning was a bit strange. Magic, isn't it amazing? Old Zhou looked at him strangely, and then laughed, hey, I didn't expect that I would see magic in my life. Zhong Weiwu didn't think it was magic, but he didn't dare to say it. He just looked at the mountain silently. The street lights were broken, but the sun seemed to still follow the summer working hours. It had not completely set at this time, and the cleared road could be vaguely seen. At this moment, Zhong Weiwu felt as if he had seen an illusion. He rubbed his eyes, looked again, and continued to rub. But the strange vision not only did not disappear, but became clearer and clearer. That road, it was obviously gray cement and stone. How did it turn green? The green was still spreading down from the mountain, swallowing up the original road at a very uniform speed and turning it into a new look. Noticing his abnormality, old Zhou also looked over, and then his cigarette fell to the ground. What is this? The green road surface spread closer, and the two finally saw clearly that it seemed to be green mud rolling and paving a green dirt road. Oh my god! What the hell? Old Qiao screamed. There was a thump beside him, and he turned around and saw Zhong Weiwu fell to the ground with his hands on his chest. Chapter 25. Old Zhong is a little timid. In Zhong Weiwu's room, Old Qiao said to several parents with some embarrassment, haha, I understand. Magic is sometimes beyond imagination. Wang Fugue said with a smile, it's okay as long as he is fine. When Old Qiao rushed into the hotel to call for help, everyone was really scared. Several young and old men carried him into the house. Before they could give him a quick-acting heart-saving pill, Zhong Weiwu woke up. But his face was a little pale. He was leaning on the bed, unable to speak, and gasping for breath. Although he waved his hands repeatedly to show that he was fine, his appearance was really worrying. But compared to this, what everyone couldn't understand was why he was so scared. Although after Old Qiao's explanation, they understood what happened and went to the magic greenway outside to see what was going on. But in the final analysis, it was just a road. They looked carefully for a long time and found that the dirt road extending from the school was made of green soil. Except for the strange color, there was nothing else strange. It's still cold when walking on it, but I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but I feel a little lighter, but this feeling is very slight, and I can't be sure whether it's true. In addition, this road is very flat and clean, and it doesn't seem to freeze easily. At least everyone waited for a while to see that the road surface has not changed much, which greatly reduces the chance of slipping. The staff of the scenic spot surrounded the road surface for a long time and wondered about it. They even thought of asking the school to build a road to the entrance of the scenic spot. This road is much easier to walk than their cement road. The only pity is that the road surface is only about 1 meter wide, which is not very convenient for traffic. I wonder if it can be made wider. The parents wrote down all these requests and promised to meet the principal later to talk to him. For fear that everyone would crowd in the room and affect Zhong Weiwu's rest, the people who came to comfort him soon dispersed. Wang Fugue quietly pulled Lao Qiao aside and asked, is brother Zhong really okay? I feel that he is not just scared. Well, to tell you the truth, Lao Zhong hates weird things. Lao Qiao did not hide it, and simply told the cause and effect. This also involves Zhong Weiwu's family. He grew up in a small place where superstitions such as gods and ghosts were very popular. When Zhong Weiwu was a child, he was disobedient and his parents took him to a witch to whip him, saying that it was to exorcise the ghost. Later, the whole country broke the feudal superstition, and he was finally able to escape this paying to be beaten. As a result, he fell in love with a wife in college. They were both firm materialists, but somehow, when his son was 5 years old, his wife began to believe in some strange things. At that time, his son was seriously ill, and could not be cured after going to several hospitals. His wife, who was desperate, went to find a so-called master to pray for her son. Zhong Weiwu and his wife had a quarrel, and then he became a lonely man. It can be said that his life was messed up by these unscientific things, so he was more sensitive to them than others. It's just that this sensitivity is reflected in the fact that Lao Zhong is easily frightened by these things. Lao Xiao said helplessly, he and his wife did not divorce, but lived separately. It was his wife who first proposed it, because although he opposed it fiercely, he didn't even dare to take his wife and children away. But magic is not superstition. Wang Fugui couldn't help but say, and I didn't see him being scared when he touched the magic flower. It's mainly because he suddenly saw a bizarre scene. Old Xiao said, it's okay, he'd be fine after a while. He didn't hear the discussion about Zhong Weiwu, but even if he did, he would just smile awkwardly and not stop it. Zhong Weiwu was happy to accept the label of hating superstition and being afraid of weird things, because in this way, what he was really afraid of would not be known to others. At this time, he was lying on the bed, and his mind couldn't help but recall a nightmare scene from his childhood. He had seen dead people struggling out of the soil. And that soil, in his memory, was emitting a deep green light, becoming a nightmare hidden deep in his heart. In fact, Zhong Weiwu always felt that when he was a child, he might have seen it wrong, mistaking something else for a person, or that the person was not dead at all, but was buried for some unknown reason. He was hiding in the bushes, like a frightened rabbit, not daring to move, and he has not dared to say a word for so many years. Zhong Weiwu thought that it would be better not to tell anyone what he saw that day. He was very glad that he kept his mouth shut, because many years later, he saw the face that was deeply engraved in his childhood memory again. On TV. The other party became the new deputy governor of Zhongzhou. At night, Wang Fugui and his wife squeezed into the same bed, sharing a magic flower, and they didn't even need to turn on the air conditioner. They were warm. Except for being careful not to move around and damage the flower, life seemed to have returned to the past. In fact, I understand Boss Zhong very well, Wang Fugui muttered to his wife, I'm afraid too. Who knows what that school is, and whether it has any malicious intentions. At that time, he also said that he had called 20 brothers to wait at the foot of the mountain. In fact, it was just bluffing. He did save the number of the security company manager in his mobile phone, and could hire people at any time. The parents didn't ask about this matter later, and Wang Fugui didn't feel embarrassed to explain, so he just fooled around. Wife, I'm glad you support me. He hugged his wife, and said coquettishly. Well, although he is already in his 40s, and has a successful career, he feels that he will always be the timid young boy in front of his wife, who has accompanied him to start from scratch. Wang Chunhua was quite pretty at the time, not so fat. Many people pursued her, but she chose Wang Fugui, who was a little fat at the time, from a bunch of good suitors. Wang Fugui was flattered, and later found out that he was attracted by his cooking skills. Yes, Wang Fugui was a chef before he became a restaurant owner. Now he occasionally cooks for guests himself, and his cooking skills are quite good. But he was still young and had no confidence back then. He worked honestly for others in the restaurant, and didn't dare to say anything even if he was scolded all day. It was Wang Chunhua who supported him to go out on his own and start a business to become a big boss. On the surface, Wang Fugui makes the decisions for their family, but in fact, Wang Chunhua is the mainstay. Along the way, every important decision was made by Wang Chunhua, so even though she didn't work later, and did beauty treatments with the rich wives all day, Wang Fugui took it for granted. And Wang Fugui was very proud of raising the little beauty back then into the fat woman today, and he didn't think his wife was ugly at all. It was naturally Wang Chunhua's decision to bring the child to the academy this time. Go away, it's so hot. Wang Chunhua pushed the man away and asked unhappily, is that all you want to say? Anything else? Why do you think the academy wants to build roads, and why do you want to find us parents? Don't you see anything from it? Wang Fugui pondered for a while, his eyes lit up. You mean, the academy actually wants to expand, but lacks manpower? I think that's about it. Wang Chunhua said, even if it's not the case, we should show our support. You're stupid. Wang Chunhua tapped the man's fat forehead with disdain. If you want your child to have a good life in school, how can parents not work hard? How did we get rich and walk sideways in the provincial key school? Wang Fugue was silent for a while. Oh, his stupid son got in by donating a large sum of money to the school. Even though their grades were at the bottom, they were still liked by the teachers and became class leaders. Wasn't it because they gave gifts to the teachers whenever they had nothing to do? Magic Academy, isn't it also an academy? I understand, wife. He kissed Wang Chunhua's cheek hard. I go to the academy tomorrow to see if the principal needs our help. Chapter 26. The next day, Wang Fugue found some free time in the afternoon and quietly went to the magic school. It was the first time for him to enter the school alone. Under the guidance of the crow statue, he successfully entered the third floor and knocked on the door of the principal's office. Please come in. The principal's voice came from inside the door. Wang Fugue raised his most friendly smile and pushed open the door. Hello, principal I am. The greeting was stuck at the beginning. There was not only the principal in the room, but also 3 acquaintances. Mu Ziyuan, Yu Ziqing and Fang Huilan. Since you have agreed to visit today, why don't you come together? The principal smiled and asked Wang Fugue to sit on the sofa. No, we didn't agree at all. Originally, I thought that I had to do it secretly to show my goodwill to the principal. Wang Fugue even found his wife to cover him and sneaked out. Who would have thought that other parents were there? Why didn't you say anything? A bunch of scheming ghosts. So what do you want? The principal asked kindly. Wang Fugue felt that other people must have the same idea as him, so he didn't hide it and asked with a smile, I want to ask, is there anything that needs donations or help in the school? The children go to school here, and you don't charge tuition. We are very grateful as parents and hope to make some contributions to the school. After he finished speaking, the other people cast strange looks at him, and Wang Fugue looked back at them with a puzzled look. Ah, speaking of this, there is indeed. Just then, the principal sighed. Since I plan to stay in your world for a while to teach children magic, I feel that the current scale of the school may not be enough. The parents' eyes lit up. According to the principal, the academy really plans to expand. Well, they didn't mean to dislike the academy's small size. Although seriously speaking, the current academy is more like an extracurricular tutoring class than a school, which is indeed a bit shabby, but the magic attribute alone is enough to kill everything in seconds. However, since they have interests tied to the academy, they naturally hope that the academy will get better and better. With its current small scale, they are quite worried about whether they can live in peace in the end times. In particular, there are too few people in the academy, which will be very inconvenient to do things. What do you think we need to do? Wang Fugue asked hurriedly. First, we need to open a botanical garden. The principal sighed. The children are learning plant magic recently, and they need a lot of plants as alchemy materials. Ah! Seeing that the parents didn't understand, the principal took out a tablet and clicked to play the video. This is plant alchemy. The video was a classroom scene recorded by Wuga. The parents squeezed together and watched the process of magic alchemy twice with modern technology. Originally, your world is not short of plants, but because of the extreme cold, many plants have frozen to death. The children have spent a lot of time exploring the forest these 2 days to find materials. Although Ning Xiao prepared some plants to be placed indoors, it is obviously not enough to supply everyone in the school for long-term use. Dongzhou, a large province with a high vegetation coverage rate, has now been turned into ice and snow by the extreme cold, and the advantages of plants have disappeared all of a sudden. However, the people of Dongzhou are very good at planting. After thinking about it, Ning Xiao decided to hand over the task of collecting materials to the parents. Otherwise, the efficiency is too low. Magicians have different levels. Skillful use of magic can speed up the upgrade of magicians, and upgrades can allow magicians to use more advanced magic and provide more magic sources in meditation. At this stage, it is more efficient to let students upgrade quickly to accelerate the accumulation of wealth in the academy than to expand enrollment. Therefore, it is necessary to collect a large number of alchemical materials. Do you want us to plant some flowers and plants? Yu Ziqing said, yes, but you may need to provide heating magic plants, such as ice lotus, to keep the planting area warm. Parents are also considering farming. Before the extreme cold, they made simple protection for the small open-air fields behind the hotel, but a hailstorm still destroyed the entire farmland. Originally, they were considering building a small greenhouse, but the plan was still under study. Unexpectedly, the principal also raised the corresponding demand. Although the principal was not referring to growing vegetables. That's no problem. The children will focus on refining the ice lotus recently. Ning Xiao replied. In fact, she also assigned corresponding credit tasks, but there is actually a simpler way to do this botanical garden. When you came to the academy, you walked on the magic dirt road, right? The parents nodded. This kind of magic soil is easy to grow some flowers and plants. Ning Xiao smiled. The principal's guidebook describes this kind of elementary road as follows. Magic dirt road, formed by soil containing a little magic power. Walking on it has 1.2 times the walking speed. Although the laying cost is low, it has the characteristics of easy growth of common plants such as wild flowers and weeds, and needs regular maintenance. According to Wuge, this kind of road is usually used more when the academy is poor, because it is easy to grow wild flowers and weeds, which is very annoying. If no one walks on it for a period of time, the road will disappear. However, this feature made Ning Xiao's eyes light up. Wildflowers and weeds? This is what the academy lacks. Dirt roads cannot grow magical plants, and ordinary vegetables must be careful of being robbed of nutrients by weeds. It is not suitable for farmland, but it is very suitable to build a botanical garden where only flowers and plants grow, and it is cheap. After hearing Ning Xiao's plan to find an open space, build a dirt road into a winding shape, and connect it to a botanical garden, Wuge was speechless. But the principal's guide does not stipulate that dirt roads cannot be used in this way, right? After listening to her introduction, the parents all thought it was feasible, and said that the site selection for the development of the botanical garden would be left to them. Since it came to this, Ning Xiao simply invited the parents to come outside and observe the magic farmland. I plan to give this farm to you. In addition to growing magical plants, you can also grow some fresh vegetables. As she spoke, she set management permissions for several parents through the principal's manual. So, the parents found that they could faintly see several silver rays dividing the farmland into 25 5x5 grids. Crops grew freely in the grids, and they could even see how long it would take for them to mature, and how fast they were growing. Parents, it feels like playing a farming game. At present, the school only has this piece of land, but it will continue to increase in the future. It is best to reserve enough space in advance. In addition to the magic plants I need, you can decide what other vegetables to plant, as long as you can ensure the supply of fresh vegetables in the school. She took out the detailed instructions of the prepared magic farmland and handed it to Wang Fugue, who was particularly interested in the magic farmland. Any other questions? I have one. Yu Ziqing raised his hand like a student, and after getting permission, he said, I want to know more about this extreme cold disaster, such as, will there be hail and rain like before? This is very important. If there are no measures to prevent hail and rain, these farmlands may not be suitable for building outdoors. Chapter 27. Ning Xiao is a typical forgetful reader, which means that she can't remember the plot like the protagonist of a book-traveling novel, and she can't remember many details at all. But fortunately, this novel describes a lot of extreme cold disasters, and the heroine is a rookie in the early stage, and she died in various scenes in various ways, which can leave some impressions. I'm not good at prediction, so I only saw a few fragments. Ning Xiao replied, but in the prophecy, I saw more than one hailstorm, and there will be a blizzard. In the future, this land will become a complete ice and snow country. Her words made the parents' hearts sink. But these extreme weather events shouldn't be very frequent, so there might be time to find a way to deal with them before they come again. If you can find an indoor venue, that's great, but if you can't find one for the time being, don't worry. Magic is not afraid of natural disasters, and it will soon return to normal. Ning Xiao didn't really care how the parents messed around, but she needed efficiency. Even if the farmland and botanical garden were destroyed by bad weather again, it would only take her a little bit to move them around. It wouldn't take much magic power. Then, there were some more specific discussions, such as the division of labor, which Ning Xiao didn't intend to intervene in, as she only wanted the results. In the end, the parents decided that Yu Ziqing would be the representative, and he would communicate with Ning Xiao at any time about the progress and details that needed to be coordinated. Wang Fugue was a little depressed, thinking that his chance to perform was taken away, but there was nothing he could do, as everyone else chose Yu Ziqing. Finally, it was about the needs of the scenic spot staff. For example, the purchase of ice lotus and the laying of magic dirt roads. Okay, but I need to think about the specific exchange conditions. Finally, Ning Xiao said so. The parents saw that she had no interest in talking anymore, so they said goodbye and left, but before that, several people exchanged contact information with Ning Xiao. Well, although the magic crow can quickly travel between the school and the hotel, it is not timely enough. After discovering that the principal can use a tablet, they naturally learned that this beautiful lady from the magic world actually has a mobile phone. It is still a very new smartphone. But think about it, it is not surprising. After all, their children still scan QR codes to participate in the magic test. In order to facilitate communication, they also set up a group, pulled Ning Xiao in, and made her the group owner. So, physical education teacher Ning Xiao also has a parent group. After leaving the school, Wang Fuguei sighed. "Brother Wang, what's wrong?" Mu Ziyuan asked the melancholy boss. "Why didn't you tell me that you were going to see the principal? Didn't we agree to discuss things together?" He looked at Mu Ziyuan with particular indignation. "Brother Mu, I didn't expect you to have such ideas." He saw that Mu Ziyuan looked honest and really thought that he was a person who was busy working and didn't like to make trouble, but he didn't expect that he would sneak here. Mu Ziyuan looked at him blankly. "What ideas?" "Well, aren't you here to get in touch with the principal?" After Wang Fuguei finished speaking, the others stopped and looked at him with complicated eyes again. Then, Mu Ziyuan said faintly, "My son made the ice lotus and asked me to bring it back to the hotel, so I came here." "Ah?" Wang Fuguei never expected this answer. "Me too. I said something to Hanin." Fang Huilan also took out the bottle of ice lotus and showed it to Wang Fuguei. "Oh, me too, but I planned to ask the principal about the natural disaster, so I took them to the principal's office together." Yu Ziqing replied with a smile, "Brother Wang, you didn't come here for this matter?" Wang Fuguei, He looked at his phone, and the chat history with his son was still at the one where he sent him a photo, and then there was no movement. Wang Fuguei was angry. This brat. How could he be so unfilial? Wang Fazai, who didn't know that he was wronged by his father, sneezed heavily in the classroom. He touched his nose, wondering who was scolding him, and continued to make gold with a sad face. Yes, the little fat boy didn't forget that his parents were suffering from the cold, but he didn't succeed in refining it at all. Don't think that Mujua succeeded in one go yesterday, it seems very simple. After class, several students tried it themselves and found that it was difficult, very difficult. They always made mistakes when controlling the flow of magic power, and the classroom was blown into a ball of water, and everyone's clothes were wet. After a few people studied it, they found that the problem was probably due to different affinity attributes. Using the fishing game as an analogy, Mujua was a mid-level or advanced fishing rod, so the chance of catching fish was greater. The other few people were all beginners fishing rods, and the fish slipped away if they were not careful. But the affinity attribute cannot be changed. They can only work hard to improve the success rate by brushing proficiency, so the problem of lack of materials is exposed obviously. After the refining failed, the materials would disappear, and several people were not well prepared. Finally, they took turns to take the ice lotus made by Mujua to find plants outside, inhale magic, and refine, which resulted in them tossing until very late to complete the homework assigned by the principal. Of course, during the time waiting for the magic to inhale, the students took every opportunity to complete the meditation class tasks. The school arranged their course time very flexibly. In addition to the self-help class of plant magic, which was fixed at a fixed time, the meditation class, which occupied the main part of the course schedule, actually only required the completion of certain magic source tasks. Yes, students can see the magic source they handed in. Not only that, there are experience bars and levels in their student handbooks. Every time they complete a meditation, the experience bar will increase. In addition, plant alchemy will also become experience according to success and failure. This does have the feeling of an RPG game, but how to say it, this kind of instant feedback greatly increases students' interest in learning. In fact, each of them completed more meditations than the school required, but from the handbook, the magic source and experience handed in will decay with long-term meditation. However, in the absence of a way to gain experience, they are still happy to increase their meditation time. Ning Xiao is happy to see this happen, so she added a corresponding credit rule, and every 100 points of magic source paid can increase 1 credit. In short, the students consciously entered the boring cycle of meditation, alchemy, and meditation, and they never get tired of it. However, although most people were lucky enough to complete the refining of the ice lotus through hard work and a little luck in the cycle, the fat boy always failed to refine it. After being drenched in water again, Wang Fazai burst into tears. Chapter 28. We've been waiting in line for more than 5 hours, and you tell me that everything is sold out. Just as the little fat boy was crying because of his failed alchemy, a customer and the supermarket manager had a fierce argument in a large supermarket more than 10 kilometers away from the academy. Calm down, we can't do anything about this. The stock is really gone. The supermarket manager politely comforted the customer and winked at the employee next to him, suggesting that the other party call the security guard over. When the traffic is restored and the goods are delivered, we will definitely put them on the shelves as soon as possible. Would you like to see something else? The customer laughed angrily. We came here to buy food, but you don't even have a single vegetable leaf here. What else can we eat? That's right. If you are out of stock, why did you trick us into queuing for so long? Open the warehouse and let us see if you really have no stock or if you are just pretending to have no stock. A group of people were arguing, and someone was unwilling to give up and said, Don't you just want to raise the price? If you raise the price, don't hide the goods. At this time, they actually regretted more or less that they would come to such a large supermarket to purchase because it didn't dare to raise the price too much for the sake of its reputation, and they thought that the goods were easy to grab, but who knew that they would queue for several blocks and still didn't get anything. But it's too late to go to other places now, and those small vegetable markets and supermarkets outside, I don't know if it's intentional, sell very little food every day. The excuse is that there is no stock. Of course, maybe this is not an excuse. After all, after 2 days, only a small part of the traffic has been restored, and traveling is still very difficult. People all over the city are panic buying, so it is not surprising that supplies are insufficient. The manager looked wronged. We received orders from our superiors to take out all the inventory in order to stabilize prices. How can you raise prices? And when you were queuing, didn't our employees also shout that there was nothing left and asked you to stop queuing? He was very sincere, but the panicked customers were unwilling to buy it. A young mother suddenly knelt down in front of the manager and cried, Please, I just want to buy a few cans of milk powder. Can you help me go to the warehouse to have a look? You get up first. I really didn't lie. We don't believe it. Open the warehouse and have a look. We have been queuing since noon, and we didn't even dare to go to the toilet. Now we are standing in the crowd, but now there is nothing. Angry voices broke out. I don't know who started the quarrel, and soon more people followed and shouted, Open the warehouse! Open the warehouse! The security guards arrived in time and hurriedly separated the crowd to rescue the manager, but someone fell to the ground during the scuffle. Then there were shouts. The supermarket refused to sell us our products and beat us. The scene was in chaos. If it was just like this, the situation would not be out of control. What really made people angry was that someone ran from the direction of the warehouse and shouted to the crowd, They are liars. There are goods in the warehouse. This way, come and see. The crowd rushed to the warehouse in an instant, and the manager shouted anxiously, Wait, I will call the police if you do this. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him. The security guards with only a few people could not stop the crowd at all, so the manager had to take out the phone to call the police. After telling the story as clearly as possible, he fell to the ground with weak legs. The warehouse did have inventory, and even a lot of it, but the leader instructed not to sell it in a hurry and wait and see what happened. In fact, if it were not for official requirements, the leader even hoped that the supermarket would close for a few days. Prices are rising every day, and the small supermarkets on the street would like to earn the money of the past month in one day. They are losing money by selling like this. Moreover, whether to sell or not depends on when transportation will be restored. Now materials are more valuable than money. In order to appease employees, the leader even promised privately that the things in the warehouse are for their own people, and whoever sells them is a fool. The manager knew that this was not kind, but what could he do? He was also afraid that the situation would continue to deteriorate. How would he live without any preparation at that time? This was not a meaningless worry. A hailstorm increased the temperature and killed many people. Many people who lost their relatives in the accident were emotionally broken. Normally, the supermarket is out of stock, which would not cause such a big reaction, but now people want to open the warehouse with a little incitement. Just when he was afraid of the irrational emotions of the crowd, a hand reached out to him. Are you okay? It was a strange customer. The other person was very young, looking like he was just in his early 20s, but he was very tall, with a gentle and polite expression of concern on his face. Thank you, thank you. The manager stood up with the help of the other person. He noticed that the shopping cart pushed by the young man was also empty, and said awkwardly, Oh, did you come here in vain? It's okay, who made me late? The young man sighed. If only everyone else was as reasonable as you. The manager sighed. The young man just smiled and didn't say anything. On the other side, people who rushed into the warehouse took almost everything they saw, and the security guards couldn't stop them at all. The better ones would go to the front desk to scan the code to estimate the approximate price and pay the money, and the worse ones would turn around and run away. When the police arrived, the warehouse was empty, and the people had left. They could only record their statements and copy the surveillance video, and promise to retrieve the supplies. The young man had left the supermarket before the police arrived and got into a van on the roadside with ease. Inside the car, the skinny man who had just pried open the door of the warehouse in the supermarket and called the crowd to loot reported, "Boss, there are indeed a lot of things in the warehouse. We have transported some away, which should be enough for the time being. So many people are starving to death, and these bastards are still thinking about hoarding goods. Do they think they won't die? They should kick the manager before leaving. Okay, he is just an employee, don't blame him." Another sturdy man who was mixed in the crowd said, and asked worriedly, "But if we do this, will there really be no trouble? I don't want to be arrested and taken to the police station at this time." The young man replied, "No, Lekong will soon be in chaos." "Oh no, it should be said that Dongdo will soon be in chaos." He added again, "It's only the third day. Is the world changing so fast?" Someone said in confusion, "I saw online that support from all over the country is coming soon. Shouldn't the situation get better?" On the hot search, the topic of national support ranked first. All provinces and cities on all continents were showing off their own rescue teams, which was quite exciting. It's because of this kind of publicity that things got chaotic so quickly. The young man answered. Some people didn't understand what he said, but some people keenly caught the key words in his words. The sturdy man asked tentatively, "You mean, support can't arrive?" The young man looked at him with approval. "You reacted quickly. Now nothing can fly out of Dongzhou. Similarly, nothing can come in from the outside world." Several people in the car were shocked. "What do you mean?" "Literally, there should be news soon." Others looked at each other, and after a while asked, "So Dongzhou is completely isolated? What should we do?" They thought this young man was very mysterious, and that they could survive by following him, so they ran outside in the cold weather. "Find a place where we can survive, and build a base," the young man said. "Ah, where?" The young man spread out the map of Lekong, pointed at it with his finger, and pointed to a scenic spot and said, "Isn't there a magic school here? Let's go over there, and take a look." Chapter 29. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the other people in the car looked at him with complicated eyes. Although this young boss has many strengths, he is probably too young to do crazy things that they can't understand. For example, a few days ago, after he saw the video of the puppet crow on the internet, he searched for relevant information every day like a teenager addicted to the internet, and thus tracked down a guy who posted a so-called admission letter. The other party was probably showing off on the internet out of vanity, but the young man brought a large group of people to his door and friendly asked for relevant information. However, in fact, the so-called admission letter was just a piece of paper covered with mosaics, and there was no address and compass that the other party described tremblingly. No matter how you look at it, it's a scam. But the young man listened to the man's nonsense with interest, and confirmed the information of the magic school with the other party again and again. At their friendly request, the other party agreed to be their insider after entering the academy, but in fact, the next day, the family fled to other continents with their luggage. It was obvious that they were afraid of their lives being exposed, so they ran away quickly. In the eyes of other people in the car, the truth of this matter was that some ignorant children made up a story about a crow delivering an admission letter to a magic academy in order to attract attention. After being found by a group of scary-looking gangs, they fled with a guilty conscience. In fact, the young man himself admitted that he was sure there would be an extreme cold disaster, but he was not sure there would be a magic academy at all. But look at him now. He is clearly very excited, and his eyes are shining. Although everyone in the car was helpless and thought that his attempt to find the magic school was absurd, who made him the boss? They could only step on the accelerator and turn on the navigation to the direction of the school. Anyway, they had nowhere to go in this apocalypse. Because of the low temperature, the road surface was covered with thick ice, which was not cleared at all. Some sand was just sprinkled to prevent slipping, making the road barely passable. Some roads with low traffic volume even had garbage that had not been cleaned up. In this road condition, all cars dared not drive fast, so the journey that was originally more than half an hour took almost 2 hours to arrive. Soon, a group of people saw the scenic spot sign on the roadside. Just when they were about to drive to the gate of the scenic spot, the young man suddenly said lazily, "Turn and go to the nearest community next to it." Scar, who was driving, followed the instructions without saying a word. It was an old community, located not far from the side of the scenic spot, consisting of about 20 19-story small high-rise buildings. It was not known whether it was because of the sudden extreme cold that the property management stopped working, or because the property management of this community was originally shabby. They drove into the community unimpeded. After parking the car, several people got out of the car, but walked out of the community. They found a real estate agency on the street. Of course, it was not open. The glass door was condensed with thick frost, and only the dim room could be vaguely seen to be empty. When they were about to break the window to enter, the young man picked up a billboard that had fallen to the ground from the door. It was covered with information about houses for rent and sale, and it was obvious that they had forgotten to put it indoors in a hurry. Although the paper was a little damaged, the information was still clear. After taking pictures with their mobile phones, the group returned to the community. Several people chose a building near the scenic spot, and found room 1202 in the rental information. After knocking on the door politely for a while, and after confirming that no one was inside, the skinny monkey took out tools and started to pick the lock. After a while, the door lock opened with a click. The skinny monkey smiled, pushed open the door, and made a gesture of invitation. "Boss, please. This house has 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, about 100 square meters, and is well decorated. It is probably for the convenience of renting, and the home appliances are also quite complete. 2 bedrooms plus a study with tatami can barely accommodate 5 or 6 people." After inspecting this temporary residence and confirming that the water and electricity can still be used, the strong man nodded with satisfaction and said, "Let's take this one." "Okay, go and call the others over." The young man casually ordered and walked to the balcony of the living room. The balcony has a sealed window, and the outside is facing the mountain of the scenic spot, and the scenery is quite beautiful. While several people called to inform others where to stay, he took out the small telescope he had prepared long ago from his pocket and began to look at the scenic area. He searched inch by inch, but all he could see was ordinary natural forests. The strongman came over and asked in confusion, "Why don't you go directly to the scenic area to have a look? Don't worry, if there is really a magic school, it would be a bit dangerous to go there rashly." The young man said, "Let's observe first. Then I will take the skinny monkey to prepare the room first. Well, be polite and don't scare other residents." "Understood." With that, the strong man gestured to the skinny monkey, compared the property information on his mobile phone, and went out again to collect the house in the community. So that night, 6 or 7 strange vehicles of different models drove into the community, and a group of strangers took the assigned rooms and successfully moved in with a smile. Originally, when there was only that van, they didn't pay much attention, but when even a truck drove into the community openly, other residents finally found something wrong. This group of people even moved a lot of supplies covered with cloth from the truck and began to transport them to the building one by one. And then, there were knocking and banging noises in many rooms that night. Someone knocked on the door to remind them, but when they opened the door, they found that the room was full of strange men, each of whom looked fierce and ferocious, and immediately swallowed the words of asking to be quiet. Then, many people trembled and sent messages in the community group. Oh no! A group of very scary strangers came to the community. The young man didn't care much about the residents' reactions. What bothered him more was that he scanned all the scenic spots he could see, but found nothing. There was no such thing as Magic Academy at all. All the buildings that can be seen are original buildings in the scenic area, such as the tourist center and the hotel near the mountainside. The scenic area is also so peaceful that it doesn't seem like there is any magic. Except, he saw people cutting trees and tidying up the road near the hotel. But this is not surprising. Most of the trees are cut down for heating. In fact, he didn't come here just for the magic school. With a forest and a scenic area behind him, he can get firewood on the spot when the temperature drops again. And tidying up the road is just for traffic. Just as he was moving the telescope idly, acting like a voyeur, a strange black spot suddenly appeared in the lens. He quickly adjusted the angle and aimed at the black spot. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up. Oh, it's the puppet crow. Chapter 30. Yuga was driven out of the academy by Ning Xiao. It is not quite accurate to say driven out. To be precise, she was forced to go out in the -50 degrees weather to find the materials she needed because she accepted Ning Xiao's collection task. Although Ning Xiao's dream was to live a comfortable life lying flat, she was not vague when it was time to work hard. While letting her students go, she herself was desperately studying the course of plant magic. Among them, magic alchemy occupies most of the course. Among the alchemy materials of this course, plants are actually relatively elementary, and there are a lot of other materials waiting for magicians to collect. Even if we put these aside, let's talk about the bottles used temporarily to hold magic flowers. Ning Xiao didn't prepare much. Other materials can be temporarily delayed. After all, they are a headache as the difficulty of alchemy increases, but the bottle is really urgent. Of course, magic plants don't have to be put in bottles, but considering the convenience of carrying and storage, as well as cost control, bottles are a very good choice. So, after finding out that the glass bottles that can be used to store magic plants are running out, Ning Xiao waved his hand and asked Wuge to go out to collect trash. After being told to either be a thief crow or go through the trash can to pick up trash, Wuge cursed and chose the latter. This is really the darkest moment in its life as a magical creature accompanying the magic school. Fortunately, this is not the magic continent, otherwise it will definitely be laughed to death by its colleagues. However, even if it cursed in its heart, Wuge also knew that this was a favor it should do as the principal's assistant. As the principal of the magic school, Ning Xiao is still a beginner magician. It is not suitable for it to go out in the extremely cold weather. Only it is not afraid of the current low temperature, and can go out to continue collecting supplies for the school. Of course, Ning Xiao promised that this was only temporary, and that once the operating framework of the academy was almost completed, these tasks could be handed over to the natives here. Wuge comforted himself, who made me the best assistant principal in the world, and flew out of the academy stealthily. However, not long after it took off, it noticed a sneaky figure on the first avenue of the academy. Hey, isn't this a student of the academy? Wuge tilted his head and thought for a while, and remembered the other person's name. Oh, the one called Wang Fatsai. The little fat boy didn't notice that there was a puppet crow flying over his head. Like a thief, he walked down the edge of the green dirt road anxiously and nervously. He was so frustrated that after finishing a day's class, he couldn't help but sneak out and wanted to go to the hotel to find his parents. In fact, the school rules did not prohibit students from leaving the academy, but the little fat boy still felt guilty that he was skipping school. And Wuge was also curious about how this student could sneak out of the academy. Considering that it was a magic crow that didn't need to sleep, it had one night to complete Ning Xiao's task, so it flapped its wings and quietly followed the little fat man. The little fat man arrived at the hotel in a short while, knocked on the door, and was welcomed into the room with surprise. Wuge tilted his head and flew to a big tree where he could glimpse the room. Its vision and hearing were far beyond the limits of humans. Even if it hid far away in a big tree, it could see everything in the house. Even if it used magic, it could see through walls made of non-magic materials. But doing so was a bit too disrespectful of human privacy, and if it accidentally saw something it shouldn't see, it would be a spicy eye pain for it. So as a well-educated crow, Wuge would not see through easily. It just stayed on the branch, curiously observing what the little fat boy was doing in the hotel. Then, the answer was soon revealed. Knowing that their son had come to the hotel, Wang Fugue and Wang Chunhua hurried out and led him into the house. Woo, Mom, I don't want to learn magic anymore. The little fat boy howled and hugged his mother tightly, begging for comfort in her arms, as he had done countless times in the past, and tears began to flow out. Seeing his son crying, Wang Fugue, who was a kind father, hurriedly asked, What's wrong? Who bullied you? Tell your parents quickly. The little fat boy cried, and told that he had made the ice lotus many times, but had never succeeded, and now he was the worst student in the class. Wang Fugue, who was originally a little angry about his son's unfilial piety, realized that he had wronged his son and felt distressed. Just as he was about to comfort him as usual, his wife pulled away her son, who was clinging to her, looked at him and said with a smile, You don't want to learn magic anymore? Say it again. Although it was a familiar smile, for some reason, it felt chilly. Both the father and son were stunned. Because the family was wealthy, and they only had one son, the couple doted on their son. They only wanted him to be knowledgeable when he was studying, but never expected him to be successful. They only wanted him to be safe and happy. Anyway, the money they earned was enough for their son to spend in his next life, as long as he was not a wasteful playboy who liked to squander. In the past 10 years, the fat boy Wang Fatsai, whenever he cried and acted like a spoiled child, his parents would flatter him and coax him. He said he was a mama's boy, which was absolutely true. His mother would only praise him. This made Wang Fatsai feel relieved. But now, why does it feel like his mother is angry? Wuge outside the window almost rushed into the tree when he heard that the reason why the little fat boy skipped school was just because he couldn't finish his homework, and even wanted to give up magic because of it. Too outrageous. The natives of this world are not only poorly qualified, but also don't know how to cherish opportunities. At this moment, it heard Wang Chunhua say lightly, Okay, if you really don't want to learn, we will pack up and leave now. Wife. Wang Fugue was about to say something to help his son, but he saw Wang Chunhua raised his hand to stop him, and then said to his son, Wang Fatsai, you are already an adult. From now on you have to learn to be responsible for yourself. Wang Fatsai's tears hung on his cheeks, his mouth opened into an O shape, and he was confused at a glance. Wang Fugue was also confused. Wait, isn't our son only 15? It's too early for him to become an adult. It's the end of the world now. You can't treat yourself as a child anymore. Wang Chunhua said, taking out his phone and flipping through his circle of friends. If we can get back in 3 days, maybe we can attend the funeral of your Uncle Lin's son. It was an obituary. The man called Uncle Lin was a business partner of the Wang couple, and the two families were quite familiar with each other. The other party's family was also an only child, about 4 years older than Wang Fatsai. This year, he was admitted to a key university ranked in the top 10 in the college entrance examination. Before coming here, they were going to attend the other party's entrance banquet. For Wang Fatsai, that brother Lin was a perfect template of other people's children, but the Wang couple never said those words that used the two as a control group. But Wang Fatsai knew that the other party was better than himself. But he didn't expect that such an excellent brother was gone. He was hit by hail, and didn't have time to be sent to the ICU. Wang Chunhua told the father and son the news she got from other rich ladies. There are too many people waiting for rescue in the hospital, and money is useless. This is the end of the world. Wang Fatsai, your parents are no longer able to support you. You make your own choice. Stay or leave. Chapter 31. Of course Wang Chunhua loves her son. Although her son, to be honest, he is a bit useless. No matter how good the teacher is, her son's grades have not improved. If he is just playing around, it would be fine, but in fact, Wang Fatsai is not a rich second generation who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun because his family is rich. His son has studied hard. It's just that knowledge always seems to go in his left ear and out his right ear. In order not to hit her son's self-esteem, Wang Chunhua has been encouraging education since she was a child, and has trained the little fat boy to be a little fat boy who is at the bottom of the class, but still sunny and cheerful. Wang Chunhua herself is quite satisfied. In this day and age, a rich second generation who does not spend money is a good rich second generation. Moreover, being good at socializing is also a very popular ability in society, but that was before the end of the world. Wang Chunhua felt that she was a very lucky person. She married a good husband and had a very happy family. She was about to enjoy a lifetime of happiness without doing anything. But the days of being a rich wife were gone. Did she adapt? Of course not. Although she acted calm and optimistic in front of others, and gave the father and son a reassurance, the world had changed. These days, she did a lot of work with the parents. She had not done it for many years. She was fat and tired and had back pain every day. There were bruises on her body from helping to carry goods. What could she do? In this world, only the fittest survive. Wang Chunhua thought she was useless. Before she got married, she was supported by her family. After she got married, she was supported by her husband. Although she could occasionally help with business, she lacked actual ability in the workplace. In the past few days, she has received a lot of bad news from her past social circles. Seeing that the little support she had in the past was no longer useful, she realized that she could no longer raise her son the same way as before. She could of course continue to praise her son and comfort his temper when he was upset, but is that really good? In a peaceful and prosperous era, parents can support their children. But in a cruel apocalypse, what parents can do to help their children is to let them become their own sky. You can cry for another 10 minutes, and after 10 minutes, tell me your answer. Wang Chunhua said, and set a countdown on her mobile phone. Wang Fatsai stared blankly at his most trusted mother, and just pulled his father, who was still about to say something out of the door. He was left alone in the room. From this perspective, the Wang couple could no longer be seen, but it did not change its position, but continued to use its hearing to eavesdrop. Wife, Fatsai is still young, and he has been spoiled since he was a child. He is young, so won't the apocalypse find him? Wang Fugue was silent. Wang Chunhua said again, among the people you know, there are many whose families have suffered disasters, right? If it is us who are killed, do you think Fa Kai can survive? Wang Fugue still did not answer. Just then, Wu Jie saw the little fat boy in the room suddenly wipe his eyes, open the door and walk out. There are still more than 8 minutes left before he can cry for 10 minutes. Mom, I was wrong. The little fat boy pointed at his finger hesitantly and whispered, I don't really want to give up. The couple did not say anything. And the little fat boy hesitated for a while, and said a little embarrassedly, Don't be afraid, Mom, I will protect you. Like you said, I'm an adult now. From a perspective that Wuga couldn't see, Wang Fatsai straightened his chest, which was much stronger than his peers, and tried to express his thoughts. You don't have to cover the bottom line. It's my turn to cover the bottom line for the family. The couple looked at their son in surprise. Alas, I don't really want to study anymore. Wang Fazai said embarrassedly, I'm afraid of being expelled from the academy. Wait, what do you mean? Wang Chunhua's voice changed. So the family moved to the room again and began to interrogate the cause and effect. This actually started with the credit system announced by Ning Xiao the day before. The student handbook has already appeared a credit column, and the student's current tasks are marked. Get 40 credits during the assessment time 2 weeks later. Currently, the way to get credits is as follows. No lateness, no early departure, and completing the corresponding courses on time every day, plus 1 credit/day. According to the preview content, successfully teach in class, plus 2 credits. For outstanding performance, 1 extra credit. Complete daily homework, 1 extra credit/day. Submit 5 magic plants, 1 extra credit. The list of plants currently required by the academy is as follows. Participate in and complete the academy cleaning, 1 extra credit/week. Meditation to submit magic source, 1 extra credit for every 100 points of contribution. Increase your own magic level to level 2, 20 extra credits. The couple went to Wang Fazai's personal information column, which clearly stated, Wang Fazai, student number 005, credits, 3. In fact, according to the requirements of the academy, as long as you attend classes on time every day, you will earn 12 credits in 2 weeks. The academy has classes 6 days a week and rest on Sundays. If you can complete your homework every day, you can get 12 credits. You can take classes twice a week, earning 4 credits at least, 2 credits for cleaning, and 1 credit every 3 days for meditation according to Wang Fazai's ability. In short, you should get 34 credits in 2 weeks, and the remaining 6 credits can be obtained by submitting magic plants or excellent performance in class. It's not too difficult. But Wang Fazai got stuck on the 12 credits of daily homework, and he couldn't complete it from the first day. After discovering this, the fat boy was really panicked. He originally wanted to earn more credits by meditating. After all, playing games is what he loves most at this age. However, after he secretly increased his meditation time, he soon found that the speed of obtaining magic source would decrease as the meditation time became longer, and he could only earn about 36 points a day. Failure to complete homework means that he can't get credits by submitting magic plants required by the academy. Wang Fazai foresaw that he would be kicked out of the school in 2 weeks, so he broke down and cried. After doing some calculations, the couple understood their son's worries. Wang Chunhua was the first to recover from her worries. She was the stable and reliable pillar again. It's okay, it's just accumulating credits. I thought it was a hurdle that I couldn't cross. Son, you have a talent for magic, there is no doubt about that. So it's not that you really can't complete the homework, you just need to work harder than others. You seem to have never succeeded, but in fact you have only failed 5 times. The real problem is that you don't have enough materials. Finally, didn't you get credits for answering questions in class? You don't have to rely on daily homework to earn credits. Don't cry, Mom, and Dad will help you. There are always more solutions than problems. Wang Fazai raised his head, looked at his mother with sparkling eyes, nodded vigorously, and looked trusting. After a while, he sighed again. Alas, although I am an adult, I want to be a mama's boy for life. Wang Chunhua, what is wrong with her son? Is a mama's boy something to be proud of? Just as the family began to mutter and come up with ideas, there was a knock on the door. Wang Fugue opened the door in confusion. Then, he saw 5 other students wearing magic school uniforms standing in the corridor, outside the door. Chapter 32. The little fat boy disappeared, and the 2 people in the boys' dormitory naturally found out quickly. After searching the school and the surrounding area with the girls and not finding anyone, they speculated that the youngest student, Wang Fazai, might have gone to look for his parents. Thinking of him breaking down and crying because of his alchemy failures, a group of students, who thought they were brothers and sisters, discussed and decided to go to the hotel to have a look. They were not as sneaky as Wang Fazai, because most people knew the school rules. Students could leave the school, but they could not stay out all night without reason. So, before the night fell completely, several people came to the hotel together. Knowing that the little fat boy was indeed here, the group of people who were worried about him finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, alas, this kid is usually too spoiled, so he cries at the slightest setback. Wang Fugue said with some emotion when he learned that several people were worried about his son's condition. Are you worried about the credits? Yuren pushed his glasses and asked. Wang Fazai showed a shocked expression. How did you know? Because we are worried too. The little fat boy was even more shocked. He always felt that he was the only one in this class who was so distressed. After all, he succeeded to be the last one. Even when Rui, who had the worst magic talent, successfully made the ice lotus. But I don't think you need to worry too much. In fact, Yuran paused and said his speculation. I don't think the principal will really expel students so easily. I think so too. When Rui continued, I think the academy is not as cold as it seems. After all, they were classmates, and they had privately exchanged their views on the academy. Mystery and power were naturally the first impressions, and this impression was accompanied by a sense of alienation. There were no Western countries in this world, so the part about magic was purely from fantasy novels. And because of the large cultural differences, the concept of magic was actually more niche than Ning Xiao's world. This also led to the fact that the beautiful principal with an exotic appearance, the fantasy-style magic buildings that had never been seen before, and the magic crows, etc., were actually very unfamiliar to the people in this world. Strangeness represents distance. Although the students behaved very naturally, they actually had a sense of awe for the academy, fearing that they would offend the principal. Ning Xiao and Wu Jie were currently just passing by, and they did not actively communicate with the students. Although the two sides were under the same roof, they actually did not have much time to meet. That's why the fat boy was so afraid that he would be expelled from the academy because of insufficient credits. As for Wen Rui, who was carried into the academy by the crow boy, the feeling was different. That dreamlike night gave the girl a beautiful vision of the academy. But alas, she either couldn't see the crow these days, or the crow kept its puppet form and never appeared in human form, so she had no chance to get close to it. Yihan, who couldn't speak, also raised her phone and typed, I also think the principal is a good person. Her feelings came from the encouragement the principal gave her in class, and the indifferent attitude of the principal when she went to see him about the self-help class matter. You can write on the blackboard, or demonstrate directly, or make a PPT of your experience. As long as you complete the demonstration successfully, you will be given credits. The principal did not show any special expression to her, an outlier among students, as if it was normal for her to wear a mask all day and communicate with people by typing. This made Yihan feel at ease. Muzhua also thought that the principal was not that scary, and his reason came from the help the principal gave him in class. After listening to several people's views, Yuran was silent for a moment, and said faintly, Does no one think that there is another mystery in the principal's course arrangement? Everyone present was stunned. He began to explain, You should have received the corresponding teaching content, right? In fact, the principal did not arrange the learning content according to the order of the textbook. The first magic plant we learned was the ice lotus, and it made us less worried about the extreme cold end of the world. The second magic plant is the withered tree. This was made by a girl named Lu Jiayun in class today. This is more difficult than the ice lotus. The magic plant is in the shape of a small sapling. Lu Jiayun failed once before she succeeded. Is there anything special about this? When Rui asked curiously. Compared with the ice lotus, the magic of this magic plant is much less magical. It can consume magic power to make the surrounding trees wither quickly, and turn into strange trees with bare leaves like it. It sounds useless. Didn't the parents take on the task of the academy today and carry out construction? Yuran said, This scenic spot maintains the original natural scenery, and there is not much open space for construction. How long will it take to clear out so many trees? Muzhua said, You mean, this plant actually helps clear the forest? Yuran nodded. Withered trees should be easier to cut down than the current big trees? In this way, the difficulty of clearing and construction will be greatly reduced. In fact, this is just his speculation. The description of magic plants in the textbook is relatively limited, and students still need to explore the use of magic plants in practice, but Yuran believes that his guess should be correct. Although the fact is that Ning Xiao does not have so much time to confirm the role of magic plants one by one, she just picked out the magic plants that she speculated might be helpful to the doomsday for students to learn. But I think the principal said that he was staying temporarily, but in fact, he was trying to find a way to help us survive the doomsday. Yuran speculated so. In a sense, what he said was really right. In a doomsday world like ours, what is there for a magic school to stay in? It should be easier to recruit students in the magic world. The principal is probably staying here because of kindness. So, she won't give up on us easily. The room was silent for a long time. Then, the little fat boy was the first to say excitedly, I understand. After your analysis, I'm not afraid anymore. With the encouragement of his parents and classmates, he finally rekindled his confidence in embarking on the path of magic. But we can't slack off and think we can be lazy and not complete the tasks of the school. Yuran looked at the happy people coldly. No one in the world should help us as a matter of course. If you want to stay in the academy, you can't rely on the kindness of the principal, but we deserve her to stay here. He has been observing this magic academy these days, and thinking about how to get along with it. Yuran is a person who likes to make plans in advance, so he hopes to reach a consensus with these classmates who are not familiar with him at the beginning. How to treat this consensus of the magic academy that can save the world. The academy doesn't actually need them. It's them who need the academy, and the overly complicated human heart will add a lot of variables to this demand relationship. He and his classmates, as well as his parents, are just ordinary people. But in this world, there are billions of ordinary people besides them. They can certainly keep the secrets of only a few people, and become lucky people in the end times, with the help of a powerful magic academy. But it's too lonely. Compared to being a lonely hero, Yuran wants a world where many humans survive together. After confirming that the magic academy is real and verifying its magic, Yuran has a wish that can be called ambition in his heart. He hopes that the academy can be open to everyone in this world. Everyone can survive with the help of the academy. And this requires that they themselves are worth saving. Wugga was stunned on the tree after listening to Yuran's reasoning. Regarding the statement that the process was biased, but the result was still in the interests of the academy, it said. Although your magic talent is not very good, you are quite good at imagination. After reaching a consensus, everyone in the room rolled up their sleeves excitedly. Let's go, we still have things to do before the academy's curfew time. Yuran said, let's go together to help and quickly clean up the farmland and botanical garden that the principal wants. Chapter 33. This busy work lasted until after 10 o'clock in the evening. Wang Fugui personally cooked noodles for everyone as a midnight snack. Although he is a chef, the ingredients are just ordinary noodles bought from the supermarket, not handmade, so he was not able to fully demonstrate his cooking skills. However, everyone was still impressed by the taste of the noodle soup, especially several students. Out of curiosity, the students visited the kitchen. In addition to seeing the self-cleaning bowls and chopsticks, they did not find anyone who could be called a chef. They would appear in the restaurant at the appointed time every day. Sometimes if they went late, they would find that the food was a little cold, so everyone would eat on time. The dishes are very localized, but for some reason, they taste like takeout. The little fat boy couldn't help crying after eating his father's loving midnight snack. Alas, everything in the magic school is good, but the food is not so good. But this really can't be blamed on Ning Xiao. Although she is not a culinary idiot, she is not far behind. She is only good at simple home-cooked dishes that can be counted on one hand. She is definitely not capable of or interested in cooking every day. Before there is enough magic source to upgrade the automated magic kitchen, the academy cannot provide high-quality food for the time being. Ning Xiao has recently been using previously packed takeout food to deal with 3 meals. Of course, improving the academy's food has been included in her schedule. But at this time, Ning Xiao is more troubled by another problem. What should the academy expand next? Yes, Ning Xiao plans to spend magic source to expand the current academy for the first time. It is not a botanical garden or magic farmland that can be left to the natives. What she plans to expand this time is a real magic building. Name, Hope Magic Academy, Level 1, total amount of magic source, 2,733 points. Optional expansion facilities, meditation room, alchemy room, potion workshop, illusion theater, medical crystal tower, battle arena, employee lounge, reading room, activity playground, ordinary classroom, student dormitory. After 2 days of magic alchemy, Ning Xiao found that the way to quickly improve the magic level is to keep making new items. Every time you successfully learn a new formula, you can accumulate a lot of experience, and the experience gained from the second successful production is much less. But as the proficiency of each formula increases, that is, it is made a certain number of times, you will get another considerable experience reward. The textbook plant magic that Ning Xiao drew has 300 formulas, of which about 30 can be made at the primary level. According to her own experiments, if you make all 30 of them, you can actually upgrade to a level 2 magician. But not all the materials in these 30 formulas are so easy to obtain, and some materials are even special products of the magic continent. Even if it can be obtained in this world, it is not so easy to get. For example, magic gems with different attributes need gems from the world of Yunmo. But Ning Xiao does not have so many jewels. If you want to help students upgrade as soon as possible, you have to take some more magical methods. In the optional expansion buildings, there are 3 things that Ning Xiao is very envious of. The first is the meditation room. A magic classroom dedicated to meditation. which can improve the student's meditation efficiency and reduce the magic source attenuation caused by the prolonged meditation time. It can not only increase the student's meditation experience points, but also increase the magic source income for the school. Next is the alchemy room. Although Ning Xiao didn't know that the fat boy Wang Fatsai was crying because of the failure of alchemy, she still knew that the student's alchemy success rate was not very high. And the special alchemy room can help improve the success rate and save materials in disguise. Finally, there is the reading room, the prototype of the magic library, where you can get the magic formula mentioned by Wu Jie, which is a necessary facility for the course Plant Magic. The most important thing is of course the reading room, but the problem is that it requires 2,000 magic sources to build it. And buying magic books is another expense, and it is very expensive. That's fine, magic books don't provide trial reading. According to Wu Jie, in order to sell their magic books, many magicians will use title parties to trick fools into buying books. And whether you can get magic formulas from books sometimes depends on fate. The competition among magicians is too fierce, and the road of magic is very expensive, resulting in a kind of self-cherishing atmosphere on the entire continent. They themselves have been caught in the rain, so they are happy to tear up other people's umbrellas. After all, it is a world where killing is not a big deal, and only fools teach others magic casually. But if you really write a book randomly, you can't make money, so the usual practice of magicians is to hide the real knowledge in the book and select people with destiny with harsh conditions. The Magic Academy, which teaches precious magic knowledge casually, is an outlier in the magic continent. In history, it has also fought with the stubborn magicians of the traditional magic tower, and the result is of course the victory of the academy. However, in order not to overly stimulate these magicians who attempt to block knowledge, the academy did not make reforms in magic books, which also led to the high price of magic books and the abstract writing. Even if Ning Xiao built a reading room, she couldn't afford to buy a few magic books, but she had another choice. Renting. A monthly rent of 500 magic sources can refresh 300 magic books, but the books are random, and the specific content cannot be selected. It is equivalent to buying a reading room, which requires 2,500 magic sources. And an additional 500 points are required every month. The meditation room and alchemy room require 800 points and 1,000 points respectively, without any additional expenses. Although it was tangled what to build first, Ning Xiao made a decision soon after. Then, she began to write a new plan. The pen drew a mind map on the white paper, and in the center were two groups of keywords: the school point system and the recruitment needs of employees. The students returned to the school before the midnight curfew. This time, not only did they have a good reunion with their parents, but they also saw with their own eyes the attitude of the scenic spot staff towards them. Although the parents always said that it was okay, they were somewhat worried about whether their parents who stayed in the hotel would be bullied. After all, they were few in number. But the eyes that were shocked by their magic school uniforms and their warm and friendly attitude made them feel relieved. They were not completely relieved because those people were a little too enthusiastic and kept asking about the specific situation of the academy, and they couldn't hide their envy in their eyes. They even wanted to send the students back to the academy, so that they could see with their own eyes where the magic academy was. Fortunately, the parents stopped them politely. Before leaving, not only the parents, but also the employees of the scenic spot promised to help them collect plant materials that could be used for alchemy. This would at least save the students time to go out to find plants. With the help of the magic pillow, the students fell asleep quickly, but outside the academy, countless Dong-O people couldn't sleep. Chapter 34. It was a little after 1 in the morning. The city center hospital was still brightly lit and crowded. Jiangsu sat in the queue for medicine, tired and sleepy, but still forced herself to cheer up and pay attention to the movement of the medicine window. If you ask where the most chaotic place is after the extreme cold disaster, it is not the supermarket where the 0 yuan purchase incident broke out, nor the police station that was busy all the time, but the hospital. In such cold and bad weather, medical staff not only cannot stay at home, like other office workers, but as long as they are still alive, they are called to the hospital to work non-stop. All medical staff have heavy dark circles on their faces. There is no place in the entire hospital that can really keep quiet as usual. The busy work and the irrational emotions of patients and their families make the hospital like a powder keg that may explode at any time. But what can we do? A hailstorm not only brought too many deaths and injuries, but also many patients with subsequent diseases caused by low temperatures. Colds, fevers, frostbite, and even trivial matters that cannot even enter the hospital gate. The hall where Jiangsu is now is full of people. She can no longer see the outpatient door that she used to see at a glance, But she knows that there are armed policemen guarding there, ruthlessly blocking many people who come to seek medical treatment outside. For the safety of everyone, the hospital has to limit the flow of people. Those who can't hold on in the cold wind leave, but there are still people waiting outside, just for that little bit of hope. But what's the use of entering the outpatient building? It's nothing more than another round of desperate waiting. Jiangsu has seen more deaths in the past few days than she has seen in the past few decades, so that she, a young girl in her prime, is almost numb to death. As long as the patient is not going to die immediately, they have to wait in line. Even if they are critically ill, not everyone is lucky enough to have an emergency room and a doctor available to take care of them. Many people died while waiting, so their families started another round of angry noises and were finally held down by security guards, police or other family members waiting for medical staff, and sent outside with the bodies. The outside of the hospital became a temporary morgue, and Jiangsu suspected that the scene would become the material of her long-term nightmare. Fortunately, this kind of noise is becoming less and less, not only because of the deterrence of force, but also because it is useless, but makes her physically and mentally exhausted. Jiangsu was very lucky. She was in the hospital on the day when the extreme cold came. Her mother was admitted to the ward to wait for the heart bypass surgery 3 days later, and she and her father came to accompany her. The three of them escaped the deathly hail, but they were also trapped in the hospital. It's not that the hospital didn't let them leave, but Jiangsu and her parents knew that once they left, they would have no chance to come back, at least in the short term. Jiangsu didn't want to recall the chaos in the hospital on that extremely cold day. The three of them hid in the ward, and were so frightened by the constant terrible noises that they didn't even dare to open the door. There are still bloodstains in the hall. The mother's condition became worse as the temperature continued to drop, but the operation was cancelled. The nurse urged them to go home many times, and it was the father and daughter who insisted that they stay. Even so, the mother was moved out of the ward, and they could only put up a temporary bed in the corridor for her to lie on. The mother said she wanted to go home and didn't want the family to be trapped here because of her. Since the operation could not be performed, Jiangsu hoped to at least get some medicine to take back, but who knew that medicine would become so difficult to obtain. First, due to the outbreak of conflict, the pharmacy was in a bad condition and was closed for almost a day. Then, the queue was limited, and it took a long time to get the medicine, and it was not certain that you could get it, so you had to queue again the next day. After finding out that getting medicine had become a matter of luck, the people who came to queue were unwilling to leave, which led to the situation where a group of people were sitting in the hall waiting for the pharmacy to open again. In fact, it was Jiangsu and his father who donated blood to get the medicine order. There were too many injured people who needed blood transfusions and rescue. The hospital blood bank could not withstand this pressure, and it was not realistic to allocate blood from other places, resulting in the relatives in the hospital becoming the main source of blood supply. You can choose not to donate, but in this special situation, if you are unwilling to contribute to others, the hospital will naturally let you wait indefinitely. The cold, hunger, and blood donation made many family members weak and even became patients. But even so, they could not fall down. Everyone had a gray look on their faces. Not many people cried. The heater didn't work much in this temperature. Crying would only make your face hurt. What Jiangsu saw most in the past 2 days was people blinking hard to hold back their tears. Oh, she also saw people kneeling. It was the second day of the extreme cold, around 4 or 5 in the morning. A man knelt and refused to let go, begging the doctor to save his family. But it was useless. He was quickly pulled away, and then he knelt there for a long time like a statue. Jiangsu came out tired and terrified to find food and ran into the scene. Speaking of food, Jiangsu was also very troubled. The hospital restaurant could not meet the needs of everyone, so it was closed to the public and was only responsible for the meals of medical staff. Fortunately, she was smart enough to buy a lot of food from the vending machine and stuffed it into her bag. The place where you can buy food in the hospital was soon empty, so Jiangsu could hear other people's stomachs growling from time to time. Their family was afraid of accidents, so they had to hide when eating. Jiangsu endured this situation of thinking about this and that, and there was no entertainment to kill time. The charging port in the hospital could not supply everyone, so the power of mobile phones had to be used sparingly. The only thing that could be considered entertainment was probably the public display screen in the lobby. It was originally a place to display hospital information, but now it broadcasts official news 24 hours a day. There are good news and bad news, but generally speaking, they are positive and encourage the suffering people to cheer up and overcome difficulties together. Among these news, The most popular one for the people of Dongzhou is the aid information from the other 4 continents. How much food was donated by a certain continent, how much warm-keeping materials were donated by a certain continent, and a certain continent sent a medical rescue team. Occasionally, the news would broadcast encouragement from netizens in other continents, and various literary and artistic works were created to show the determination of the whole country to fight the disaster together. Many celebrities from other continents, or other influential figures, are actively donating money and materials, and even forming civilian aid teams, which makes people in Dongzhou want to cry. Unfortunately, tears must be held back. Even in a place like a hospital full of death and despair, these exciting news can soothe everyone's emotions. So although this information cannot provide them with help that they can get now, everyone likes to watch it. Jiangsu would look up and listen carefully when the rescue dynamics were broadcast from time to time. Although she was confused, the rescue teams from all over the country should have set off for 2 days. But why didn't they see them? But this doubt was quickly suppressed by the various difficulties about the road conditions, and from time to time, you can hear some good news that a certain place has received rescue materials. Jiangsu's heart is full of hope. At this moment, the crowd suddenly became agitated. Someone suddenly shouted, "Where's the doctor? Where's the nurse? Come out!" Everyone looked at him as if he was crazy, and the security guard, who was maintaining order, stepped forward, intending to politely ask him to leave. But he grabbed his collar, and his eyes were red because of torture or other reasons. "Tell me the truth. Do you have any aid supplies? Can the medicine we need be transported to Dongzhou?" Everyone present was stunned. Finally, someone reacted and asked hurriedly, "What do you mean?" The man did not answer, but someone else in the crowd said in a trembling voice, "Quick! Look at the hot search." Chapter 35. Everyone present didn't care about saving power, and took out their phones to browse online information. Soon, Jiangsu saw the hot search mentioned by the other party. After all, among a bunch of positive hot searches, that one was too conspicuous. Clicking on it, Jiangsu saw a video. She turned down the volume and watched it carefully. The video was obviously shot by a mobile phone. A self-rescue team that planned to escape from Dongzhou and seek refuge in other continents took advantage of the geographical advantage of being close to the intercontinental line and fled all the way north. The person who shot the video was a middle-aged man. He drove for 2 days and 2 nights with his wife and daughter. Almost not long after the hail stopped, the family took decisive action. The car was filled with all the survival supplies that could be found at home. In the case of inconvenient transportation, it almost drove and stopped for a while, moving forward at a slow speed. At first, it was just a small team composed of a community, and soon, new people joined. Whenever they encountered a difficult section of the road, the men and some women got out of the car and worked together to clear the road ahead. People encouraged each other and ran towards hope. This journey, which should have been completed in a few hours, became a difficult test because of the extreme cold. The engine could not ignite, there was a lack of oil, it broke down, the children cried, sudden illness in the cold, frostbite, hypothermia, quarrels, tortured everyone to exhaustion. Many people's cars were eventually forced to stop for various reasons. Some gritted their teeth and carried supplies to start hiking, while others ended the journey helplessly. The owner of the video was also on the last section of the road. Because he couldn't find a replacement tire, he had to take the supplies and walk with his family. Because there was only one last section left. They walked for nearly 3 hours, and finally arrived at the border with Beizhou. A group of people almost cried with joy. It was a very strange scene. The sun was warm on the land of Beizhou, and there was no trace of cold. The warm color formed a sharp contrast with the coldness of Dongzhou. And on the other side, some people in uniforms were looking at them with complicated expressions. At first, this group of self-rescue teams didn't understand why they were just standing there. There were also piles of rescue supplies mentioned in the news around them, which were obviously to save them. But they just refused to take a step into this extremely cold place. Maybe they are just afraid of the cold? Everyone speculated in their hearts, although this conclusion was very unreasonable, but no one refuted it. In the last section of the road, everyone ran. During this run, many people found that their feet had already frozen, and many people fell to the ground. But they quickly got up, dragging their almost unconscious legs, and moving towards the warmth. As they got closer and closer to the dividing line of the end of the world, people's eyes became brighter and brighter, until the first person finally arrived. He hit an invisible wall. Because he rushed towards the warmth too fast, he was even bounced back and stumbled to the ground. The smiles froze on the faces of these people. But no one stopped. and more people stepped towards the dividing line, using their hands, feet, and bodies to squeeze towards Beizhou. The rescue team on the other side was saying something to them, but the sound seemed to be isolated and nothing could be heard. Everyone in the video was knocking and slapping the barrier. They spontaneously followed this line and looked for a breakthrough all the way. It was useless. Soon, someone organized everyone to hit together, shouting 1, 2, 3, and everyone used all their strength. It was useless. Some people who were lucky enough to drive the car here took the risk and drove towards the barrier. The front of the car was dented, and the airbag popped out. Still useless. In the video, the man with his wife and daughter was still looking for a gap along the edge line, with no intention of giving up. But outside the video, every Donggo person who saw this felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. Separated by a line, the rescue team was divided into many teams along the edge line. Because the sound was also isolated, they raised paper and wrote comforting words such as "We are trying to find a way, don't give up, protect yourself." But no one looked at it. This self-rescue team in Donggo woodenly started hiking again, hiking along the border line. They no longer looked at the rescue team. The video ended here. In the hospital lobby, the sound of the video was everywhere. Everyone listened to the man telling about his experience in the past 2 days. Different progress brought noisy noises, but everyone felt that the lobby was very quiet at this time. I don't know how long it took. Ah. 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 In the lobby, there was a painful cry. I couldn't tell which direction it was, and I couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman. Maybe it was because even Jiangsu couldn't help crying at this time. The cry quickly merged into a stream, a river, and finally a surging wave. The cry turned into anger. Jiangsu saw several men stand up, pick up what they could find, and start smashing. The glass window of the pharmacy was broken in the last riot. It was temporarily rebound with wooden boards, barely leaving a small opening for taking medicine. This time, the wooden board was broken. In the hall, the screen that was playing XXX Pharmaceutical Group donated so many drugs was also broken soon. Security guards and police came forward to stop it, but there were too many angry people, and even they themselves were confused. Why? Just because I am from Donggo? Why? Why should we in Donggo suffer this kind of punishment? Liar, all liars. You knew Donggo was blocked a long time ago. It's all over. God wants us to die. Why me? Are the people so easy to bully and fool? Let's all die together. It's meaningless. What's the point of this hospital? The temperature will only get lower and lower, and everyone will freeze to death in Donggo. Some people were cursing excitedly, venting the anger caused by despair, and the fear caused by anger. When the hail fell, when death swept across the land, people were also afraid. But that kind of fear is not comparable to now. Donggo people, abandoned by this world. When the first man smashed something, Jiangsu quickly wiped away her tears and squeezed out of the chaotic crowd. Fortunately, she acted quickly and was not affected by the subsequent chaos and left the outpatient building safely. The outpatient department and the inpatient department are connected by a ventilated corridor. She couldn't help shivering when she was stimulated by the cold of about -60 degrees. What should she do? Staying in the hospital will obviously only make the situation worse, and she must take her mother away. But should she go back and take advantage of the pharmacy being smashed open to grab some medicines that her mother needs? No, that was too stupid. She couldn't beat those crazy people, and she couldn't find the medicine she needed in the chaos. She wasn't even sure if there were any medicines left. She was so useless. In this weird apocalypse, people were so insignificant that they couldn't even protect their own families. The chaos spread from the outpatient clinic. Jiangsu heard the noise getting louder and louder, and heard gunshots. She wiped her tears and ran to her mother. It doesn't matter, let's go home. In the apocalypse, everything else is no longer important. What's important is to be with your family. However, Jiangsu saw her father crying silently beside her mother. In an instant, that figure overlapped with the figures of countless relatives of dead relatives she had seen in these days. Jiangsu staggered over. Mom? She called with a trembling voice. The mother who gave birth to her, raised her, and loved her stopped breathing with a look of relief, as if she had fallen asleep. Jiangsu pressed her face against her mother's face, tears pouring down. Why? Why would such a terrible curse fall on the people of Donggo? What did Donggo do wrong to become such a place of death? This is the innermost part of the corridor, very close to a window. Because of the cold, it is hard to see outside, but in an instant, a black shadow falls. As if it were an auditory hallucination, there was a thump of a heavy object falling to the ground. Jiangsu vaguely understood that someone had jumped off the building. Because hope was extinguished. Chapter 36. When the daylight came, people who had slept soundly all night woke up from their dreams, and saw the information spreading across the entire network, and they were somewhat confused. In fact, the video of Dong-O being reduced to a dead end was only on the hot search for less than half an hour before it was technically banned. Almost all online information channels received orders not to spread panic. However, this ban was not fully implemented. Countless people rejected the orders of their superiors, and instead became more and more angry because of this deceptive attitude. The barrier is definitely not something that has only been there now. It is very likely that it was formed the moment the natural disaster struck. And they were concealed for more than 2 days, and false hope was given to them through various channels, making people imagine that they could be rescued. In fact, they have been abandoned by the world. Of course, there are also excuses for this decision. The country is still studying how to break through the barrier. Not announcing it for a while is to avoid causing social unrest and putting more people in danger. The group is irrational. Under panic, man-made disasters will cause far more damage to Dong-O than natural disasters. The mob should believe in the decision of the elite leaders and stay calm. Dongzhou is not in a desperate situation. Dongzhou still has such a vast land and many talented people. Everyone needs to unite to deal with natural disasters, rather than pursue good-intentioned deception. There are many such remarks, but without exception, they are scolded by people. And the most fierce scolding is from the people of other continents. They also feel the anger of being fooled. People who are worried about their relatives and friends trapped in Dongzhou have even agreed to organize protests. On the contrary, the people of Dongzhou seemed much more silent. But the silence was only online. Offline, Dongzhou began to riot everywhere. Ordinary people who got the news in time because they slept late last night immediately started another round of stockpiling of supplies, and robberies occurred all over the continent. And those who woke up in the morning became more and more panicked because they got the information too late and fell behind others. The deception of information brought serious distrust, and this distrust really ignited the chaos in Dongzhou. However, these have little to do with the students and parents who rely on the academy for survival. Although waking up in the morning to get the bad news that Dong-O was trapped was indeed heavy, the news from the academy quickly diverted their attention. For parents, this news was a recruitment notice that Principal Wuman suddenly sent to the parent group. For students, this news was that the academy had a new reading room. When Wuge flew back to the academy in the morning, before he had time to excitedly share his gains with Ning Xiao, he discovered the new space next to the principal's office. It was almost scared to death. The school's magic source balance is only 233 points left. This prodigal principal spent 2,500 points at once. He spent it all while it was away. Yuga almost thought Ning Xiao had deliberately sent it away to avoid it raising objections. In Wuge's opinion, even if he chose to build both the meditation room and the alchemy room, it would be better than choosing the reading room. After all, these two things are effective in increasing the school's income, while the reading room is just gambling. It's gambling. Ning Xiao admitted generously. Also, although the latter two can steadily increase the magic source income, our daily income is just this much, and the benefits they can bring are not that great. On the contrary, what the academy really lacks now is magic formulas. She raised her hand, let Wuge fall on her finger, and took it into the reading room. Okay, we've spent all the money, let's see what books we have drawn. After roughly flipping through the magic books rented this time, Ning Xiao smiled in Wuge's surprised eyes. Oh, not bad. The parents arrived at the academy on time at 10 o'clock in the morning according to the time on the notice. Everyone came this time. Although the principal only recruited 3 positions this time. The principal's secretary, a programmer, and a chef. This time, they still met in the principal's office. Speaking of which, the space of this room is magical. It seems that the space size will be adjusted according to the number of visiting guests, and the sofa will also appear according to the number of people, so that they never feel crowded. Before the interview begins, I have to explain that the academy does not pay the money of your world as salary. The female principal said, but I will give you points. As she said, she waved her hand, and the various bottled magic plants that were originally placed on the shelf in the principal's office flew up. And the points can be exchanged for various magic items in the academy, such as these magic plants. The flowers danced around the parents, showing their beauty and charm. There are also future magic props, equipment, and the construction of magic dirt roads mentioned by the scenic area staff, etc., and even asking the academy for help, all can be achieved by spending points. Points are the currency for trading with the academy. The parents' eyes lit up. Although the principal did not show too many of the magical props she mentioned, it is clear that these magical items are good goods that the outside world cannot get at all. It is really great to be able to trade with the academy with points. So first of all, I need a programmer who can develop and maintain this points system for me, Ning Xiao said. Although magic can also be used to design this system, it will increase the cost of magic source, which is not necessary at this stage. Just solve it directly through the information means of this world. I can do this. Undoubtedly Yuziching, who is good at computers among the parents, volunteered. Then I trouble you. Ning Xiao nodded. She knew the information of the parents and her target was Yuziching at the beginning. I will give you a monthly salary of 500 points for the time being. Ah, it's settled? Not only Yuziching, but also everyone else was stunned. Next, it's about my assistant. I hope this position has the ability to assist me in completing various tedious tasks and connect with the outside world. The salary for this position is 1,000 points per month. Who of you is interested? Swish. This time, 3 female parents raised their hands. Then, your interview task is to write a plan for the design of the points system. I will provide you with relevant information. Ning Xiao looked at the 3 people. You have 1 day, give it to me tomorrow. Unexpectedly, it would be a written test. The 3 people who originally planned to introduce themselves to win the job nodded and said that they understood. Finally, I need a chef. As soon as Ning Xiao finished speaking, the fat Wang Fugue stood up actively and said in front of everyone, I am a 5-star chef. He smiled very confidently and actively. Thinking of Wang Fugue's cooking skills, the other people who originally wanted to compete and try, silently sat down. Forget it, my children also need to eat. This kind of chef job, of course, should be given to Boss Wang. Chapter 37. Although Wang Fugue was the only applicant and his level was reassuring, the necessary tests still needed to be done. After all, it was almost noon, wasn't it? So Wang Fugue walked into the school's kitchen for the first time. Ning Xiao continued to talk with the 3 women who applied for her assistant in the principal's office to clarify her needs, and the remaining 2 male parents followed Wang Fugue to visit the kitchen. Although the children had already heard about the magic of magic, they were still amazed when they saw Wang Fugue wave his hand, and the tools he needed automatically flew to his hand. It was Wuge who accompanied them to familiarize themselves with the kitchen. He squatted on Wang Fugue's shoulder and introduced him that the magic kitchen can automatically record the chef's actions, such as cutting vegetables. After you cut once, the magic knife will automatically help you complete the rest of the cutting work according to the recorded size and thickness. Similarly, every action of cooking can form a set of standardized processes to allow the magic kitchen utensils to run automatically. This greatly reduces the complexity of the side dishes, and can also ensure the stability of the products to a certain extent. Wang Fugue, the owner of the restaurant, couldn't help but sigh repeatedly, saying that it would be great if his restaurant had a magic kitchen. There is a small door in the kitchen that leads to the school warehouse. Because the warehouse uses the principle of time stagnation to store materials, the ingredients are basically stored in the warehouse. The parents' eyes drifted across the rows of instant foods and remained silent about the mess in the warehouse, but they all had a strange feeling in their hearts. Why is the school's inventory similar to ours? So down to earth. They thought it would be something strange, something that the world had never seen before. At noon today, Ning Xiao asked the parents to stay and eat together, so Wang Fugue needed to prepare lunch for 13 people. Wu Jie reminded him that the school had a separate dining system, and it was enough to prepare 3 dishes and 1 soup for each person. Wang Fugue wanted to show his skills, but Ning Xiao didn't prepare too many fresh ingredients when purchasing, so the ingredients he could choose were limited and homely. So, when the students finished their morning classes and came to the restaurant in a line, they saw scrambled eggs with chopped green onions, cabbage with vinegar, dumpa pork and pumpkin soup. Dad, did you make this? The little fat boy rushed to his father and asked with sparkling eyes. Wang Fugue nodded reservedly and proudly. From now on, I will be the chef of the school. The little fat boy and other students' eyes lit up. After all, they had tasted Boss Wang's strength once. This was the first time that parents, students, and the mysterious principal human gathered together in the school cafeteria for a meal. The chairs were automatically pulled open for the guests to sit down and enjoy the food together. Out of courtesy, everyone waited for the principal to start eating first. Ning Xiao was not polite to them, and tasted the pickled cabbage first. Others were quietly observing her reaction. Wang Fugue was particularly worried about whether the dishes from their world would suit the appetite of this visitor from the magic world. He was so nervous that he was sweating a little. Then, he saw the principal raised his eyebrows and commented with satisfaction, Not bad. He smiled instantly. Ning Xiao signaled that everyone should not be restrained, so the atmosphere finally relaxed. The students, who were very happy to see their parents and the feast, whispered to their parents while eating. The focus of the topic was the praise for several dishes. In fact, none of them were very complicated dishes, but each one made people instantly understand the difference between a chef and an ordinary chef, especially the pickled cabbage, which everyone praised. However, the portion of this dish was a bit small compared to the others, and it could be finished in a few bites, which made everyone a little regretful. When Wang Chunhua took the cabbage, she keenly noticed something was wrong. Did you make this? She looked at Wang Fuguei suspiciously. When the others heard the question, they looked over with some surprise. Wang Fuguei touched his nose, and finally said with a chuckle, I made it, but this cabbage was grown in the magic field. The first fast-growing cabbage planted matured this morning, and was picked and sent to the kitchen. This was also the first time Ning Xiao ate native vegetables grown in magical land. Although it was also due to Wang Fugui's cooking skills, the cabbage was so delicious. It was crisp and delicious, with a sweet taste. With the vinegar sauce, it was just the right amount of sweet and sour, making the taste buds feel happy and appetizing. Ning Xiao even realized that what she had eaten a few days ago was indeed junk food. Alas, why did she have to wait until there was something to exchange before starting her recruitment plan? A chef is such an important position, and she should have recruited one on the first day of school. Fortunately, it's not too late now. Not only that, she felt like she was soaking in warm water, and she felt as relaxed as if she had a spa. This is not an illusion. Ning Xiao noticed something strange and opened the principal's guide. As expected, she saw buff icons on everyone in the school, including herself, on the personnel list. Mental recovery restores mental power consumption, which can effectively reduce the fatigue caused by all mental power consumption behaviors such as casting and meditation. Buff countdown, 19 seconds. Inspiration burst, a small increase in the success rate of magic research, alchemy and other behaviors. Buff countdown, 7 seconds. Strength growth, you feel full of strength and can lift objects that are about 1.5 times heavier than usual. Buff countdown, 22 seconds. Speed stimulation. Everyone gets a different buff, and the effect time is relatively short. However, a random short-term buff is still a buff. Ning Xiao doesn't mind it. She smiled and said, vegetables in the magic farmland sometimes bring some wonderful effects. This was deliberately not said too clearly, but the students soon realized something and summoned the student handbooks one after another, and then saw the buff icon on their status bar. Wang Fucai happened to get the inspiration burst buff randomly. He was stunned for a moment, then got up excitedly, picked up the pickled cabbage that he had not eaten in one breath, and rushed to the classroom in the astonished eyes of everyone. Although the buff lasts for a short time, as long as it is still within the effective time, you can continue the buff by eating another bite. The little fat man chewed the cabbage and began to make alchemy again with a serious expression. Everyone who realized why he did this also stopped eating and stood outside the classroom. For some reason, although it was only a basic alchemy, the scene seemed to be about to give birth to a miracle, and no one dared to breathe. Only Ning Xiao, for the sake of the principal's image, stayed in the restaurant to continue to eat elegantly. Wu Jie sneaked behind the crowd. Not long after, there was a cheer in the classroom. Success? The students excitedly surrounded the little fat boy, and the two boys who thought they were his brothers hugged the little brother, who finally broke the 0 success rate record. Wang Fuguei even burst into tears, grabbed the collars of other parents, pointed at the ice lotus lying quietly in the glass jar, and said excitedly, see? My son made it. He can do magic. He can do it. The parents understood his feelings very well, and congratulated him one after another. Then, the little fat boy carefully took out the blue flower in the encouraging eyes of everyone and walked towards the door. Wang Fuguei and Wang Chunhua and his wife both raised their chests unconsciously, and looked at each other meaningfully. Other students gave the ice lotus they made to their parents, and the little fat boy would definitely give it to them too. Does he love his father more, or his mother more? Then, the little fat boy walked through the crowd and returned to the restaurant with a proud face. His eyes were bright, and he put on the gentlemanly look he learned from cartoons, and held the flower in front of Ning Xiao. Beautiful, intelligent, powerful, and mysterious principal, I want to give this flower to you. Of course, the principal can't be short of ice lotus, but who said that ice lotus is only for keeping warm? It's a magic flower. A very beautiful flower. Are there any women in this world who don't like flowers? Ah, As the first man to present flowers to the principal, I must be very handsome and extraordinary in her eyes at this moment, right? Ha. My group of stupid classmates don't know how to please the teacher and the principal. From today on, I, Wang Aotian, will be the principal's favorite. Student, the future is infinitely bright. What the principal thinks no one knows. But at this moment, everyone who saw this scene, especially Wang Fatsai's parents, just felt their hands itching and wanted to hit someone. Chapter 38. Ning Xiao accepted the little fat boy's flattering behavior with a smile. She also patted his head encouragingly. The little fat boy was flattered and asked a question that he had wanted to ask for a long time. Principal, are you married? Do you have a boyfriend? Everyone, Ning Xiao smiled, neither. Alas, she was reminded of the young boy who was about to get her. It was really a pity to travel through time. Give him back his little milk dog boyfriend. Do you mind a sister-brother relationship? What do you think of a man who is more than 500 years younger than you? Here, classmate Wang Fatsai continued to ask fearlessly. 6. Can't a dozen girlfriends satisfy you? As roommates, Mu Shua and Yu Ran took a breath of cold air, fearing that this playboy would be kicked out of school by the principal in the next second. Fortunately, the principal did not get angry, but said the cruelest words with a charming smile. Oh, I don't mind being younger than me, but I don't like fat people. I only like handsome guys with 8-pack abs. Wang Fatsai's heart was broken. Forget it, he should just concentrate on being the principal's favorite student. Lunch ended happily in everyone's trance. Other parents either went to complete the work assigned by the principal or returned to the hotel to continue participating in the construction. Only Wang Fugue stayed as a chef who had to prepare dinner. Not only that, after lunch break, he was invited by the principal to visit the newly appeared magic reading room. Everyone went to the 3rd floor together. The reading room was near the stairs. There was a wooden carved door with a book-shaped logo on the door. Ning Xiao walked towards the reading room, and the door automatically opened for her, as if welcoming the beautiful principal. What caught the student's eyes was a spacious fan-shaped space. The irregular arched wooden frame divided the curved surface into floor-to-ceiling window reading areas. Each reading area had a floor-to-ceiling bookshelf and a set of comfortable-looking chairs. There was a small round window above the head, through which the sky and the sun could be seen. The style design and various details revealed the consistent magic style of the academy, but the most amazing thing was that the scenery outside the window was different. The starry sky, the ocean, the sunny forest, the star-studded city view. It seemed that this reading room could be placed anywhere and at any time. The bookshelves were full of books, but if you looked closely, you would find that the books on each bookshelf were actually the same. This was normal. There were only 300 books for monthly rent, which could not fill the entire reading room's bookshelf anyway, so the bookshelves copied themselves, and no matter which reading area the student sat in, they could find all the books in the reading room. The books here come from the most magnificent universal library in the magic world. They are projections of various magic books in this world, and they are randomly changed every month. What you can see depends on your luck. Treasure them, they are precious treasures from another world. The lucky ones among you may find magic books that are destined for you and start an adventure. Ning Xiao made up a story, and gave a nice excuse for why there were so few and so many books. Then she asked the students to sit down by themselves, and then she and Wang Fugue also chose a corner to sit down. Recipes. She raised her hand towards the bookshelf while muttering, and then 3 books flew out of the bookshelf, and were caught by her, and placed on the table. Superb. A complete collection of magic foods that will make your love successful. Master these, and you will be able to master the heart of a magician. Magicians should also eat well, and eat healthily. Although the titles have a strong flavor of junk books, Ning Xiao still pushed them to Wang Fugue without changing her expression, and said with a smile, use them as a reference. Maybe in the future, we can add some magic delicacies with special effects to the menu of the academy. The rental books are indeed not very reliable. Such shoddy goods occupy almost half of them. Just looking at the titles and categories, you can tell that they are probably not very useful for finding new plant magic formulas. But Ning Xiao's eyes lit up when he saw these 3 books. Who says only alchemical formulas are useful? Magic food is also a great thing. Today, I specially added the fast-growing cabbage I planted to the list of ingredients, just to try to find some surprises. Sure enough, although the buffs obtained are very random, it proves that the path of developing magic food is completely feasible. Of course, there are still many differences between the ingredients of the magic continent and this world. Even some common species have completely different actual effects due to different growth environments. There are probably very few things that can be learned and used in these 3 recipes, but this can provide ideas for chefs. An experienced chef like Wang Fuguwei is certainly not a person who only sticks to the rules. Developing new dishes is also part of his daily work. Providing him with some reference examples may bring him extra surprises. As for the fact that he himself has no magical talent and may not be able to make magic food well, there is no need to worry too much. Not all magic food must be made by magicians themselves, and there are students in the academy who can be used. Assign a credit task to assist the chef in developing magic food, and it will be done. Wang Fuguwei patted his chest and guaranteed, "Don't worry, I will study them carefully." But in fact, he was very uneasy. He is just an ordinary senior chef. Can he really learn to make food in the magic world? The principal trusts him so much. Alas, he has to take the task. The principal nodded and left this corner to him, and sat down in another empty corner and started reading. This design that separates the reading area allows everyone to have a relatively private reading space, immersing themselves in books and the scenery they like. For the use of the reading room, there are more detailed instructions in the student manual. Otherwise, you can get the answer by asking the ubiquitous crow with carvings. Therefore, they quickly mastered the method of setting out the illusion scenery and summoning books. The only pity is that there are still too few books. It is faster to stand in front of the bookshelf and scan them all than to say the keywords and let them fly to your hands automatically. Legendary Mage Meditation Tutorial. Magical Horticulturist's Essence Notes. You can also become an alchemist. Although the books are miscellaneous, some books still look very attractive. They took the books off the bookshelf according to their respective interests and then laid down in the recliners. All the chairs in the academy are very comfortable and will adjust themselves according to the user's body and height to provide the best sitting feeling. And the chairs in the reading room, on this basis, also provide massage services. Before the book is opened, the students are first immersed in the joy of stretching their bodies. First, let's recognize the basic graphics of meditation: long strips, Z-shaped, T-shaped. In actual operation, we can form a pattern that can be eliminated by matching them like this. When the magic block falls faster, remember not to panic. Several students who took the Legendary Mage Meditation tutorial began to feel something was wrong. This is also called a meditation tutorial? Isn't this just a Tetris game guide? How can you people in the magic world turn such a small game into such a thick book? Also, where exactly is the Legendary Mage reflected? Chapter 39. Wenrui is also one of those who was hurt by the trashy book. Although she appeared calm on the surface these days, she was no less worried than Wang Fazai, who cried. But she was a college student after all, so she couldn't show her weakness. These days, she actually had a lot of worries. For example, she would receive messages from her and her ex-boyfriend's mutual friends on her phone from time to time, telling her that her ex-boyfriend was sick and had a high fever in the dormitory alone. He was very weak and kept saying her name. Although I don't know why you had a conflict, it's the end of the world, and he might just die. Do you want to come and see him? Someone advised. Before, Wenrui might have really softened her heart. After all, saying her name when he had a high fever sounded like the plots in those romance novels she liked, showing a man sincere love. However, Wenrui also received messages from Sasha. The first one was asking if she was safe after the natural disaster, the second one was an apology, and the third one was telling her that the school was in chaos and Wei Ming, her ex-boyfriend, was in need of someone to take care of him and was asking people to find her. It was strange to say that in a sense, Sasha was Wenrui's rival, but it was this girl who was the first to worry about her safety. Sasha apologized because she had already pointed out that Wei Ming was not a man before Wenrui broke up with her ex-boyfriend, and she was worried that Wenrui's sudden disappearance was because of a broken heart. Wei Ming's argument about the natural disaster was jealousy between boys, and it was also because Sasha had reminded Wenrui. In this situation, it is easy for Sasha to be suspected of having ulterior motives, either showing off her charm or sowing discord. But when Wenrui asked her in confusion why she told her at the risk of being misunderstood, Sasha asked her back, "Why don't you doubt me like that? I don't think you are that kind of person." What a coincidence, I don't think you are that kind of person either. A girl who can be regarded as a rival in love believes that she is not so narrow-minded, while a boyfriend who loves her deeply, but says that she is stupid, takes the initiative to break up, and doesn't even send a message when the end of the world comes. Even believing that he is chanting her name out of love, Wenrui feels that she is really stupid. Of course she knows Wei Ming's thoughts. It has always been Wenrui who actively pursues them, flatters him in various ways, takes care of him meticulously, and praises him as a male god. If he takes the initiative to admit his mistakes, his self-esteem will not allow it. But when the natural disaster and the end of the world come, They are a group of students trapped in school because of the final exams, helpless, and Wei Ming suddenly realizes how good it is to have a girlfriend who is devoted to him. After all, when Rui did buy medicine for Wei Ming in the middle of the night because he was not feeling well. Who doesn't like this silly babysitter? When Rui started falling in love at a very young age. She has dated several boyfriends and devoted herself to them every time, but was let down every time. She was always ridiculed as a love-brain person, and even her boyfriends always looked down on her. After knowing her love history, they looked down on her even more. This made Wenrui very lonely. Although she longed for love so much, it was also because of loneliness. Wenrui's family conditions are actually good. Her parents are environmentalists with a respected social status. Their income is not very rich, but they definitely live a worry-free life. Although they try their best to accompany her and show their love to her, they still miss important occasions in her life because of work. From small parent-teacher meetings to big 18-year-old coming-of-age ceremonies, or family trips that are always postponed. When she was young, she could be taken to the workplace by them to enjoy special parent-child time, because she was young and did not need to be busy with schoolwork. But as she grew older and had her own way to go, this kind of actually boring gathering became less and less. At first, Wenrui didn't think it was a big deal. But there were always people looking at her with pity and telling her what a poor child. After a long time, Wenrui began to feel that she was really pitiful, so she began to crave intimacy, hoping to use love to make up for the company she was owed. But in the end, love is not very reliable. Her life was so bad, and she ended up encountering a natural disaster. She was lucky enough to get into a magic school, but her magic talent was only F, the worst among all. Wenrui felt that she was the one who really needed to worry about being expelled. She was really useless. However, because she came to the magic school, her parents who were attending an academic conference in Zhengzhou were not so panicked. After hearing that the murderous hailstorm fell in Dong'o, her parents almost fainted at the venue, and their voices trembled when they called her. After calming her down and making her parents believe that she was indeed in a safe magic school, they also told her to protect herself, and not to tell anyone about her experience in the magic school. This is a very wise decision. Didn't she meet her ex-boyfriend, and now he is trying to find out where she is? Her ex-boyfriend is the only one who heard her mention the magic school. Fortunately, Wenrui didn't have time to explain the location clearly at that time, and he was impatient to listen to her story. Otherwise, Wenrui was a little worried that he would come. Not only because of the disappointment and annoyance with Wei Ming, but also because Wenrui didn't want Wei Ming to be seen by the principal. She didn't know who the girl who handed out the flyers was, and why she handed the flyers to Wei Ming, but Wenrui had a hunch that the lucky person who was chosen by the flyer was not her. She was like a female supporting role who stole the protagonist's opportunity, and she felt uneasy. But even so, Wenrui didn't plan to give up. She was trying to stay here every day. Her talent was poor, so she put more effort in her efforts. She would try to practice her homework in the illusion of the textbook every day until she felt dizzy. The reason why she had a higher chance of success than the fat guy was not because of luck, but because she simulated countless times in her mind before each attempt. After each failure, she would write a long summary, analyzing where she was out of control, what was the reason, and what methods could be used to improve. Her life experience made her a very patient person, who was not afraid of giving. Her parents' teachings also taught her how to analyze and study things. Therefore, although the book Legendary Mage Meditation Tutorial seemed to be meaningless, she still summoned paper and pen and took notes very seriously. Wenrui did not choose to throw the book aside rudely. On the contrary, she became interested in the author of this book. Ivy Gear wrote in the author's introduction of the book. This is a woman who fell into madness in pursuit of her beloved. Chapter 40. Wenrui didn't know whether the publication of books in the magic world did not require review, so this was not a positive evaluation. It appeared in the author's profile on the last page, accompanied by a moving magic photo. To be honest, the woman in the photo was not good looking. She had a flat face, a flat nose, and even some freckles, but she looked very confident. When she looked at Wenrui, she looked at her from top to bottom. Ugly. For a moment, Wenrui seemed to hear the woman say this to her, as if she was evaluating this little reader, who was separated by two worlds. Wenrui didn't care. On the contrary, she stared at the woman in the photo with starry eyes, and felt from the bottom of her heart that she had a special charm, which came from the strong temperament brought by strength. Ivy Gear is a legendary magician, who has made great achievements in the field of puppetry. Yes, the field of puppetry, not meditation. Logically, the book she wrote should be about puppetry, But she chose a topic that she was not very good at. But if you know her story, you won't be surprised. Ivy Gear is madly in love with a magician who invented the cube meditation. It is said that the two are childhood sweethearts. The other party was discovered to have outstanding magic talent since childhood, and was accepted by a magic school that was not well known at the time, and rose all the way. In order to follow his footsteps, Ivy tried her best to come to the magic school, sticking to him and not letting any other women get close, so there was a rift between the two. The gifted meditation magician relied on his strength to constantly attack Ivy, trying to drive away or even kill this troublesome woman, but the latter actually relied on her crazy feelings to cultivate herself into a puppet master. This is certainly because of Ivy's talent, but also because she is always in danger of her life. Ivy has to study puppet substitutes to continue her life of being clingy. This meditation research experience is nothing more than Ivy's writing to please the other party. But unfortunately, not only did the other party not read it, but it was also regarded as a garbage book in the magic continent. These are of course not written in the book, when Rui found it in another book introducing gossip about the magic continent. Obviously, it is another book without nutrition, but it is of great help to Rui to understand Ivy and interpret the meditation course she wrote. For example, when Rui found that there are word games hidden in this book. But before she could interpret the content, the reading class was over. She checked it out, and when she saw that she was holding this book, several other students, who had read it superficially, showed a slightly surprised expression. But no one questioned it. Her classmates are not the kind of people who like to point fingers at other people's choices. Although from another level, this is also because the books in the reading room are all about the same bad. The next class was a meditation class, which was a class that students liked very much, but for Rui, who had an F-level talent, this class was not easy at all. Just like her talent test was a dead end at the beginning, Rui always ran out of energy easily during meditation, and felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. After meditating for 1 minute, she had to rest for 10 minutes to recover. In the past, she could only feel dizzy in the classroom, and lie on the desk with her eyes closed to rest for 10 minutes, but today, she cheered up and continued to study. Ivy hid her secrets between the lines of the book, just like a hidden poem, and if you read each page in a special way, you will find a diary of 1 or 2 sentences. Because she believed that Ivy would not just write a book for someone she loves, Rui discovered this secret. It can be regarded as a love letter. These 2 sentences were written to the master of cube meditation, expressing her tender feelings. Others might find it corny, but Rui, who is also a love-brained person, was moved to tears when she read it. Alas, she could understand the feeling of being betrayed by love. Thinking of this, Rui suddenly found something wrong. Because the sentences on the first page were simple, she interpreted them very quickly, probably in just 1 or 2 minutes. Originally, she was still dizzy during this time, but now, she is not dizzy anymore. Rui felt that she was full of energy, and could start the next round of meditation immediately. So, she really started to meditate again. After a minute, the dizziness came again, and Rui continued to read. After interpreting the second page, she was no longer dizzy. Rui, wow, this is a meditation tutorial, right? The 2 girls, who were her roommates, were the first to notice something was wrong with her, because they were sitting near her. After asking, Rui simply shared her discovery, and pushed the book to them to try. Yi Han was still dizzy, so he took the book and read it silently. Then, his eyes lit up. I'm really not dizzy anymore. Next was Lu Jiayun, who completed a round of meditation with great anticipation, took the book and began to interpret it. Still dizzy. Telling the results to the 2 roommates, the 3 of them were a little confused. The boys who were disturbed by the noise also joined in, and then, Wang Fazai succeeded, while Muzhua and Yuren failed. Strange, doesn't it work for everyone? Because of the magical discovery of this book, several people lost their minds to concentrate on meditation and gathered together to discuss. Rui thought for a while, and asked the 3 people who failed, how do you feel after you interpreted Ivy's confession? Lu Jiayun, respect, blessing. Muzhua, a bit corny. Yuren, more boring. Rui asked the 2 who succeeded again. The fat man said, oh, I envy that guy so much, and Yihan typed it's great to like someone so much. So, only people who can understand Ivy can trigger the effect of this tutorial? Rui touched his chin and recorded all the current discoveries. Although this book is a bit picky about readers, everyone is still very excited to discover the effect of a magic book. The correct way to use this book is like this. What about other books? Maybe those seemingly unnutritious books also have their own correct interpretation methods. Yuran touched his chin, very excited. Unfortunately, it was meditation class time now. In order to avoid deducting credits, she could only wait until after class to go to the reading room to look for books that might be destined for her. In the following time, when Rui was testing the effect of this book. As the number of meditations increased, the effect would gradually decrease, but even so, her meditation efficiency increased by more than 5 times. After one class, the total number of magic sources she obtained was even higher than that of Yihan, who had B+ talent. And what made her even happier was that she received extra points from the principal. You discovered the elementary secret of legendary mage meditation tutorial, and the principal awarded you 10 credits. This message appeared in her student handbook. At the same time, the way to obtain credits also added the option of discovering the secrets of magic books. Because of her poor talent, when Rui, whose credits were at the bottom, jumped over the dangerous line of failing. While she breathed a sigh of relief, she keenly noticed the hint from the principal. This book? There are still secrets? Chapter 41. When Rui discovered how to use the legendary mage meditation tutorial, which was a pleasant surprise for Ning Xiao. The natives of this world generally have low magic aptitude, and it just so happens that the lower the aptitude, the greater the improvement effect of this book. Although the conditions for the object of action are a bit harsh, as long as the number of students increases in the future, it will not be a problem at all. Therefore, Ning Xiao put this book on the purchase list, intending to turn it into a collection of books in the school when there are extra magic sources. What is more gratifying than discovering the wonderful use of a magic book is that when Rui seems to have a special talent in research. Although Ning Xiao adopts a free-range teaching style and rarely interacts with students, she still pays attention to students. The principal's guide will also update the students' dynamics in school in a timely manner. Although it will not be detailed, it will roughly record daily learning such as trying to alchemize the ice lotus in the classroom and failing. Due to the limited amount of materials, when Rui did not perform alchemy very often, but her success rate was not bad. For this, the principal's guide marked a summary of failures, reread the textbook and practiced in the illusion, etc. She worked hard, and her efforts were fruitful. Being the first to discover the secret of the magic book was both luck and a recognition of hard work. Of course, this does not mean that other students are lazy, but it is clear that when Rui seems to have more ideas about how to improve herself. There is more good news. Early the next morning, Ning Xiao received a good news from the parents' group. The botanical garden and farmland plots have been cleared. Is it really meaningful for us to do this? Outside the hotel, the employees of the scenic spot gathered around the fenced-off open space. Although they tried their best to show joy, their mental state was not good at first glance. This is natural. They were already worried about their families in other places. When the news of the inexplicable barrier in Dong'o broke out, they felt that the sky had fallen. Is this really not some kind of curse against Dong'o? The strange rusty sun, the murderous hail, the terrible low temperature, and the strange barrier, it seems that some irresistible force is maliciously destroying the land of Dongzhou bit by bit and punishing all Dong'o people. Originally, most people did not believe in strange things, but now many people do. People are more pessimistic than ever before, and they can't help but think that all this may just be the beginning, and there will be more terrible things in the future. In the end, everyone will die. Once this idea came up, it could not be suppressed, and fear gripped everyone's heart. No matter how much they thought it was wise to stay in the hotel and hang out with the mysterious parents and the magical school, many people had the thought, I can't escape anyway, I want to be with my family at the last moment. If it wasn't too cold outside, they didn't have transportation and enough survival supplies, and several young people almost packed their bags and went home. It's not their fault that they were irrational, because they had never even seen the magic school in person. When the road was being repaired, they went to the so-called school gate, but they didn't see anything at all. The parents' description of the school was vague, and there was no accurate response to the transaction with the school, so anyone would feel that they were just outsiders. Can I really please the academy by helping the academy clean up the road and build facilities? What is the attitude of the academy towards ordinary people like them, who are neither students nor parents? Perhaps they are just tools that are not worth mentioning. Even Shaoli, who has been on currying favor with his superiors, can't help but feel pessimistic. And he is very worried about his elderly parents and young sister, who are far away in his hometown. Life is really too bad. The chaos brought by the barrier is only one aspect. In Dong'o today, a large number of living facilities have begun to malfunction or even paralyzed in the cold. For example, water shortages have begun in various places. The water supply system can't withstand the current low temperature at all. The water pipes are frozen, and the tap water has become a block of ice. The problem of water shortage for daily life has quickly become more difficult than the food problem. To drink water, you must temporarily heat up the water in barrels or bottles. Heating requires heating facilities or burning fires. But many places have started to cut off power or limit power, and coal, charcoal, and other combustible things are also in short supply. Many places have started to cut down trees. Of course, there is good news. In order to stabilize the situation, the governor of Dongao urgently announced the shelter plan, which will be led by the provincial, municipal, and district governments to build large survival bases throughout the state and give each region the greatest autonomy. Because the shelter capacity is limited, not everyone can enter in time. Those who violate the law and discipline may be turned away. It must be said that this move did deter many people who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble, and the originally precarious social order was temporarily stabilized. People stayed at home anxiously, waiting for the official announcement of nearby shelters. Xiao Li's parents have the habit of hoarding food. If they save water for the time being, they can still supply the whole family for more than half a month. However, power restrictions have been in place since yesterday. It is said that the power supply in the area should be given priority to factories producing emergency supplies and shelter construction. Residents can only turn on the heating for 3 or 4 hours at night. In order not to freeze to death, his parents and sister have followed the neighbors to the nearby green belt to chop firewood. It sounds like they can still survive. But this is nothing more than the family reporting good news, but not bad news. His sister secretly told him that the firewood was not enough to burn. His parents were planning to go to a farther place to chop trees, otherwise if the temperature dropped like this, they might freeze to death before they could get to the shelter. Xiao Li's heart was heavy. Even if he saw a green magic dirt road pave the ground of the botanical garden with his own eyes this time, he did not feel any sigh. The parent surnamed Mu, who was good at carpentry, took the mailbox-shaped wooden boxes he had made in advance and placed one every 4 square meters on the ground of the botanical garden. This was the location where the ice lotus was planned to be placed. Although the magic dirt road is not easy to freeze, the growth of plants still requires temperature conditions. Ice and snow are not suitable for the growth of flowers and plants, so parents plan to use ice lotus to keep warm. Xiao Li was very envious. Even this bare magic dirt road can enjoy the warmth brought by the magical flower of ice lotus, while his parents and sister can only shiver in the cold house. The world is so unfair. The magic farmland also appeared in the designated position like a phantom soon. It looked much more beautiful than the dirt road, and there were several seedlings of unknown plants growing on it. The fat boss named Wang introduced that in the future, as the farmland increases, they can also eat the food grown in the magic field. It's delicious, and even ordinary vegetables, as long as they are grown in the magic field, can have magical effects. Everyone applauded, but Xiao Li thought, how far in the future is this? There is one more thing. Let's go inside and talk. After the 2 primary projects were officially completed, a female parent took out a tablet and invited all the scenic area employees into the hotel lobby. Everyone drank a sip of hot water to warm up, and then looked at her in confusion. Next, it is about the announcement of the points you have earned for participating in the construction of the academy during this period. Points? Everyone looked puzzled. The female parent did not rush to explain what points were, but read out each person's name one by one, as well as the calculation method of points and the total points earned by the other party. Xiao Li participated in road cleaning every day, with a total of 25 hours of work, plus helping parents do some odd jobs, and a total of 60 points. He was more hardworking, so the points he earned ranked in the top 3 among all people. This point is given by the academy. After reading out everyone's points, the female parent said. As soon as these words fell, Xiao Li's heart began to beat, as if he had a premonition of something. Sure enough, the next second the lady continued, points can be exchanged for supplies from the academy. You can exchange for the ice lotus, magic dirt road, etc. that you want. Wow! The hall exploded in an instant, and everyone was excited. Really? How many points does that magic flower cost? Where can I exchange it? I want it now! After they had talked enough, the woman continued, an ice lotus requires 25 or 50 points. Because the number is limited, you need to make an appointment with the academy to exchange it, and contracted employees will get it first. Everyone was stunned again. Signing employees? The woman took out a stack of contracts and said to everyone present, this contract is not provided by the school, but by our parents' union. Sign it, and you will become employees of the parents' union. You can exchange items with the school at a preferential price, and enjoy various employee benefits provided by the parents' union. At present, You can enjoy priority exchange rights and daily basic supplies of water and other materials. Your obligation is to obey the command of the parents' union, complete the tasks we set, and protect the safety of the union. I know that in this world, a paper contract has no legal effect, but this is the promise made by the parents' union to all those who are willing to work together in this doomsday and create a hope. Perhaps our relationship with the school is different, but we are all compatriots with the same blood. Let's unite and live together. The hall was quiet. Although perhaps this is just like what all company leaders love to do most, saying nice words, drawing big cakes, and trying to deceive employees into working hard for the company. But it doesn't stop them from listening. It's the end of the world. Isn't it good to live with some beautiful hope? I sign. Xiao Li raised his hand first. After getting the contract, he signed his name without even looking at it, and then asked anxiously, "So, can I exchange 25 points for Ice Lotus? How many are enough?" The woman nodded. "No limit, as long as the academy has it." Everyone was very happy. In this way, they can not only exchange for themselves, but also for their families. However, thinking of their families, everyone can't help but feel sad. They are not here. At this time, as if she saw what everyone was thinking, the woman continued to announce, "In addition to these magic items, in order to thank everyone for their hard work, Principal Wuman decided to provide us with a temporary welfare activity." Everyone looked at her again. The woman didn't keep it a secret, and announced clearly, "The Academy will send Magic Express to everyone in 3 days. Chapter 42. That night, many people in the hotel had insomnia. This time it was purely excitement. Xiao Li closed his eyes for a while in bed, and then picked up his phone again to check the information in the Parents' Union employee group. The parent named Fang Huilan said that after 3 days, everyone can send a courier of no more than 1 square meter to relatives and friends without points. The magic flowers exchanged from the academy can also be sent. Xiao Li almost thought it was his own illusion. They, a group of ordinary people, can not only obtain the magic items of the academy through labor, but also enjoy the channels of the academy to express to their families in other places? What's the difference between this and getting a golden finger? Xiao Li decided almost without hesitation that he would exchange 2 ice lotuses and send them all to his family, so that his parents and sister could also share the magic of magic. As for himself, he is in the hotel anyway, and has signed the employment contract. Points can be earned at any time, and it doesn't matter if he redeems them for himself later. Points can be exchanged not only for magic flowers, but also for other survival supplies, which means he doesn't have to worry about food and water shortages at home. Yes, the Magic Express is not limited to 1 delivery. If you are willing to spend 300 points, you can continue to deliver things. Although the points required are a bit high, you can earn them in a month with hard work, so this frequency is acceptable. The only thing he is worried about is what to use to fill this cubic meter of space. When Xiao Li thought of the benefits of points, he wanted to get up and work immediately, but the botanical garden and farmland had just been completed, and new tasks had not been arranged yet. After falling asleep in this dilemma, Xiao Li got up early in the morning and borrowed an axe from the tool room, intending to chop some more trees. Then, he bumped into several other colleagues. Looking at the tools in each other's hands, several people couldn't help scratching their heads. "Ah, are you also planning to chop some firewood and send it home?" After thinking about it last night, Xiao Li decided to use wood to fill the remaining express delivery space. After all, wood is free and practical. Although some wood was accumulated from clearing the land before, it was all stored in the warehouse as public fuel. They were too embarrassed to ask for it, so they decided to get some more by themselves. Several people quickly came to the botanical garden together, ready to chop along the land reserved for future expansion. But when they looked up, they were all stunned. A strange big tree appeared at the edge of the forest. Its color is darker brown than the surrounding trees, and its branches are bare without any leaves. What's even more weird is that its branches are very twisted, and the tail ends are curled into small whirlpools, which look eerie. Several people were startled. It was Xiao Li who reacted first. "Quick, go call Sister Fang and the others. Is this the magic tree that the students planted before?" "Yes, this is the withered tree in the book." The students were unable to attend the scene, but they made a video call, and after observing it, they told their parents with certainty. The book said that this tree will transmit a withering virus to the surrounding trees, assimilating all the trees into their strange appearance. What is the use of this plant? Oh, magicians like to use it for pranks. This tree can turn a beautiful forest into a terrible deadwood valley, and it is a weapon for destroying the environment. Moreover, the alchemical wand made of this kind of branches usually has the function of strengthening the magic effect, but the durability is very low, and it will break after a few uses. Finally, this kind of tree is easy to cut, burn-resistant, and the flames are blue. Because of this description, Yuren thought that this magical plant was used to facilitate parents to clean up the plots. It's just that it grows a little slowly. It finally grew up after the botanical garden was cleaned up. Let's put it aside and wait until more infected before cutting it down. In the end, the students proposed this. It is not only to verify its infection efficiency, but also to get more experimental materials. So everyone dispersed, and the parents began to arrange work for the new employees. Some people continued to clean up the road. In the school planning map given by the principal, there is not only one main road connecting the school and the hotel, but also a preliminary division of the entire scenic area, and the road can continue to be repaired according to the priority. Some people followed Mu Ziyuan, a carpenter with strong hands-on ability, to start transforming the hotel's power and water supply systems, and strive to complete it before the power and water are completely cut off. The rest of the busy work, such as collecting plants that have not frozen to death for students, trying to sow seeds and artificially plant flowers and plants in the botanical garden, etc. Because of the points incentive, everyone was busy happily. At this time, at the gate of the scenic area, several figures looked in furtively. It seems that no one is there. After wandering around the ticket office at the gate for a long time, Scarface finally said to the handsome young man, "Let's go in by ourselves?" As he said this, he also looked at the electric fence door at the gate with disdain. Not to mention that it was frozen and couldn't work. Even if it could, this 1.7-meter high aluminum alloy fence couldn't stop them from climbing over it. Moreover, metal becomes fragile at low temperatures, and Scarface felt that he would be finished if he kicked it. The young man thought for a while and nodded. "We will go separately later." So, several people climbed over the fence and entered the scenic area. There was a guide sign for the scenic area at the entrance, but they just glanced at it and didn't look at it anymore. They already remembered the map of the scenic area. Don't they have to remember it? This scenic area is really weird. The boss saw the puppet crow, which was only secondary. They really watched yesterday. A piece of empty land was filled with inexplicable green. They even took pictures of the scene in time to prove that it was not their illusion. Magic Academy. Maybe it really exists. Because of the fear, their actions became cautious. Just as they were about to split into 3 groups, they heard a loud shout from not far away. Who? A man with an impatient face ran out of the service center next to him. This man was Chen Hao. Although all the people in the scenic area, including the hotel owner who had more say, signed contracts to become employees of the parents' union, there were not many people in the end. Because of the low temperature, the monitoring equipment had already stopped working, which made the overall security of the scenic area stretched. But the parents still assigned patrol tasks, at least to monitor the entrance of the scenic area to prevent any danger from being discovered in time. Chen Hao took the initiative to take on this task. The reason was that this task was easy enough, and he could get a magic flower to keep warm. Although he needed to be vigilant at all times, there was no one to supervise him. Who knew if he was playing with his phone or working? In Chen Hao's opinion, no one would go to the scenic spot for no reason, so it was very suitable for him to hide in the tourist center and enjoy his leisure time. But I didn't expect that there were really people who were so idle that they came to such a place. Fortunately, he went to the toilet and looked outside when he came back. These people almost slipped in. Chen Hao picked up the electric baton distributed to him by the parents and shouted at several people. "Didn't you see that the scenic spot was closed? You are illegally trespassing, go away." The young man smiled. "Hello, we are residents nearby. The weather is too cold, so we want to go to the mountain to cut. No matter who you are, this is public land. No entry without permission." Chen Hao kept a certain distance from them. Although the young man looked like a weak and fragile little white face, the others still looked a bit martial, especially the scarred man. He picked up the intercom and pretended to call people. "Come here, there are strangers here." "Brother, the end of the world has come. What's the difference between public and private?" The scarred man said with a fake smile. "Besides, we just want to get something to keep warm. It won't cause any trouble. The children at home are still young, and the mother is old. How can they survive if they are frozen like this? We are all compatriots, just be considerate." Chen Hao simply pressed the electric baton switch and pointed at the few people and said, "You talk too much nonsense. What's wrong with you? What does it have to do with our scenic spot? There are so many trees outside. Why do you have to come here to make trouble? If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude." The scarred man and the others all looked gloomy. Chen Hao was obviously alone, but he was quite fearless. He was wearing the uniform of the scenic spot, and the people in the scenic spot were currently living in a hotel, and they seem to have a close relationship with the magic school. With a backer, he is naturally bold. But this also means that his attitude represents the attitude of the academy. The academy does not seem to welcome outsiders like them. This disappointed the scarred man and his friends, but this emotion only flashed by and was quickly suppressed. The young man said calmly, "Sorry, we leave now." Chen Hao kept watching them leave, spitting, and then returned to the visitor center. This time, he didn't dare to relax anymore, so he simply moved a chair to sit near the door and looked outside with a little attention. After leaving the scenic area, the scarred man asked unwillingly, "Just let it go?" "How is it possible?" The young man smiled, "Come back later." So, after nightfall, a figure slipped into the scenic area again. But this time, he didn't go in the direction of the gate. After all, they were not sure if there was anyone there. He found a relatively low wall, climbed over it, and then approached the hotel as planned. He received an order to search the possible location of the school along the hotel and bring back some suspicious items. For example, that green soil. So, the figure came to the botanical garden in the dark, and after confirming that there was no one around, he picked up a small shovel and shoveled a small bag of soil. Just as he was about to leave, he turned his head and saw a ghost face. Ah! He screamed and covered his mouth. After returning to the residence, the young man and the people in the room looked at the skinny monkey, who was sent out to perform the mission, and ran back in a hurry. "You didn't even see what it was, and you ran away?" The scarred man couldn't help but say, "If I had known earlier, I would have gone." "You are too timid." The skinny monkey scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, "It was mainly because I shouted and was afraid of disturbing the people in the hotel, so I ran away first. But I didn't completely figure out what it was," he said, opening his hand, and a withered branch was lying on his hand. "What is this?" "Ahem, I grabbed it from the thing with a ghost face." The skinny monkey thought back and felt that he was too brave to punch the scary thing. When he hit it, he found that the feeling was wrong. He thought it was a ghost, but it was actually a strange-looking tree. Unfortunately, because of the noise in the hotel, he couldn't see it more carefully and ran away in a hurry. "You were scared back by a tree?" Others also showed speechless expressions. "It's not an ordinary tree, it's a strange-looking dead tree." "It's just a dead tree, what's the big deal?" The scarred man turned the branch that looked just a little special in color over and over again, but couldn't see what it was. So, he casually threw it into the burning brazier in the middle of the living room. At this temperature, the trees are losing their leaves. Before he finished speaking, the brazier boomed and a tall blue flame shot up. A heat that was much warmer than before instantly filled the entire living room. Chapter 43. Although everyone tried to wrap themselves up thickly and stuff things into their clothes to enhance the warmth, they found that their bodies were already a little stiff and cold when the flame came out. So warm. The body felt comfortable as if soaking in warm water, and the people in the living room couldn't help but murmur. You don't even need to get too close to the flame. The heat it radiates is enough to take care of everyone nearby and dispel the uncomfortable chill. Is this really not an ordinary tree? The scarred man was a little unbelievable. How could such a small dead branch burn with a blue flame? And the temperature was obviously abnormal. Even those who were closer to the brazier felt a little hot. "Look, I said that tree is weird." The skinny monkey said excitedly, "It must be a magic tree. Although it looks scary, it is too easy to burn. It's just a dead branch as thick as a thumb, but it can provide so much warmth, which is better than a heater." A group of people gathered around the brazier and discussed curiously. Now everyone was worried. Wouldn't such a small section burn out quickly? After all, it was a dead branch, and it didn't seem to last long. But the blue flame didn't go out as quickly as they expected, but it didn't last too long. After about half an hour, the blue faded and the brazier returned to its normal appearance. There is no little match girl in this world, but the people in the living room are like the little girl after the match went out, and they are pulled back to the cold reality again. The living room was quiet for a while. "Boss?" Then, everyone looked at the young man. There was no need to make it too clear, because everyone had the same idea. That tree was a good thing. Moreover, it was something that could save lives in this apocalypse. However, they didn't know whether the tree was rare, and the attitude of the magic school towards them didn't seem friendly. The young man's fingers tapped the table gently, and after a while he sighed, "Ah, that can't be helped. Anyway, we're not good people." 3 days passed in a flash, and soon everyone packed up their things, packed one huge package after another, and put them all in the open space. Everyone was curious about how to express these things. The answer was soon revealed. A black puppet crow flew in the sky. This was not the first time that people in the scenic area saw this puppet crow. After knowing the existence of the magic school, everyone quietly searched for relevant information and naturally saw the video that had been on the hot search. There were also a few lucky people who had seen the puppet crow come to the parents. But this time, the crow appeared in front of everyone openly, and as soon as it landed, it transformed into a beautiful boy with silver hair and black clothes. That appearance did not belong to this world, not even to the human world. Everyone at the scene was stunned. The beautiful boy bowed gracefully and said to everyone, "Hello everyone, the principal sent me to send express for you. Please rest assured that I will definitely send the package safely." As he said, he snapped his fingers. A silver light gate appeared beside him, and the packages on the ground floated up one by one, lined up, and flew into the light gate in an orderly manner. It wasn't a big scene, but it was enough to make the staff of the scenic spot stunned. Is this really not a movie special effect? Several people even pinched themselves to make sure they were dreaming. When the last package disappeared into the light gate, the beautiful boy bowed again, then, "See you next time." After that, he turned back into a crow and flew gracefully into the sky. Until he disappeared, everyone came back to their senses and looked at each other in sudden realization. So that's it. In fact, express delivery doesn't require very advanced magic at all, as long as the puppet crow takes action. With only 300 points, you can ask it. No, it's a magical existence like him to help you send things. The school is too kind. But what does the sentence that the principal asked them to help promote mean? A distant town. Little Sisterly put the last stroke on the cardboard box and looked at her painting with some distress. It was a golden sunflower. It filled the entire front of the cardboard box, probably because the painting was too big and the color pen had poor water flow, so it looked too simple. The girl wanted to make the flower more beautiful, for example, to paint the leaves and the center of the flower, but she really couldn't find the paint. The pen in her hand was also warmed by the stove for a long time before it could barely work normally. The girl likes painting very much, so she has several sets of watercolor pens, but when the end of the world comes, hobbies can only be hidden in the bottom of her heart. It's so cold. She and her parents don't know how long they can hold on in such days. Can they hold on until they see their brother again? Thinking of her brother, who was working in another place, the girl couldn't help but feel a sour nose, and recall the countless times when he protected her and helped to drive away the bad kids who pulled her braids when she was a child. If only her brother was here, they wouldn't be bullied. She also remembered that when she went out to chop wood yesterday, she was robbed again and again by the upstairs neighbors, who relied on the fact that they had 3 sons and didn't listen to reason at all. It was obviously she who found the wood first, but they insisted that they found it first, and they surrounded her and her parents and refused to hand over the things and let them leave. If other neighbors couldn't stand it anymore and helped to speak up, they might have lost all their gains for the day. But the help of others is always limited. That family has always been arrogant, and no one is really willing to go against them for others. What's more, that family has connections. One of their relatives participated in the construction work of the shelter, and was an official of some importance. It is said that he could help arrange a place to enter the shelter. This town is not a big town with a developed economy, and the work efficiency has always been slow. It is slower than other places to determine the location of the shelter, and the selected place is not very large. Everyone is worried about the number of places. It is said that the lottery method will be adopted to screen the entrance in batches. But the lottery is not open and transparent. Speaking of which, the first batch of names will be announced this morning? The girl remembered the notice from the neighborhood committee, looked at the time, and hurried to check her phone. Sure enough, the residents group has exploded. Why is our family not included? What is the selection method? Where did you draw the number? Is there an official announcement? This is not your choice, right? The girl and her mother read the list again, and their hearts sank. There was no family of theirs. After a closer look, the annoying neighbor was indeed on the first list. At this time, the family spoke up. Why are you not on the list? Don't you know? They were directly responding to one of the neighbors, and that neighbor happened to be the one who spoke for the girl's family yesterday. Haha, so it was really chosen. Misunderstood, what I mean is, isn't it just luck? The girl looked at the list again. In fact, there were not many people on the first list in their community, but none of those who helped them yesterday or those who had conflicts with the family were on the list. On the contrary, almost all those who had a good relationship with the family were on the list. Stop arguing. Isn't there another batch? And we're not going to enjoy ourselves. Now that we're on the list, aren't we going to help build the shelter? The official statement, probably to prevent any accidents, is that this first batch of people are builders who were selected to participate in the construction of the shelter and therefore have priority to move in. The second and third phases of the shelter will soon be built, and more people will be able to move in until everyone moves in. But everyone is not stupid, and the trick is so obvious that the group immediately started arguing. However, the argument did not last long because, if you make a fuss like this, you will be reported and put on the blacklist. The neighborhood committee member who presided over the work of the community residents said so. Now the dissatisfied people can only swallow their anger. They can't catch up with the first batch. No one wants the second batch, and they can't catch up with the third batch. Well, we are all neighbors, so we should get along well. And in the future, when we enter the shelter, we may have to help each other. The people who went in first are also helping you latecomers to build the shelter, so we should thank them. Those on the list, pack up your things, and the government will send someone to pick you up tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. No one said anything after that. At this time, the elderly father opened the door and entered the house, holding a bag of noodles he had taken out before, and the other hand was empty. What's the matter? Didn't you go to Lao Wan to borrow an axe? Motherly asked hurriedly. Their family didn't have tools for cutting wood. Before, they borrowed from neighbors and exchanged some food and drinks. Because they had a good relationship, they could borrow them every time. They said they'd lend out the axe. Dadley sighed, but I don't think they're willing to lend it. Aw, why? Why else? The family upstairs. Dadley wiped his face and smiled bitterly. Thinking of the list, Momly understood instantly, and her already bad face turned even paler. Then, what should we do next? Let's wait and see, Dadley said. Didn't Junzi say he would send us something? Li Jun is Xiao Li's name, and Junzi is his nickname. I don't know when that happened. In this weather, where did the express delivery come from? Motherly sighed, and he said it was some magic express delivery. I don't know what this kid has learned outside. I'm afraid he was cheated. This is also what the Li family is most worried about. In their opinion, it's already very good for their son to find a job smoothly. He is a little careless and doesn't like to guard against people. It's really easy to be deceived. In this kind of apocalypse, people change very quickly. Besides, Magic Express delivery sounds too unreliable. Where does magic come from in this world? Isn't it all stuff from those messy books? If he can be fooled like this, what will happen to his son in the future? That being said, they still followed their son's instructions and turned out the largest cardboard box they could find at home. The daughter drew the sunflowers her son mentioned on the cardboard box. Then, they put the cardboard box on the balcony. The girl half believed and half doubted her brother's words, and glanced at the balcony from time to time. But there was no change at all. More than an hour later, the girl no longer took it to heart. When she was about to pack her things and go out with her parents to try her luck again. Bang! There was a sound of heavy objects falling on the balcony. The family turned their heads together and were dumbfounded. Wait, when did a strange package appear next to the cardboard box? Chapter 44. Little Li's sister was close to the balcony, so she ran over first and opened the balcony door. It was not a dream, there was really a package, and a simple express delivery note with the recipient and address was attached to the package. It was her brother's handwriting. The girl opened her mouth and looked around blankly. Then she saw a dark shadow going away in the sky. Is it the crow her brother mentioned? She thought uncertainly. The temperature was too low, and the girl didn't dare to stay on the balcony for too long. She quickly dragged the big package into the house and closed the balcony door again. The family gathered in front of the package and looked at each other. I don't know if it's an illusion, this package. Why does it seem to be still hot? They put their hands on the package and confirmed that it was warmer near the package than other places in the room. What did my son send? The girl ran to the room, took out a pair of scissors, and carefully opened the package. The first thing that caught the family's eyes was a pile of charcoal. After a closer look, it wasn't charcoal, but it was very dark in color and looked like withered wood. They were cut into pieces about 1/4 the length of an arm, and neatly tied into several piles with ropes, which took up most of the space in the package. One of the piles of wood had a piece of paper attached, which read, "Burn only one piece at a time, be careful not to get too close, the temperature is high, be careful of catching fire." So their son came all the way here to bring them firewood. Little Li's parents were a little amused. Then, they looked at the other things in the package. I don't know if it was because they mentioned that there were no woodcutting tools at home, but there was actually a brand new iron axe and 3 multifunctional sabers in it. Although there were knives at home, there were not many self-defense weapons that could be carried with them. Obviously, considering their safety, Xiaoli put 3 more military knives. The rest was a 5L bucket of mineral water. At this temperature, the water was actually liquid and not frozen at all. Now the family was sure that the package was warm, and it was not their illusion. But what was the thing that was hot? After checking again and again, they turned their eyes to the strangest item sent with the package. It was 2 cylindrical objects covered with cloth. The girl and her mother each picked up one, and then their eyes lit up. It was confirmed that the cylinder was heating, a hand warmer, but it looked too strange, and it felt strange, like a bottle. Finally, the girl couldn't help her curiosity, and opened the cloth cover that was just tied with a rope, revealing the true appearance of the thing inside. It turned out to be a flower. The whole family was stunned. How could it be a flower? Motherly also took off the cloth cover in her hand, took out the glass bottle with the flower, and looked at it over and over in disbelief. They had never seen that flower before, but it was very beautiful. It shook with the bumps of the bottle, and it looked like there was no mechanism. But that's why it looked weird. The family tried again, and confirmed that they were not mistaken. The flower in the bottle was the one that was heating up. The girl couldn't help but send a message to her brother to ask, and soon she received a smug reply from him. Hey, did the stuff arrive? It's a magic flower that can heat up, called Ice Lotus. Brother, I worked hard and exchanged it from the magic school. This flower does not require any fuel or special care, and can be used for about a month. When it is no longer useful, I will exchange it for you. You and your parents hide it well. Don't let anyone find it. After reading this long reply, Xiao Li's family was silent for a moment. Finally, Li's father patted his legs and murmured, Is there really magic? It turns out that my son was not deceived. This is the feeling of Li's mother. Brother is so amazing, Xiao Li's sister said with shining eyes while holding the flower. The family, who were upset because they were not selected on the list, and the delicate neighborhood relationship, instantly ignited the hope of living in their hearts. By the way, there is one more thing, about the withered wood. Just then, Xiao Li sent another message. I have a map here. Jiang Hong, Muju's partner, never thought that he would receive a package sent by his friend. 3 days ago, he and Muju completely lost contact. The reason is very simple. The mobile phone was out of power. After the hailstorm, their home was unlucky enough to be one of the areas without power. The power supply was being repaired, but it would be cut off again after a few hours of power supply. After all, this southern city had never imagined that it would experience the severe cold of -60°C, and many public facilities were not resistant to low temperatures. There were really not many places in the city that could still supply electricity. As the last bit of power on the mobile phone ran out, people's lives suddenly returned to the primitive era of communication by shouting. In this situation, very few people were willing to go out. It's not that people don't lack supplies, but their cold-resistant clothes are also light and thin, and they can't withstand such extreme weather at all. There is a great risk of freezing to death when going out. In order to survive, Jiang Hong's community quickly organized a mutual aid group spontaneously. In order to save heating fuel, neighbors who have good relationships and can trust each other gather together to keep warm. For example, Jiang Hong's mother and her square dance partners formed a sister group of 14 people from 4 families, sleeping on the floor at Auntie's house upstairs. There was no other way. Auntie's house was the largest, and a group of people cleaned up the furniture in the living room and left space for everyone to keep warm together. Because it was a group of mothers, everyone got along quite harmoniously. At least, apart from sharing heating materials, there was no troublesome matter of handing over drinking water. Jiang Hong heard that there was another small group in the same building, which broke up unhappily because it forced everyone to hand over drinking water. Whether it was the community property, the property management committee, or even the neighborhood committee, they were all paralyzed, and this small group mutual aid model became everyone's subconscious choice. Most of the time, everyone gathered together to keep warm and cheer each other up. Women were doing social work and trying to get the latest news by trying to gain popularity. Men occasionally tried to go out when the temperature was the highest in the day, looking for something useful to pick up and seeing what changes were happening in the outside world. Although life could still go on, everyone's faces were increasingly worried. It was at this time that Jiang Hong saw the puppet crow. At that time, he was shivering while going to the toilet in his own bathroom. Well, this was also a worrying thing. After the water supply was cut off, the sanitary conditions plummeted. In order to avoid the strong odor in Auntie's house where everyone lived, everyone went back to their own homes to solve the 3 urgent needs. When he was flushing, he looked up through the small window of the toilet and saw the familiar crow staring at him motionlessly. Jiang Hong, I really want to call him a hooligan. It seemed that the recipient was confirmed to be correct. The next second, as the crow spread its wings, a package appeared at Jiang Hong's feet. Jiang Hong was startled. When he looked out the window again, the crow had already flown away. He opened the package, looked at the full things inside, and the long letter written by the other party, and the eyes of the young man in his 20s were a little red. This is too unconventional. I thought it would be difficult to contact him again, and even thought that it might be a farewell forever. As a result, it was only a few days, and my friend sent a puppet crow to deliver a courier to him. And the things delivered were all good things. After reading the things on the letter, Jiang Hong took out the printed city map from the envelope. After thinking again and again, he returned to Aunt He's house with a few things. Why did you take so long? Jiang's mother asked when she saw her son's strange expression. Jiang Hong didn't say anything. He walked to the small family fireplace in the middle of the living room, opened it, put a piece of withered wood in it, and then quickly closed the fireplace door. Boom! The next second, the blue flame engulfed the red flame. The strong warmth quickly spread in the room, which stunned everyone present. What are you burning? Everyone excitedly gathered around the fireplace, reaching out to it one by one, feeling the unusual temperature, their eyes full of surprise. This. Jiang Hong spread out his hand, and there was a small piece of withered wood on his palm. The adults present passed it around one by one, but they were all confused. What exactly is this? Wood from magic trees? Jiang Hong answered. Jiang's father and mother looked at their son in astonishment. They had always kept it as a tacit secret that their son's friend Mu Zhuo went to the Magic Academy. Unexpectedly, their son would take the initiative to bring it up. Magic? This unfamiliar word made the others present even more confused. In fact, magic has revived in this world. Since he had already started, Jiang Hong simply told the story of the Magic Academy with some choices. Others listened to him talk about the cause and effect as if they were listening to a fairy tale. Ah, so it was your friend who sent you the magic wood from a Magic Academy. Finally, and his son concluded with envy. But then he showed a confused look. Is it appropriate to tell us such a secret? No matter how much trust there is in each other, it is limited. He felt that Jiang Hong was too defenseless. I believe you, Jiang Hong said, but this is not the main reason why I confess this. As he said that, he carefully took out a glass bottle from his pocket. In the bottle was a strange-looking sapling. Brother He, are you willing to plant trees with me? Jiang Hong asked solemnly. Similar things only happen in a few cities. For the huge Dongno, the scope of influence of these cities is really limited. However, this is just the beginning. Wuge flew in the sky of Dongzhou. Occasionally, when he saw a large area of green, he would stop randomly, and then spit out something from the space. Although he was a little annoyed that he, a magical creature associated with the academy, was used as a courier, Wuge still carried out Ning Xiao's task very seriously. It was not just delivering express for the natives, who depended on the academy. More importantly, planting the withered trees randomly in places with lush vegetation. In the words of Principal Ning Xiao, let us use the magic world's pranks to announce to Dongno. The magic era has arrived. Chapter 45. After the withered tree is planted, it can grow up in one day if there is magic supply, and then spread at a rate of infecting 1 to 2 trees per day. After the infected trees mutate, they will continue to infect trees within a radius of 3 meters at the same rate. Even if there is no magic supply, it is nothing more than once a day to once every 3 days. This exponential virus transmission ability is the main reason why it is regarded as a hazard. As for prevention and control, it is very simple. Just cut it down. So Ning Xiao is not very worried about destroying the natural ecology of Dongzhou. Although it is the end of the extremely cold world, except for a few cold-resistant trees, other tree species are gradually dying. What is really worrying is that after discovering this kind of fire-resistant and warm-keeping tree, will the natives cut it all down in one go, causing the infection to be interrupted. Ning Xiao will not have the energy to replant it by then. It took her a lot of time just to refine the withered tree species that Wuge took away. In order to make the tree grow up as quickly as possible, she also matched it with a magic pool, which was another repetitive work. In the eyes of students, Ning Xiao is a mysterious principal who enjoys a leisurely retirement life and doesn't even like to show her face. In fact, behind closed doors, she lives like a hard worker. But hard work is rewarding. Ning Xiao finally upgraded, no longer a level 1 rookie magic apprentice, but a level 2 formal magic apprentice. As the level 2 plant magic knowledge in the book opened its arms to her, a new world slowly unfolded for Ning Xiao. Those magic plants with different functions are just the tip of the iceberg of the content of this subject. In fact, it has very interesting and rich magic content, not limited to magic plant alchemy. For example, automation design. As mentioned before, magic plants are divided into two types. One is the energy-producing plant that can produce magic power, which can be understood as electricity, and the other is the functional plant with special functions, which can be understood as machines. In order to make electricity and machines operate naturally, it is actually necessary to build a working network. This includes not only a series of knowledge about magic storage and transmission, but also the knowledge of designing a magic network that can work automatically for a long time through various strange plants and alchemical props. For example, there is an alchemical prop called Magic Screen, which can automatically extract the magic materials set by the magician in advance, take things out of the box and throw them under itself. This means that it can automatically throw materials into the alchemy table, and the magician no longer needs to manually select them again and again, with a hand grasp that can replicate the magician's actions 1:1. Fully automatic alchemy is no longer a dream. In addition, for example, the magnetic orchid that can automatically pick up items, the magic pipeline that can transport items, like a conveyor belt, and the magic circuit system that has a high degree of overlap with the logic circuit, etc., fully show Ning Xiao the possibility of building a magic factory. It's just that some of the props and knowledge here require her to further accumulate materials and upgrade, which cannot be realized for a while. But Ning Xiao also has good things that can be made immediately now. Principal, you are looking for me? After receiving the message, Fang Huilan quickly appeared in the principal's office holding her notebook. That's right, Ning Xiao chose Fang Huilan for the final position of principal's secretary. This parent is a very organized and proactive woman. The points plan she submitted is very comprehensive, and she also added ideas about the use of the points system. She was even keenly aware that Ning Xiao did not come up with the academy points simply to hire them, but hoped that these aborigines could learn to use the academy from it. Although the principal of the Magic Academy is friendly enough, she does not have a positive attitude of saving the world. She is more willing to let the aborigines figure out how to save themselves with the help of magic. In fact, the tree planting plan came about because of this. The principal proposed the benefits of Magic Express delivery, and then the parents and students, after discovering the practicality of the withered tree, proposed this bold plan to her. Although the ice lotus is good, the output is too limited, and it is a very limited help to the current predicament of Dong-O. The withered tree is just right. What Dong-O lacks the least is trees, and what it lacks the most is fuel to resist extreme cold. People are freezing to death every day, and many people even choose to commit suicide because they have lost the motivation and confidence to live. Although the government is building shelters, the number of people who can be sheltered is very limited. The ordinary people left behind need hope to survive. So parents advanced their wages, and students took out their credits to exchange for the tree planting plan from the school. The principal was happy to support their ideas. So many people sent out parcels containing maps, with the nearest places reserved as tree planting points. There is no way, people are selfish, and when there are limited saplings, everyone will give priority to saving those who are closer to them. Let Mr. Wuga plant the rest randomly, and try to make more people have hope of survival. And this is just the beginning of the magic school's external presence. I need these materials. Ning Xiao handed a list to Fang Huilan. Study the exchange ratio with points. Okay. By the way, there is one more thing. As he said that, Ning Xiao took out a wand. It was a wooden wand as long as an arm, with a hydrangea-shaped magic flower on the top. Fang Huilan saw that flower for the first time, and didn't know what it did. This is a water hydrangea. Ning Xiao stood up, and pointed the wand in front of the glass jar on the coffee table. A ball of water, as big as a head, appeared out of thin air, and fell into the glass jar. Very good, there was no mistake in the landing point. Although he remained calm on the surface, Ning Xiao actually praised his control ability. This kind of plant magic wand is very different from the wands described in novels. It is not an all-around magician's equipment that can perform all kinds of cool magic by chanting spells, but a single-function wand that can be combined with various magical plants. For example, this wand can only be used for water ball magic, because water hydrangeas only have this function. Try it, Ning Xiao said, handing the wand to Fang Huilan. The latter looked confused, but still took the wand and imitated Ning Xiao to point it above the glass tank. As expected, nothing happened. Fang Huilan was a little disappointed, but she quickly calmed down. I can't use it. It seems that I really don't have a talent for magic. It doesn't matter. As he said, Ning Xiao smiled and took out a ring from his pocket. Ring? It was a simple ring inlaid with obsidian. Except for the beautiful black luster of the obsidian, There was nothing special about it. Put this on and try again. Fong Huilan realized something, took the ring and carefully put it on the index finger of her left hand, then picked up the wand again. She didn't feel that her movements were any different from before. But the next second, an indescribable wave came from the ring she was wearing, as if some power was transmitted to the wand along her arm. Then, a ball of water appeared above the coffee table. It splashed and wet the sofa next to the coffee table. Fong Huilan panicked at first, and then showed surprise. Hey, I can use magic? Although the water ball she made was about half the size of the principal's, and the location where it appeared was different from what she expected, it was indeed made by her. Didn't they say that there seemed to be thieves appearing in the school recently? Ning Xiao looked at his employees with satisfaction. For your personal safety, it's time to configure some magic props. Chapter 46. Ordinary people without magic power, of course, cannot use certain magic props. But this also means that as long as the problem of calling magic power can be solved, even a muggle can become a magician. That obsidian ring, like the magic pool made by Ning Xiao, is a magic prop that can store magic power. Obsidian is a very common and cheap gem. Although the magic ring made of it is easy to carry, it can actually store not much magic power. It is only enough to perform water ball magic about 10 times. But this kind of magic prop can be charged repeatedly, coupled with the advantage of being cheap. At least for now, it is very suitable for large-scale alchemy. Even magicians themselves will habitually wear such magic rings. After all, although they have magic power, it is not endless, and it takes time to restore magic power. After understanding the function of this ring, Fong Huilan was a little flattered. The principal is really willing to give away good things. Although the principal mentioned the reason, the scenic spot has been losing things recently. In fact, this is not a big deal. After all, what was stolen were only branches of dead trees. If it weren't for the small number of dead trees next to the botanical garden, and everyone was in a hurry to send such good things to their relatives and friends, they might not even notice it. As for the thieves, everyone has a rough idea in their minds. A few days ago, an employee reported that nearby residents appeared in the scenic spot in a sneaky way, wanting to cut trees for fuel. Although they were driven away in time, the scenic spot is too big, and if they sneak in to do something, they may not be discovered in time. The parents actually don't mind helping their compatriots, but the academy is here, and if they let this group of people go up the mountain at will, it will always be a hidden danger. They have already found the withered tree, and there is a magic farm not far away. If they pick something casually, it will be the academy that suffers. In the past few days, everyone has been organizing to install fences and protective traps on the magic farm, and has also strengthened patrols. But after all, there are limited manpower, and it is impossible to guard it 24 hours a day. This is just the beginning. The existence of the academy will soon be known to more and more people, and some of them will definitely know the specific location of the academy. Facing the outside world, I always feel that I lack some means of self-protection. This is why Ning Xiao plans to build a circular road around the scenic area to enclose the site first, and then she will choose some suitable magic plants to serve as a wall. But now, she plans to take out another magic flower that was rated as a garbage plant by Wuga and use it first. And this. She handed the plant to Fong Huilan, explained its function, and said with a smile, "Tonight, let's try to catch the thief." 3 o'clock in the morning. A dark shadow skillfully entered the scenic area through the broken wall outside the scenic area, and walked towards the destination with the help of the weak flashlight. This road is almost familiar. When he was about to arrive, he turned off the flashlight, crouched in the moonlight, and moved towards the target vigilantly. Still didn't see the night watchman. I really don't know whether to say that the guys staying in the hotel are arrogant or idiots. No matter which one, it's convenient for him. After today, he doesn't plan to come for the time being, so he can be bolder tonight. Thinking so, the black shadow approached the target with a proud look, and had already taken out the axe in his hand. But when he was about 2 or 3 meters away from the target, a piercing scream broke through the night sky. Ah! The voice was thin and sharp, and he strained his throat to make the loudest sound he could make, like a devil's voice entering his ears, and almost scared the black shadow to fall down. There was no one. The black shadow looked around in panic, but he couldn't find the place where the sound came from. What's more terrifying is that the sound can not only enter his ears, but also his brain. He felt like someone had ripped open his head and screamed at his brain, making so much noise that he wanted to take his head off. In the silent night, this shrill scream naturally woke up the dreamer quickly. The lights in the hotel lit up one by one, and just as the black shadow was trying to escape in panic while holding back the strange scream, A chill that penetrated his heart hit him from the top of his head. Water? But where did the water come from? It wasn't raining. But compared to figuring out the cause of this, the more terrible problem he faced now was that the place that was splashed by the water was losing temperature rapidly. The biting cold invaded his body, and coupled with a weird scream, the black shadow finally couldn't bear it and fell to the ground. This screaming grass is really noisy. Even the carpenter Muziyuan, who was always good-tempered, couldn't help but sigh. They have seen a lot of magical plants with the academy, but this kind of plant that can make people's brains explode is still a bit ridiculous. No wonder the principal said that it was only for temporary use. When this grass detects someone within a certain range around it, it will scream. Of course, as a functional plant, its screaming alarm consumes magic power. Moreover, depending on the amount of magic power consumed, the grass can form a more flexible monitoring range. For example, if 4 grasses are placed at the 4 corners of the magic farm, and a small magic mechanism is added, a remotely controlled plant alarm can be realized. Unfortunately, it cannot distinguish between enemies and friends. If one of its own people approaches, it will also have to endure the pain of the magic sound penetrating its brain. After catching the person, everyone quickly turned off the alarm. In the future, other methods will have to be used to strengthen security. This alarm can only be used as the last layer of protection, otherwise no one will have a good sleep. And now, it's time to deal with the thief. In fact, because they planned to catch someone tonight, everyone in the hotel didn't even take off their clothes and had been quietly waiting for someone to come. At this moment, the screaming grass made them even more sober. But it doesn't take so many people to interrogate the prisoners. In the end, most people were driven back to their rooms to sleep, leaving only a few parents and employee representatives. In order to save fuel, there was no special interrogation room, and the people were thrown directly into the hall with a burning fireplace. The man's hands and feet were tied up. His hair and clothes were still wet, but because the fireplace was burning withered wood, he finally recovered from the rapid hypothermia. He was a tall and thin man, who looked even decent, and was looking at everyone with a look of panic. "You, who are you? Kidnapping is illegal," he shouted at everyone in a cowardly manner. "Is it this person?" Fong Huilan asked Chen Hao, who was allowed to stay here. Chen Hao identified for a long time, and finally shook his head. It didn't appear that day. It was a bit unexpected, but not strange. "Please introduce yourself." Fong Huilan sat down on a chair not far from the man and began to ask, "What's your name? Where do you live?" She was just an ordinary woman, but because she was playing with a wand-like thing in her hand, she looked powerful and intimidating. The man moved his lips and finally spoke honestly. "My name is Zhou Wenbin, and I live in 302, Unit 2, Building 12, Legion Community. You are the one who has been stealing our things in the past few days?" Seeing the coldness in Fan Huilan's eyes, the man panicked and shouted hurriedly, "It's not just me." "Ah?" Everyone was shocked. There were only a few trees in total, and they were visited by more than one group of thieves. "Who else? How did you know that the tree could be burned?" In fact, if they just cut down trees, they would quietly cut down a few trees on the periphery, which would not alarm the school at all. It was obviously not a coincidence that these people could come here and steal trees accurately. It was a group of thugs. They came here to steal first. "I just overheard them mention this kind of wood," the man said, struggling to stand up, and suddenly knelt in front of Fong Huilan. I am really not a bad person, just a resident living nearby. If you don't believe me, you can look at my ID card, which is in my pocket. I came here to steal wood because I really had no choice. That group of thugs occupied our community." 2 lines of tears flowed from the man's eyes. He sobbed and said, "They robbed all our supplies and water, forced us to work for them, and let us starve and freeze if we didn't obey. My mother and wife were all robbed by them. I just want to find something to keep warm and escape outside for help. Can you help us? Drive those villains away?" The man began to tell a story about the end of the world and the change of people's hearts. Not long ago, the group of people arrogantly drove several cars into the community and occupied empty houses to live in. They knocked on the doors of every house and forcibly looted supplies. After the elevator stopped working, they occupied the lower floors of each building for reconstruction, forcing the residents of the community to work hard for nothing. The man also wanted to resist, but he, an office worker with no power, could not beat those people. More importantly, the group of people even had guns in their hands. The faces of the people who were just listening to the story changed at this time. "Are you sure they have guns in their hands? The country prohibits private possession of guns. If these people can get such hot weapons, they are not just villains. The man nodded desperately. So I really have no other choice. Please help me rescue my mother and wife. He cried so sadly that everyone felt sympathy. Take a rest first, or at least change your clothes. Finally, Fang Huilan said so. Chen Hao took the man away, and when they left, several parents looked at each other. We probably can't handle this. Wang Fugui's face, which always had a smile, rarely showed a serious expression. Let's ask the principal for help. Chapter 47. Lijing Community. The guy named Zhou Wenbin is missing. Early in the morning, it was the daily roll call time. After meeting with the heads of each room, the strong man reported to the young man. Got it. Send more people to patrol today. Don't go out if you don't have anything to do. Got it. Although it seemed that someone had escaped, no one present showed too much anxiety and continued to do their daily work calmly. The team leaders led the residents of the community, who had just finished breakfast, to their own subordinates. In the half hour of waiting for digestion, they first arranged today's tasks, and then began to check yesterday's homework. A large group of adults, who had graduated long ago, with bitter faces, relived the fear of being dominated by study and exams. Although, the courses taught by this group of people were a bit strange, either health knowledge about how to exercise correctly, or practical courses about circuits or mechanical maintenance. After the process was over, it was collective fitness time. According to age, gender and physical fitness, everyone followed different leaders to complete different sports tasks. Although this makes many young people who don't like to exercise very sad, they dare not speak out, and strengthen their physical fitness under the supervision of the bad guys with tears in their eyes. Fortunately, the exercise will not last too long and the intensity is limited. This is to prevent excessive sweating and hypothermia. Now there is no condition to take a luxurious hot bath every day. After the exercise, it is a busy day of work. For now, in addition to the logistical task of ensuring everyone's food and drink, the main task is to collectivize and transform the community into a survival-oriented one. This is also their class time, learning and practicing at the same time. These teachers have strong hands-on ability, but not so strong theoretical knowledge. Occasionally, they will directly show them videos. In short, it was clearly the end of the world, but they lived a regular and weird collective life. Because they were not used to it, this kind of life was somewhat painful and boring. Just as the young people in the crowd missed their mobile phones and the colorful online world, a commotion came from the window. Look, what is that? The person working near the window was the first to find something wrong and pointed outside with a look of horror. Not all the places near the window had commotions, but those near the periphery of the community, with relatively high floors and a view of the outside of the community, had such reactions. When other people gathered around, soon everyone had the same scared expression. The road outside the community. It was turning green little by little, in order to facilitate the entry and exit of vehicles, and to search for useful supplies. They had roughly cleared the nearby roads. At this time, a green line was slowly spreading on the cement road surface. Floors with better views can even see that this green line comes from a nearby scenic spot with few tourists. The line is only about 1 meter wide, narrower than the road, but it also looks more abrupt and weird. What scares everyone even more is that after the line is about to cross the community, it turns 90 degrees and continues to extend along another outer line of the community. Soon, everyone realized that this green line is trying to enclose the community. What is this? What should we do? It seems to be coming towards us. Should we run away quickly? Not only the residents, but the bad guys also looked a little panicked, but soon a leader appeared and loudly appeased everyone. It's okay, it's just a road. If anyone makes trouble again, I throw you out. It's minus 60 degrees outside. The combination of comfort and threats finally made everyone less panicked, especially after the leader ordered a few people to go out and take a look. Everyone calmed down. Anyway, if something happens, it should be these people who will suffer first, right? Many people thought so. As the green line completely surrounded the community and became a square closed loop, the so-called road did not continue to grow, and in the panic waiting of the crowd, there was no further change. The people who went out to explore carefully stepped on the green line, and then continued to step out of the green frame smoothly. They also touched themselves to make sure they were not injured, and there were no strange changes. Then, they breathed a sigh of relief. However, even if they could cross the green line and leave the community normally, it did not mean that they were really fine. The sense of uneasiness still spread throughout the community. In the high-rise room where the young man was, several core figures were also trembling with fear. Although I've seen this before, I still find it magical when I see it again. There's nothing special about this soil except for its strange color. So why are they surrounding us? The soil they mentioned was stolen from the academy a few days ago. They thought it would be as good as the dead tree, but after a lot of trouble, they couldn't find any magical use for it. Let's use it to grow vegetables, but the amount is too small. The young man walked to the window and skillfully took out his high-powered telescope again, looking into the scenic area, and then when the lens passed a tree not far away, it suddenly moved back slowly. The camera zoomed in again. The young man was sure that he was not seeing things wrong. The puppet crow belonging to the school was squatting on a tree not far away, secretly looking here. He paused, took off the telescope, and waved his hand with a smile in the direction of the crow. Then, he closed the curtains with a swish. He turned his head, and was about to remind everyone to be vigilant, but his smile froze on his face. In the living room, the sturdy man's face was rapidly spreading blue, his eyes were shaking constantly, and his black pupils were gradually shrinking. At first glance, it seemed to have turned into pure white. This change scared the other people, and made them step back involuntarily. Boss. Big. You. What? Perhaps he noticed the strangeness in everyone's eyes, and he became panicked, touching his face with a painful expression. Karen was like a stuck machine, and could only utter a few words intermittently, and couldn't even say a complete sentence. Soon, he even stopped making any sound, and his head turned to one side strangely. His green face began to rot and peel again, and a foul smell spread in the room. Fuck, Lao Yang, what happened to you? Don't scare us. The skinny monkey was about to cry. Perhaps because he was close, or because he made a sound, the weird Lao Yang turned his head, and suddenly pounced on him. The room was so small that the skinny monkey had no place to hide. He was soon caught by the other party, and opened his mouth. The white teeth became gloomy and terrifying, like a bloody mouth, biting towards the skinny monkey's neck. As soon as the skinny monkey screamed, the young men kicked the weird Lao Yang, and the other people also took the opportunity to pull the skinny monkey out of the monster's mouth. But a big and terrible wound still appeared on the skinny monkey's neck. Oh my god, is this a zombie? Someone couldn't help but tremble. The entertainment industry in this world is not backward compared to Ning Xiao's world, and zombie-themed works are not uncommon. Everyone quickly matched Lao Yang's strange changes with zombies. But this is too outrageous. They have imagined many possibilities of fighting against the magic school, but they never thought that zombies would appear. The magic school doesn't even need to take action, they can get into chaos on their own. Do you want to hit the head? If you want to hit it, you can hit it. I can't do it anyway. That's Lao Yang. The monster quickly got up from the ground and wanted to pounce on others, but was stopped by someone holding his waist. It was the skinny monkey. He cried with a sad face, "Boss, run away. I guess I will soon become a zombie. I will stop him. Don't worry about me." Seeing that the monster was about to turn around and bite the skinny monkey, the young man quickly stuffed the pillow at hand into the monster's mouth. Pushing open the door of the bathroom, the young man decisively said, "Lock him in first." Several people were in a hurry to lock the monster in the bathroom without getting hurt. Turning around, the skinny monkey began to tie a rope around himself and cried, "Tie me up, I feel like I'm dying." His skin was also changing color at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone could only grit their teeth and tie him up, and then locked him in the small study. As soon as the door was closed, there was a sound of knocking on the door. Obviously, the skinny monkey had also become a zombie. The rest of the people looked at the young man blankly, and the latter took a deep breath and ordered, "Take the stuff and go downstairs to take a look." His expression made everyone's heart sink. Several people began to take out the hidden weapons from various corners of the room without saying a word, and then walked down the stairwell. At first, it was okay. When they reached the floor with people downstairs, they heard panicked screams. "Zombies! There are zombies! Don't come over! Don't panic, stop him together!" They quickened their pace, walked through the fire door, and came to the corridor, and then couldn't help but gasp. There were 3 monsters standing in the corridor. Several injured people fell at the feet of the monsters, and more people were running out of the room in a panic. Obviously, there were monsters inside. But the crowd caused people to squeeze each other, and some people fell down, and many people pulled each other in fear. "Help! Help us! Don't squeeze, there are zombies outside." 2 monsters threw down the injured at their feet, and pounced on the screaming and crying new survivors. The remaining one turned around and attacked the young people. "Cover everyone to escape," the young man said, holding the weapon in his hand and joining the chaos. The scene became chaotic. Although the young man and others were good at fighting, they were unwilling to kill their former companions. Ordinary residents did not know how to cooperate, and several people were injured. Everyone tied them up with tears in their eyes, and locked them up in an empty room. But this was just the beginning. As they finally walked out of the building, the remaining survivors soon discovered this community had fallen. Granny, who from number 302, Unit 2, Building 12, Legion Community, was originally following the cooking team to prepare food. When she turned around and came out, she saw the sturdy man who led their work fell to the ground with a plop. What's going on? Granny, who hurriedly put down what she was holding, squatted down and patted the man's face. Kid, are you okay? The other women also gathered around and were about to pinch his philtrum to see if they could see the man's closed eyes, with 2 lines of tears flowing out, his lips moving and shouting, "Woo! Damn zombies, I fight you." Everyone present, ? Chapter 48. An hour later, Wang Fugui arrived at Legion Community with a group of people. Zhou Wenbin walked in front and led them, and kept saying, "Brother Wang, thank you so much, thank you Academy, you don't know how hard our life is, we have to be driven out even though it's our own home." He wiped his eyes and said, "I work 996, and I bought this house after working for more than 10 years. I finally paid off the mortgage, and the end of the world has come. It's okay to come, and it's okay to endure it with your family, but who would have thought that it's only been a few days, and the world is so chaotic. The house was robbed, and my wife was robbed, woo-woo, why is life so difficult?" He was quite sincere, with a painful look of a middle-aged man who suddenly found himself powerless to do anything about many things. Wang Fugui, who is also middle-aged and has experienced hard work, still understands him very well, especially when he heard my wife was robbed, which made Wang Fugui even more angry. He couldn't help but slap Zhou Wenbin's shoulder hard, and said angrily, "Stop talking, you will take the leave later. I really can't stand the fact that my wife is being robbed. We won't fight you, you can take revenge yourself." Zhou Wenbin, he said embarrassedly, "I can't beat him alone. You still want to beat him at this time? Are you a man?" Wang Fugui showed a fierce look. "If anyone dares to touch my wife's hair, I will chop him off until I die." At this moment, Zhou Wenbin felt that this brother Wang, who had a kind face, was also scary. But you don't have to worry too much. The principal said that the group of people are now in an illusion and have no fighting power at all. Maybe we don't need to do anything, they have been subdued. At this time, Wang Fugui changed the subject and comforted him cheerfully. Zhou Wenbin's eyes immediately lit up. Really? That's great. He was called out to lead the way without knowing what happened to the villains. Although most of the staff of the scenic area were sent out, they were still a little less than that group of people. Zhou Wenbin secretly counted them, and there were a total of 30 or 40 villains. Even without guns, this number was a headache. If a few of them were accidentally let go, they would still be worried for the next few days. Since the Academy had made a promise, he had some confidence and ran a few steps quickly to the bottom of his building. The appearance of their group quickly attracted the attention of the residents in the community. When Zhou Wenbin looked up, he saw a familiar figure at the window of his house upstairs. "Mom!" He waved desperately at the window and shouted excitedly, "Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you." He then ran upstairs quickly. Wang Fugui, who followed behind him, smiled and kept alert with everyone else. The principal said that all the suspicious people had been taken down, but that didn't mean that others were safe. Who knows if there were any original residents of the community who colluded with that group of people? That's what it says in the novel. He tightened his grip on the magic wand and decided to attack with water if the situation was not right. His life was the most important. According to Zhou Wenbin, the group of villains gathered the residents on the 1st to 5th floors of each building, so it stands to reason that there should be people downstairs. But when they walked into the building, the door was closed and there was no movement. Wang Fugui thought about it and didn't rush to knock on the door to tell the residents that the school had come to rescue people. He planned to follow Zhou Wenbin to his expropriated home first. Soon they arrived on the 3rd floor. Zhou Wenbin knocked on the door and shouted anxiously, "Mom, open the door, it's me. You are safe." After a while, the door opened, and it was the old woman who appeared at the window earlier, Granny who. Behind her stood a group of women, watching them vigilantly, and didn't let them in. "Who are you?" Granny who didn't look at her son, but looked at Wang Fugui. "We are from the Parents' Union, a subsidiary of Hope Magic Academy." After introducing ourselves like this, in order to let the residents quickly let down their guard, Wang Fugui continued, "In addition, we are also staff members of Xiling Shandongzhou Natural Scenic Area. Your son said that bad guys in the community kidnapped you. Not only did they rob you, but they also forced you to work. They came to us for help." After that, Wang Fugui put on his best friendly smile. "Old lady, you are safe. Wang Fugue thought that the other party should show a happy expression and be glad to be rescued. Even if they didn't believe that they really solved all the bad guys, they should at least show a welcoming attitude. But the next moment, the old lady picked up a rolling pin and hit Zhou Wenbin's butt. Well, I said that they were fine. Why did they all fall down? It turned out that you, a bastard, did it? I beat you to death, you useless guy. You're just messing around and can't tell good from bad. Why am I so miserable that I raised an ungrateful wolf like you? As she said that, the old lady actually burst into tears. After a lot of effort, the two groups inside and outside the house persuaded the angry old lady. Wang Fugue brought a few people into the house and saw a comatose man who was carried to the sofa, covered with a thick quilt, and warmed by the fire. The other party had a face that was not easy to mess with, and appeared here again. He was obviously the villain in Zhou Wenbin's words. But look at this treatment. Why do people in the room seem to be very worried about him? This is different from what was agreed. Wang Fugue looked at Zhou Wenbin suspiciously, and the latter immediately ignored his sore buttocks and shouted angrily, "Mom, I am your biological son, right? You are helping outsiders like this? What did I say wrong? They robbed our things, occupied our house, and forced us to work, right? You actually said they are good people? You are old and confused." He shouted too sincerely, so Wang Fugue cast a suspicious look at the old lady again. The other party sneered and asked back, "Our things? Why didn't they find them in our house, but in Su Jiajia's room in the next building? You want to kick my wife and your wife out, and you still have the nerve to say it's our house? Besides, what did they force you to do? Didn't they say early on that if you don't want to live together, you can take your things and leave? You want to enjoy their security and renovation, while you despise them for asking you to work. You are so shameless." Wang Fugue and several people in the scenic area were stunned. At this time, a woman stood out from the crowd and looked at Zhou Wenbin with a cold face. "If you ran away by yourself, it would be fine, but you shamelessly ran to seek help, saying black is white. Zhou Wenbin, I was really blind to marry you." This is obviously the wife that Zhou Wenbin had stolen. Seeing her, Zhou Wenbin became more and more excited, pointing at the woman's nose and yelling, "Well, now that you have found an adulterer, you are so powerful? You are a poor woman who was kicked out of your home. If I hadn't wanted to marry you, you wouldn't know where you are doing now. Is this how you repay me? Haha, you found a mistress yourself, so you think I will find an adulterer. How come your mind can only hold the things about the lower body?" The woman was not angry at his groundless speculation at all. Her face was full of contempt. "And you have the nerve to say that I am poor? My education and salary are higher than yours." As they quarreled, the others had a look of eating melons on their faces. Wang Fugue never expected that. He thought he was here to be a hero, but ended up being a clown. He was very embarrassed at this time, but no matter how embarrassed he was, he still had to say what he had to say. "So, Brother Zhou, your wife wasn't taken away by someone, but she doesn't want you anymore?" Zhou Wenbin seemed to be hit in a sore spot. His voice rose 8 degrees. She saw that she had a good life with her lover, so she handed over all our food, drinks, and house. "Brother Wang, you must help me make the decision. This kind of woman is too powerful." The woman sneered. "Don't say there is no lover at all. Even if there is, what's the problem? You don't think you can find a mistress, but I can't? Don't be so hypocritical. Look, I said she was fickle, and she admitted it herself." Wang Fugue couldn't stand it anymore, and showed a contemptuous expression. "Brother Zhou, your wife is right. And you can't keep your wife? That's your incompetence. How can you blame her? In this world, who doesn't like better men? Your wife is not stupid, and she insists on picking up garbage. If you don't change your mindset, no wonder your wife ran away." Originally, the women in this room were very wary of Wang Fugue and others who suddenly came to the door. After all, what happened today was too strange. First, the community was surrounded by green lines, and then the group of men who organized everyone to survive fell down one after another inexplicably, and they couldn't be woken up no matter what. So when Zhou Wenbin led this group of people to appear in a swagger and said that all this was related to them, everyone was very nervous. Those who had heard a little about the magic school were even a little afraid that the school didn't like them and was going to take action against them. As a result, when Wang Fugue said this, the women all let down their guard and the atmosphere was not so tense. "You are a sensible person." Grandma, who glanced at him and motioned to the people around her to make way, "Sit down and talk." Wang Fugue sat happily on the specially vacated chair. Then, he began to listen to the people in the room talking about the current situation of the community. In fact, when this group of people first came to the community, the residents were also very scared. After all, there were many of them, they looked fierce, and they even broke the lock and moved in unreasonably. They were troublesome people at first glance. Many people wanted to run away at that time, but most people had nowhere to go. In addition, there are many elderly people and children in this community. After all, the community has been built for some years, and it is not close to the city center. Although it is close to the scenic spot, it is not a good place. The scenic spot requires tickets, which is not as good as the free leisure park. So most people who live here are either poor or old people who are nostalgic and lazy to move. This is also. As a result, the community lost its backbone when the extreme cold came. Many elderly people did not live with their children. At most, they helped take care of their grandchildren. The family composition was old and young. The property management felt that management was troublesome and could not afford the problems of so many elderly people, so they simply stopped working. As a result, the elderly soon faced survival problems. They could not grab enough food, did not know how to deal with the electrical appliances that were out of service, and many people caught colds. The remaining families with young people or strong laborers did not want to get into trouble, and were unwilling to help even if someone asked for help. The atmosphere in the community was actually very subtle during those days. Many homes with only elderly people at home were waiting to die. And this matter took a miraculous turn after the group of troublesome people moved in. Chapter 49. This group of people knocked on doors one by one, counted the population, and invited those who were still alive and wanted to live to join the collective transformation of the community. On the surface, they took away all the supplies, but in fact they took out more than they took away. For these elderly people who had no ability and no reserves, they did not despise them at all, but only organized them into groups in an orderly manner and assigned them some simple tasks. For those elderly people who were sick, they even took out medicine for them, and those who were really unable to help would also be helped to settle down after they left. Perhaps because they had actually benefited, the elderly were the first to adapt to this kind of life. And for various reasons, many younger people finally chose to join. For those who were really unwilling, no coercive measures were taken, but the heating expenses alone were enough to make many families unable to support themselves, and in the end, there were very few families who were still living alone. Zhou Wenbin relied on his hookup with his mistress, and the two of them were lucky to have a lot of things stored up. He was reluctant to share them, and was not happy to be ordered around by this group of people. He even secretly hid the things with his mistress, because he disliked his mother and wife for eating too much. This matter was soon exposed, and Zhou Wenbin became the one who was driven away. He was angry, and could not beat this unreasonable group of people, so he had the idea of leaving with his mistress. Just at this time, he overheard rumors about the magic school, and saw the magical power of the magic wood, so he wanted to steal some good things and leave, not only to ensure his own survival, but also to hand them over to the government for credit. Maybe, we can enter the shelter in advance. Wang Fugue listened carefully to the people in this room, and then took people to knock on the doors of several other warming rooms in the community. After confirming that the women's stories were true, he couldn't help but touch the back of his head. No wonder the principal told him not to rush to arrest people, but to ask clearly first. Brother Wang, should we continue or leave? An employee couldn't help asking. This is too embarrassing. They came out fully armed, but ended up making a big mistake. Although they knew their origins, many residents couldn't help their curiosity and surrounded them to ask what the green line was, why people fainted, whether the magic school was real, etc., which satisfied their vanity. In particular, many people learned that they were working for the school, and they were envious and excited, and kept asking how to apply, and almost stopped them from leaving. Why leave? Our mission is not yet completed. Let's go and search for guns. Wang Fugue glanced at the address sent by the principal in the group, and took people to climb the stairs again. This time, he was going to find the people who were said to be the leaders. The principal tricked them into revealing the places where weapons were hidden by pulling people into the illusion, and now they can directly confiscate them. In fact, the parents are not really that stupid. They believe everything Zhou Wenbin says. Similarly, now that the residents say that the group of people are not really bad guys, Wang Fugue just listens first. The academy is not afraid of bad guys, but hot weapons. Magic and science are two different fields. The principal is from another world after all. He doesn't understand guns, missiles, etc., and has no way to judge which side is more powerful when it comes to hot weapons. For the sake of caution, no matter whether he is a good person or a bad person, we should get rid of the hidden danger first. The target room of the thinking room was soon reached. When we went in, we saw a room full of people lying down. While the people were still asleep, Wang Fugui asked the employees to collect the weapons and keep all those who looked dangerous. Then, he explained the situation to the principal and began to wake them up. The skinny monkey didn't expect that he could wake up. His head was dizzy, and his thoughts were still immersed in great sadness. It was really strange. He was obviously not afraid of death, but when it really came, he began to have nostalgia for the world and regret for life. As his consciousness gradually became clear, the skinny monkey jumped up from the chair, touched his neck in panic, and fumbled all over his body. It didn't hurt anymore, and there was no stench. The fear of becoming a zombie and losing control of the body still remained, but it was fading away quickly. Everything that happened before was like a dream. The thin monkey looked up cautiously and saw two strange men standing in the room, one of whom was very plump and smiling at him in a friendly manner. At this time, should he pretend to know nothing and shout, "Who are you? Didn't I become a zombie?" But as soon as the thin monkey opened his mouth, he found that he really didn't have the acting skills. So, he honestly asked his question, "Are you from the magic school?" Wang Fugui nodded. Sorry, I scared you today, it was a misunderstanding." He briefly explained the cause and effect, scolded Zhou Wenbin, and said innocently, "The main reason is that you are carrying guns, aren't we very worried?" Who knew that God would even lie about this? Thinking of the gun that was dug out from the secret place, Wang Fugui wanted to beat Zhou Wenbin up. That was true. But it was a fake gun. When the trigger was pulled, fireworks popped out. No wonder the principal did not clearly point out the hiding place of the gun, but they had to search for it before they found it. It turned out that this kind of gun that can't kill people can't be used as a weapon to kill people in the illusion. It's not known whether Zhou Wenbin did it on purpose, or was timid and really thought it was a gun. In short, everyone worked in vain. "Oh, because we scared him with that thing?" The skinny monkey sat back on the chair after listening. Grinning sarcastically, he didn't even look at it carefully, but believed it. But it's not surprising. Who makes us look like bad people? He was right. Many people in their group have a bad guy face, some because they are fierce, and some because they are ugly. Shouho belongs to the latter. He has a pointed face and a malicious smile. He is often despised and avoided by others because of this. Speaking of which, why did you come to this community? You don't live here, do you? It's the end of the world, don't you go home? This is also what Wang Fugui found strange. In order to get reliable information as much as possible, he learned from the way in movies and TV dramas, separated the leaders into different rooms, and sent different people to ask. No home, how to go home? Shouho wanted to smile indifferently, but he didn't know if the death scene in the illusion was still affecting him, and he couldn't get emotional. Anyway, we are all wandering, so just find a place that looks good to live. Wang Fugui was silent for a while, and then asked, "What do you do? Why are so many people gathered together? What do you think? Working outside?" Wang Fugui asked very implicitly. Through chatting with the residents and seeing the appearance of this group of people, he felt that this group of people was very much like the lower class of society working outside. The kind who make a living by selling hard labor. Because each of them is very strong, and not the kind of strongness that is trained in the gym. Most of them have rough hands and bad skin, and they are obviously not white-collar workers sitting in the office. In addition, it is said that they have some skills in modifying houses, which is very similar to the decoration team, or the migrant workers on the construction site. Shouho understood what Wang Fugui meant and sneered. "I guess so. But our jobs are different. We have all kinds of basic fields." "Ah?" Wang Fugui was confused now. "Aren't you colleagues on a construction site?" He thought this was the most likely possibility. Migrant workers who work outside are stranded at the construction site because of the extreme cold, but those iron houses will not only become brittle in low temperatures, but will also stick to the skin and cause frostbite if they are not careful. If they want to survive, they can only find another place to live. "No," Shouho said with a strange smile. "In fact, more than a month ago, we were still a group of strangers who had never met each other." Unexpected answer. "Brother, what are you doing? Tell me directly." Wang Fugui didn't want to beat around the bush, so he simply revealed his cards. "The academy needs to make an assessment of your danger. It's not that if you act harmless, you are really harmless. After all, this is a group of middle-aged men with unknown identities. They appeared suddenly, and did things suddenly. Compared to this group of people occupying the community and acting arrogantly, the kindness they show is even more strange. We are from a game guild." Wang Fugui, ? "No, isn't this style a bit wrong?" "Ah, you mean the kind of game guilds like online games or mobile games? Boss One occasionally secretly spends money in games to pretend to be a big boss behind his wife's back. He is quite familiar with this term, but isn't it a bit outrageous to apply it to this group of people? I guess so, but it's a little different. Shoho said vaguely, it doesn't matter what game it is, anyway, you understand it this way. We met online, we got along well, and we were all homeless, so we survived together. What kind of game can gather a group of homeless bad guys like you? I always feel that I need to report it. Before Wang Fugui continued to question, Shoho suddenly reached out and took the glass bottle on the table next to him. Is this thing heating up? He looked at the flowers in the bottle and asked curiously. There was no heating in the room, but he didn't feel cold, and he had been wondering why. After thinking about it, it could only be because of this flower. Yes, this is something from the academy. It's great. The skinny monkey showed an envious expression. Then he looked at Wang Fugui and suddenly asked, where is our boss? It was very strange. Although he didn't know what this person's identity was in the academy, judging from his attitude, he should have a certain say. Such a person didn't interrogate the boss, but instead grabbed a small follower like him and asked him all kinds of questions. It was really abnormal. This, Wang Fugui said embarrassedly, he hasn't woken up yet. The principal said that the illusion had been lifted, and other people woke up one after another, but the most special young man in the crowd was still sleeping quietly, and no matter how he shouted or pushed, it was useless. If he wasn't still breathing, he almost thought that the other party was dead. Take me to see. Hearing Wang Fugui's words, the skinny monkey changed his face and rushed out of the room in a few steps. Not only him, but also several leaders, who were closest to the young man appeared in the living room one after another, trying to wake him up. But he was like Sleeping Beauty, indifferent to the disturbances in the outside world. What did you do to the boss? The skinny monkey took the initiative and shouted angrily to Wang Fugui. He was fine before, how did he become like this now? Don't worry, he may have fallen asleep, let's see later. Someone among the employees comforted him. Sleeping? How can a person sleep so deeply? Several other young men also shouted, we don't care, you knocked him out, you have to take responsibility. Wang Fugui seemed to understand something and asked directly, how do you want us to take responsibility? Take the boss to the academy to see the principal. Chapter 50. Ning Xiao was not surprised that the other party would ask for a meeting. By enclosing the community, the land has been assigned to the sphere of influence of the magic school, and some special methods unique to the principal can be used. One of them is the precise illusion coverage, and the other is sharing vision and hearing with Wuga. In fact, Ning Xiao watched the whole crusade, not only to obtain more first-hand information, but also to ensure the safety of Wang Fugui and others. So when Wang Fugui asked whether to bring people back to the school, she readily agreed. Ah, but why do I feel that guy is pretending? Wang Fugui said, and turned back to secretly glance at the people not far away. It doesn't matter, I just have something to ask. So everyone could only find a wheelchair, accompanied by the worried skinny monkey and the strong man, and headed towards the magic school. Of course, the principal did not intend to meet too many people. In the end, Wang Fugui and other parents pushed the wheelchair to the school lobby, and the skinny monkey and others stayed in the hotel to wait. It happened to be the break time, and the students who knew about the action stayed in the hall to watch when they saw that the principal did not stop it. Principal, the person has not woken up. What do you think is going on? Ning Xiao did not rush to check, but turned to the students and said, how is the water polo technique I asked you to practice? Who can show it? Me. The always active little fat boy raised his hand first. Ning Xiao smiled and pointed at the person in the wheelchair. Pour some water, he should wake up. Wang Fazai, you come and try. Principal, you look so bad. Everyone present was silent for a moment, thinking in their hearts at the same time. The fat boy took the wand without hesitation, and cast a spell on the young man. The next second, the other party's tightly closed eyes opened. Sorry, I woke up halfway, but I'm embarrassed to say it. The young man said calmly, because I want to see you too. He looked at Ning Xiao with an innocent and pitiful expression, and said something that caught everyone off guard. Hey, principal, do you need a dog? Ning Xiao, ? Loyal and reliable, can handle all the dirty work that is inconvenient for you to do yourself. Ning Xiao fell into deep thought. No, I just opened a magic school. How come there is such a shameful dirty job? Where did this misunderstanding come from? Is that illusion so scary? And he used dog to describe himself. Is this person mentally ill? But in the end, she just asked patiently, what's your name? Pei Rongyuan. Ning Xiao, An unexpected, but expected name. So she asked, is your game guild the Killing Alliance? This time it was Pei Rongyuan's turn to be surprised. Yes, the principal knows us? Isn't it? The most psychotic group of people in the whole book. It is hard not to be impressed. In the fragments of the novel that Ning Xiao didn't remember much, there was a place for this group of people, especially the young man named Pei Rongyuan. There are many reasons. First of all, this group of guys who are easily misunderstood because of their appearance, their organization has a name that is so naive that it makes people tap their toes. Suicide Alliance. Yes, Killing Alliance is just an abbreviation. Ning Xiao is embarrassed to say her full name in front of students and parents. It is said that this is a group of people who commit suicide before the natural disaster. They are not just strong men. From elementary school students to old people at the end of their lives, they may be members of this group. Only those who can enter the core layer are selected, and they are determined to commit suicide and have sufficient reasons. Those who are only tortured by pain for a short time, or moan without illness and want to attract the attention of people around them by suicide, will be persuaded to quit, and those who don't listen will be marginalized. Suicide is not a fashion item, but a way for this group of people to escape from their gloomy life. But that was before the natural disaster. Another reason why they are so impressive is that after the natural disaster, this group of people found the goal of survival. To help more people live. At least in the early stage of the novel, especially in the first few reincarnations when the heroine had dealings with them, they made many heroic deeds of sacrificing themselves and saving others. The heroine herself was helped by them, and they even cooperated in one round. Unfortunately, due to frequent problems, and the differences in ideas found later, they parted ways again. And the difference in ideas is also another memory point of them. As the natural disasters continued to intensify, fewer and fewer people survived, and they changed from the initial savior faction to the death faction. They began to help people commit suicide, complete the other party's last wish, and then encourage those who have lost the motivation to live to die calmly. They believe that since they can't save the world, they will help everyone face death bravely. This runs counter to the heroine's belief in trying to survive. As the leader of this group of people, the young man named Pei Rongyuan is the one who dominates the will of this small group. This person is very lucky. At least from the novel, he can even live until the last round of natural disasters. If the world had not restarted with the death of the heroine, he might have lived longer than the heroine. But the people around him are not so lucky. Every time the heroine sees him, the people following him are different. Familiar faces will die one by one as the natural disaster progresses, and then replaced by new ones. Readers sometimes joke that the Killing Alliance is composed of both a group of people and a person. Because of this special, coupled with his outstanding appearance and the ability to talk nonsense and confuse people, even if he does not appear many times in the novel, he is a popular supporting role. Many people speculate whether he is the mastermind behind the scenes, and even Ning Xiao himself thinks that this guy might be a boss. So after matching a few key words, Ning Xiao began to wonder if he had encountered this group of people. This is the reason why I agreed to meet him, but I didn't expect that his style would be so unexpected. Is he planning to surrender to me? Why? Principal? Perhaps Ning Xiao had been thinking for a long time. Pei Rongyuan couldn't help but speak again, looking up at Ning Xiao and looking very docile and harmless. But this docility is just an illusion. Ning Xiao has no doubt that if he can't meet his expectations, he will show his fangs to him mercilessly, just like he abandoned the heroine. Although Ning Xiao is not afraid of him. What do you want? Ning Xiao asked bluntly. There really isn't any dirty or strenuous work in the academy. Well, at least not at the moment, but Ning Xiao can't guarantee that there won't be any dangerous work that needs to be handed over to the natives in the future. As more and more continents are involved in this disaster, under the complicated situation, maybe she really needs a team that is not afraid of death or trouble. So we can talk. However, Ning Xiao thought of many answers, but the other party replied, I want to live. It was too ordinary, so it was a bit unexpected. This guy who can live longer than the heroine actually wants to live? Whether you believe it or not, Pei Rongyuan said with a smile, I'm dying. So, this principal who came from nowhere, can you give me a miracle? At night, Legion Community. In room 302, Unit 2, Building 12, the women took out their bedding and spread it on the floor. In the past few days, 9 o'clock has been everyone's bedtime. Except for the night watchman, who was responsible for adding fire to the stove and opening the window for ventilation. Everyone would keep quiet and try to get sleepy. But today, these neighbors who gathered together for survival found it really hard to fall asleep. I heard that the magic school is also recruiting people. Someone couldn't help but say, who knows what the conditions are. During the day, Wang Fugui and others didn't spend much time dealing with him. Apart from finding out the truth, they didn't communicate much about the school. But the information about the school spread from the strong men was enough to make the whole community feel uneasy. Although everyone knows that this kind of collective life is more conducive to their survival during this period, the apocalypse has just begun, and many people are not used to the current situation. As far as sleeping is concerned, no matter how clean women are, it is still uncomfortable to squeeze together in a room. If someone grinds their teeth or talks in their sleep, it will be even more painful for everyone. Their room is okay, but the men's dormitory and the dormitory with children are the most frustrating. The reason why they can maintain superficial harmony is that there are people to maintain order, and there is really no other way. Why? Do you want to go to the academy? Don't you want to? What are you good at to be recruited by the academy? The man asked, and I think it's scary that so many people were knocked unconscious by a disagreement. Didn't I say it was a misunderstanding? Is it really a misunderstanding? They are so kind. Why didn't they come out to help us earlier? When the hail and the temperature dropped sharply, many people died in the community, right? I advise you not to be too naive. They came here to check because they are afraid of safety hazards here, not because they really care about your life or death. This is unpleasant to hear, but it seems to make some sense. Soon the person who asked the question earlier stopped talking. And who knows if this inexplicable magic academy has anything to do with this broken end of the world? Maybe they made the sun in the sky. Grandma who had been listening silently, spoke sternly at this time. Xiao Zhang, be careful with your words. The green line outside the community has not disappeared yet. After saying this, the women became nervous again. They still didn't know what it was, but it was certain that the men's fainting was related to the green line. This also made everyone feel uneasy. Well, anyway, those guys will come forward for us, right? Someone said, I heard that they went to negotiate with the academy, and I don't know what the result was. Someone saw that when the people from the academy left, they followed the leaders of the group of strong men, and the young man who was said to be the leader even went in a wheelchair. Everyone was very curious about what was going on, but they couldn't find out the reason. They only got a vague answer that they would talk to the academy. The residents didn't even know what they were going to talk about. They hoped to talk about helping. At least the group of strong men acted like good people on the surface, so they hoped that they would be good people to the end. Not to mention anything else, that kind of magic that burns well. It would be great if they could convince the academy to give it to them. Everyone went to sleep with good wishes, and then got up as usual the next day, but saw the group of big men packing up their things one by one, as if they were going to leave the community. The residents were dumbfounded. Chapter 51. What's going on? I saw that group of outsiders packing up their things and loading them into the car. They seem to be leaving? Your team is also like that? My team leader didn't come to train us this morning. Where are they going? Are they leaving us behind and going to the academy? Similar conversations spread among the residents, making everyone nervous. Soon, someone brave enough ran to stop the car to ask, and the news they brought back made people even more confused. The group said that they were going out to carry out the principal's mission. But it was not convenient to explain in detail what the specific mission was, and they only said that they might be away for a few days. As for the residents, they can organize themselves in the same way as before. They left basic supplies in the room that served as a warehouse and distributed them by themselves. Soon, several residents' representatives went to the warehouse to see that there were still a lot of things, which made people feel more at ease. Afterwards, the outsider's car started, indeed in the opposite direction of the academy. However, this discovery did not quickly restore order to its previous rhythm. On the contrary, because the leader left, the original residents of Legion community became a little worried. Will the group of people really come back after they finish their work for the academy? The most worried about this matter are naturally the elderly. In fact, all the elderly know that they can't help at all in this apocalypse, but they are a burden to the young people. It's okay in a peaceful and prosperous era, but in this apocalypse with scarce resources, it is wise to give up the elderly. If they are more sensible, it would be better to give up survival earlier, especially those lonely elderly people who live alone and have no family around them. There are still many such people in Legion community. Some of them did die in the cold night when no one knew about it, but some are still alive. There is no way. Even if they have reached the end of their lives, it is still the instinct of being a human being to live. So the elderly cooperated most actively, fearing that they would be abandoned, but the hope of survival that they finally had became unknown. Just when the atmosphere became gloomy, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the community. Soon someone recognized that it was an employee of the parents' union who had been to the community yesterday. The other party held a notebook and a stack of papers, and smiled brightly at the resident representative, who came forward. "Hello, I am entrusted by the school to do personnel registration." Ning Xiao actually did not pay much attention to the residents of Lijiang community. The reason is very simple. The current productivity of the school is too weak. The things she and her students made were not enough to meet the needs of their own people, let alone help the outside world. The only good thing that can be mass-produced is the withered tree. Considering that a large number of students are needed to accumulate 100 million magic sources, Ning Xiao agreed to the tree planting plan to spread this good thing that can help more people, and let potential students survive as much as possible. However, it will take some time for the withered forest to take shape. During this period, Ning Xiao, who has been promoted to level 2, plans to make some other preparations first. The most important of them is magic automation, but the missing materials have not been gathered yet, so she can only turn around and do another thing that needs to be put on the agenda in time. At this time, Ning Xiao, the students, and several parents who work in the school are gathering in the open space outside the school, doing experiments around a pile of bricks. To be precise, it was a magic mud brick. This kind of mud brick was not a product of the plant magic course, but an alchemical formula provided by the Academy's DIY construction system. And what this formula actually produced was not the brick itself, but a kind of magic clay, which needed to be shaped first to turn it into a mud brick. Now on the ground was a pile of 30 cm * 30 cm * 30 cm square bricks, all 6 of which were smooth white, and looked very similar to a newly painted white wall. As the operator of the experiment, Muzhua was patiently brushing magic glue on one of the faces of the block with a brush under everyone's gaze. This was also a supplementary formula provided by the DIY system. After brushing on this glue, the white face would gradually turn gray until it showed a very deep lead gray. Muzhua brushed a lead gray face on each of the 2 bricks, and then carefully put the 2 faces coated with magic glue together. A minute later, the gap between the 2 bricks magically began to grow towards each other, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, they turned into a rectangular brick of 30 cm * 60 cm * 30 cm. Muzhua knocked on the brick, and it did not break in the middle, but seemed to have been like this from the beginning, seamless. It seems very solid. Everyone took turns to try, no matter how hard they knocked. Even with a hammer, they could not separate the bricks again, and there was not even a crack on the magic mud brick. But this was just the beginning, and soon the students and parents started to brush glue on the bricks together. The glue did not need to be applied to all surfaces, just the surfaces that needed to be bonded. Then, they handed the painted bricks to Muzhua to build up one by one. He first built a half-person high wall, then turned 90 degrees, and continued to build the wall, and soon made a wall with a gap. When the wall was completed, it looked seamless and natural. Before the parents who were not sensitive to games could react, the fat boy was the first to say excitedly, "Wow, Principal, you can really use this to build a house." Yes, this kind of mud brick is used to build a house. It has the characteristics of automatic adhesion, and can quickly become a whole. But this is not the most important thing. Next, Muzhua took the magic wand and knocked on the finished wall. As he concentrated his magic power to pass through the joints, where the bricks had disappeared, the joints appeared again in front of everyone. This time, just push hard, and a brick will fall out of the wall. The gray surface of the brick did not disappear. Muzhua found a place on the side of the wall to apply glue, and then aligned the gray surface with it, so a small protruding brick was stuck to the wall. The parents came forward and knocked it one by one, but it was still very solid and would not fall off at all. This time, they showed a look of surprise in their eyes. This looks like a building block. Isn't it a building block? People who are familiar with sandbox games will soon find that this mud brick is actually the most common pixel block in sandbox games. Although it is not as convenient to place and remove as in the game, the effect that can be achieved is not much different from the game. Moreover, this magic mud brick is very light. Even children can easily move it, and it is not difficult to build it. There is no need to worry that it will cause the building to be not strong enough because it is too light, because this brick can also be bonded to the ground and other walls, so that it can stand firmly on the ground. And the advantage of this lightness is that combined with the strong bonding force brought by the magic glue, the building it creates has a strong load-bearing capacity, and there is no need to consider the construction of load-bearing walls too much. To put it bluntly, this magic mud brick is a real-life anti-physics sandbox brick. The reason why Ning Xiao made this thing is simple. She needs more school buildings, and she doesn't want to spend too much magic source. So, it's time to start the school infrastructure. Chapter 52. The space available in the academy is too small. For example, Ning Xiao feels it is necessary to set up a separate alchemy room instead of messing up the classroom every time. The botanical garden has begun to take effect. The supply of materials will increase greatly as the new batch of demon flowers mature. Not only she, but also the students will have more opportunities to practice. Whether it is alchemy materials or finished products, as well as the increasing number of alchemy tools in the future, they all need special places to be placed. In addition, a new warehouse needs to be built to expand the Academy's own storage space, but this is not too urgent before the arrival of large quantities of materials. If possible, Ning Xiao also wants to arrange separate offices for several of her employees. The 3 parents currently employed are working or resting in the reading room. Although it is comfortable and spacious enough, it lacks privacy. Most importantly, Ning Xiao thinks that the Academy is in urgent need of a stadium. The cold greatly limits people's activity space, which is a very serious matter for Ning Xiao, who is a physical education teacher. Although she chose to be a physical education teacher in order to be a layperson, Ning Xiao herself also loves sports. Since she traveled through time, she has been doing basic exercises in her office every day to keep in shape. But the space in the office is limited. She hasn't run for many days, and she can't even think about high jump, shot put and other sports. When she found out that the people of the Killing Alliance would arrange for residents to exercise, Ning Xiao thought it was necessary to provide students and parents with some exercise space. Compared with the fragile mages, Ning Xiao prefers melee mages who can fight in melee. Finally, considering the coming snowstorm, the botanical garden and the magic farm also need to be equipped with walls and covers. These basic buildings are not difficult at all in Ning Xiao's opinion. Just building a matchbox is enough. Although such buildings will not be immediately recognized as school buildings, they still need to meet certain facility conditions and magic transformation, but they can be used. However, when Ning Xiao showed his plan and architectural drawings to Wu Jie, the latter widened his eyes in disbelief. You will lower the school environment score. Don't you want to upgrade the school? I just DIY a few buildings, which are not even magic buildings. It's not as simple as you think. Things that are built randomly will also be counted in the school environment evaluation system. Otherwise, wouldn't it be possible to brush up the environmental construction degree as long as more things are built? Wuge also used a new word heard from the students. That's called a bug. As for the operation of the school, Wu Jie is obviously more authoritative, and Ning Xiao can only re-examine this issue. The Academy naturally has an upgrade system. After upgrading, more new functions and facilities can be unlocked, and new courses can be drawn. In addition, the magic source reserve of a school is capped. In fact, if you want to accumulate 100 million magic sources, you can't just work hard. You have to increase the total reserve of the Academy to that much. And upgrading the Academy must meet certain scoring requirements. The Academy score is divided into 5 dimensions: student strength, course reserve, faculty strength, campus facilities, and environmental construction. At present, I hope that the score of the Magic Academy is like this. Student strength, 17 points. Course reserve, 15 points. Teacher strength, 5 points. Campus facilities, 19 points. Environmental construction, 10 points. As an academy system that focuses on business competition, in order to encourage principals to develop more magic academies of different styles, principals do not need to do every dimension perfectly, just focus on a few aspects. For example, if you want to upgrade to a level 2 academy, you only need to score 30 points in 3 of them. Ning Xiao plans to work hard on student strength, campus facilities, and environmental construction. In fact, apart from these 3, she can't make more choices. She can't improve the score of this project by exchanging with other academies and expanding the course reserves, nor can she recruit ready-made magic teachers. As the number of students increases and upgrades, the strength of students will naturally increase. Facilities refer to functional magic buildings, reading rooms, alchemy rooms, etc., which can be solved by consuming magic sources. Environmental construction refers to the livability and beauty of the academy. Reasonable planning of academy facilities, creating a beautiful campus landscape, and even building magic wonders that are useless except for their beauty can improve this part of the evaluation. Is it really not okay to use a matchbox? Ning Xiao asked persistently, not the square ones, but the modern buildings outside. With some decorations, it should be pretty good. No, that's the aesthetic of your plane. The Magic Academy only accepts magic buildings. Simply put, the closer it is to the magic style in the public's cognition, the higher the score will be. Ning Xiao understood. So, maybe we need to hire an architect. She touched her chin and thought about it. Xiao Li's resident registration work went smoothly. When everyone heard about his purpose, they were very enthusiastic. They just wanted to understand the current population composition of the community closest to the academy, but everyone wanted to explain the information of their ancestors. The registration form was treated as a job application resume. As long as it could give themselves gold, they would write it on it regardless of its authenticity. The residents did think that this might be the academy recruiting, and many people even wrote a lot of short essays like "I have a magic dream, since I was a child" in the blank space. This made Xiao Li somewhat amused when collecting the forms. The enthusiasm of the residents was not only reflected in the active filling of the forms, but also took out some gifts, and secretly wanted to bribe Xiao Li. There were red envelopes stuffed with cash, as well as gold and silver jewelry, which looked very valuable. Xiao Li, who had been mediocre since childhood and had never even been a class leader, suddenly experienced the taste of power. However, Xiao Li did not really have power. He was just an ordinary employee. He rejected all the gifts sternly, and even said that he would record it on the registration form if he did it again, so as to persuade those who wanted to use the back door to retreat. In fact, there were more elderly people here. At this age, and encountering the end of the world, wealth was no longer of much use to them. The elderly were willing to spend money to buy their lives. Seeing their disappointed eyes, Xiao Li, who thought of his parents, finally couldn't help but speak. "Keep the things first, maybe you can exchange them with the school in the future." The eyes of the old people lit up again. But Xiao Li refused to say more. In fact, this news was just his own speculation, which came from accidentally hearing parents mentioning where to buy some jewelry and precious metals. "I heard that it was for students to use for alchemy." In addition to doing resident registration, Xiao Li has another task. Every time he enters a room, he will take out the staff and a small wooden barrel he carries with him, and let the people in the room test them one by one. Hold the staff and imagine water appears. He waved the staff at the barrel and explained to everyone, "Like me." A ball of water fell into the barrel. There was a sudden exclamation in the room, and everyone looked at Xiao Li with more awe, and some even changed their name to this magician. Xiao Li could only say half proudly and half modestly, "I am not a magician, I rely on magic props." He did not show the magic ring to everyone. After all, if someone had any bad intentions, it would be a bit troublesome. But if you have magic power, you don't need magic props to summon water balls. This is the purpose of Xiao Li bringing these things here. This is a small test of Ning Xiao. Although Wuge can distinguish people with magic qualifications by observing each person's light ball, it is a bit too troublesome to look at them one by one. It is true that Wuge is useful, but you can't rely on it for everything. Ning Xiao decided to do some tricks. Just find a magic item that consumes magic points to use, and see who can use it successfully, and you can naturally tell who has magic talent in the crowd. This method can be quickly and massively replicated. If the experiment is successful, even if Wuge does not show up, the natives can find the magician mixed in the crowd. In this world, about 1 in 1,000 people have magic talent, the total population is about 10 billion, and the permanent population of Dongzhou is about 1.5 billion. In theory, there are 1.5 million potential magicians in Dongzhou alone. There are no other magic schools here, so as long as Ning Xiao is willing, all these people are her exclusive source of students. Of course, there are many variables here, and it cannot be simply calculated according to probability. Just like now, the initial estimate of the population of Lijiang community is about 900. If you are lucky, there is still hope that a magician will appear. But Xiao Li worked until the second day, and still did not find a miracle. From the initial excitement and expectation, the residents gradually turned to confusion and suspicion. Some people even stopped Xiao Li, and thought that there might be something wrong with this test. "Let me try again, maybe it's not accurate. There are so many of us, and no one can become a magician? The probability is too low. Yes, I think it may be that I didn't concentrate when I imagined it. Let's test it again. My child is too young." He just waved the stick randomly. "Can he try again?" Surrounded by a lot of people, Xiao Li finally agreed to retest only a few children under the age of 10, but the results were still disappointing. He looked at the form in his hand and asked for the last time, "Is there anyone who hasn't taken the test yet?" He would cross out the people who had taken the test, but since there were so many people, Xiao Li was worried that someone might be missed. The crowd looked at each other. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, a woman shouted, "Wait a minute, my mother hasn't taken the test yet." Xiao Li recognized her as Zhou Wenbin's wife. "Is it Granny Hu?" Xiao Li remembered the impressive old woman who spanked her son in front of outsiders. Yes, she was away for something during the test yesterday, so she missed it. the woman said, pulling out a helpless old lady from the crowd and persuading her, "Mom, just try it." "Alas, I'm old. Granny, who is different from other old people. She doesn't have too many expectations for life, and doesn't expect any miracles to happen to her." But she couldn't resist the persuasion of others, so she had to step forward and take the thing that was said to be called a magic wand. Another reason why Granny, who was not active, was that she was very unfamiliar with so-called magic, so she was somewhat timid. The magic wand seemed to be made of dead branches, and it was actually a little rough to the touch, but the flower on the top was very beautiful. She just observed this new thing, and waved the wooden stick carelessly. Splash! A ball of water fell into the wooden barrel. Chapter 53. "Ah, found someone with magic talent?" Ning Xiao was very surprised to hear the report. However, the next second, Fang Huilan handed her the other party's registration form with a subtle look. "Please take a look first, this should be considered." Her statement confused Ning Xiao a little, but after quickly reading the other party's information, Ning Xiao was silent for a moment. 74 years old, an unexpected result. But seriously speaking, magic talent is not divided by age, and her potential students can be any age. But Ning Xiao looked at Wu Jie and asked with his eyes, "Can this person really be admitted to the academy? I have the impression that the academy has age restrictions for students." "Gah, this person does not meet the admission standards." Wuga answered very bluntly. Overage. Hearing its words, Fang Huilan sighed in her heart, her face expression unchanged. "Then I will go and talk to her." In order to facilitate the principal's personal confirmation, the person is now in the academy hall, but she still feels a little reluctant to let the other party wait in vain. As a native of this world, Fang Huilan actually hoped that the old woman could also enroll in the academy. One more person means more strength. Unfortunately, the magic world is indeed concerned with age. Don't rush to let her go back. I go see her later. Before Fang Huilan left the principal's office, Ning Xiao ordered again. Fang Huilan nodded and left. What is the age limit for students? Ning Xiao has been reading the magic books that he rented with the money he spent on magic sources before going to bed these days. He learned a lot about the magic continent from them, so he was a little confused. Why do I remember that there are students over 100 years old in the academy? The age limit for admission is between 12 and 30 years old. If you fail to graduate, you may stay in the academy until you are 200 years old. Magicians in the magic continent are very long-lived. This is not surprising. Not to mention the bonus that the magic level can bring to life. Some alchemical potions alone have the effect of prolonging life. In addition, some special magic can also extend life. But this does not mean that the admission standards of the academy will be relaxed. This is also to prevent some principals from registering well-known magicians of advanced age as students to quickly improve the students' strength scores. After all, there have been principals who like to think about evil ways in history. Bugs are a common operation for time travelers. Ning Xiao summoned the principal's guide, flipped through it, and asked, in addition to students, other faculty and staff of the academy can also contribute magic sources, right? In fact, there is no need to ask this. As the principal, Wuga, as a companion magic creature, still meditates hard every day. You can't? Oh, if you can't be a student, can't you do something else? Hu Suxiang and her daughter-in-law were sitting side by side on the soft sofa in the hall of the academy. Her back was straight, not wanting to appear too rude, but the stiff state betrayed the nervousness of the two at the moment. Although they had seen the magic of magic, it was completely different when they really came to the academy. This mysterious school, which could not be seen by the naked eye and could only be entered through special methods, had an exotic style that the two had never seen before. The color, decoration, and furnishings showed a hint of fantasy in the noble and elegant. Very beautiful. This was the first feeling of the two. This is not a place we can come to. This was the second feeling of the two. But even though they were so uneasy, they still insisted on sitting here to support each other. Coincidentally, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are both orphans to some extent. The difference is that Hu Suxiang is a real orphan who doesn't know who her parents are at all, while her daughter-in-law Zheng Xian was abandoned by her family. Because neither of them has ever felt the warmth of a family, after becoming a family, the two women understand each other very well and cherish this special fate. Hu Suxiang grew up eating at other people's homes. In order to survive, she suffered a lot. At a young age, she was willing to do any work she could do, which made her look stronger than other women, but her appearance also looked rougher. She didn't have much leeway in her life. It wasn't until she met her future husband and got married that she had a little more time for herself from her suffocating life. Hu Suxiang didn't have the love that young people like to talk about for her husband. From the beginning, it was because the other party didn't despise her poor conditions and was willing to give her a home. She just wanted to have relatives. She was lucky. Although her husband didn't have much ability, he was still okay with her. The two of them earned money together and finally made life less difficult. Hu Suxiang even had the opportunity to go to school. Although under the conditions of that time, she only listened to free courses on the radio and studied by herself with textbooks, she finally learned to read and write and was no longer illiterate. It was a very happy time, but the happiness was too short. 3 years after marriage, her husband died in an accident. Hu Suxiang could only shoulder the burden of life again and raise her 1-year-old son alone. Because she knew how hard it was to be an orphan, Hu Suxiang doted on her son very much. She was reluctant to spend money on herself, but she was willing to spend money on her son, trying to make up for her childhood regrets by being good to her son. But Hu Suxiang didn't expect that the son educated in this way would be a very bad person. The son didn't cherish love, didn't cherish family affection, didn't know how to be grateful, only knew to ask for things blindly, and always thought it was someone else's fault after encountering setbacks. He disliked her for being old, and couldn't provide him with more financial support, and also dragged down his life. Hu Suxiang could still tolerate it, because she didn't educate him well. But her son not only cheated, but also tried to abandon such a good daughter-in-law. Hu Suxiang felt unbearable. The daughter-in-law who had no blood relationship treated her as her own mother and thought about her in everything. There was a secret that only she and her daughter-in-law knew. After the extreme cold came, Hu Suxiang planned to leave one night because she found that the food at home was not enough for 3 people. She was old and had lived enough, so there was no need to compete with young people for the opportunity to live. It was her daughter-in-law who discovered her running away from home and stopped her in time. That night, her daughter-in-law told her that her son did not fail to find food, but hid it secretly. The 2 women hugged each other and cried bitterly. The next day, their eyes were red, but their son did not ask a word. From that day on, one of them no longer had a son, and the other no longer had a husband. But it didn't matter, there was a mother and daughter who depended on each other in the world. When the people from the academy went to the community with the staff to test everyone, Hu Suxiang was called away by her son. After all, they grew up in a peaceful era, and they were very confused about how to deal with their son. If they locked him up and gave him food, that was a reward, not a punishment. If they locked him up and didn't give him food, that was murder. In the end, they had no choice but to let him go and let him fend for himself. The son hid in the mistress's house, kept warm by collecting firewood outside, and relied on the mistress for food. The 2 people naturally had conflicts because of this, but the son convinced the other party with just one sentence: "How can you survive without a man to rely on in the end of the world?" Hu Suxiang knew this because her son also tried to convince herself with this sentence. "Mom, you really misunderstood me. I just couldn't live with Zheng Xian anymore. I didn't really want to ignore you. You have worked so hard to raise me since I was a child. How can I really not take care of you in your old age? I was originally planning to take you here, but who knew that you would bring people here to search for things, and now all the supplies have been robbed. But don't worry, Mom. Although you did something stupid, I will still take care of you. You are old. If you don't rely on me, a man, do you really think you and Zheng Xian, 2 women, can live well? Mom, you don't know how bad people can be in this world. It was only after this experience that I realized that you are the only one in the world who truly loves me unconditionally. I'm sorry, Mom. I was a bit of a jerk before, but I already know what blood is thicker than water." Hu Suxiang ended the other party's endless words with a slap. It's a pity that she is old and has limited strength, so the slap mark is not deep. Hu Suxiang wanted to laugh when she thought of her son's unbelievable expression. He didn't even understand that her old mother was not afraid of death at all. She lived only because she had a daughter, and she didn't want to leave her alone in this apocalypse. At least, Hu Suxiang didn't want to die before finding a good way out for her daughter. The magic school was the way out. If it didn't work, the official shelter being built would also work. Just then, a female voice came from not far away. "Sorry, you 2 have been waiting for a long time." The mother and daughter raised their heads and looked towards the voice, and saw a young and beautiful woman with hair and eyes that did not belong to this world coming down the stairs. "I am Human Hope, the principal of this Hope Magic School. No, you don't have to stand up, just sit down." A single sofa automatically moved to the opposite side of the 2 people, just enough for the principal, who looked very noble, to sit down. "Are you Hu Suxiang? Let's do a detailed aptitude test first. It may be a little scary, but don't worry, It's just an illusion. Please close your eyes. The two of them quietly held hands and tightened them. After receiving this silent encouragement, Hu Suxiang took a deep breath and closed her eyes as she was told. Then, she saw an unforgettable illusion that was beyond her imagination. When Hu Suxiang covered her heart that was about to collapse and opened her eyes again, with sweat on her forehead, she saw a book flying in front of the principal. The principal looked at the book and read, Hu Suxiang, 74 years old, Plant Affinity. She paused and continued, Talent A. Hu Suxiang didn't understand what Plant Affinity meant, but Talent A, meaning the result should be good? She thought unconfidently. Ah, then can my mother enroll? Zheng Xian's eyes lit up, and she asked hurriedly. But the principal met their expectant gazes, and just smiled lightly. Unfortunately, our school does not accept students over 30 years old. This sentence made the mother and daughter feel cold. Before they could recover from the bad news, the principal's next sentence sounded, however, our school welcomes magic teachers over 30 years old to join. Both of them were stunned. Magic teacher? Zheng Xian looked at her mother uncertainly. Do you mean my mother? This is the employment contract, take a look. The principal handed a parchment scroll to the two. If there is no problem, you can sign it today. But I don't know magic at all. It doesn't matter, we have teacher training you can learn. The principal's eyes were full of trust that Hu Suxiang couldn't understand. I'm worried that I can't teach the students well. No matter how much she wanted to enter the magic school, Hu Suxiang had to make it clear, I can't even teach my own son well. This is the pain of her life. Your job does not include moral education. The school is responsible for expelling bad students. Ning Xiao glanced at her and couldn't help but say what was in her heart. The child is grown up, and he should be responsible for his own behavior. Don't blame the family for not teaching him well. She saw that the old man seemed to have a knot in his heart, but Ning Xiao didn't intend to waste time on this topic. All you need to consider is whether you are willing to accept this job. Life, just look forward. Hu Suxiang was silent for a moment. She remembered the time when she learned to write by following the radio. In fact, at that time, she had a very short dream of becoming a teacher. That was a very luxurious dream, only related to herself. I do. She didn't expect that she would have the hope to realize it at the age of 74. The contract was a bit long. Hu Suxiang thought it would be difficult for her to understand such a strange thing. But she didn't know if it was a magic that made it easier to understand, but she could understand it easily. Although she had made up her mind, she would sign even if she couldn't understand it. Her rough and wrinkled hands held the feather pen, and as she wrote one stroke after another, the name she wrote flashed, and the whole parchment scroll turned into smoke and dissipated. Congratulations on your joining. Someone will arrange your accommodation later, and take you to visit the academy. Having said that, the principal turned his eyes to the middle-aged woman next to him. I looked at your registration form, the principal said. You seem to be very interested in the decoration of the academy. Is this your professional habit? Yes, yes. Zheng Xian never expected that she had been secretly looking at the academy, and was discovered by the principal. She was so nervous that she stuttered a little. Then can you design buildings? The magical style of the academy. Ah? Since you are here, let's have an interview by the way. The beautiful principal said so casually. Chapter 54. The decision to interview was made hastily, but Zheng Xian was given ample time to prepare. The only problem was that she was an interior designer, not an architectural designer. Her career in this industry was also related to her experience. As an abandoned child, she never had a room of her own. Zheng Xian's desire for home is reflected in her obsession with house. Since she was a child, she would imagine what a warm family would look like, how to match colors, how to take care of the feelings of every family member in design, and make the house a shelter for everyone's soul. It was a place where you could rest in peace without worrying about being kicked out. The home she once lived with Zhou Wenbin was such a place. Zheng Xian paid half of the down payment. Not only was her name on the property certificate, but it was also agreed that if they divorced, the house would belong to her. The decoration design, as small as a small ornament on the bedside table, was all based on her preferences. She spent a lot of energy and time to build her own fortress. Unfortunately, the fortress is only material, and cannot really protect a family spiritually. Zheng Xian was certainly disappointed, and even doubted herself if she had done something wrong, but this self-condemnation did not last long because she had a good mother-in-law. Zheng Xian always felt that her mother-in-law was very special. She understood her very well, and it was not the kind of understanding that she pretended to understand in order to maintain family harmony. Facts have proved that between her blood-related son and her daughter-in-law, who is just an outsider, Her mother-in-law chose her. This gave Zheng Xian the courage to believe in herself. Therefore, she did not feel sad even if she had to turn her carefully maintained house into a large dormitory for many people. In order to clear enough space, she took the initiative to throw away the furniture and sundries that she had been looking for a long time. Zheng Xian now no longer regards the house as a shelter, and her mother-in-law, who is like a mother, is the source of her sense of security. But she did not expect that because of her remaining professional habits, she would attract the attention of the principal and be asked to participate in this unexpected job search test. Although Zheng Xian has also learned some architectural knowledge, she is far from being a professional, and the challenge is a magic style that she has never seen before. She is really too unconfident. Let her design the school building, it might collapse, but soon, Zheng Xian knew why the principal was so casual. She saw a bunch of magic blocks. Under the guidance of an enthusiastic female student, she learned how to use this magic building material, and then was confused by its anti-physics characteristics. No wonder the principal is not worried about the house collapsing. This is such a strong magic building material that does not need to consider load-bearing, and there is no need to consider safety issues at all. Maybe even a 3-year-old child can use it to build a house. The principal said that there is a more special magic glue that can even make the magic bricks float in the air. Alas, it's a pity that the materials and formula are not available now. The student sighed. Zheng Xian felt that her 3 views were once again impacted. Not only can you build a house like building blocks, but in the future you can even make the house fly into the sky? Is this the world of magic? It's too exciting. The uneasiness faded away, and Zheng Xian ignited a new fighting spirit in her heart. She really wanted to try to see what possibilities there are for houses. No, buildings, under the blessing of magic. Excuse me, where can I find some architectural references? Although she had the idea of becoming the world's first magic architect, Zheng Xian did not overestimate her ability. She decided to learn a little bit for the sake of caution. She had 3 days to prepare anyway. The student thought about it and said uncertainly, maybe you can find some inspiration in the reading room? So Zheng Xian was taken to the reading room again. It is hard to say whether it was because the school was very friendly to job seekers, or because her mother was a teacher who was about to take up her post. Zheng Xian was indeed very warmly received. The reading room made Zheng Xian's eyes light up again. The design here is different from the school hall with a vague sense of magnificence. It is solemn and comfortable. With the blessing of different window views in each area, it presents a different sense of picture. You can be like a high-ranking, powerful president, admiring the city crawling at your feet by the floor-to-ceiling window, or you can be like a fish living in the deep sea, sharing a moment of quiet time with the gorgeous underwater world. Zheng Xian didn't even have time to check the books on the bookshelf. Just appreciating the ever-changing scenes in the reading room gave her more imagination about magic. Under the guidance of the students, she learned how to use the reading room and appreciated the dozen or so reading scenes that were available. Then Zheng Xian reluctantly began to flip through the magic books. Well, she finally found a shortcoming of the academy. The reading room looked very large and had many books, but in fact, it was just a copy and paste of the bookshelf. There were only 300 magic books included. These 300 books. They are very mixed and strange. Magic books are too expensive. We can only project these 300 books for now. They will be randomly replaced next month. The student explained. Zheng Xian didn't understand why these books were projected, but she understood that magic books seemed very precious. This made her turn the pages carefully. I should go to meditation class. Just then, the student looked at the time. If you still need help, you can come to me after class, or ask about the crow sculpture in the school. Okay, thank you. The two said goodbye, and Zheng Xian began to enjoy her study time in the reading room. It was indeed enjoyable. After sitting down, the chair under her probably detected her physical fatigue and began to massage her slowly. The technique and strength were better than any manual massage Zheng Xian had ever done before. She also felt a warmth wandering in her body, as if helping her to expel the chill brought by the extreme low temperature these days. Because it was too comfortable, she had to exert some self-control not to fall asleep. Zheng Xian sighed deeply in her heart. It was over. She couldn't imagine how disappointed she would be if she didn't get the job in the school. Zheng Xian began to flip through the books quickly. She didn't find any books related to architecture. On the one hand, there were too few books, and on the other hand, magic architecture was not a popular research field. What Zheng Xian had to do was to find the description of magic style in the book between the lines. It didn't rely entirely on text. Many books had pictures, and they were dynamic ones. It is said that magicians can even enter the pictures and interact with the items recorded in them. This is what magic textbooks are like. Unfortunately, Zheng Xian has no talent for magic and can only watch as a spectator, but this is enough for her to feel magical. However, there are only a few pictures with reference buildings, and not all of them are the type that Zheng Xian wants. The test question for this time is to design a magic playground. The principal hopes that this playground can provide exercise space for students and faculty. It does not need to be too large or too complicated at present, but it needs to make people think that it is magical at first glance. Magic mud bricks are only very convenient to build, but they cannot provide more magic functions. Therefore, this playground is actually not much different from an ordinary playground, and the principal only needs it to be more distinctive in appearance. The materials that can be used are very limited, and the size of this magic mud brick is limited. At least for now, it is not as flexible as ordinary building materials, and it is enough to understand it as a building block. This is the difficulty of this design. The reading room provides plenty of paper and pens. Even ordinary people can summon them with a wave of their hands. Even the pictures in the magic book can be copied and pasted onto paper like electronic products. Of course, the magic that cannot be copied is only a static plan. But this is enough for Zheng Xian to use. She carefully found all the books that are most likely to have architectural pictures and read them page by page. At the same time, Hu Suxiang, the newly minted magic teacher, is also struggling to adapt to her identity change. She also got the employee number 001, only to find that she seems to be the only teacher in the school. To be exact, she was the only full-time teacher, which made her completely dumbfounded when she wanted to communicate with her colleagues. So how did the students learn? Hu Suxiang's questions were soon answered, because she went to the classroom to observe and found that the students standing on the podium were the students themselves. You see, it's not difficult to teach. Students can even solve it themselves. Ning Xiao said to her calmly, "Our school advocates cultivating students' initiative. The road of magic is lonely. You can't expect teachers to accompany you forever." Hu Suxiang looked at the principal with complicated eyes, and silently swallowed what she wanted to say. What she wanted to say was, of course, this is completely free range. So does the school really need teachers? Hu Suxiang was very skeptical. And her doubts were soon answered in the meditation class. Teacher Hu, the faculty and staff of our school also need to participate in meditation. This is not only to help the faculty and staff improve their own magic ability, but also to urge students to work hard. You have to be a good leader, the principal said earnestly. Okay, I understand. Hu Suxiang took the task reluctantly, and quickly mastered the basic method of meditation under the explanation of the principal. She has been busy since she was a child, busy with survival, so she has hardly come into contact with games. Hu Suxiang has only heard of Tetris, but it is the first time she has seen it and played it herself. The rules are very easy to understand, and the A-level talent also makes it relatively easy for her to move the blocks. After successfully eliminating a row for the first time, looking at the celebration effects presented in the illusion, Hu Suxiang thought, "Ah, is magic so simple?" Of course, this is just the feeling of a novice. Soon, Hu Suxiang became flustered because of the blocks falling faster and faster, and the resistance of her consciousness was also increasing. So she watched helplessly, and the row that was about to be eliminated ended in failure of meditation, because the vertical blocks fell in the wrong position. Hu Suxiang left the illusion dizzy. Seeing that she had mastered it, Ning Xiao left the classroom with satisfaction, and the rest of the reception work was left to the students. In this way, Teacher Hu started a meditation class with the students face to face in the front row of the classroom without interfering with each other. I am a teacher and need to set an example for students. Hu Suxiang thought. I don't know any other magic, but this meditation doesn't seem to be very difficult. In this case, I must take it seriously and study it carefully. In the short time of recovery, Hu Suxiang thought about what other combinations these blocks could have. Entering the illusion, she began to gradually master the game after figuring out the rules. Ah, I put it in the wrong place again. Hey, can I eliminate it this way? Well, it seems that if I accumulate a few more rows and eliminate them together, I can get more meditation magic sources? No, it's too fast. I can't wait for the block to fall before thinking about where to put it. This time, I will try to do two things at the same time. While putting down the falling block, I will also think about how to place the one that is about to fall. In this way, she gradually became addicted to the fast-paced attempts and learning. Teacher Hu? Teacher Hu, are you okay? When Hu Suxiang came out of the illusion again, she was dizzy and heard the voices of her students. The students who had exchanged names, but had not yet fully remembered them, surrounded her with concern. Seeing that she finally responded, a student coughed and said, Teacher Hu, the get out of class has been over for 10 minutes. Are you going to the restaurant with us for dinner? Chapter 55. Because of being addicted to games. Oh no, meditation. Students have to wait for the end of the get out of class, which is really embarrassing. But Hu Suxiang, who has lived for more than 70 years, has seen all kinds of storms. She stood up calmly and left the classroom with the students as if nothing had happened. On the way, she simply exchanged some topics about magic learning with the students. What she cares most about is whether magic is difficult to learn. On this point, the students generally responded that it is not difficult to understand, but the actual operation may not be so smooth. The fat boy has the most say. He vividly described his persistence in alchemy after repeated failures, and finally achieved success. You see, as long as we are willing to work hard, magic will not let us down, he said. No one exposed that he actually borrowed some external forces. Everyone is very welcome to this newly minted magic teacher. Although she is not as familiar with magic as they are, at least they have a class teacher. Yes, for the sake of management, the principal appointed Mr. Hu as the head teacher of the Plant Magic 1 class. This also means that there is no need to bother the principal for every little thing. The students love the principal, but the head teacher from this world is full of another kind of intimacy. She herself is a very kind old lady. The number of people for dinner today has increased again. In order to welcome the new members, Wang Fugui specially made some special dishes with the newly harvested vegetables from the magic farm. Hu Suxiang and Zheng Xian haven't eaten such fresh food for a while. If it weren't for the long table that is not a familiar dining environment, it would even feel like returning to the end of the world. Not entirely true, the food was so delicious. Both of them were frugal, rarely eating out unless necessary, and didn't even know where the door of a high-end restaurant run by a famous chef was. Wang Fugui's cooking skills completely conquered the two. Sure enough, some restaurants are expensive for a reason. Not to mention the farm vegetables that can provide buff bonuses. No matter how much they didn't want to appear rude, they couldn't help but eat all the dishes, and when they came to their senses, the plates were as shiny as if they had never been used. Fortunately, the performance of others was similar, and everyone tacitly revealed the matter. The school brought more surprises to the two. The evening is free time, usually used by students to complete homework, especially to take out the materials accumulated for a day to do alchemy. Hu Suxiang was still unfamiliar with alchemy, so she stayed in the reading room with Zheng Xian to read cautiously. She planned to read the textbook through. They chose a fantasy forest with flying fireflies as the reading background, and they were immersed in learning unconsciously. At 10 o'clock, the crow's sculpture urged them to go back to bed. The principal has provided a single teacher dormitory for Teacher Hu. Miss Shen can stay with her, or go back to the community, or rest in a hotel. Teacher dormitory? The two looked at each other. They didn't see such a place when they visited the academy. This is, of course, because there were no teachers before, and the initial room's teacher's office and teacher's dormitory stored in the academy space were not unlocked. Ning Xiao placed them in the academy not long ago. In order to facilitate office work, the teacher's office was placed on the second floor next to the classroom. The dormitory was placed on the third floor, next to the reading room. Following the guidance of the crow's sculpture, the mother and daughter soon found the inexplicably extra room. On the white wooden door, there was a door plate with the words Teacher Hu Suxiang. A magic was cast on the door, and only the owner of the room could open it. The two walked in and were surprised to find that it was called a single dormitory, but it was actually a very spacious two-story loft room. The first floor was a small living room with a fireplace, covered with thick cashmere carpet, a reading space with a bay window on the left, and a double sofa that could be used as a bed on the side. The second floor was a bedroom with a washroom and a large bed next to a round window, which was more than enough for two people. The gorgeous candle crystal lamp fell from the high dome, making the whole room very warm. However, Zheng Xian was a little worried. The elderly were not suitable for this type of room with stairs. Just when she was thinking about changing rooms, she saw her mother-in-law stepping on the slightly curved stairs with her front foot and appearing on the second floor with her back foot. Zheng Xian, shouldn't she be dazzled? Hu Suxiang was also startled by this inexplicable teleportation staircase. She put her hand on the railing again, and in a moment of thought, she was downstairs again. This teleportation was too fast, and Hu Suxiang felt a little dizzy, and stumbled and was about to fall. Zheng Xian was anxious to help her, and saw that this time, her mother-in-law floated up. Although she was about to fall to the ground, she was indeed floating in the air. Grandma Hu had been strong all her life, calmly summoned her teacher's manual according to the method mentioned by the principal. On the dormitory setting page, she found a way to control her body. Oh, in order to prevent some elderly teachers, who are not honest and sleeping from falling, there is a levitation magic in the dormitory. The mages never have to worry about getting injured and can fly freely in the dormitory. Not only that, the layout, design, and furnishings of the dormitory can be changed. The academy provides teachers with hundreds of basic furniture in different styles. If you want more luxurious or personalized ones, you can also consume your salary to unlock and exchange. Even the windows of the teacher's dormitory can be set to different scenery like the reading room. All this is to allow every working teacher to enjoy the feeling of home in the academy. This kind of basic staff welfare would not even cause much waves in the magic continent, but in this natural disaster world, the mother and daughter who just shared their house were deeply moved. The academy is too considerate. Accompanying her mother to finish reading the instructions in the manual, Zheng Xian sighed. After Hu Suxiang said Zheng Xian, as the second owner of the room, she stuffed the manual into her hand. How to decorate this place, you decide. Zheng Xian smiled happily. Don't worry, Mom. After taking a long-awaited hot bath in the magic bathroom that can automatically scrub backs and wipe bodies, the mother and daughter went to bed refreshed. They have something to say. Everything that happened today was too dreamy, so both of them were very excited and couldn't help wanting to share each other's feelings and plans. Zheng Xian even felt that she would have insomnia tonight. But after just a few words, Zheng Xian, who was lying on the pillow, felt a strong sense of sleepiness. When she closed her eyes, she opened her eyes, and it was dawn. Both, I forgot that the pillows in the academy have sleep aid and wake-up functions. The convoy drove along the highway towards the academy. After nearly a week of cleaning, the main roads have resumed initial traffic, especially the transportation lines. This made Pei Rongyuan and others' trip much easier this time. What does the principal want these things for? The thin monkey muttered, looking at the cars following behind, especially those loaded with clay. This stuff can't be eaten or drunk, and they even have to bring supplies to exchange. After all, money is beginning to become useless now, and it always feels a bit of a loss. No matter what he does, it's enough to complete the task. The strong man replied, It's a pity that we went too late, otherwise it would be nice to bring some coal gang back to burn. The thin monkey thought of the brick factory they found. Regardless of whether there were still people left, they didn't even see the raw materials that could be used for heating. He felt that people are still thinking fast now. You are still worried about heating when there is a school? Boss, will the school really accept us? At this point, the skinny monkey couldn't help but ask the young man in the back seat worriedly. Because it was too boring on the road. Playing with the phone not only consumed power, but was also inconvenient. Pei Rongyuan was reading a fairy tale picture book with magic themes with relish. If you are obedient enough, you will. Yes, Ning Xiao did not explicitly accept or reject them, but just proposed that they could try to cooperate in the form of completing tasks to get points. This time, asking them to come out to find something was also a simple test. It's not surprising that the school would not trust them easily. If it were Pei Rongyuan himself, he would not accept strangers who were not familiar enough. Although he was very surprised that the principal knew about the Killing Alliance. This principal of the Magic Academy, who had never appeared in the previous reincarnations, was indeed the biggest variable in this world that was gradually heading towards a dead end. Pei Rongyuan really wanted to try and see if the destination would change if he took the academy route. At least it should be more worth looking forward to than the woman hiding in Nanzhou, right? So he didn't mind showing his sincerity, or being a little more shameless. Although he used some special methods and took great risks to meet the principal, it seemed that everything was worth it now. It was a pity that he couldn't see the principal's true attitude towards him, as he had a fairly friendly and likable face. However, he could see that the academy, or the people protected by the academy, were a group of people who were more observant of order. Because he had reincarnated too many times, and had seen too many dark sides of human nature, things like order were a little strange to him. The existence of the academy, in order to obtain supplies, actually thought of exchanging first. I don't know if it was because it was in the early days of the end of the world, or because the strong had pity on the weak. But if this is what the academy expects, Pei Rongyuan is certainly willing to comply with it. When the convoy entered the city, they avoided the route that would attract attention and took a detour to go back. The places they avoided were mainly the places that would become the first batch of shelters. It is actually difficult to build a qualified shelter under the current conditions, so these places are composed of existing air raid shelters, underground shopping malls, schools, subways, and other buildings that can accommodate more people. The construction being done is mainly to strengthen warmth, partitions and ventilation, self-generation, etc., and to design a self-circulating system for survival. The comfort level is very limited, but the purpose is just to allow more people to survive in the increasingly cruel extreme cold disaster. Although, most of the shelters eventually became large cemeteries. Each reincarnation is different, but there are some commonalities among the differences. For example, in Pei Rongyuan's memory, Dongzhou will usher in 3 major temperature drops. Now is the first time, and the temperature will continue to be around -60 degrees for a period of time, which gives many people hope to survive. But a month later, the temperature will continue to drop sharply to around -120 degrees, and people who are careless will die in large numbers. But it is the 3rd major temperature drop that will shroud this land of death, which will come before the Rust Day disaster in the next continent. The temperature will drop to -150 degrees, and there will be a blizzard that will last for a month. Humans have lost the possibility of outdoor activities. If they fail to store enough supplies before then, they will only die. Whether they freeze to death, starve to death, or die of thirst. And the 3rd major temperature drop will not be too long from now, and the latest one in the reincarnation is only 4 months later. There is really not much time left for the people of Dongzhou. The car drove past a tall building. Pei Rongyuan raised his eyes and glanced out the window. A group of weird people wearing thick down jackets with black hoods were doing strange things on the street. They were worshipping the sun. They prostrated themselves on the ground devoutly, bowed their heads to the rusty sun hanging high in the sky. No matter how many times they reincarnate, such people will appear. There are in every continent. And there will be more and more, and more hidden. This ritual will only make them frostbite themselves and cannot change the reality at all, but it has become a spiritual comfort for many people. They can't really save the world, so Pei Rongyuan has no interest in them. His sight passed over a father and daughter at the end of the team. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The rusty sun seemed to have changed compared to the previous few days, and the edges began to turn black. Ah, it looks like the first snowstorm is coming. Thinking of what this phenomenon means, Pei Rongyuan said thoughtfully, perhaps this can be the next reason to meet the principal? Chapter 56. The news of the convoy's return quickly spread throughout the Legion community. Everyone leaned on the window and looked out. Seeing the outsiders return, they finally put down their worries. That granny who and her daughter-in-law in 302 are really something. They went to the academy and never came back. They are worse than these strangers. Someone couldn't help but mutter. These days, the neighbors are very anxious. In fact, at the beginning, they were mostly surprised that someone with magic talent appeared in the community. Regardless of whether they are familiar with Granny who or not, in the hearts of the neighbors, she is considered one of their own. Since she is one of their own, she should be able to think about everyone in the community, right? I don't ask Granny who to be a savior and take care of the survival problems of the neighbors in the community with a wave of her hand. It's okay to just reveal some gossip and give instructions on what to do next, right? Of course, if she can learn magic and come back, so that the community can also enjoy the benefits of magic, it will be even better. In order to let Granny who feel the expectation and friendliness of the neighbors, they even pinched their noses, and were polite to Zhou Wenbin, who occasionally came out to ask for food and use the stove. But the result was that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law disappeared from then on. I was a little envious, and I just hated why it was not me who had the magic talent. Now I felt a little unbalanced. But I only dared to say sour words to people I knew in private, and I swallowed more excessive words. First, everyone knows that this kind of thing depends on luck, and I just don't have that kind of fate. Second, to be rational, I must also be careful that the wall has ears, and I can't really ruin the relationship. What if someone still cares about the neighbor, but there has been no news, which makes many people feel uncomfortable. At this critical moment, the allocation information of the shelter came again. Legion Community was assigned to a shelter converted from an underground shopping mall 5 kilometers away, numbered 019. Priority is given to complete families with children. There are currently about 30 such families in Legion Community, and they have received notifications one after another. These families are half surprised and half sad. Whether to go to the official shelter or stay in the community is a problem. After asking around, it was found that shelter number 019 also occupies an underground commercial street with shops on both sides, and the small rooms temporarily separated can provide people with relatively good privacy. It is better than those large bunk shelters, and better than living together now. In addition, it is more reliable with official management. But what is troubling is that there is a magic academy next to the community. The only one in Dongzhou. No, it should be the only one in the world, right? If they leave, will they really not regret it in the future? These families have been discussing this matter these days, and the decision is very difficult. Those who don't have a place in the shelter don't have this worry. They stay in the community with peace of mind. So Lijiang community strangely became the only community in Dongzhou that did not have neighborhood conflicts due to the allocation of shelter places. In this case, the return of the convoy undoubtedly helped the residents find the backbone. Because the academy warehouse is insufficient, only half of the supplies brought back were dragged to the scenic area, and the rest were temporarily placed in the community. The residents watched for a while, and found that they were all things that could neither be eaten nor used for heating, and they were still very confused. This doubt was answered when Xiaoli came to the community again and announced that the school was recruiting temporary workers. "Wait, what position do you want?" An old man who surrounded Xiaoli asked again uncertainly. "Similar to a painter?" Xiaoli scratched his head. "It's a very simple job, just brushing glue on magic mud bricks." "Oh, most of the materials brought back by the fleet are used to make magic mud bricks and magic glue. This job can be done by anyone with hands. Can I do it at my age?" "Of course," and Xiaoli smiled kindly. "This time we will give priority to hiring the elderly." Zheng Xian's design drawings were handed over to Ning Xiao on time on the morning of the third day. She did not use professional design software, but hand-painted the appearance of the magic playground, and the drawing was very beautiful. Ning Xiao felt a sense of brightness when he saw the drawings. "Tell me about your design ideas," she asked the designer with a smile. Zheng Xian calmed down and began to express her ideas clearly. "This is actually the third version of my design. Before this version, I have been trying to use spires, arches, and complex decorative elements to design this playground." Zheng Xian showed Ning Xiao her first two drafts and the information she collected these days. This is actually very similar to the magic style in Ning Xiao's cognition. They are a combination of Gothic and Neoclassical, and are European-style buildings that do not exist in this world. If you want to meet the concept of magic, you can actually build a circle of spires and other peripheral buildings outside the ordinary playground to meet the requirements. However, this plan will be more cumbersome to build, and it lacks some of the characteristics unique to the academy. For those who don't know magic, it's hard to connect it with magic at once. Zheng Xian said, "So I was thinking, is there a simpler way to express it, such as really showing the existence of magic?" But the academy only gave magical building materials, and did not add magical functions. For example, the room-flying magic that Zheng Xian and her daughter liked very much. Then I thought, isn't this kind of magical building material itself a miracle of magic? Zheng Xian said, its biggest special feature. It doesn't need to consider load-bearing, which violates the physical common sense of real architecture. So why not let this building float? The final proposal was a three-dimensional sunflower. The sunflower is the symbol of the school, and the school emblem is in the shape of a sunflower. Zheng Xian simplified it on this basis. The center of the flower disc is the main body of the playground, and the outer petals can be built into stands of different heights. This flower stands on the ground. It is supported by a thick spiral staircase designed as a flower stem, forming a flower-like building that seems to grow on the ground. From a distance, the playground looks like it is floating in the air. And in this way, there is no need to deliberately add a cover to the upper playground. This is actually a double-layer sports field. The upper layer naturally becomes the zenith of the lower layer. On rainy days, if there is such weather, the lower space is a sports venue that can be sheltered from the rain. In order to provide light sources, many magic lights of different heights can be hung from the bottom of the upper layer. Candlesticks or modern lamps can also be used, which look like glowing vines. It is very beautiful, and it is a building that can never be mistaken. It can only be built by magic. Ms. Zheng Xian, Ning Xiao took out the paper contract and handed it to her. Congratulations on getting this job. So Zheng Xian officially joined the staff of the academy, and became a member of the parents' union. However, she did not choose to live in the hotel, but continued to live in the teacher's dormitory with Granny Hu. Next, the mother and daughter can rest assured to transform it into their new home. Pei Rongyuan's request for a meeting was rejected. Ning Xiao hired an assistant for himself, but it was not to continue to let him do everything himself. The contact with the Killing Alliance was handed over to Fang Huilan. However, the matter of the upcoming first blizzard was still reported to Ning Xiao. When reading the novel, some readers guessed that Pei Rongyuan had the memory of each reincarnation. The reason is simple. Like the heroine, he can avoid the pitfalls in the previous round in the next round. It's just that because the perspective is focused on the heroine, his special performance is not too obvious, but as a clue hidden in the unintentional hints of the story. This also makes this character really a riddle man. Ning Xiao thinks that the best way to deal with a riddle man is to show I'm not interested. So you can talk about it if you want, And forget it if you don't want to. She is wary of Pei Rongyuan, there is no way, who made her leave a message with interest. This weird guy must be the boss behind the scenes, even if he is not the main one, he must be one of the bosses, not me washing my hair upside down. The flag has been set, it's impossible to meet him and be tempted by his appearance, right? Ning Xiao really didn't expect that the other party was a handsome and wealthy man, similar to her future boyfriend whom she would never see again. So when the other party called her sister, Ning Xiao didn't refuse immediately. She remembered her own world. But this kind of nostalgia soon passed. Ning Xiao was a person who looked forward, so that she could not waste her limited life. But Pei Rongyuan could be used. If he really had the memory of reincarnation, he must know more about many things than herself, and he would be a very good source of information. Even, he might be able to contact the heroine. But this matter cannot be rushed. Ning Xiao didn't want to bring danger to the heroine. If possible, it would be better to let the heroine contact herself. And this time the information about the snowstorm came in time. The materials were ready. The part that needed to be rebuilt was completed first, and then the new school buildings were built one after another. It is estimated that there are still 2 days before the snowstorm. Before that, the prepared video can also be released. These days, the internet has been very lively. Although this excitement is mainly concentrated in several other continents, rather than the focus of the incident Dong-O. The public's emotions are maintained at a high point, with anxiety, sadness, anger, condemnation, and hope, so that any slight movement related to Dong-Jo will cause countless heated discussions. The shocking conspiracy about the truth of Dong-O. XX expert team said that the barrier cracking process has reached 80%. How is the shelter allocated to accommodate quotas? On the dereliction of duty of the official function in the incident. Top secret? Rusty Day Phenomenon Research Report. Among these discussions, the prediction of the development of natural disasters is the hottest topic. An interview with a meteorologist was exaggerated by the media. The other party said that Dongzhou's current situation will only become more and more extreme, and Dongzhou needs to be prepared for the temperature to drop to minus 150 degrees. Not only that, he predicted that in addition to hail, there will be blizzards hitting Dongzhou, and Dongzhou people will face large-scale power supply and communication interruptions. Dongzhou lacks sufficient cold-resistant materials. After these infrastructures are damaged, Dongzhou will have no chance to restore them. He even said sadly that everyone needs to say the final goodbye to Dongzhou relatives and friends, who can still be contacted as soon as possible. In the end, Dongzhou will become a Jedi. As you can imagine, this unlucky remark aroused public anger, and the expert was scolded so much that he had to enable one-click protection on major social platforms. That's not all. The powerful netizens also dug out the other party's real information, and said rotten eggs to the expert offline. It's a pity that the expert has no family, so he can't smash his family together. However, this level of abuse and intimidation not only did not scare off the experts, but instead inspired his fighting spirit. He began to accept various media interviews and appear on TV programs to publicize his views. He also said smugly, "Just wait, it won't be long before what I said will be verified." He added hypocritically, "If you are still in Dong-O, please don't give up, listen to me, and prepare in advance." Although the bad-mouthing remarks are not popular, in fact, they are very popular. Many people actually think that Dongzhou is in danger. Because the network is so chaotic, and the previous wave of hail and rain, and the big drop in temperature have destroyed some infrastructure, many Dong-O people have become less fond of surfing the internet. Even if they want to go online, they only gather on Dongzhou's websites. Dong-O Home is such a website. In order to ensure that Dong-O people can use the website to obtain important information, Dong-O Home filters all IPs, only allowing Dong-O people to register and post messages, and restricting access from other continents to ensure smooth network. But this did not stop the technical experts. There were still people from other continents who would log in and browse, and even copy the news from the website. They had time and did not need to save electricity, so a short video titled "Discovered a Tree That Can Save Lives" was discovered by them at the first time. Then, it became popular in other continents before it became popular in Dong-O. Chapter 57. The video shooter did not show his face, but from the voice, he should be a young man. The content is not complicated. The man accidentally discovered a tree he had never seen before when he went out to pick up wood. There was novelty, and there was fear. The tree was obviously not a local species, and it only grew a small piece, which was out of tune with the surrounding tree species. In addition, its hideous appearance made people wary in this apocalypse where strange things happen frequently. So the man avoided the forest, and picked up some branches of normal trees on the periphery to take home. But he didn't expect that when he was burning a fire at home, a blue high-temperature flame appeared. After checking, it was found that the branches of the strange tree were accidentally mixed in. The man was a little scared at first, but the flames were too warm, and nothing else bad happened. Then he realized that the strange tree was an excellent fuel to resist extreme cold. He came to the forest again, and found that there were more strange trees than the day before. This kind of tree can actually infect other tree species. I'm not sure if this tree is really harmless to the human body, but I'm willing to try it just because it is resistant to burning and has a good warming effect. The man explained the purpose of his video at the end. I hope that experts in this field will study it. If other compatriots find this tree, they can also consider whether to rely on it to resist extreme cold. I hope more people in Dongzhou can survive. Because of the Dongzhou tag, the video was moved to other continents, and it quickly gained playback volume, and the popularity continued to rise with the spread. There were many doubts at the beginning. There was no way. Dongzhou has been a treasure trove of traffic recently, and the news is too mixed and chaotic. There are many people who take the opportunity to make money by making up news. But it was soon confirmed that the IP who released the original video was not fake by technical means, and the other party was indeed from Dongzhou. And it didn't look like a stage photo. Although the process was a bit tortuous, in fact, most of it was just male narration. The only real shots were the man going to the woods the next day and burning a fire for everyone to see. These two videos were shot after he decided to announce this discovery. The real reason why this video went viral on the internet was that soon after, replies from IPs in different cities in Dongzhou appeared under the video. Fuck, I've seen this kind of tree before, and I was so scared that I didn't dare to get close to it. It turns out that it can burn so fast. Is this the picture? I'm a forest ranger in XX forest. I have one here too. I almost thought that there was some strange disease in the forest, and I was about to chop down all those strange trees with an axe. Picture thank you so much, OP. The trees I saved with great difficulty were almost chopped down by people after you announced it. If these just increased the credibility of the strange tree incident, then the next message really pushed the incident to a climax. That is called the withered tree, which is a kind of magic tree. A magic school appeared in our Dongzhou. The tree should be planted by the school. I accidentally took a picture of it. The picture of the puppet crow holding the withered sapling in its claws. The user with the ID, I really want to learn magic, disappeared temporarily after posting this message, and had no idea that he would be replied to hundreds of times in a short period of time. The content was full of question marks. Marketing accounts, big verses, and various media outlets from other continents seized the opportunity. Although this message seemed like nonsense, it was really a gimmick, so they enlarged the picture through various technical means. At first, everyone thought it was just an ordinary crow, but after it was enlarged, everyone took a breath of cold air. A puppet crow, and the thing on its claws, although it couldn't be seen too clearly, it could be vaguely identified as a sapling that was very similar to this strange tree. Then, the news about this puppet crow was soon turned up again on the internet. People only then discovered that the rumors about the so-called Magic Academy had actually been around for a long time. The video of the puppet crow handing out admission invitations everywhere once again became a hot search, and the lucky people in the video were then dug out one by one. People who claimed to be the other party's neighbors, relatives, classmates, teachers, etc. also kept popping up, saying that the other party's family had indeed disappeared before and after the extreme cold came. The one whose identity is easiest to confirm, and who has a complete video of him interacting with the puppet crow, is an outdoor anchor named Woodpecker. Everyone was also surprised to find that this outdoor anchor had issued a natural disaster warning to his fans before the disaster came. Under that warning, some fans who chose to trust him were grateful for the anchor's life-saving grace. There were even lucky people who did not have a network or power outage, and insisted on checking it every day. These are too real, and the number of people who suspected that it was fake hype suddenly decreased by half. In just a few hours, this anchor gained tens of millions of fans, and became the new top streamer of the live broadcast platform. Although it is meaningless now. In the lounge of the academy, students and parents were nervously monitoring this wave of public opinion. This is obviously a hype. This is also normal. The production of withered saplings is limited. There are very few cities that actually planted trees. Among them, there are even fewer cities where withered trees can be found in just a few days. Not to mention, Wuga, who happened to plant trees, was photographed. And a few of these few people can cooperate so quickly and comment and interact under that video. It is impossible that it is not premeditated. This wave of cooperation comes from students, parents and relatives and friends trusted by employees. Of course, this matter has risks. Everyone is not a technical person. Posting means exposing their true identity to the outside world and the official vision. It is hard to say how they will be treated. But most people who choose to participate in this matter think that the risk is worth it. The end of the world is not a matter for one person. You can't expect the Academy to save everyone, and you shouldn't just think about your own safety. Even if you don't know magic, you should contribute where you can. The school does not intend to have in-depth contact with the officials of this world. This is what the principal has clearly stated, but the principal does not reject the parents' union or students, and shows trust in the officials of his own world. The ultimate goal is to declare the existence of the school, use the people on these relationship networks as connection points, and finally string together an action network that radiates the entire East continent. The withered tree is a token of allegiance. In everyone's opinion, the only people who can really make good use of it are the officials. Before that, just protect yourself and wait quietly. So I just post it like this? Muzhua glanced at the edited copy and confirmed with everyone. Everyone nodded and gave him encouraging looks. So, this newly promoted top anchor with millions of fans logged into his anchor account again after a long absence, and the 999 plus message almost made his phone freeze. The familiar interface made Muzhua a little dazed. Busy worrying about the future and busy learning magic, Muzhua had not paid much attention to the business he had worked hard for a long time. Anyway, he was not famous. Unexpectedly, he returned again with a gorgeous transformation. He chose a few familiar fan IDs and replied to the messages. The Magic Academy really exists. I am safe and working hard to learn magic. Withered trees are a kind of magical plants. Apart from infecting other trees with withered trees, they have no other harm. Our world is experiencing a magic revival. I heard from the principal that about 1 in 1,000 people have magic qualifications. If there is a chance, the Academy may continue to recruit students. There will be a blizzard in the next few days. Everyone should go out less and pay attention to safety. After he sent it, he refreshed it, and the previous reply had become tens of thousands of likes. The phone was too slow, so Muzhua turned off the software and breathed a sigh of relief. The amount of information in his reply was quite large, but it was also good news. Dongo has not had good news for too long. Even if the magic revival is a big deal, it should give many people hope to survive, right? Duan Jiawei just habitually checked in under her favorite anchor account. Ever since the extreme cold weather really struck, talking to the anchor every day has become her regular activity, and she is much more active than when she was a fan. There was no way. The anchor really saved their family. Even the old father, who always thought that she was a little girl and shouldn't always trust strangers easily, had to admit that his daughter's innocence was lucky. On the day when the hail came, he almost went out, but fortunately, he was stopped by his daughter and saved his life. This is the first reason. The second reason is, his daughter also saved a stranger who seemed to have some background. The old father looked up and looked at the young man who was watching the fire seriously in his store. He was a little surprised to think that the other party could help arrange a safe and reliable place. Of course he had doubts, but the person who had a video call with the young man was indeed a wealthy businessman here, who was often reported in local news, and was keen on charity, and had a good reputation. The other party did not wait foolishly for the official to build a shelter, but immediately joined some partners, and established a base based on their own real estate. The facilities and supplies there are much more complete than the official ones. It is said that this is because the wealthy businessman himself is very afraid of death, so he has been building a sufficiently safe base for a long time, so this is just right for use. The number of places is very limited, and only given to our own people. Ordinary people like them would not even know that such a base exists. But because their daughter saved a comatose young man when she was out, they had such an opportunity. Of course, it was not the first time for them to meet this young man. Just before the hailstorm, they met the young man and his group. The other party was a well-known rich second-generation anchor group in Ning Xiao. They came to Dongo for excitement, but they never expected to be able to go back. But compared to the others, who unfortunately died in a hailstorm, this young man known as Brother One was much luckier. He actually survived the high-altitude parachute jump that hit the hailstorm. This is really a miracle. What's more miraculous is that he even persisted until he was found by his daughter, and did not freeze to death in the low temperature. Although he had frostbite and falls all over his body, and it is not very convenient to move until now, and his feet are still a little lame, but he is alive after all, and everything is possible when he is alive. Because of gratitude to the father and daughter, the young man helped to get a place to go to the base. With his wealthy father in Nanzhou, who almost fainted because of the loss of his son in middle age. This joy of regaining what he lost is worth their gratitude. But the other families were not so lucky. The young man took out the camera memory card that was fortunately saved and confirmed the death of others. The old father did not bother to watch the video, nor did he let his daughter watch it. Just listening to the sound makes people's hearts tighten. It's too miserable. Fortunately, her daughter didn't have this problem. As a small family, they didn't have the leisure to commit suicide. However, after this experience, the young man became taciturn, completely different from his former outspoken appearance. Both father and daughter thought that he would never commit suicide again in his life. At this moment, Duan Jiawei's surprised voice sounded in the store. "Ah, Brother Bird replied to me." The other two people in the room looked at her in surprise. Great, he is safe, and he is really learning magic. Duan Jiawei was a little tearful. She was very happy to know that the anchor she loved was fine. She quickly read the skyrocketing comments and soon learned about the magic tree incident from the lines. She ran to show the video to her old father excitedly. "Look, magic is real. I told you that Bird Brother wouldn't joke like that. He really went to the magic school. This tree might be planted by Bird Brother and his friends to help everyone. Wow, I'm so touched. Ah, will there be a blizzard these days?" Her excitement finally subsided when she saw the last reply, and her expression became solemn. "Oh no, I have to notify the people at the base not to pick us up yet," she said to Brother E. The other party took the phone from her hand, took a look, and his eyes stayed on the uniquely shaped magic tree, and then looked carefully at the puppet crow. Is there a magic school in this world? Under the light of the fire, Brother Yi's surprised expression seemed a little obscure. Chapter 58. He said sometimes. But Duan Jiawei did not notice this special statement. Even if she noticed it, she would only think it was a slip of the tongue. She was still immersed in the joy of being replied by the anchor, and felt a sense of relief as the pressure on her body disappeared. The barrier in Dongzhou seemed to be less scary in front of magic. Duan Jiawei inexplicably believed this. But where can we find this kind of tree? Do we have it here? She looked at those who said they had found the magic tree with Indy, and looked out the window again. Unfortunately, there was no shadow of the magic tree at all. There were many people who cared about the traces of the magic tree like her, and as the news spread in Dongzhou, more and more people joined the tree hunting army. This was a very dangerous thing. Several cities that responded quickly pushed citizen announcements to dissuade people who planned to go out to find trees without sufficient preparation. From the information revealed, the scale of the magic forest is not large at present, but as long as you wait patiently, it will appear in front of everyone sooner or later. There is no need to search blindly in such a low-temperature environment. At the same time, this special tree is listed as a prohibited plant. If any resident finds it, he needs to report it to the authorities in time, and it is forbidden to cut it down at will. The authorities themselves will form a professional and reliable tree hunting team to check the trees within their jurisdiction. Residents only need to wait for news. This is a relatively active action. The less active cities are silent and have not expressed any opinions on this incident. Regardless of their attitude towards the appearance of magic trees, all official agencies tacitly did not mention another core issue, Magic Academy. But this does not mean that they do not take this matter seriously. Qi Haiming, deputy mayor of Lekeng, is participating in an online meeting. There are surprisingly many participants in this meeting. At least more than 100 leaders of important cities in Dongzhou have gathered, so that the video frames on the screen are densely packed, and those without identity and qualifications can only listen in. Qi Haiming should have been one of the people who were just playing soy sauce in the room, both because Lekeng is not a big city with a developed economy and because Qi Haiming is only a deputy. The mayor of Kelecheng did not survive the initial big drop in temperature and died of a sudden illness. In the chaos, Qi Haiming took over the mayor's job under pressure. Although he has not received a formal promotion, he is already the mayor of Lekeng in terms of power. Lekeng is not the only one that has experienced such twists and turns. As far as Qi Haiming knows, there is even a provincial leadership team in Dongzhou that was out for inspection and happened to be hit by hail, and the official cadres suffered heavy losses. Even though it is the end of the world, there will still be power struggles, which has led to the administrative system of Dongzhou experiencing a period of undercurrents unknown to the public. Plans like shelters should have been put on the agenda long ago. The public does not know about the barriers, so do the leaders know nothing about them, but there have been rounds of arguments over how to manage the shelters and how to allocate resources. There are only so many cold-resistant materials. In order to ensure the normal operation of electricity, communications, and other infrastructure within the jurisdiction, everyone has been arguing until their lips are worn out, and in the end, it all depends on their own abilities. If these can be delayed, then the problems of coal and other fuels, as well as food and water sources, cannot be delayed. Dongzhou, as a continent with relatively fertile land, has granaries. But not all cities have built granaries. For example, Lekang does not have its own granary. The nearest granary is in the neighboring central city of Engshi. Coincidentally, Qi Haiming and the mayor of Engshi are old classmates. Originally, the relationship between classmates should be a help in official circles, but the relationship between the mayor of Engshi and Qi Haiming is not good. As a second-generation official with a background, the other party has always looked down on Qi Haiming, a mud-legged man who climbed out of the bottom, and thinks that he is only worthy of being his younger brother. And Qi Haiming, although he is in the officialdom, actually has no ambition to climb up, which also makes him unwilling to participate in some complicated team games and become a little brother that satisfies the other party. Therefore, the emergency food that should be dispatched to surrounding cities was not transported to Lekang. This is just a small microcosm of Licheng's predicament. There are too many small city leaders like Qi Haiming who are not taken seriously in Dongzhou, but today some of them stood on the podium like Qi Haiming. The reason is simple. These cities have confirmed the discovery of the magic tree. Although everyone still has some doubts about the authenticity of the incident, no one will give up such resources because of this. Smart people think more. Why these cities? Are they related to the rumored magic school? The students whose identities were found out and suspected of attending the magic school became the focus of the meeting, making the leaders of their registered places speak a little tougher. While everyone was discussing the dynamics of the natural disaster and sharing some less important response plans, they began a new round of tug-of-war over the topic of magic revival. Although the identity of the suspicious person is transparent, the specific contact information, social relations, growth history, personality preferences, etc. have been encrypted by the officials of major cities at the first time. Don't even think about using power to pressure them to hand over the person as in the past. Even an incompetent mayor, who is notoriously timid has played Tai Chi for the first time, pretending to know nothing and refusing to cooperate with everyone to share information. In fact, the power network in Dongzhou is facing collapse. Since it is difficult for everyone to cooperate with each other, and the transportation is not so convenient, self-government has become a tacit choice. The only reason why we can still sit here and chat is that there is still value in exchanging information. Qi Haiming lacks interest in this boring confrontation. He even doesn't quite understand why he has the right to speak, until a certain leader finally directed the topic to him. Did the students who appeared in the video go to Lekang in the end? After catching the key words, Qi Haiming raised his head and found that he had become the focus. But what are they talking about? Where did those students go? Lekang? The Lekang I manage? Really, Haiming, you don't know? The mayor of an city, his old classmate, couldn't help but interrupt. Are you just sitting around doing nothing in the information department? Of course, not just sitting around doing nothing. But Qi Haiming stopped caring after finding out that the students were not from his city, and the place where the magic tree was found did not include his city. He had never thought of this possibility. The magic school might be in Lekang. Qi Haiming's heart began to pound, and this possibility made him feel dizzy. Ah, is it a mistake? He said. I don't even have a magic tree here. They may just be passing by. No one believed this. But his attitude was very clear. If you don't know anything, don't come to pry. It was difficult to force him to tell the truth in such a public meeting. Without interests, why would he share such important information? In the following meetings, the people who did not give up took out the righteousness to force Qi Haiming to express his position, the life and death of Dongzhou, the feelings of family and country, and even proposed the theory of academy threat. It seemed that if he concealed the things about the Magic Academy, he would betray humanity. Don't say that Qi Haiming really didn't know anything yet. Even if he knew, he would not be frightened by these high-sounding reasons. If you really want to be so great, send some supplies to Lekang? Aren't the people of Lekang human beings? Have you ever cared about the life and death of Lekang? We are all 1,000-year-old foxes, so don't talk about Liao Shai. Even if Qi Haiming really wants to report the information of the Magic Academy, he will only report it to the central government and the leaders of the country. The meeting ended quickly. On the surface, everyone failed to reach a satisfactory result again. But in private, countless small groups were formed. Qi Haiming was not surprised that he was pulled into a group, and the group was full of city leaders who were related to the Magic Academy. Now we can talk about the real exchange of interests. The appearance of the magic tree certainly could not be hidden from the residents of Lijiang community. Most of them had long known about the existence of the withered tree, and many had even seen its power. Compared with other cities, Even other lacking people's enthusiasm for this tree, the residents' performance can be described as indifferent. Isn't it just a magic tree? Look outside, there is one in the scenic area a few hundred meters away, and maybe there will be as many as you want. This is not their random guess. Xiao Li, the contact person who visited the community again, brought an exchange list this time. The academy is open to the exchange of wither tree wood. Exchange requires academy points, and there are 2 ways to get points. The first is to submit the materials needed by the academy. The second is to work for the academy. The residents are more interested in the second one. After all, the materials they can use for exchange are limited, and working can be repeated. If they perform well, they may even be able to get a fixed salary like Xiao Li, in exchange for more valuable magic items. Xiao Li is a person who can't keep secrets. Of course, it may also be that the academy did not intend to conceal it. In short, under the routine of the residents, he told the residents about the treatment he enjoyed. The internal version of the exchange list exclusively for employees is even more eye-catching. But unfortunately, the academy currently has very few jobs to offer, and it gives priority to the elderly. It's not that the young people didn't have opinions, but no one really raised any objections. Everyone will grow old. Many of them also have elderly parents, who are just not around anymore. And a school that is willing to give preferential treatment to the elderly is obviously more reliable than a school that doesn't care about the life and death of the elderly. So the old people took up their posts with fear and trepidation. And their job is very simple. Brush glue on the magic mud bricks that fill the room. This kind of bricks that have never been seen before attracted the curious onlookers of the residents, but the space is limited, and it is impossible to work if they squeeze in. So the people of the Killing Alliance drove people away with cold faces, and it took a long time to make room for the old people. The old people found a bench to sit on, and with a serious look, they took the brush and started to brush the magic glue. They were very worried that they would not do well, brush it evenly, and cause trouble to the school. But it turned out that this job was really simple. The glue seemed to have its own will, and there would be no unevenness at all. Moreover, once enough amount was applied, applying it again would have no effect. And this thing called glue did not stick to hands or clothes, so there was no need to worry about getting dirty. Most bricks only needed to be brushed on 2 sides. After brushing, the old man put the bricks aside, and subconsciously wanted to stack them up. Wait a minute, you can't put them like that. Xiao Li shouted too late. The old man was stunned when he heard his shout, and then picked up the bricks he had just put down, but found that the glue surface that he thought had no stickiness was now firmly stuck together. The 2 magic mud bricks have now become a whole piece. The old man stared at the bricks in his hand, dumbfounded. Chapter 59. Yes, sorry, I didn't know that this can't be placed like this. The introverted old lady was obviously panicked. Before she was about to cry, Xiao Li hurriedly said, No, it doesn't matter. We have to put it together anyway. It's just that if you stick them all together in advance, the shape may be a little less flexible later. So don't worry, you don't need to deal with some of them sticking together occasionally, just don't stick them all together. The old people seemed to understand, but it didn't prevent them from understanding that sticking bricks together was not a big deal. Xiao Li began to show them how to put them together more appropriately, and soon, everyone got the hang of it. This scene was captured by a mobile phone camera. The only outsider allowed to enter the room was Fang's mother, who was lucky enough to get the documentary shooting job. She won with a certain audio platform account with 10,000 fans. Although young people understand the internet better, middle-aged women are more enthusiastic about shooting short videos with their mobile phones to record their lives. Travel, dinner, square dance, family life. Whatever she does, Fang's mother will shoot a short video and post it online, and she often invites her family to rehearse short jokes together. Originally, it was a hobby that made the family feel helpless, but now Fang's mother has successfully applied for the first photographer in the community. And this is a task from the academy. It is said that their community has been selected as the Hope Magic Academy Cooperation Demonstration Community, which is a window of the Academy's foreign policy. It will show from scratch how to start a new magical life in this era of magic revival, as a settlement dominated by ordinary people. Therefore, although they are not like the lucky ones in the scenic area, who can become contract workers with generous benefits, they can also enjoy the blessings brought by magic. Magic buildings are the first step. Yes, these magic mud bricks are not for the academy, but for the community itself. They are exchanged with the points obtained by the group of people in the Killing Alliance after completing the academy tasks. Considering that the current living environment is too crowded, and that it is increasingly unsuitable for outdoor activities, as the extreme cold intensifies, The Killing Alliance decided to make preliminary renovations to the community after consulting with the Academy. The content of the renovation is very simple. They decided to build an air platform between the buildings in the community. This is actually a hint given to the Killing Alliance by Ning Xiao, the principal, who instructed the Parents' Union. Because the magic dirt road encloses the community within the scope of the Academy, the community has caused the Academy to -1 point in environmental evaluation. In fact, this deduction is completely acceptable, but Ning Xiao came up with a new idea after seeing Zheng Xian's design drawings. What is the magic style in the public's cognition? Does this really exist in this world? Magic themes are unpopular and niche in the world. Old people like Granny, who didn't even have the concept of magic style before. Concepts can be instilled. Even in the magic continent, the aesthetic style is shaped and developed by generations. From the information Zheng Xian found, we can see that the architectural style is obviously not from the same era. It's just that everyone thinks that's magic imperceptibly. Just like the plant magic course, it is also very different from the magic in Ning Xiao's own cognition, but this does not prevent it from being quickly accepted by everyone. So is it possible that the Academy can take a modern magic style path that is different from all other academies in the magic continent? And this is actually very simple. Just show that this kind of building can only be achieved by magic. A few residential buildings are framed horizontally, just like a corridor bridge, but it is more spacious than a corridor bridge, and the community activity area with no load-bearing design at all is this kind of building. This can even be built into a separate activity space that seems to float in the air. In order to make the first attempt smoother, Ning Xiao sent Zheng Xian to assist and make some optimization suggestions for the magic transformation. After shooting the magic mud brick production line, Fang's mother took her mobile phone and followed the mud brick delivery personnel to the Lijiang Square. This square is the first activity space to be built in the community. Its purpose is to facilitate the holding of activities and collective heating. The square will connect buildings 1, 4, 5, and 7. For the sake of beauty, the outer contour is curved, and it looks like a cloud from above. The height was finally decided to be between 5 and 7 floors, so that the lighting below the square would not be completely blocked. In addition, because the blizzard is coming, there is a high probability that there will be thick snow on the ground, and this height can also leave space for snow accumulation. With the first batch of bricks delivered and initial training, some enthusiastic workers immediately began to build the platform according to the assigned tasks. This job was eventually taken over by the people of the Killing Alliance. There was no way, this was an internal job in the community, and even if the young people wanted to take up the job, they would not have points to earn. In addition, aerial work is somewhat dangerous, so the strong men decided to do it themselves. As the bricks on the edge were piled out little by little, they would soon need to step onto a platform without any support. Everyone was a little nervous. Even though they knew that this was a magic mud brick, and they could trust its load-bearing capacity, the brick itself still looked too thin, and it was so light in their hands that they would instinctively worry about its reliability. The corner of their eyes glanced at the height below, which aggravated this fear. But as the first person who stepped onto the platform carefully successfully stood up, his feet were stable, and there was no sign of collapse. Everyone felt a little more courageous. Some people even jumped on the platform a few times with courage, which attracted everyone's laughter and scolding. Don't show off, be careful not to fall down. In order to be on the safe side, of course, they tied a safety rope around their bodies, but the only safe way in the world is not to do anything unsafe. I'm checking the quality of the project. The other party answered triumphantly. In the camera of the mobile phone, they looked brave and fearless, as if this kind of aerial work was a piece of cake. Normally, this group of people wouldn't be so active, but the boss said that the documentary they filmed might be watched by people all over Dongno. No, even the world in the future. Although the people who join the Killing Alliance have their own stories and think they have no worries in the world, what if they are seen by acquaintances? The boss said that the arrival of the natural disaster and the end of the world is an opportunity for them to give weight to their insignificant lives. I thought it was actually difficult, just a good idea, but it has only been a short time, and they seem to have a real sense of existence. Sister Fang, you have to film as well. Someone shouted. Fang's mother made an okay gesture and assured in a hoarse voice. Don't worry, I'm familiar with this job. I add some skin smoothing filters later, and a rough guy can become a handsome guy. Fang's mother understood this. As the project progressed, Fang's mother soon noticed that the construction was not only about building a platform, but also a small room near the building. What is that? She curiously asked Zheng Xian, who was instructing the workers to build the platform. That's the magic pool. Zheng Xian gave her an unexpected answer. Magic pool? What is it used for? Although they had only been apart for a few days, Zheng Xian seemed to understand a lot of magical things, which made the middle-aged woman, who had secretly gossiped about their family's bad things, feel very magical. It is used to use some magic equipment. At present, the main plan is to build a magic pool here. Thinking of her experience in the past few days, Zheng Xian also felt it was magical. She thought that as an ordinary person without magic qualifications, she only needed to bury her head in design, but the principal asked her to follow the students to class. Not only that, she even studied the course Plant Magic with Granny Hu. Especially the part about automation. Zheng Xian didn't need to be able to do hands-on operation, she just needed to know the principle, so as to reserve space for magic in the design in advance. The magic pool was a preliminary attempt. In the extreme cold, water is actually a scarce resource, because it is easy to freeze if you don't pay attention. This means that if you want to ensure drinking water, you need to waste a certain amount of heat source to keep the water warm. But that is when there is no magic. Water hydrangea can not only be made into a magic wand, it is like other functional magic plants. In fact, as long as it can provide magic, it can work. It is very suitable to become a magic faucet, which does not even need a water pipe. But correspondingly, if you want to play its role, you must use a magic device. The magic pool is just such a device. It is a pool built with magic stones, which can store liquid magic, and the magic can be provided by the magic network or energy-producing plants. In terms of the current reserves of the Academy, it is still too early to build a magic network, but the ice lotus can also be used to power the magic pool. Moreover, in the extremely cold world, the ice lotus can be called a perpetual motion energy-producing plant. By designing a magic flow switch, the working state of the water hydrangea can be triggered, and a pool realized by magic is formed. It is not difficult to simply realize this function, but Zheng Xian still reserves space for the construction of the magic network for the square. She believes that as more magic plants are developed for appropriate uses, the magic network will soon be put on the agenda by the principal. Zheng Xian briefly introduced the principle of the magic pool and shared some of her ideas on the design. After all, documentaries actually play a certain teaching role, and then continue to work. On this day, Lijiang community showed a rare sense of prosperity after the end of the world. Ning Xiao also felt the prosperity. Because today, the students upgraded, with the increase in material supply and the addition of new activities for construction. Refining magic mud bricks, the students who had a full schedule every day finally accumulated enough experience to upgrade. Of course, the only ones who upgraded were Mu Zhue, who had an advantage because of plant affinity, and Yi Han, who accumulated experience quickly because of his B+ talent. But judging from the experience bars of others, the upgrade only happened in the past 2 days. Wen Rui, who was originally the slowest among them, had a great advantage in meditation because of a meditation tutorial, and successfully caught up with the class team. The only regret is that Wen Rui has not yet figured out the deeper secrets of legendary mage meditation tutorial. However, as the students progressed in reading, others also began to gain something. The most exciting thing here is that Yi Han got the formula of magic fertilizer in the book. Chapter 60. The reason why Ning Xiao is not in a hurry to expand enrollment is that the supply of alchemy materials cannot keep up, in addition to the fact that the classrooms and dormitories that need to be prepared have not been built yet. Most of the materials need to be infused with magic, and the amount of magic is limited by the number of magic flowers. Even if the process of infusion of magic materials is now arranged by the Parents' Union, with 7 by 24 hours of uninterrupted production, the production limit is limited. There are currently 27 magic flowers in the Academy, and its growth cycle takes at least half a month. Anyway, the Academy can still supply everyone's alchemy material needs, so Ning Xiao is not in a hurry to improve his farming ability. But, with magic fertilizer, it's different. After testing, it can greatly accelerate the growth rate of plants, and with luck, it can even shorten the growth cycle to 1 day. Yes, the effect of magic fertilizer is not fixed. The factors that affect its effect are the alchemy level of the maker, the magic level of the fertilizer, the difficulty of planting the plant, and a little luck. If you want magic plants to mature in 1 day, you may need to SL. That means if there are enough seeds and fertilizers, you can fertilize them immediately after planting, check the growth promoting effect, and if you are not satisfied, dig them up and plant them again. But ordinary plants are much easier. At least the fast-growing cabbage that everyone in the school likes has a 95% chance of changing its growth cycle to 1 day. What does this mean? It means that tears are about to flow from the corners of your mouth. Slurp. At least after Wang Fuguei discovered the effect of magic fertilizers, he was so excited that he almost cried. The task of researching recipes given to him by the principal was progressing slowly because the vegetables grew slowly, and Wang Fugue was almost anxious. If Yihan wasn't a little girl, Wang Fugue really wanted to give her a grateful hug. In the end, he changed the hug into praise, and asked curiously, "You are so amazing, how did you get this formula?" Everyone was also curious about Yihan's method, how to attack the books in the reading room, which was a hot topic among the students and faculty of the academy. However, after Wang Fugue asked, he found something wrong and immediately scratched his head awkwardly. "Why don't you write a report? The principal can give you extra points." Yihan still couldn't speak. Whether writing or typing, it would be slow and troublesome to tell her experience clearly. Although everyone didn't look at her strangely, Yihan was always the one who didn't like to speak the most in the crowd. Just when everyone thought that there was no need to rush this matter, and should wait until Yihan sorted it out, and put it into a document, she shook her head. The girl's eyes flashed with excitement, and she hugged the book in her hand tightly. The next second, a text bubble popped up above her head. "It's okay, I can say it now." Everyone, ? Even Ning Xiao, who was sitting on the side and listening to the conversation of the natives, almost lost his expression. "What is this? Could it be that I am not wearing a novel, but a game? So my students are actually real NPCs? The kind that will pop up a dialogue box when you click to talk?" The text bubble above Yihan's head is simple in style, and can be seen clearly from any angle. It looks a bit like a game. But obviously, this is a kind of magic. It belongs to mind magic, which can turn what people think in their minds into text bubbles. This is the function of the book in Yihan's hand, or more precisely, the magic ability of Anton Corey, the author of the travel journal Happy Magic Every Day. The story started a week ago. The happiest thing for Yihan since learning magic is that the principal has set up a magic reading room for them. Not only because of the ever-changing scenery outside the window, but also because Yihan is really a fan of magic stories. Although strictly speaking, there are no story books in the reading room, as long as it involves the magic world, it has a strong attraction for Yihan. This book Happy Magic Every Day quickly attracted Yihan's attention because of its happy name. However, after opening it, she found that it was actually a weird book. The author Anton Corey is a male magician, who is not as tall as her and a little chubby. Although I don't know if there is height discrimination in the magic world, in the modern world, a man who is only 1.4 meters tall can be considered disabled. Of course, this is actually common in both worlds. Dwarfism. Of course, there are treatments in the magic world, such as growth agents, which can make people taller for a period of time. But unfortunately, Corey is allergic to the potion. Of course, he can be forced to take it, but that will affect Corey's magic talent, so under the request of his family and Corey's own choice, he maintained his height. There is also discrimination based on appearance in the magic continent, which made Corey suffer a lot during his growth. He was bullied all the way, but he fought back with his excellent magic talent. After experiencing too many times when he thought he had made good friends, but was ridiculed by the other party behind his back, Corey began to get used to loneliness. Anyway, the road to becoming a great magician is destined to be lonely. However, perhaps it was because of loneliness that he turned to focus on the construction of his own spiritual world. Instead of specializing in a certain field of magic, Curry became a generalist magician with a wide range of hobbies, but not deep in any field. No matter how talented a person is, if he lacks perseverance and in-depth research in the same field, he will only be lost in the crowd. Curry soon became the fallen genius in everyone's mouth, but this did not prevent him from being very happy. Yes, although the growing environment was not friendly, Curry considered himself to be a positive, happy and healthy magician. He likes to travel, and constantly discovers new things during travel to add fun to his spiritual world. But traveling alone lacks people to share happiness, which made Curry start writing. He became a travel writer. But to be honest, he is not suitable for this. Curry is too verbose. Even if he sees a flower or a grass on the road, he can write thousands of words of thoughts, and there is no focus at all. Curry actually knew the reason. He was not a person with a strong mind who could really enjoy loneliness. He had a lot to say to others. In the years when he was still actively making friends, Curry was interrupted impatiently more than once. "Curry, can you get to the point? I don't have so much time to listen to your meaningless thoughts." No one cared about his rich inner world. Everyone just wanted to hear him share his magic experience. There was nothing strange about this. Others didn't like him, and he didn't intend to like those people. But Curry was once a talented magician who was highly expected, and the miscellaneous knowledge he knew was occasionally very valuable. Therefore, even though this notebook had tens of millions of words, It was successfully published, of course. Magic processing was performed to reduce the thickness. And the sales are pretty good. Although Corey himself is not willing to talk to people, his book is not like that. Nor is the person in the picture printed in the book with some of his characteristics. Yi-Han can know so much about Corey's life because she was favored by Corey in the photo while reading, and was invited to enter the photo to listen to Corey's personal experience. This is a painful thing for people in the magic continent. Many things that Corey is interested in lack novelty in their eyes. But in this world where magic does not exist, everything he said is very interesting to Yi-Han. Yi-Han is an excellent listener. She will not only look at you with sparkling eyes, but also never interrupt the topic. Although Corey in the book soon discovered that this was because the little girl was a mute. But what does it matter? After all, she seems to be very interested in what I say. Yi-Han is certainly not the first such patient listener, but she is the most special and fulfilling one that Corey in the book has met. After his chatterbox attribute was aroused, he couldn't stop. If other books are books that students want to read actively, Happy Magic Every Day is the book that actively wants to be read. Yi-Han's free time this week was almost occupied by this book, but she had no complaints. This made Corey feel flattered. But this feeling of meeting a soul friend triggered Corey's dark side, and he began to question whether Yi-Han was pretending. In order to understand his true thoughts about himself, the book used mind magic on Yi-Han. It's not a simple text bubble, but a more secret one that can peek into the other person's inner world. This is a very offensive behavior, but in the magic continent, this behavior is just a small matter for the wizards, who are good at this kind of magic. In this contemptuous attitude, Corey learned about Yi-Han's past. Then, he felt extremely guilty. Corey saw himself in Yi-Han, and finally knew that Yi-Han's dumbness was not born. What did he do to this little girl? It seemed that he did the thing he hated the most. Corey confessed his behavior to Yi-Han and apologized for it. He thought Yi-Han would be angry and never read him again. But Yi-Han forgave him after learning that the magic did not involve privacy that was not convenient for outsiders to see, but only read her deepest memory. Yi-Han wrote, "Those memories are what I want to learn to face, and they are not very offensive." It's not her fault. Moreover, Corey also shared many unbearable memories with him. Yi-Han felt that he might know more about Corey's privacy. Corey was very moved and began to treat Yi-Han as a friend. Anyway, the one who swore that he no longer needed friends was Corey, who wrote books, and that was just a book. The first step to become friends is to agree not to read Yi-Han's spiritual memory without permission. The second step was that Corey performed a text bubble version of the mind magic for Yi-Han. This was not a truth serum, but just turned Yi-Han's silent words in her heart into words. He began to stop talking about his own things, and wanted to listen to Yi-Han talk about herself, and this new world. Yes, from Yi-Han's memories, Corey learned that Yi-Han was not in the magic continent. Oh my god, his curiosity was stirring again. To express his apology, Corey took the initiative to give Yi-Han the alchemy formula he knew, and chose one he thought was more useful under the rules. That was magic fertilizer. Corey thought Yi-Han was too thin, and should eat more. Giving her some fertilizer to let her grow some vegetables she liked, and improve her diet, was simply too good. One of the great pleasures of Corey's life was eating. Corey didn't even mind giving Yi-Han a few more formulas. He didn't do so only because of the restrictions that the real Corey added in the book. Yi-Han still needed to meet some conditions before he could continue to give her his experience. After reading Yi-Han's narration, everyone opened their mouths wide. How come this seems to be more thorough than when Rui's meditation tutorial? So Yi-Han can not only get the formula for magic fertilizer, but there are many other formulas waiting for her. This book even secretly told Yi-Han that the book contains the inheritance of mind magic. It's a pity that Yi-Han's affinity attribute is Rune, so he can't get this inheritance. There is one more thing. A text bubble appeared above Yi-Han's head, and at the same time, she cast her eyes in the direction of Ning Xiao. Corey wants to talk to the principal in person. So, the book was handed to Ning Xiao. She took the book to the principal's office, and opened it to the page of the author's introduction with Wuga. The person in the book who had been waiting for a long time did not say a few words of greeting, but rarely grasped the key points, and said straight to the point. "Hello, respected principal of the magic school, may I ask if you can allow me to visit this world?" Chapter 61. Visit? Could it be that the other party can travel to this world? Ning Xiao immediately became alert. Do you mean you as the book spirit, or your original body? How do you want to visit? Can you come out of the book, or can your original body come to this world? Book spirit is the abbreviation of life forms like Corey, and the real author is called original body by them, although the author prefers the title of master. No, crossing the world. In your words, it should be the act of traveling, which is a very profound magic, and my original body only knows the fur at most. Corey waved his hands repeatedly and said, I can't get out of the book either, but maybe you can allow your students to take me away from the academy and see the scenery outside? Ning Xiao had no expression on his face. This made Corey a little uneasy. The books in the academy cannot leave the academy without the permission of the principal, and cannot even be taken out of the reading room. This is to protect the assets of the academy, and to prevent accidents. Books are not all safe. This is natural, just like the magic continent is not only lawful and good magicians. There are a lot of black magicians, who are lawless and despise human life, and they are also happy to write books. Even those magicians who are willing to abide by the rules usually have strong personalities, and are not easy to get along with. The authors of these junk books usually write for utilitarian purposes, to make money or gain fame. Anyway, there are a lot of fools who are willing to pay for their knowledge. Occasionally, 1 or 2 lucky people who get the inheritance, like the news of XX bought a lottery, and won the jackpot that pops up from time to time, attract gamblers called readers to come and draw. There is no shortage of readers, so of course they don't care about the reader's reading experience at all. It is not uncommon to hide some ill-intentioned magic in the books. Especially for those small publishing houses that cannot afford to hire senior magicians as editors, it is easy for black magicians disguised as harmless people to publish dangerous books with their private goods. Strictly speaking, the mental magic used by Corey on Yihan is also private goods, but it can only work on rookies and is not very destructive, which makes the arrogant magicians not regard it as a threat. Moreover, the book spirit is not the main body, and the stored magic power is used a little less. So who cares about the little habit of the magician himself? If you let the book spirit cast some bad magic on you, shouldn't you review what you did wrong? In short, due to the hidden dangers, although the books that can appear in the academy are screened, at least the cooperating publishing house must be able to be on the white list of the Academy Progress Association, and each book has been tested for the total amount of magic power, and those books with suspiciously high magic power are screened out, but there is still no guarantee that there will be no fish that slip through the net. Magic Academy is not some harmless game for all ages. Don't forget, this is a business competition that can kill people. Occasionally, some special events happen, such as a freshman picking up an unknown senior's notebook and becoming his pen pal. It is not uncommon for students to be in danger, and even affect the academy. However, I hope that the current level of Magic Academy is only level 1, and those truly profound and relatively risky books will not appear in the reading room at all. The risk factor is actually very low. But it is not zero risk. Corey is not sure what type of principal he is. Likes to develop safely, or is he willing to take some risks? Although he knows that he has no bad intentions, he still needs the principal to believe him. After a long silence, Ning Xiao finally spoke. What's in it for me? Talk about benefits? That's easy. Corey suppressed his excitement. I can teach your students all the formulas I know. Oh, but won't my students be able to get it sooner or later? Ning Xiao said it too confidently, and Corey was silent. He was indeed willing to teach her things out of friendship for Yihan, but how much he taught depended on his mood. Are you so sure that he will take out everything? Isn't it a bit too disrespectful to him, a great magician? It doesn't matter if you don't teach me. Not all the formulas can be used anyway. Ning Xiao added casually. She was serious. Corey, who had made great achievements in mental magic, had a little intuition to distinguish true from false, which made him even more incredible. It's not like this in the magic continent. Shouldn't a book spirit with such a wide range of knowledge like him be praised? Hasn't he communicated with himself, who is collected in other magic academies? You are a rookie principal of a magic academy. So unmotivated? Aren't you afraid that you can't run other academies? Students get the full knowledge of book spirits, which is what principals like to write in the enrollment propaganda. Perhaps seeing Corey's grief and anger, Ning Xiao explained, there is only one academy in this world. In other words, there is no pressure to recruit students. Many of the formulas you know may not be able to find the corresponding materials in this world. Without materials, the formulas are of course worthless. I opened the academy here just because I had no choice, and I don't have a great goal. She will travel away when she has enough magic source, and there is no need to play the ending of collecting all the magic sources. Ning Xiao's words almost made Corey cry. He looked at the principal who was strong without desire with some grievance. So you don't want me to visit this world at all? As a primary magic book that once made it to the bestseller list, he felt inferior to his own value for the first time. Change the conditions. Ning Xiao touched his chin, for example. Can you convince other book spirits to hand over the formula? Ah, Corey was stunned. Now it has been almost half a month since this batch of books was rented, And the next batch of books will soon be here, and there are very few books that students have successfully strategized. Ning Xiao was mentally prepared for this result. If it is so easy to get the formula, how can magicians make money? This thing is a mobile game card pool without a guarantee. But the student's performance is quite impressive. Ning Xiao felt that he had roughly figured out a little about the characteristics of magic books. Readers who have a high degree of compatibility with the author and have resonance with the author, as long as they can brush up enough favorability with the book spirit, have a chance to win the prize. Although it is not yet at the point where the magician's inheritance can be obtained, it probably requires the other party's talent to match and meet the conditions for the magician to accept an apprentice, but it is enough for Ning Xiao, who just wants to get the formula. Moreover, the book spirit is willing to take the initiative to negotiate with the magic school, which is also a point that can be used. I can't do it. Corey's face was bitter. Although we can talk to each other, we are not familiar with each other at all, and we can't persuade each other to hand over the formula. What's more, there are conditional restrictions on our giving the formula. If it can't be triggered, we can't give it even if we want to. There are not many book spirits as kind and easy to talk to as me. Please don't make things difficult for me. Ning Xiao kindly gave him an idea. Why not give it a try? Since you can use the formula as an exchange, other book spirits should be able to do it too. It's just a condition. Just tell us, and we can find a way to satisfy it. For example, are you the only one interested in this world? Of course, there is more than just Corey. Although the book spirits are affected by the original body and have a variety of personalities, this is a different world. Even in the magic continent, only heard of the existence of the other world, and there are very few magicians who can actually see it with their own eyes. And this will definitely be a topic of interest to many magicians, especially those who like to delve into and are curious by nature. Corey has heard that someone changed his species and turned himself into a dog in order to understand what animals think every day. Even if the book spirits are not the original body and do not have the life goal of improving their own research, they still have fun in life. It is very boring to be trapped in a book and repeat the life written down, and to watch the jokes of those stupid readers. The book spirits spend most of their time sleeping, otherwise their long life would be really boring. In this case, is it possible to use visiting another world as bait to make the book spirits actively cooperate with the academy? I try. Corey gritted his teeth and agreed, but success is not guaranteed. And in order to convince them, can you give them some benefits first, such as taking us out to sea? Curiosity made Corey's heart itch. In order to prevent himself from doing useless work, he shamelessly wanted to ask for some rewards first. I'm not greedy, just go out for a walk. No need to bother. Ning Xiao thought for a moment and said, I have a better idea, maybe it can help you reduce the difficulty of persuasion. Oh, what method? Ning Xiao smiled and said, have you heard of TV series? In the reading room of Hope Magic Academy, 300 rented magic books are bored and killing time. The book spirits with good relationships visit each other, and those with bad relationships swear and fight. But such acquaintances are only a few. Most of them stay on the bookshelf and sleep, emptying their brains. Then, they are rarely woke up collectively. The noise of the outside world is difficult to affect the book spirits, and the world of books is relatively much easier. There is a guy who is not afraid of death knocking on the door one by one, shouting at the top of his voice, Hey, get up, there is good news. Ha, what good news can there be? I'm afraid it's not a young boy who has just been published for a short time, and he is starting to make a fuss again. Young new books like to make trouble, just like human cubs. They are easily startled and very keen on socializing. But after a long time, they will get tired of this behavior. Not to mention, there is a contempt chain between books. If you rashly invade other books' territory, if it is not a book published by a legendary magician, you will be beaten. But this noisy guy is slippery. He ran away after knocking on the door. Many slow-reacting ones failed to catch him. The book spirits gradually woke up. It doesn't matter if they don't wake up. You can knock again. To be honest, since Curry stopped making friends, he has been developing towards social phobia. It is really difficult for him to deal with other book spirits so enthusiastically. I can only say that curiosity killed Corey. The reactions of the awakened book spirits were different, but most of them said, if he couldn't say something they were interested in, they would tear him apart. I guarantee you be interested. Corey patted his chest and said, Brothers and sisters, do you know where we are now? Tisk, it's a magic school at first glance. It's still the elementary level. I've seen this kind of rustic and primitive decoration countless times. What bad luck, this kind of novice school is boring, there are not even many people. The book spirits said. No, we are in another world. Corey announced the answer in a loud voice. Ha, another world? Did you absorb the illusion magic? It's a real other world, completely different from the magic continent. People here worship something called technology. Technology? The name of the new evil god? The few active book spirits talked a lot, and they all looked uninterested. This is normal. Without seeing this world with their own eyes, it is hard for them to believe that as book spirits, they really traveled. Anyway, just watch, don't sleep. Corey yelled, then wiped off the non-existent sweat, and handed the stage to the students of the academy. While they were communicating in the language of book spirits, the reading room was being arranged intensively. First, the 300 books, each of which was spread out to the page of the author's profile, were fixed in the air with the floating magic of the reading room. This was the audience seat for the book spirits. In front of them, there was a piece of white cloth hanging down. A strange square object was placed on the empty bookshelf, facing the direction of the cloth. As all the preparations were completed, someone operated on the square object a few times. Then, a beam of light shot out from the object and hit the white cloth. Not long after, a picture appeared on the cloth. Seeing this, those book spirits, who were willing to believe Corey, showed disappointed expressions. Oh, a kind of illusion magic. This is not uncommon in the magic continent, and the image stone can do it. Just as they were about to close their eyes and fall asleep again, a man in strange clothes appeared on the screen. The book spirits were naturally able to understand all languages, so they heard the man ask, "Do you want to kill someone?" Chapter 62. What an exciting question. The book spirits, who were a little sleepy at first, suddenly felt less sleepy. They were certainly not interested in killing people. You know, even in the magic continent, killing people still need to be punished. Otherwise, those muggles, a nickname for non-magic people by a magic school principal, who don't understand magic, would have been killed by willful magicians, especially black magicians. They just thought, could this be a legendary great magician? After all, only at this level can one ignore the laws of the continent and talk about killing, right? But this face, this strange language, and strange clothes don't match any big shot in memory. The man continued to talk. According to surveys, the probability of acquaintances committing crimes in murder cases is as high as 90%. Behind him was a circular pattern, divided into several pieces, with the crime probabilities of different social relationships such as relatives, friends, lovers, colleagues, etc. marked, which together accounted for almost 9/10 of the entire circle. Although the book spirits were unfamiliar with this kind of chart, they quickly understood its meaning. Several book spirits, who loved to study, quickly became interested. Other book spirits began to discuss in a low voice. Is that so? I thought there were more murders caused by fighting in the tavern. Is this a mage from a research mage tower? He actually counts this kind of thing. What's the point? Just when they thought it was a fantasy projection of an academic report about murder, the picture changed again. This time, the book spirits saw a strange world. The buildings here are different from the buildings in the magic continent, which are full of gorgeous decorative patterns and composed of spires and arches. They are actually tall and long. Boxes? They stand on both sides of the neatly planned white roads, and the strange iron lump shuttle in an orderly manner on the road at a speed many times faster than the carriage. The screen also captured countless crowded heads. God, except for major national holidays, they have never seen so many people gathered together, and they are almost unable to stand. No, even on major holidays, there are probably not as many people as in the picture. For some reason, this group of people stood at one end of the road. As a slender box flashing red light turned green, they rushed to the other end like a tide. The book spirits began to believe that this was an other world. There was no other reason, whether it was the style of the buildings, the appearance of the people, the clothes they wore, or the stereotyped and weird behavior. It didn't look like a fantasy work of the people in the magic continent. It was too ugly. The people of the magic continent, who grew up with luxurious and fantastic scenes, cannot appreciate this kind of regular and orderly beauty. So strange. Take another look. A tall iron lump with the words XX moving written on it passed through the busy streets and drove to the corner of the city. When it stopped in front of a square box, a young couple got out of the car. They began to communicate with the square box. From the conversation, the book spirits knew that they would move here to live and imagined a beautiful life in the future. But wait. Live here? The book spirits' pupils trembled. What's the difference between this and the goblin's cave? Isn't one underground and the other above ground? Even as the mover helped move the two's luggage to their room, the book spirits' expressions of pity became even more intense. Oh my God, they didn't even own the entire square box, but only a small compartment in it. If each small compartment was occupied by a family, wouldn't there be a lot of people living in this square box? What kind of miserable life is it to have to squeeze with so many people? This young couple must be very poor, very poor, very poor. They felt pity. As the young couple moved in, they saw more poor people living in this box. How should I put it? These people are a little weird. For example, the guy called administrator was rude and rude. He would break into their new home regardless of the young couple's dissuasion, and even visited everywhere with an arrogant attitude. The neighbor girl next door only spoke to the male owner of the young couple, and completely ignored the female owner next to them, as if they were a strange species that couldn't see women. There was also a shaggy man with a black bag, all dirty, wearing strange shoes covered in mud, and his face simply said, "I am doing some shady job." The slums are dangerous. At a glance, there is no normal person. Oh, except for the young couple. In short, even in a different world, stereotypes have increased. In order to integrate into the neighborhood, the young couple attended the residents' meeting. It was originally just an ordinary welcome party for new neighbors, but the topic turned to a strange direction. The unpopular administrator actually asked everyone, "Do you want to kill anyone? Could it be that this person is an assassin and wants to take the job?" The book spirits speculated. Soon the neighbors started talking, and they even followed the administrator's topic and gave examples, such as bosses who sexually harassed them, classmates who bullied them, etc. Although I can understand your anger, in the usual plot, shouldn't the enemy be killing fathers and mothers, taking wives and destroying countries? In the stories circulating in the magic continent, this degree of revenge is widely supported. Your world seems to be quite orderly, but you have to hire someone to kill you when you disagree with them. Wow, so crazy. Unfortunately, the administrator did not reveal his true identity as the book spirits guessed. A gold medal killer of a secret killer organization or something. Instead, the hostess, who seemed the most normal among the crowd, began to popularize science for everyone. When a murder occurs, the police will first investigate the acquaintances around the deceased because the acquaintances have the highest crime rate. Therefore, they are also easy to be caught. It is not easy to find out if a stranger kills someone. Madam, what are you talking about? It sounds so weird. As expected, the neighbors who were not interested in murder because it was easy to be caught inexplicably changed the topic. So let's exchange killings? The book spirits, who understood the meaning of exchange killings, felt their pupils tremble. Oh my god! You people in the other world are really good at playing. Goosebumps are all over my body. Can killing people be operated like this? It seems that I have learned some strange knowledge. No, the real murderer, can't we find it with the magic of time tracing? Is there any meaning in exchange killings? Oh, speaking of which, it seems that there is no magic in this world. The book spirits then noticed this strange point. People in this world have never mentioned topics related to magic, although they have iron lumps that can run and hold people, lights that change colors, and boxes that can lead to other floors by pressing a number button for some reason. But there is no trace of magic in those things. Without the support of runes, formations, and magic networks, they have achieved things that can only be done with magic in the magic continent. Could this be the science mentioned by Curry? Some book spirits have become interested in it. However, this science is definitely not as powerful as magic, otherwise these people would not be able to play the exchange killing game. Yes, judging from the performance of these people, this is just a game. Although everyone inexplicably wrote down the person they wanted to kill and exchanged and drew names, it is obvious that no one took it seriously. Oh, it is understandable that these muggles don't have the courage to do this. They usually just talk about it. For some reason, the book spirits are a little disappointed. But just when they realized that the muggles only took this as a joke and were about to forget it, an accident happened again. At night, the young couple heard a strange bang-bang sound. It was not from the door, but from outside the window. When they opened the curtains, the annoying administrator appeared outside the window, being thrown upside down by a rope, with a terrified face, and cried for help at them. A floating magic was enough to save the administrator. Oh, there is no magic in this world. That's fine. The book spirits watched the administrator fall from the air with sympathy and died just like that. A piece of paper used in the exchange killing game appeared in the hall of the square box, and was fixed on something like a bulletin board. On the paper, there was the name of the administrator and a sentence. It's your turn. This sentence made the book spirits feel tingling again. Oh. It's not a game. Some muggles are serious. So exciting. Just when I wanted to know how other muggles would react, who killed the administrator, and what fate the young couple would face. What appeared on the white screen was an unknown picture and music. This episode was over. Taking advantage of this time, Curry explained to everyone. This is called a TV series, which is an entertainment product of the natives of this world. It usually has many episodes, and is produced by muggles through something called a camera. It's similar to the illusion drama in our world, who can't see it. A book spirit interrupted him without hesitation. It's not very interesting, the stage is not gorgeous, there are no magic effects, and there is nothing worth mentioning except that it happens in another world. But it's okay to kill time. Hearing other book spirits' comments, Corey was not panicked at all. He instructed the school staff in charge of the projection to continue the projection. The book spirits were concentrating on watching the next development, but the image style on the screen changed completely. I met him when he was still a prince in the cold palace. I wish him to reverse his fate and ascend the throne. I became his only queen and his only woman. He respected me, loved me, and spoiled me so much, and the whole country knew it. We even had a smart and lovely Linner, and we were a happy family of 3, until that woman showed up. What the hell? The book spirits almost thought they had heard it wrong. The style of the picture was also completely different from before. The building was no longer a square box, but a palace with some edges and corners, which looked much more gorgeous. Although the woman who spoke still looked like she was from another world, she had a completely different hairstyle, and there were complex and gorgeous decorations on her hair. The clothes she wore were also full of beauty, more complicated but more exquisite than those worn by all the women in the previous story, and had a bit of the charm of those noble women in the magic continent. But, is it wrong? Isn't this the sequel to the fantasy drama just now? The book spirits looked at it for a long time with question marks on their faces, and finally confirmed that they were not wrong. Wait, is this another different world? Don't you think the previous story is mediocre? It doesn't matter, there are many TV series in this world, with all kinds of styles. This one is said to be a historical drama of this world, showing what this world used to be like. Isn't it interesting? Corey didn't understand what costume drama meant. Anyway, he only remembered that this was a historical reappearance of this world. He didn't care whether it would cause the reputation of this world's historical drama to be damaged. But I haven't finished watching the one just now. Finally, the book spirit, who had previously said that he thought the drama was just average, changed his mind. With one person taking the lead, other book spirits, who were watching with great interest, also spoke up in support. This is boring. It's all about love. Let's just watch the murder. Yes, the people in this drama seem to be even weirder than the previous ones. Isn't it weird? For no apparent reason, the male protagonist seems to be blind and thinks that everything is the fault of the female protagonist, and that she framed and envied another woman who appeared out of nowhere. Even the son of the male and female protagonists likes the new woman for no reason and dislikes his mother. And the queen is probably similar to the queen of the magic continent. In short, it seems that the woman with a more noble status is robbed of all kinds of things by a woman of lower status than herself, and she looks like a person who is as calm as a chrysanthemum and doesn't care about external things. There is no logic at all, and it makes people angry. Many book spirits attracted by the exchange killing immediately clamored to change the previous drama. Corey was embarrassed, and was about to comply with public opinion, when he heard a cold female voice saying, "No change." The noisy book spirit was silent. The speaker was the book spirit of legendary mage meditation tutorial, Ivy Gear, whose original body is a big boss. This is quite interesting. I want to see what happened to the male protagonist in the end. She was originally sleeping, and had no interest in watching the drama. She leaned lazily on the frame of the picture and said so. The boss spoke, and the rookies had to listen. The low-level book spirits, who were also interested in this story, and mixed in the book spirits, also spoke in support. They watched the end of this episode with relish amid the painful expressions of other book spirits. The heroine was heartbroken, and finally decided to leave the hero. And the hero was still waiting for the heroine to admit her mistake to him. Blood pressure is high, if the book spirits have this thing, and the next episode is needed to slow down. But the next episode played by the broadcaster is: an unknown virus appeared in the hospital. The book spirits were silent again. What is this? So, they saw a monster called zombie, which is very similar to the undead, but it will infect muggles by biting them, and turn them into zombies. Ivy Gill has no interest in this, and zombies are too ugly. She began to threaten Corey to let the projectionist show her the follow-up plot of the second film. Another voice sounded. "Don't change it, I want to watch this." The book spirits turned their heads together. Oh, another big guy has woken up. No worse than Ivy Gill. But when the big man finished watching the zombie movie he was interested in, the projectionist, who could not hear their voices, naturally changed the movie again. Pen Fairy, you are my past life, and I am your present life. The next movie. Take my stick. The next movie. Don't answer. The next day, Ning Xiao woke up from a sweet dream and asked Wuge, who was arranged in the reading room last night to prevent accidents. How did the book spirits react? Are they interested in this world? Have other book spirits expressed their desire to visit here? No. Wuge answered with a complicated expression. They fought. Chapter 63. When Ning Xiao entered the reading room again, she saw the mess on the floor. The tables and chairs were knocked over, and the floor was full of torn pages. The bookshelves were no longer neat and tidy, but were tilted and empty. The books seemed to dislike each other and formed several small groups. The ones that could still stay on the bookshelves were led by the big guys. Each layer did not interfere with each other. The poor little ones that no one wanted could only lie miserably on the tables and chairs. The distinction was very clear. Ning Xiao sat down in front of the table with a projector and knocked on the table. Clean it up. No book spirit paid attention to her. Raising her hand, the principal's manual appeared in front of Ning Xiao, and she picked up a pen and began to write something on it. Corey, who thought he had messed up, asked timidly, "Dear Principal Woman, what are you writing?" "It's just a list." Ning Xiao raised his eyes and swept his gaze over the spines of the books, as if recording their names. "I hold a grudge." It's not a good thing to be held a grudge by the principal of the magic school. The book spirits, who were already a little guilty, felt like they were facing a great enemy. Many books moved and quickly began to use their bodies to move the messed up tables and chairs. Isn't it just cleaning? It's not that difficult. The torn pages flew up, each returning to its owner and mixing into the bodies of the books. They also spread out the covers and closed them, flattening the pages as much as possible. After everything was cleaned up, they flew back to their original positions as if nothing had happened. "Tell me, why are you fighting?" In fact, I already knew the reason from Wuge. The book spirits liked different dramas, and in order to compete for the control of the remote control, the book spirits, who were originally at odds with each other, simply used force. Fortunately, they were cautious after all. Under Wuge's angry warning, they controlled the conflict within the acceptable range of the academy. Moreover, they did not hurt Yuziching, who had been busy all night to show the movies. This made Ning Xiao relieved, but on the surface, she still looked cold and angry, and started the topic with the fight. The book spirits talked about their feelings in a very aggrieved manner. It's not that they haven't seen fantasy dramas before, but such a variety of themes and fresh plots really make the book spirits a little bit overwhelmed. They don't let people watch it after one episode. What can they do? "Principal, let's get straight to the point. What do you want?" "Let me make it clear first. The formula can't be given to you casually. Of course, if you are willing to meet our needs for watching dramas, maybe everyone will be in a good mood and can randomly give you one or two." Corey, who helped to persuade the fight, had actually communicated with the book spirits in advance, so they knew Ning Xiao's intentions, and now they felt that the academy needed help. As for visiting this world, oh, we are not interested. The book spirits are not stupid. They asked to leave the school, which is much more troublesome than watching TV series. Since these stories called TV series tell about things that happen in this world, wouldn't it be better to change a more efficient way to satisfy their curiosity? "If you like TV series, it's okay," Ning Xiao nodded. Before the book spirits could be happy, she flicked a form into the air. "This is the price list." It lists the names and introductions of many TV series, including the number of episodes, duration, and the story outlines that look very attractive. Not only are there those that the book spirits have watched, but there are also those that they haven't watched. The book spirits were all stunned, not only for the rich repertoire, but also for the outrageous price. One episode of a TV series, in exchange for a recipe? We can't accept it. Oh, forget it. Ning Xiao stood up to leave. Not only did she leave by herself, she also waved her hand and put away the treasure in the eyes of the book spirits. The projector slowed down. "Principal, I can exchange it." Just then, a book spirit shouted, "Well, I have a recipe here. The conditions for obtaining it are very simple. You just need to find a student to cooperate with me. It can be done in 10 minutes. Most book spirits looked at him as if he were a traitor. Ning Xiao smiled and said, "As a thank you to the collaborators, our school is willing to give the first book spirit who cooperates 4 times the reward. You can exchange a recipe for the right to watch 4 episodes, which is valid forever." "Really? You are so generous." The book spirit's voice rose 8 degrees in excitement. "The second to third place will get 3 times the reward, and the rest will not get any reward." Ning Xiao started to throw bait again. The book spirits hesitated, and finally 2 inconspicuous book spirits stood up. Their authors were ordinary magicians, and the formulas contained in them were not valuable. Other book spirits watched coldly, and some book spirits even thought, "Oh, it is not impossible to exchange 1 or 2 garbage formulas for viewing rights. Although I am not very interested in the one he wants to watch, it is barely acceptable, so let's watch it together." Unexpectedly, Ning Xiao took out a square and flat thing. "This is called a tablet, and this is called headphones. After you choose the drama, I will ask the staff to find a corner for you to watch it separately, so that only you can see it. Our school emphasizes fairness and justice," she said. "No effort, no gain." The idea of taking advantage of the drama was blocked. The 3 book spirits, who were the first to try it out, were even happier. The other book spirits stopped talking, and seemed to be very opposed to the principal's hegemony, but Ning Xiao was not in a hurry at all. "There is one more thing. Since you will have more frequent contact with our teachers and students in the future, I hope you understand what you can say and what you can't say. It is a good thing to contact the book spirits. For example, Corey, the formula he provides is certainly very attractive, but his knowledge of the magic world is even more valuable." Ning Xiao actually considered hiring Corey as a school teacher, but unfortunately, book spirits are restricted. They can teach some knowledge to people selected by themselves, especially inheritors who meet the author's conditions, but it is not allowed to open it to more people. After all, they are the property of the author himself, and property has no right to dedicate itself to those who are not allowed. However, in the contact with readers, it is possible to reveal some information that they think is insignificant, but it is best not to disclose it to the school. For example, the truth about the magic school. This is actually not a secret in the magic continent. Although the magicians may not have a clear concept of what the management system is, they are very clear that each principal comes from another world and has magical means. They even know that there are both common interests and rivals between schools. Ning Xiao does not want the natives of the natural disaster world to know this, which is not conducive to her maintaining the image of the school and will complicate things. In such an important matter that touched the principal's bottom line, the book spirits were still willing to cooperate. After writing down the history of Hope Magic Academy fabricated by Ning Xiao, this rule was recorded in the reading room rules. Only the book spirits can see and must abide by the rules. Then everyone take a break, and don't fight again next time, otherwise I don't mind really tearing you apart. Ning Xiao stood up and waved to Corey. "Let's go." "Sorry, I didn't handle this well." As soon as he moved to the corridor, Corey said with guilt, "You handled it very well. Did you convince the first guy to stand up?" "I also followed your instructions." Corey was flattered. It was the principal who taught him to find a shill, and even the type of book spirit that was easier to convince came from the principal's instructions. "You did a good job." But in the end, only 3 people agreed to cooperate. Corey was distressed. There are only 3 now. Ning Xiao was full of confidence. Soon it won't be. "Of course, you better give them some advice." She told Corey about her ideas again. After listening, Corey was silent for a while, and then said with a complicated expression, No wonder they say that the principal of the magic school is good at management. In fact, it is not a very complicated idea. Ning Xiao just proposed that the book spirits learn to play together, attract those with similar tastes, and let the 3 people who receive the reward represent more book spirits to exchange with the school. Watching the play together will weaken the resistance of the book spirits, and the book spirits will feel that they have earned it by doing so. Indulge in this kind of thing. Once there is a first time, there will be a second time, and everyone will only become more and more generous. As for those book spirits without reward bonuses, they can even be drawn in by the middleman's commission. For example, 1 recipe can be exchanged for 3 episodes of TV series, 2 episodes go to the recipe provider, and the remaining 1 episode is the middleman's handling fee. After forming a common interest, Corey does not need to step in, and the beneficiaries will automatically maintain this exchange system. This system actually has a lot of room for operation, but there is no need to pursue perfection now, just adjust it slowly. "Why do I feel that you don't want them to visit this world?" Corey said again. At first, he also thought that those dramas were used to attract the book spirits to be interested in this world, but unexpectedly, the book spirits were more interested in the drama itself. "You guessed right," Ning Xiao said. "It would be more troublesome for me to really let them leave the academy. Of course, I will fulfill your wish." She just tried. Facts have proved that those online novel routines that promote Chinese culture, such as making games, filming dramas, and writing novels in other worlds, are really feasible. Maybe it's because, after all, this is also a fictional world. After discussing the details of the remaining things with Corey, Ning Xiao called the faculty and staff of the academy and found a corner in the reading room to complete the transaction. The three betrayers were a little hesitant at first, but after the first one vaguely stated the exchange conditions for his recipe, things became simple. That person was one of the cooking books given to Wang Fugui. Master these, and you can master the magician's heart. I like good-looking food. It is a visual delicacy that helps to bring the diners closer together. It hinted so. Oh, the ability to present dishes? Chef Wang Fugui is familiar with it. The book spirit was very reluctant to let a muggle accept the challenge at first. It was simply an insult. But after seeing the finished product Wang Fugui brought out, she was silent. Wang Fugui carved a phoenix out of a carrot, and paired it with side dishes arranged as branches. It became a lifelike and gorgeous dish called Phoenix perched on the wudong tree. The book spirit was deeply shocked. In the end, the recipe was accepted by classmate Wang Fatsai. He helped his father to serve the dish to the table, and the receipt of the recipe was recorded on his head, so as not to violate the rules of the main body. The school got the recipe of the magic biscuit. Of course, it is actually a recipe for magic food, with a buff of 10 minutes of accelerated magic recovery. The book spirit thinks that the key point is that it tastes good, much more delicious than magic food or alchemical potions with the same effect. But in Wang Fugui's view, the key point is the buff. He finally has some ideas on how to make magic food with stable effects. The other two formulas are Radiant Cactus, which can provide a light source similar to sunlight, which can be used for lighting and assisting crop growth. The Golden Pot can consume magic power to transform one substance into another. It looks magical, but it is an alchemical prop that has long been eliminated, because the consumption of magic power is so high that it is not cost-effective to use it for material conversion. It is a famous IQ detector in the magic continent. After the three formulas were traded, Xu Ling was still a little nervous. No matter which one, there are a lot of substitutes in the magic continent. It is a very perfunctory alchemical formula. But including the principal, the faculty and staff of the academy kept their paralyzed faces tacitly, trying not to laugh. These three things are all good things, at the same time, in the scenic hotel. The phone ringing that had not been heard for a long time rang at the front desk. Xiong Weiwu, who was resting at the front desk, was stunned for a long time before he realized where the sound came from. The unfamiliar number on the landline made him hesitate whether to answer it. Not to mention after the apocalypse, even before the apocalypse, this hotel with little business had few serious calls, and almost all the calls were sales. He subconsciously wanted to hang up, but finally picked up. This judgment was correct. A young man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, this is the mayor's office of Lekang City. I am Mayor Qi Haiming's secretary. You are from Xilangshan Dongzhou Natural Scenic Area, right? Yes. It's like this, Mayor Qi wants to invite the principal of Hope Magic Academy to meet. Can you help convey it? Chapter 64. Secretary Xiao Wang did not approve of the mayor personally contacting the magic school. It was too dangerous. He was a pessimist, never optimistic about human nature, always prepared for the worst, and could not easily trust others. This certainly made his interpersonal relationships seem relatively snobbish and indifferent, but it also made his life very calm. No matter what happened, he would not be surprised, and he could quickly come up with emergency plans. Just like this sudden natural disaster, because of his personality, he started preparing for the end of the world on the first day of the Rust Day, so his family did not fall into the dilemma of material scarcity. When the hail fell, he even felt a sense of relief that the boots on his head had finally fallen. Everything has an end, Secretary Xiao Wang thought. Why can't this end be our generation? Although because of the sensitivity of his position, he could access some secret information, such as the escape of some wealthy businessman after the Rust Day, but he did not choose to leave with his family. It's not because of his good job as the mayor's secretary, but because he thinks it doesn't matter where he escapes to. Once the natural disaster is determined to come, who can escape? Everyone's fate is death, and it doesn't make much difference if it's earlier or later. But Secretary Xiao Wang is not a person who will wait for death passively. On the contrary, since the ending is destined, the process is very important. So he works actively prepares for the end of the world, and cares about his good boss very much. Secretary Xiao Wang doubts the character of every superior equally. Power, status, money, and beauty are poisons of human nature. It is too inhumane to ask people to resist the erosion of these things. Therefore, as long as you are willing to do practical things, you are already a good person in power. Deputy Mayor Qi Haiming. Of course, he is now the mayor, which is a little better than his judgment standard. The other party will also use his official relationship to gain some benefits, but it is basically within the prescribed range, and it is difficult to refuse in order to maintain official relations. In addition, he is determined to develop Lai Kung well, and he works very diligently. Unfortunately, such a person is a stumbling block for many people. Secretary Xiao Wang even knows some gossip that someone is secretly planning to let him take the blame and give up his position. This world is so dark, Secretary Xiao Wang thought, and then kept it a secret. Unexpectedly, a natural disaster came, the mayor was gone, and too many timid people who were afraid of taking responsibility pushed Qi Haiming to the position of mayor. So everyone knows that at critical moments, capable and kind good people still have to stand in front. Secretary Xiao Wang also voted in favor of this somewhat ironic choice. Although for Mayor Qi, who lost his beloved son in a natural disaster, the meaning of work has been shaken a little. Yes, everyone knows that Mayor Qi's only son died in a hailstorm. And he died while trying to save people. This also shows the character of Mayor Qi's family. The couple educated their only son to be kind, even a little too kind. He was obviously safe, but he was looking for his trapped friends, which led to the loss of his parents in middle age. In Secretary Xiao Wang's opinion, that friend was not even worth making friends with. The other party was a small-town test-taker. Although his background was not very good, his personal ability was still outstanding. His girlfriend was a white, rich and beautiful girl whose family owned a listed company, and his friends included many second-generation people like Mayor Qi's only son. Secretary Wang doesn't believe that the interpersonal relationship is not deliberately built. How sincere can such a friend be? Mr. Qi is too stupid. The young man showed full guilt for his friend's death. In such extremely cold weather, he would visit the two parents who lost their only child again and again, and firmly stated that he would take care of them for his friend. Mayor Qi and his wife were not willing to see the person who killed their son. Even though they knew it was not the young man's fault, they still softened their hearts after the other party's sincere apology. Especially when they learned that the young man had just been rescued, and then received the news that his whole family had died. He risked his life to send his mother, who still had hope of treatment, to the hospital as soon as possible, but the only relative still could not be rescued. It is said that the young man knelt in the hospital for a long time at that time. Mayor Qi and his wife also felt the same grief and despair, so they were not so repulsive to him. The young man also organized the suffering family members, who also lost their relatives and friends in the hospital, formed a mutual aid group, and comforted each other's trauma. Physical injuries can be seen with the naked eye, but mental injuries cannot. The latter is often equally important in a disaster, but is easily overlooked, especially in such a continuous disaster with no end in sight. Being busy with survival is already tiring, so who cares about psychological pain? This made the mayor and his wife feel a little more favorable towards the young man. And what was different from Secretary Xiao Wang's initial speculation that the young man wanted to take advantage of Mayor Qi's power was that the young man did not ask for any benefits. He did not even ask for a place in the shelter. After Mayor Qi mentioned it, he took the initiative to offer the place to a family in greater need because he was already alone. Secretary Xiao Wang also felt that he probably misunderstood him. Frankly speaking, he couldn't refuse the shelter quota, especially the luxury shelter near the city government, which gathered government workers and relatives. The municipal stall was not paralyzed, to a large extent, because public officials had the right to enter better shelters first. Otherwise, who would listen to you? Aren't private institutions willing to cooperate with the construction of shelters also for these benefits? Otherwise, they would be like those wealthy businessmen who have their own territories and resource reserves, playing Tai Chi with the government and being unable to use them at all. The end of the world reconstructed the power relationship and people's definition of morality. Secretary Xiao Wang knocked on the door of the mayor's office, and after getting a reply, he walked in. The magic school is indeed in that scenic area. He said the most important thing first. But the principal rejected your request for a meeting. It seems that the school lacks trust in the government. Qi Haiming sighed. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still very disappointed. If the academy is willing to cooperate, more people can survive, right? That's not the case. Secretary Xiao Wang showed a strange expression. The academy just doesn't want to contact us directly, but it has an organization called Parents Union, which is composed of our residents and is responsible for the academy's external social activities. Parents Union? The president of the other party wants to invite you to visit the Legion community. According to that lady, it is the world's first magic demonstration community. Qi Haiming was a little confused. Secretary Xiao Wang was actually a little confused, not only because his imagination of the Magic Academy was unrealistic. He thought it was an evil foreign organization that attempted to dominate the world, or had a similar conspiracy. The result is that the strange alliance formed by these indigenous people is active. Because the term inspection and visit is really too polite, the magic demonstration community also sounds quite down to earth. It feels like when the government wants to implement a certain policy, it first sets up a demonstration area and then gradually promotes it. It shouldn't be possible, right? Is this what the villain should do? So the residents of Legion community refuse to enter the shelter. Is it really related to the academy? Chi Haiming thought. Yes, because it was heard that a blizzard was coming. For the safety of the residents, the city carried out personnel relocation in advance, and all the people with quotas were transferred to major shelters this morning. The most noteworthy thing here is that the Legion community collectively gave up the quota, which is also a clue that makes them more certain that the Magic Academy is in the scenic area. Thank you for your hard work. We will also move to the shelter in a while. Go and pack up, Chi Haiming said. There is one more thing. Secretary Xiao Wang did not leave in a hurry, but said, thoughtfully, the President Lady hopes that you can pay attention to your own safety and strengthen the security patrol of the shelter. Chi Haiming frowned. Is this news confirmed? It's hard to say, but the lady did say that this is for the order and stability of Lekung. They are very worried that there will be people with bad intentions in our ranks. In the afternoon, the blizzard arrived as expected. The people of the entire Dongno ran into the house, as soon as they saw the snowflakes floating in the sky. Those who stayed indoors also quickly lit the stove, checked the doors and windows, food, weapons, etc. People looked at the snow with some fear. The first weather anomaly brought extreme cold and killed many people they knew. What will this blizzard bring? Will it be new deaths? Fortunately, because of preparation, not many people are still outside. This time, almost everyone can stay in a safe place and encourage each other. The snow is getting heavier, and those who can look out through the window see a terrifying scene. The sky is covered with countless snowflakes, forming a huge vortex, and the vision becomes white in a very short time. It is clearly light snowflakes, but when they drift towards the window one after another, they bring a heavy knocking feeling. Fortunately, most people have reinforced the doors and windows in advance, otherwise once there is a gap, the wind and snow will enter the room, and the fire will go out, and the people present will become ice sculptures. The temperature dropped again, although not as fast as the last time, but it still makes people feel scared, afraid that it will reach a temperature that people can't bear. In such a snowstorm, people are panicked, and there are too few things they can do. Most shelters are trying to boost the morale of the people, taking the opportunity to do some propaganda and make big promises. A few shelters are luckier, using a blue fire pit to give people a sense of security. Looking back, this is the first time for many Dongno people to get close to magic. It is like a seed, planting something called hope in the hearts of Dongno people. And the luckier Dongno people, the residents of Legion community, and the employees of the scenic area are busy testing new magic facilities. First, Legion community has a magic toilet. Because of the freezing of water pipes, sanitation issues have actually been plaguing everyone's lives, but there is a lack of solutions and the priority is not so high, so no one is too embarrassed to mention it. But with the emergence of a new magic plant, the construction of toilets has become possible. That is the garbage orchid, a magical flower that consumes garbage to produce magic. Although in the judgment of this magic flower, all items without magic are garbage, so be careful not to drop valuable items within its effective range to avoid property loss. And the energy it produces can be gathered in a small magic pool to provide energy for water hydrangeas to achieve the flush effect. Although the number of flowers is limited and there are not many toilets built, at least there are toilets that can be used comfortably in the end of the world. Even if they often have to queue up, the residents are almost moved to tears. With toilets, bathing facilities can also be built, but it is nothing more than using the heat of the withered tree to burn the boiler to ensure a certain amount of hot water supply. So the points have a new use. Redeem bathing coupons, the price is not expensive, and everyone can still take a bath once every 2 weeks with gritted teeth. In addition, Legion community has an indoor greenhouse. A special area has been opened in the community, and a group of people are assigned to be responsible for agricultural planting. The room temperature is provided by the withered wood, the water is provided by the water hydrangea, and the remaining sunlight comes from the magical plant called radiant cactus. Because the rusty sun is the source of disasters, in fact, many people have suffered from sun phobia after the natural disaster. Those with serious problems even dare not go out because of this, thinking that if they get too much sunlight provided by the mutant sun, unpredictable things will happen. This kind of worry is actually common, but in order not to cause panic, everyone tacitly tries not to mention it. But life cannot be separated from the sun, which is very troublesome. Fortunately, magic has brought new hope, and the radiant cactus is like a small sun, allowing reliable sunlight to enter everyone's life again. Just be careful not to prick your hands. Every household contributes their own planting pots, plant seeds, nutrient soil and other things, and Legion community finally has the ability to produce vegetables on its own. There are rumors that they will even be able to eat magic vegetables in the future, which taste much better than ordinary vegetables, and can also strengthen the body. Many food-loving residents couldn't help but drool. But these are not the most gratifying things. What makes the residents most happy is a solar power station has been built in the community. Chapter 65. Have you measured it? What is the power generation efficiency? It can be stabilized to 80% conversion rate. Why don't you try another angle? I always feel that the angle of sunlight exposure on the edge is not very good. If the positions of the light cactus are dispersed, can the overall power generation be increased? The power station is located in the southeast corner of the community. For this reason, the construction team rushed to build a more spacious space temporarily, and move the few solar power generation equipment here, including more than 2350W solar panels, a 6000W inverter, for 250Ah batteries, and supporting photovoltaic lines. This is actually not enough to support the power consumption of a community, but it doesn't matter. As long as it can operate normally, it is very simple to increase the daily power generation. What makes everyone happy is that the light of the radiant cactus can indeed be used to generate electricity, and the light of this magical plant can be superimposed. As long as the magic power is supplied, the light intensity is very stable, more reliable than the real sun. And will the magic power be insufficient? Han Binglian smiled but said nothing. However, with the increase of magic facilities, Ning Xiao realized that there was another problem in the academy. There were still not enough professional talents. Although there are many technical jobs in the Killing Alliance, they are practical talents, not scientific research talents. For example, in terms of power generation, they can quickly get the whole set of equipment, build a power grid for the community, and even take on the job of upgrading the power equipment for the scenic area and the academy after the blizzard. But how to use magic flowers more easily, they are not good enough. Students also have the task of writing research reports on magic plants, but as the supply of materials increases, Ning Xiao thinks that students should spend more time on alchemy. The book spirits have a deeper understanding of the magic system, but due to the constraints of the rules, they cannot be hired as research talents in the school. Ning Xiao does not want them to be too involved in the problems of this world. Who knows if it will cause any trouble, so it is more reliable to ask the natives. After making up her mind, Ning Xiao opened the student list and moved her eyes to the name at the end. She remembered that when Rui was studying in Lekang University is a 211 comprehensive university and the best university in the city. When the extreme cold came, it was during the final period. Some students who finished the exams in advance caught the last bus before the end of the world, returned home to reunite with their families, and face the world of great changes together. And more students were forced to stay in school and find ways to survive with the teachers. Knowledge is power. This sentence was well reflected in the school. After the initial period of chaos, the teachers quickly led the students to give full play to their strengths and build shelters on campus. Yes, Lekang University, or many regular universities in Dong'o, were the first to start building shelters. The auditorium and various large classrooms on campus are very suitable for being converted into collective dormitories to achieve unified management and heating. The desks and chairs were dismantled by teachers and students and used to make fires. Those students who used to be drowsy in class have put in a passion for learning that was hard to see before the end of the world. Under the guidance of teachers and textbooks, they made all kinds of things. Charcoal, penicillin, manure, oil lamps, hand-cranked generators. Some people joke that if they were to travel back to ancient times, they could really make an industrial revolution. Not the kind that just memorizes a few formulas and talks about it on paper, but the kind that can really get started. But not all teachers and students can find the value of their profession in the end times. For example, liberal arts students like Sasha. She studied journalism. She did hesitate when applying for the exam. After all, journalism has a bad reputation nowadays. But Sasha has the ideal of being an investigative reporter. She thinks it is cool to reveal the truth. This may have a lot to do with her experience. Sasha's mother is a very beautiful woman who has married 3 husbands. Although Sasha did not completely inherit her mother's beauty, she is also a little beauty in the crowd. Therefore, Sasha often hears some rumors. When she was a child, it was about her mother. At first, it was said that her mother was a mistress and a gold digger. Later, it was said that her mother was a black widow and her ex-husband was killed by her. Later, it was even said that her mother was a toy shared by big shots. In short, it was very outrageous. When she grows up, it's about herself. The daughter of a mistress who got to the top by her beauty, hanging out with boys all day, how can she be a good person? But God knows, Sasha has never had a boyfriend, although this is evidence that she is a sea king raising fish. These people are really boring, but they also taught Sasha a lesson. Don't look at people with tinted glasses. No matter how plausible the rumors are, you have to investigate them yourself and make judgments after contact. So, she unexpectedly became good friends with Wenrui, the rumored silly and sweet love brain girl. She knew that Wenrui regarded her as a good friend when she received the Crow Express. Sasha actually heard Wenrui's ex-boyfriend, who had survived the high fever, shouting everywhere that Wenrui must have gone to the Magic Academy, but no one believed such crazy talk. However, Sasha had a hunch that this might be true. She did not ask Wenrui. Whether it was true or not, she had to pretend that she didn't know Wenrui's whereabouts, so as not to let her down. But Wenrui gave her more trust than she thought. The puppet crow sent a bag of withered wood, a cold ice lotus in a bottle, a few bags of hot packs, and even feminine hygiene products. Sasha was stunned, and then she was deeply moved. Sasha's 3 roommates also waited for the express delivery with her. The girls were stunned by the pie in the sky, but they were at a loss as to how to deal with it. The school now has a collective life. For their major, they moved the bunk beds to the basketball hall and slept in a big bunk bed. Generally, no one goes back to the dormitory because it is too cold there, so there is almost no privacy. But even if there is such a thing as privacy, Sasha does not intend to hide it, because she is not the only one suffering. Everyone is trying to contribute their own strength. For liberal arts students like them, since their majors are not useful, how difficult is it to turn around and help others? And if the liberal arts are useless, it does not mean that they cannot switch to science. Sasha and her roommate shamelessly went to the on-site teaching of professors of other majors, trying to gain the confidence to survive in the end times. Why study? The answer used to be for the college entrance examination, and for a good job in the future. And now the answer is for tomorrow. If I hand over the things sent by Wenrui to the school, will it be helpful to find Dongzhou tomorrow? The idea is a bit naive, but Sasha really wants to try. However, this decision involves Wenrui's information. Strictly speaking, the things also belong to Wenrui. She cannot hand them over to the school without permission. Wenrui supported her decision. In a corner unknown to Ning Xiao, a university has already set up a special research group for the study of magic items. Of course, in fact, Ning Xiao does not care about the indigenous people studying magic, and she is even willing to support them. Sasha, you are here? In a research building in Zone C of Leking University, someone greeted Sasha enthusiastically. Hello, senior brother, is the tutor here? Of course, she has been in the laboratory for nearly 20 hours. No matter how we persuade her to rest, she can't be persuaded. You should go and see her quickly, the senior brother said with a wry smile. The seniors and juniors had discussed the fact that their doctoral supervisor suddenly recruited an undergraduate student, but the supervisor directly said that it was the child of a distant relative, which made everyone shut up. It was really helpless to accept the matter of relatives in the end times, but the supervisor insisted, the school acquiesced, and Sasha, the junior sister, never caused trouble, so they could only accept it. It's better to say that this is actually good, at least the supervisor, who was obsessed with research regardless of her physical condition, because of getting the magic, would as someone who can persuade her. Sasha walked into the laboratory. Not only her distant relative supervisor was obsessed with work, but several other old professors also had thick dark circles under their eyes, and did not leave their work positions. This research team is composed of professors in the fields of chemistry, materials science, energy and environment science, nanotechnology, etc., and their main target is the wood of withered trees. At this time, the professors began to quarrel over their respective experimental plans. You have tried this direction last time, and it is meaningless except for wasting materials. Your group should be disbanded. You have such poor academic ability, why are you involved? I am sure that the unknown substance I found is magic. If I have more materials, I will definitely be able to extract it. You should give me some of the materials. Professor Fong, your chemistry group does not have enough reagents, so you must have more materials, right? Although Wenrui sent a package of withered tree wood to Sasha, after leaving a batch for emergency heating in the school, the amount left to be distributed to the experimental group is inevitably limited. The professors have had a lot of friction over this these days. After knowing that the magic materials came from Sasha's contribution, The war also burned her head. Seeing Sasha coming in, an old professor named Zhong snorted coldly, relying on the fact that there were no other outsiders present. It's said on the internet that this magic tree is actually not rare at all. It's obvious that asking for more can speed up our research and help Dongho solve the extreme cold problem earlier, but they are not willing to do it. Some people's ideological awareness is still too low. Professor Zhong has a high ideological awareness. Ask your students to get some too. Why make things difficult for a little girl? Do you know that things are not easy to get? Professor Fong fought back without hesitation. Then he said to Sasha, "Don't take it to heart, he just complained a few words." Professor Fong is Sasha's imaginary distant relative. As a woman, it is also convenient for her to take care of Sasha. Whenever Professor Zhong tried to put pressure on Sasha to tell her how to contact the magic school or ask for more materials, she would stand up and speak for Sasha. Professor Fong also had the idea of asking the principal to order Professor Zhong to be kicked out of the research group, but the principal told her helplessly that it was because Professor Zhong didn't have much time left. Professor Zhong was diagnosed with cancer before the natural disaster. He was going to go home and spend the last time with his family, but he was stranded at school due to the natural disaster. It seems good to die at work? The stubborn old man wanted to be a bad guy to the end after strongly requesting to join the research group. Of course, he knew that Sasha was in a difficult situation, but to take the path of scientific research, sometimes you have to have a spirit of overcoming all difficulties and being shameless, competing for resources, talents, research funds, and time. It was this spirit that prevented the old man from dying in the big drop in temperature, but how long can this spirit last? If embarrassing a little girl can make the last time of his life more valuable, he can be shameless. The professors didn't sleep much these days, but Professor Zhong was the most excited. He was worried that if he closed his eyes, he would never be able to open them again. Therefore, Professor Fong couldn't kick them out, so he could only protect Sasha as much as possible, hoping that she wouldn't take it to heart. After understanding the reason why Professor Zhong was targeting her, Sasha was not angry at all. And today, she will bring good news. The Magic Academy has officially invited professors from our school to visit, just after the snowstorm. She looked at the tired faces of the professors and said, "If you don't take a good rest, if you fall down before the visit, the quota will be given to others." After more than half an hour, Sasha finally escaped from the excited inquiries of the professors. The quota will be decided by the principal. In fact, the list of experts that the Academy hopes to invite is more inclined to other professional fields, but in order to persuade the professors to rest, Sasha concealed this news. Anyway, it's not impossible to bring a few more people. The blizzard was so severe that the campus outside could no longer be seen. Fortunately, there was a closed corridor between the research building and other buildings, and Sasha could return from that route. However, when she came out of the building and shivered from the cold, she saw an unexpected person at the corner. Wenrui's ex-boyfriend, the boy named Wei Ming, was red-eyed and excited. "It's you, the source of the magic within the school." He looked a little crazy. "When did you get so close to Wenrui?" "No, this question is not important. The important thing is you are wrong. She is not a student favored by the magic school, and the person who received the flyer was me." Chapter 66. It is clear that Wei Ming is not the only one who regrets not accepting the invitation from the Magic Academy. The families of the students who left Dongho for refuge because of this incident are fine, but the families who did not leave in time but gave up reporting to the Academy for various reasons are the ones who really regret it. However, this regret has become less intense with the secret actions of the officials in various parts of Dongho. All the invited students who appeared in the Crow video have been found out, and those who have never appeared but have claimed or been exposed by others to have received invitation letters have also been traced back to their identities. The local officials urgently found this group of people and arranged them in the safest and most comfortable shelter, hoping to get a relationship with the Academy through this. Not to mention the students who have already enrolled, they and their parents have received inquiries from relatives and friends, and a few have even received direct calls from the officials. Because they have prepared in advance, everyone responded generously, and as long as the officials are not trying to use force to pressure people, they can get very satisfactory answers. After confirming that the principal had no objection, the message conveyed by the parents' union was this. The Magic Academy was just an alien academy whose main purpose was to popularize magic, and it did not bear the responsibility of saving the world. But the Magic Academy was willing to establish friendly and mutually beneficial relations with the residents of this world, and support students to use what they learned to fight natural disasters. Finally, the number of people with magic talent in this world was about 1 in 1,000, and the Magic Academy would continue to recruit students. This finally put the officials in various places at ease, and they were ecstatic. Would they continue to recruit students? 1 in 1,000 chance. If more residents of our city can be sent to learn magic, will our city have a greater chance of surviving this natural disaster? Those relatives who stayed in their hometowns and did not come to the academy with the students' families were treated as keep preferential treatment by the officials according to their own wishes, which finally made the students and parents, who were still worried about their relatives and friends, feel relieved. But the beneficiaries are obviously not just these people in the network of relationships. The officials of these cities all came up with the same idea. We must protect more people. In this way, there will be more magicians. The blizzard lasted for almost 3 days. When it finally stopped, Dongzhou could no longer see any roads. The snow was deeper than expected. This not only caused the road and low trees to be buried by the heavy snow, but also brought about the tragedy of the collapse of some buildings with weak load-bearing capacity. Although the casualties were not as heavy as the murderous hail, various places will soon find that the number of people who disappeared due to this blizzard is not rare. Especially those who failed to enter the shelter and did not accumulate enough fuel, were turned into ice sculptures when they were found. People did not have time to grieve over this, as many more serious problems were in front of them. The snowstorm caused great harm to the infrastructure. No exposed power grid could withstand the weight of the snow. Dongzhou has since entered the era of self-generated electricity in various places. Ground transportation was completely destroyed. Even if the snow could be cleared, the low temperature and heavy pressure would cause the fragile road surface to appear damaged. In some places, the road surface had even collapsed, but it was not obvious because it was covered by snow. The entrances and exits of the buildings were blocked. Take ordinary residential buildings as an example. The first and second floors were basically covered with snow. People who want to go out may have to climb out of the window on the third floor. This caused many underground shelters to face the problem that some entrances and exits could no longer be opened. Fortunately, architects in various places were quite reliable, because they took into account the snow accumulation in advance and built higher entrances and exits to avoid trapping people underground. Lekung. Shelter number 001. According to the drone's investigation, the snow is about 5 meters deep. Secretary Xiao Wang reported to his superiors, the city's power grid is completely paralyzed. Due to the collapse of some ground-based stations, the city's communication network is largely interrupted, but satellite communications are not greatly affected. The number of deaths and the disaster situation in various urban areas are still being counted. Shi Haiming pinched his eyebrows and suddenly asked, "Can we still travel in this situation? We replaced the vehicle with snow tires, but how to drive the car out of the underground garage is a problem. The lowest temperature in the past 3 days has dropped to -80 degrees. Although the monitoring team said that the temperature is rising, whether the vehicle can still be used normally needs further confirmation. Alas, it is mainly because our climate is warmer. Otherwise, if there are snowmobiles or tracked vehicles, we should not have to worry about travel problems." At the end, Secretary Xiao Wang sighed. Even if it is a municipal government, it is not possible to have everything at once. A small city like Lekung, which has no military stationed and is not an economic center, is really helpless in natural disasters. Fortunately, there is a magic school here. However, according to the agreement, after the snowstorm, the city government needs to send an inspection team to contact the magic school, and the specifications are not suitable to be too shabby. It's not that Shi Haiming wants to act like a mayor, but he is embarrassed to go empty-handed. If he is sure that the magic school is a friendly party, he wants to ask for help. At this time, a small gift can better show the friendly attitude of the government. As for where the gifts come from, there is no need to worry. Those businessmen who heard that the city government was going to visit the school came to give gifts. During the special period, Shi Haiming did not care whether there would be risks of bribery or not, and he would accept it first. However, how to get to the school? Let's organize a rescue team first. As the mayor, he quickly realized that there was a more important problem. See if there are people trapped underground or in collapsed buildings. We can't take care of those far away, so we will start from our surroundings and save as many as we can. The government has an emergency plan for blizzards, but some private shelters may not have such conditions. Shi Haiming is very worried that people did not die in the blizzard, but were trapped and unable to get out, starved to death, or froze to death after the blizzard. It has been arranged. As a pessimist, Secretary Xiao Wang had long thought that someone would be trapped, so he naturally answered, "Also, you don't have to worry about the visit to the academy. In the last communication, the parents' union said that someone would be sent to pick us up after the snowstorm. So, when exactly is this send someone to pick us up?" At Lekang University, after a fierce debate, Professor Zhong, who finally managed to grab the visiting quota, asked the contact person Xiao unsatisfactorily. Professor, you don't have to wait here. I will tell you when the people from the academy arrive. Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At his advanced age, and with cancer, everyone was worried that Professor Zhong's body would not be able to hold up, so everyone strongly opposed him to join the visiting group. But the old professor was too stubborn and refused to listen to advice. Out of respect for the principal, he could only agree to let him join the list. But perhaps because he was afraid that everyone would only agree superficially and secretly leave him behind, Professor Zhong insisted on waiting with the principal and others at the agreed meeting point. But this also meant that this time seemed a bit wasted, and Professor Zhong was inevitably anxious. The school is a little far from here, and it's a snowy day like this, so it will definitely be slower. You should go back to the laboratory first. There was only a charcoal basin burning in the waiting area, which was still quite cold. Worried that the professors would freeze, everyone joined in persuading them. In the end, it was the principal who accompanied Professor Zhong back to the laboratory. There was no way anyone could be left behind, and you couldn't leave the principal behind, right? Just as Professor Zhong was immersed in the experiment again, there was a commotion at the window. Look, what is that? I don't know, it looks like a leaf. Is there a leaf this big? And it seems to be dancing. Because of the ice, the visibility of the window is actually very poor. Even if everyone carefully maintains it to ensure that the room can still be ventilated, it is still not possible to see clearly. So a young doctoral student ran out of the laboratory, braved the cold and ran to the terrace with a wide view, and then his jaw dropped. That's right, the one sliding all the way over here from a distance should be a leaf. And it looks like an inverted lotus leaf. The stalk is at the top, and the entire skirt-like leaf surface is on the ice. The lotus leaf is very large, and it may be half the size of a basketball court. Above the leaf surface, a white unknown square box is steadily dragged, and the petiole passes through the top of the square box. It looks like something is strung on the petiole. These were strange enough, but what really shocked people was that the leaf seemed to be alive, with layers of skirt swaying up and down, rushing towards this side, like a dance. Moreover, the place where there was thick snow turned into ice as the leaf pressed over it. Even though they already knew that the magic school was very magical, this unimaginable scene still made the entire visiting group stunned. When the leaf stopped in front of the research building, they came to their senses, supported each other with weak legs, and walked downstairs. Everyone came to an open-air balcony on the 3rd floor. There was no other way, it was more convenient to climb out here, and everyone shivered and stepped on the temporary steps and crossed the balcony. A young woman and a fierce strongman came down from the white box on the leaf. The woman said to the one who looked most like the principal, "Are you Principal Wang of Lekang University? I am an employee of the Hope Magic Academy, Zheng Xian. You can just call me Xiao Zheng." Principal Wang hurried forward to shake her hand. After a few pleasantries, he couldn't help but glance at the strange thing behind her. As soon as he spoke, he found that his voice was a little trembling. Then, "What is that?" The temporary means of transportation for the Academy, Magic Car 1.0. Zheng Xian's answer was a little vague. Of course, this is not a car. It is just a temporary means of transportation that takes advantage of the characteristics of the magical plant ice dance leaf that likes to move on ice. Because it is too rough, and the riding experience is also average, Zheng Xian is a little embarrassed to introduce it. Are these the people in the visiting group? To hide her embarrassment, she looked behind the principal and asked, "Yes, can I sit here?" Principal Wang was a little worried. "It's okay. If this one doesn't fit, there's another one. We drove 2 cars over," Zheng Xian said. Seeing many gray-haired old professors in the delegation, she felt even more guilty. "Well, let me ask you first, do the professors get carsick?" She took out a box of motion sickness pills and said in despair, "Do you want to take some of this first?" Chapter 67. This matter should be blamed on the principal. According to the book Spirit Quarry, Ice Dance Leaf is an ornamental magic plant in the magic continent. Because it can slide on the ice, and can be driven by magic, some dancers will step on this leaf to dance on the ice. In the extremely cold land of the magic continent, people also use this leaf as a means of transportation, and even develop an ice dance leaf sports competition. How to describe it? It may be similar to ice sports such as figure skating in this world. After the blizzard, everyone also discovered the problem of the lack of transportation tools in the Magic Academy. Although the Killing Alliance and parents have stockpiled some tools that can travel on the snow, such as snowmobiles, sleds, etc., the number is very limited. Since the ice dance leaf has already served as a vehicle for people to travel in the magic continent, there is no reason not to use it. It's just that the principal thinks that this magical plant can be combined with vehicles. Simply holding the petiole to control it to slide is a technically difficult task, and it is not comfortable enough to carry people. Why not install a carriage on it? As for what kind of carriage? Oh, how about trying magic mud bricks? Who said that thing can only be used to build houses? Just like the magic dirt road, hasn't it been developed for use in botanical gardens? Thinking cannot be so rigid. So Zheng Xian was forced to design a carriage. I am an interior designer, not a vehicle designer. Do you understand the difference between the two? Oh, principal, you are from another world, that's fine. With tears in her eyes, Zheng Xian designed a white box strung on the petiole with the help of everyone. Time is limited, so don't be picky about the appearance. Being able to run is victory. Thus, the visiting group from Leking University became the first batch of victims' guests. When they came closer to observe, the visiting group found that this white box was not a simple square as seen from a distance. It was composed of 3 parts: driver's cab, magic pool version fuel tank, and carriage. There was a thickened and transparent magnetic door curtain in the position similar to the door, which was used to replace the door. The strongman politely helped the guests to open the curtain and helped them get on the car one by one. Although the appearance looks simple, the car is still full of secrets. For example, everyone found that it was not cold inside, and the reason was soon found. There were several decorative objects in the car that served as vases, and they were filled with the magic flower they had seen, the ice lotus. Although they could also burn fire, for safety reasons, everyone in the academy unanimously decided to give up the plan of heating with a stove, and the magic power created by the ice lotus was just connected to the magic pool in front, which could refuel the vehicle during driving. The interior is designed as booths according to the 4 corners. Each small corner has a round table, and on both sides are symmetrical double seats with soft cushions and pillows. Luggage can be placed under the seat or in the storage space above the head, which is also a reference to the practice of long-distance buses and trains. Each booth has a small window, which is still made of transparent door curtains. Although it is not as good as glass, it is easy to maintain and only needs to be lifted up when you want to ventilate. But the lighting is not by the window. At the top of the vehicle, a luminous plant similar to a cactus is gently spreading light like sunlight into the carriage, making the entire carriage look bright. But the most special thing is not these. The cylinder in the middle is the focus of everyone's attention. After all, from the outside, the whole carriage is inserted on the petiole. This is indeed a difficult point in design. It is not a problem of aesthetics, but it must consider reducing collisions and frictions during the journey, and at the same time not adding too much resistance to the magic plant. Everyone is very lacking in knowledge in this area, so they can only ask Muzhua's father, Master Yi, to make a cylinder that is only slightly larger than the petiole to reduce the friction between the carriage and the petiole. After guiding the professors to sit down, distributing motion sickness medicine to everyone, and serving pre-boiled hot water, Zheng Xian took out a bag of biscuits from a small cabinet fixed in the corner. This is the magic biscuit made by the chef of the academy. If you still feel motion sickness, eating this may make you feel better. Although they don't know why the other party is so afraid of motion sickness, the visiting group still gratefully took the biscuits and held them in their hands to observe for a long time. It's not that I'm afraid that there will be any problems with the food provided by the academy, but you can only eat half and take the rest back for experiments. Professor Zhong glared at his doctoral student and said secretly, while Zheng Xian was not paying attention. His own cookie was quietly wrapped in a tissue and hidden in his pocket. No need, it's just a cookie. The doctoral student shouted in his heart, but due to the authority of his supervisor, he had to quietly put down the food that was about to enter his mouth. The reason for worrying about motion sickness was soon revealed as the magic car started. Have you ridden the big turntable in the amusement park? It's not much different from that. When sliding forward quickly, the car was at most slightly bumpy, but it was still within the range that everyone could tolerate. Even many members of the visiting group, who had never seen the magic flower before, were secretly observing the vase on the table and marveled at the ice lotus inside. But as the ice dancing leaves danced for the first time, the carriage suddenly began to spin, and everyone was stunned. Fortunately, the design did not choose to fix the carriage on the leaves. Due to inertia, the carriage only turned a small circle and did not turn into a drum washing machine. But this still caught everyone off guard. Fortunately, it stopped quickly, and the dizziness was not strong. But it was unbearable. The magic plants loved to spin. After a few times, the professors who couldn't hold on silently took out their hidden magic cookies, clicked, and took a bite. As a sweet taste spread in his mouth, Professor Zhong's beloved disciple, who was specially brought out, narrowed his eyes happily. He felt that his head was indeed not dizzy, and even the fatigue of the daily liver experiment disappeared a lot. At first glance, the buff of accelerated magic recovery is only for magicians, but in fact it is also very effective for ordinary people to restore their spirits. For this reason, Chef Wang specially made some for the guests. "Professor, please eat it." Seeing Professor Zhong glaring at him, the doctoral student shrank his neck. "Well, how can you know what effect it has if you don't eat it? And are you really not dizzy?" Professor Zhong certainly felt dizzy, but he felt that he could hold on for another 1 second. In the end, in order not to do something as rude as spitting it out in the car, the old professor silently bit a cookie. His teeth were actually not very useful, but he used his lips to help him bite off a piece quickly. This bitten off piece was nearly 1/3 of the whole cookie, and Professor Zhong felt distressed. This feeling of distress quickly disappeared as the cookie was swallowed. He felt much more relaxed. Most importantly, the pain that tortured him was also weakened a lot, and his aging body seemed to become younger in an instant. Professor Zhong fell into a trance. The journey was generally joyful, although before departure, Principal Wang repeatedly emphasized that their visit not only represented themselves, but also represented the entire Dongho. Oh no, the entire Blue Star. As the first university that had the honor of communicating with the Magic Academy, they had to be generous and polite, showing the intellectuality and cultivation of the scientific world, at least not like they had never seen the market. But without curiosity, what scientific research? Everyone threw Principal Wang's instructions behind their backs as soon as they got on the car, especially the mechanical engineering professor, who had the honor of sitting opposite Zheng Xian, and had a heated discussion with Zheng Xian about the design of this magic car. One-sided. Zheng Xian was embarrassed, and didn't understand any of the professional terms in the professor's mouth, but out of the need to maintain the image of the academy, she still showed a serious listening appearance, not showing any fear. However, when the professor surnamed Gua heard that Zheng Xian studied interior design, he showed a complicated look. So in the magic world, to design this kind of magic car, you don't even need to know the relevant knowledge of mechanics? The magic world is so scary. Although there were some misunderstandings, the overall conversation between the two was pleasant. Zheng Xian, who knew the purpose of the principal's invitation to the visiting group, shared the design ideas of the magic car with Professor Gua without reservation, especially the relevant principles of magic plants, but more specific and professional content had to wait until the school to ask the magicians to introduce. Compared with the academic atmosphere of the Lekang University visiting group, the mayor and his entourage were full of adult hypocrisy in the car. At least, that's what Secretary Wang thought. The two sides were flattering each other all the way, which made him want to doze off. He was not seriously carsick, and he was fully revived after eating magic cookies. At this time, he and several other followers were looking out the window in amazement. Lekang has become a city of ice and snow. It is obviously a small city in the south, and it may snow only once every 10 years, resulting in many young citizens not even knowing what snow looks like. However, now you can see it all at once, and it's a super large one. You can speed along the street, and the surrounding buildings seem to grow out of the snow. In fact, there is no road that can be considered a street, but this is better. At least the magic car will not be stuck on the road because the road is not wide enough. This magic plant will instantly turn the passing snow into ice, which would originally be a slow process. The ice road is replacing the cement road in the city as a new channel. If this magic plant can be popularized, the traffic problem can be solved, right? The speed of sliding on the ice surface is very fast, but because of this speed, people are worried about whether there will be accidents. Secretary Xiao Wang unconsciously played out the bloody plot of the male protagonist was thrown out of the car and broke his leg because the magic car slid too fast in his mind, and decided to go back and discuss with his colleagues in charge of urban traffic how to formulate new traffic rules. For example, first set a speed limit in the urban area. The city government's group was closer to the academy, but because Mayor Qi was worried about the situation in some urban areas that he had not contacted, he asked the driver to take a detour. When they arrived at Legion Community, they found that there were already 2 magic cars parked at the entrance of the community. Moreover, it seemed that there was a quarrel. Shasha never expected that when the magic car behind arrived, Wei Ming would be among the people getting off. At that moment, she felt her heart stop beating. "Why are you here? You are not on the visit list at all," Shasha asked in a low voice. "Professor Li gave me his accompanying student quota." Wei Ming patted the non-existent snow on his body, looking at Shasha with a smile. "Besides, if you can come, why can't I? Do you have a closer relationship with the magic school than me?" The confrontation between the two students quickly attracted the attention of teachers and students. Professor Li stepped forward and persuaded, "Sasha, Don't get excited. Wei Ming seems to have really received an invitation letter from the Magic Academy. Although he missed the enrollment for various reasons, maybe the Academy is still willing to accept him. He received an invitation letter? Sasha said. Where did he meet the Magic Crow? Tell me about it. Didn't he say that he received a flyer? This is completely inconsistent with the information on the internet. Professor, don't you think he is lying? Professor Lee sighed, but he knows that the Academy is in the Shilling Mountain scenic area. The professors are not stupid. They will not take a student who does not meet the requirements for no reason. But when the second car arrived, after asking the driver of the Magic Academy, they confirmed that the destination was the same as what the student said. Even Sasha didn't know where the Academy was, but this boy knew. After hesitation, Professor Lee took Wei Ming with him. Professor Lee didn't know that Wenrui was Sasha's connection in the Magic Academy, and he didn't know about the emotional entanglement between Wei Ming and Wenrui. Even if he knew, he wouldn't take it too seriously. It's such a good thing that Lekang University can produce a magician. How can they hinder their students from having a good future because of a little thing like love? Professor Lee is a bit old-fashioned. He doesn't like female students. He always can't tell which is more important, love or career. He is very irrational. Fortunately, Wei Ming told not to tell Sasha that he also came with him, for fear that Sasha would have prejudice against him for personal reasons, and would prevent him from enrolling. Looking at Sasha's attitude now, the little girl is really emotional, and wants to quarrel with Wei Ming in front of outsiders. No big picture view. Okay, now that we are here, we can't send him back, right? Principal Wang, who knew a little about this, also came to persuade, and we just bring him to see. It doesn't matter if the magic school doesn't accept him. Principal Wang is also an outsider, and doesn't understand what the young students are doing, but seeing Sasha's cold attitude, he regretted it a little. Could it be that something really went wrong? He felt a little uneasy. But judging from the friendly attitude of the magic school, it doesn't seem like they would hold a grudge against a student who had invited them, but gave up the offer. Otherwise, we can ask privately later. If it doesn't work, we can let the boy stay in the car and not go to the school with the visiting group? He was still thinking. Sasha, who also didn't want to argue here, pulled Zheng Xian, who didn't understand, aside with a wooden face. Sister Zheng, Sasha said solemnly, can you tell Wenrui right away that her ex-boyfriend is here too? Chapter 68. Ning Xiao and Wenrui knew about the unwelcome guest in the delegation almost at the same time. It's not that someone is so careless as to bother the principal with such a small issue, but there is no gossip in the academy that can be hidden from Wuge. Ning Xiao also recently discovered that although Wuge usually behaves very seriously, he is actually a melon lover. After flying around, he often brings back a lot of fresh melons. Who doesn't love to eat melons? So without the other faculty and staff knowing, the two most reliable people in the academy occasionally discuss topics such as how many girlfriends does the fat guy have in private. It was actually more than half a month ago that the flyer was sent to Wenrui's ex-boyfriend, but Ning Xiao still has a little impression of him. Not a good one. What are you going to do? Wuge asked curiously, are you going to accept him? Ning Xiao thought for a while, and shook his head. Forget it. That boy may have an A-level talent. Wuge reminded. The students' talent levels are not very high. Apart from Grandma Hu Suxiang, who is a teacher, the highest is only Yi Han's B+. From this perspective, it seems a pity to give up a student who may be an A. That can't be helped. Ning Xiao showed a regretful expression. Troublesome students are the source of trouble. Well, that's good. Wuge flapped his wings happily. I thought you wanted to persuade me to accept him. How is that possible? Wuge showed a deadly wronged expression. The biggest taboo in running a school is to accept all students, especially if you only look at talent and not character. That's very dangerous. There are precedents in the history of the Magic Academy. There was a principal who gathered a whole school of highly talented dangerous people. In the end, not only did the magic continent fall into a dark age that lasted for 100 years, but he and the academy were also ruined. The scumbag should not be that dangerous. You are just praising him. Ning Xiao complained in his heart, and soon realized another problem. With the upcoming enrollment plan, interpersonal relationships will become more and more complicated. How to deal with some troublesome people better? Not only Wenrui's ex-boyfriend, but also Granny Hu's son, who is relying on his blood relationship with Granny Hu to be a rogue in Legion community. Yes, Zhou Wenbin, who abandoned his wife and mother, saw that Legion community was getting better and better, and he had no intention of leaving. He relied on the fact that the residents did not dare to do anything to him, and lived a life of eating and drinking without working. Well, why not find some time to talk to Cory, Maybe he can provide some solutions for the magic continent. This topic was not discussed for long. It is said that when Rui and other girls are discussing to ask the principal not to accept the scumbag. This is a good reason to refuse. But until the visiting group came to the school, Ning Xiao did not wait for Rui to come for help. Both waves of visiting groups arrived near noon, and the Parents' Union and the Killing Alliance, which actually controls all matters in the community, entertained them together. The location is inside the newly built Legion Plaza. Since the community was just enclosed and not included in the main building of the school, it naturally could not escape the invasion of heavy snow. The thick layer of snow made the originally open square look like it was on flat ground. This somewhat reduced the shock, but with the introduction of designer Zheng Xian and the internal tour, the shocked expressions returned to the guests' faces. Everyone was almost moved to tears to be able to wash their hands and faces with hot water before the meal and solve physiological problems in a clean and odor-free bathroom. God knows how painful it was for them to shiver and scrub their bodies with water that was not very warm before leaving in order to avoid looking too sloppy. The residents here can actually take a hot bath. Wang Fugue was responsible for the preparation of this lunch, along with several newly recruited apprentices. Because there were too many guests, they naturally couldn't prepare too many magical vegetables from the magic field, but the taste still made everyone want to gobble them up. After the meal, the two groups of people, accompanied by the president of the Parents' Union, Ms. Wang Chunhua, carefully visited the various magic facilities that have been built and are being built in the community. That's right, Wang Chunhua was the first president of the Parents' Union. Fang Huilan needed to stay in the school for a long time as the principal's secretary. Among the remaining people, this fat and friendly mother took on the responsibility of managing the union. She is also very suitable for this job, and it is not an exaggeration to say that she is good at dancing with long sleeves. The two delegations came for different purposes and focuses, and their identities were also very different, but no one felt that they were left out. The mayor and his entourage were concerned about the renovation cost of the community, the living conditions of the citizens, and the ways and means of the academy to provide help. Especially the things on the points exchange table, they wanted to ask about every one of them. The professors of Lekang University could not walk every time they arrived at a place, and the doctoral students were almost sore with their hands holding paper and pens, recording the professors' ideas and their own discoveries along the way. The professors were very serious people. In order to see the operation of the magic system more clearly, some of them almost went down to the garbage disposal center to see how the dirty items were decomposed. Zheng Xian, who was accompanying them, was worried about something going wrong, so she stopped them. However, she temporarily tear out an observation window with her staff to satisfy the professor's curiosity. By the way, the magic mud bricks were the most curious thing for the visiting group, especially after hearing that it could ignore the principles of physics and provide unimaginable load-bearing capacity. Everyone fell into a crazy discussion. This snowstorm made everyone start to worry about the solidity of the buildings. Even Lekang University had a dangerous building. Fortunately, the school moved the teachers and students in the building in time, so nothing happened. Is this magic mud brick easy to make? Mayor Chi asked. Are the materials easy to find? Can it support the city's upgrade of important places? At least upgrade the shelter? It's not difficult to make, and the materials are also common, but the problem is that our production is limited, and there are too few magicians who can perform alchemy. Zheng Xian, who also served as the minister of the school construction department, replied, it took the entire school's teachers and students 3 full days to make these for Legion community. This statement is a bit exaggerated, because these 3 days exclude the time for necessary courses, such as meditation classes, but since the students took the initiative to stay up all night, it was indeed not easy. Are there so few magicians? Mayor Chi was a little disappointed. Currently, there are 6 students, 1 teacher, plus the principal and Mr. Wuga. That is, the puppet crow, which can barely be counted as 8. This is too little. So, the first thing the academy wants to do with the municipal government is to conduct a citywide survey of magic qualifications. Wang Chunhua took over the conversation. Everyone looked at her. What do you mean? Mayor Chi asked carefully. Oh, the academy will conduct a second enrollment soon. Wang Chunhua said with a smile. Even the 3rd and 4th times will come soon. In addition, even if you can't become a student, the principal is also considering formulating a preparatory student plan. Perhaps some simple alchemy work can be handed over to preparatory students to share some. The whole audience was in an uproar. Not to mention these outsiders were surprised. Even the students and parents' union were shocked after hearing the principal's idea. Although the academy has been developing and building, Due to the small changes, everyone thought it would be a small workshop model. The principal is a retired old man, and magic is such a magical thing. How can it be fully popularized to the public? But the principal made it clear that she intended to popularize magic. Even if the academy cannot accommodate so many teachers and students for a while, it can recruit preparatory students to allow magicians to play a role in advance. Only more details are still being perfected, but the magic qualification survey starting from Dongzhou has been confirmed in the academy's schedule. There is still too little manpower. Such a large project cannot be completed by the scale of the parent alliance. It is more appropriate to rely on the power of the municipal government. What are the requirements for admission? Is it enough to have magic qualifications? How do I determine whether I have magic talent? How many places are there for enrollment? Everyone asked at once, and the enthusiastic Wang Chunhua almost couldn't resist. She could only wave her hands. It will be announced later. We still need to communicate with the city hall about this matter. Because everyone was too excited and the tour process was almost coming to an end, the city government moved to the conference room to discuss with Wang Chunhua about a series of cooperation that would be launched next. The visiting group of Lekang University was preparing to go up the mountain to the Real Magic Academy for internal teaching exchanges. Sasha was relieved to learn from Zheng Xian that Wenrui did not mean to stop Wei Ming from entering the academy with everyone. As an outsider, she could only do so much. Since Wenrui was not afraid of Wei Ming's arrival, she should believe her. This made Wei Ming, who had been secretly excited since he heard that the academy would continue to enroll students, a little uncomfortable. He had been wary of Sasha coming out to disrupt the situation, but nothing happened? Or was it that Wenrui was actually looking forward to his arrival? Of course, Wenrui was not looking forward to the arrival of her ex-boyfriend. In fact, when her roommate suggested that she go to the principal, she was really tempted. But the idea only came up for a moment, and was rejected by Wenrui herself. Is it because you don't know how to ask? Lu Jiayan asked, are you worried that it would be unreasonable for the principal to reject a student because of personal problems? The students certainly considered this. No school would reject students who meet the admission standards just because of some emotional problems between students, right? It sounds too frivolous. Don't worry, if you can't speak up, I help you speak. I don't know when. Wang Fatsai, who also entered the lounge, patted his chest and assured Wenrui, I am the principal's favorite student. She won't be angry about this. The two boys who followed him a step slower stumbled. Wow, this shameless little fat boy. When did you become the principal's favorite student? Does the principal know? It's not entirely for this reason. Wenrui shook her head, more importantly. It's the end of the world now. There are too few of us. Obviously, as long as there are enough magic plants, fewer people can die. Withered trees and ice lotus are things that can change this natural disaster apocalypse. But even if they do alchemy without sleep, the magic plants they produce can't even protect Lekang. He is more talented than me. Wenrui knew this very well. He must be able to do more for this natural disaster than me. Can I really stop him from becoming a magician because of my personal preference? Wenrui was confused from the bottom of her heart. Although she is not the kind of person who believes what others say, and she will not really doubt herself because of her boyfriend's belittlement, it is undeniable that words have power. This power more or less makes her unconfident. After all, she is the only F in the class. What you can do is not measured by talent. After a while, Yuren spoke, you are the first person to find the secret of the magic book, and you also write the best research report in the class. The next person to support was Yihan, although in the form of a text bubble. I also have people I hate. If one day I find that they also have magic talent, I don't want them to enroll. Ah, me too. Lu Jiayan said, there are also people who don't want to be classmates with him. There's no way, as an ordinary person, I also want to satisfy my selfish desires occasionally. The girls all said so, and the boys also supported them. Although they didn't meet anyone they particularly disliked, this feeling was completely understandable. I say, are you thinking too much? Finally, the little fat man sighed, and looked at the older students with a look of disappointment. Isn't it the principal who decides whether to recruit that person? Why not make it simple, and ask the principal to handle it? He added in a low voice, in fact, I think the principal is a bit nepotism, and she will make the best decision for us. Nepotism is not used in this way. But it is true that they should trust the principal more. Then I go and talk to her. Wenrui stood up, her eyes firm. After all, this is my own business. Just as Ning Xiao was packing up and preparing to welcome the visiting delegation from Lekang University, Wenrui finally made a move. But it was not Wenrui who knocked on the door of the principal's office. The principal's guide flew out again, rarely, and opened to a certain page. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in my ears. Ding. Your student Wenrui passed the inheritance test of the legendary magician Ivy Gear. Your school has obtained a new course, Introduction to Puppetry. Do you want to check the course description immediately? Chapter 69. Everyone remember, the main purpose of our coming here today is to learn and communicate. When you meet the faculty and staff of the Magic Academy later, please be restrained and polite. Don't hide everything you see. I'm talking to you, Lao Zhong. Don't think I didn't notice that you secretly withheld the magic mud bricks for a long time. Don't take a look at everything. It seems that we have no sense of boundaries. There are so many people queuing to use the toilet, but just to let you see the garbage disposal station, they hung up the under maintenance sign for half an hour. Aren't you ashamed? As the team followed Zheng Xian and others and walked towards the scenic area, Principal Wang couldn't help but criticize the careless members of the visiting group. The professors who were named said, I know, but seeing their perfunctory nodding, Principal Wang felt tired. Oh, forget it. I pay more attention to myself and tried to restore the image of Lekang University. As he thought, he secretly moved the corners of his mouth and made up his mind to use a smile to give the teachers and students of the magic school a perfect first impression. The blizzard also attacked the entire scenic area fairly. Many trees that were not tall enough now only had a tip exposed outside, and the outermost wall of the scenic area had disappeared. Frankly speaking, this made the employees feel quite insecure at first. But the road leading to the school, as well as the hotel and surrounding facilities, were not buried by the blizzard. This was of course because Ning Xiao turned on the protection system. Although some extra magic power was consumed, at least there was no need to spend time to dig out the buildings and roads again. So, a road with nearly 5-meter-high snow walls on both sides appeared. Walking on it, there was an illusion that a tiny traveler walked into a snow maze. The school did not turn on the stealth mode today. After turning a corner, as the vision became wider, everyone saw the tower-shaped building standing in front. It was like a miracle in this area. Not only itself, but also a large circle around it, all looked like before the end of the world, without any trace of extreme cold. The trees were still so green, and there were still vibrant weeds and wild flowers on the ground. The sun cast mottled light and shadows on the ground through the gaps in the leaves. And the peculiarly shaped round tower, slightly emitting a soft light, gave people a holy and mysterious feeling. It was like walking into a painting. The members of the visiting group were stunned. As they walked in, the heavy wooden door in the middle of the round tower suddenly opened slowly on both sides. Students in school uniforms filed out, standing on the left and right sides of the gate according to gender, bowing slightly and gracefully to welcome the visitors. Following several faculty members, an old man with gray hair, also wearing a wizard robe, stood in the middle, smiling and waiting for the guests to come in. Without waiting for Zheng Xian to introduce him, Principal Wang stepped forward, stretched out his hand to shake the old man, and said excitedly with a bright smile, "You must be Principal Wuman of the Magic School. Nice to meet you. I am Wang Qing, the president of Lekang University. You can just call me Xiao Wang." Everyone in the school, Ahem, this is the teacher of the plant magic course, Teacher Hu Suxiang. Zheng Xian said hurriedly. Hello, Principal Wang, I am Fang Huilan, the secretary of Principal Wuman. Fang Huilan took the initiative to shake hands with Principal Wang to ease the embarrassment. Sorry, the principal was delayed by something temporarily, and will come over later. Oh, that's all right. Principal Wang touched his nose, and briefly introduced the members of the visiting group. It was the first time that so many outsiders came to the academy. Although the space was spacious, the group of more than 30 people was still too large. So the visiting group was divided into 5 groups, led by students, and visited separately. The principal's team was received by 2 female students, Teacher Hu and Secretary Fang. One of the girls was the main explainer, responsible for answering students' questions about life and study in school. A text bubble popped up above the other girl's head from time to time as a supplement. So strange, take another look. Noticing that the principal and others would secretly glance at Yihan's head, another girl smiled and explained, "That's a kind of mental magic. Yihan doesn't like to talk, so she uses this method to communicate with everyone." Everyone was very polite and didn't ask why she didn't like to talk. At first, Principal Wang and his friends were still quite reserved and didn't feel comfortable asking for more details of life in the Magic Academy, although they were very curious, but the girl who explained was really enthusiastic. Life in the academy is very regular. Except for special circumstances, we never stay up late, and we can wake up on time at 8 o'clock every day with full energy. Oh, because the dormitory has sleep magic, Even people with long-term insomnia or night owls can enjoy a completely healthy schedule. After having magic fertilizer, the Academy has initially achieved vegetable freedom. The catering department will provide us with nutritionally balanced meals, afternoon tea and supper. The food is not only delicious, but also usually has a beneficial effect, which can improve everyone's learning efficiency and physical health. Of course, meat products are still lacking, but the construction of a ranch is already in the plan. In order to give full play to this objective initiative of students, our teaching method is very flexible, and teachers don't even need to worry too much. Everyone will fully prepare before class and actively practice after class. Do you want to see our magic textbook? There are illusion magic on it, and you can enter the scene in the picture to observe and learn repeatedly. The principal also prepared a wealth of extracurricular reading materials for us. The books in the reading room contain the knowledge of the entire magic world. As long as you work hard and add a little luck, you can learn any magic. The principal strongly encourages everyone to explore their own unique magic path. Of course, the most important thing is that our reading room is also a good place to relax. Principal Wang, do you want to try a massage? That's our lounge. In fact, it can also be freely decorated, and there are some magic mechanisms. Whether you want to find a place to study, hold a meeting or hang out with everyone, over there is the teacher's dormitory, for single people, although teacher who currently lives with her daughter. It has been renovated for the elderly, and you can even fly. The academy is not big, but with the student's explanation, it is full of magic, refreshing the visiting team's understanding of magic. After all, they have also visited Legion community, and thought that magic is like that, which can change everyone's life, but is barely within the scope of understanding, such as designing toilets through the principles of magic pools and magic networks. But many of the magic in the academy can't see any traces of design at all, which is a higher level of magic world. The doctoral student who was lucky enough to follow this team couldn't help but sigh with envy. Is this a magic school? It's great. Hearing this, the girl who was explaining sighed, alas, there are also bad things. Everyone was excited, especially Principal Wang, who also manages a school, and couldn't help but quietly prick up his ears. Magic learning is actually quite heavy. The girl said in a complaining tone, we have to write research reports every day and design experiments ourselves to understand those alchemical items more thoroughly. Moreover, the principal recently plans to set up an interest club in the academy, so that everyone can combine technology and magic to explore the new possibilities of magic in this world. For example, the magic car is an example. In order to toss the thing, many people even want to learn car design, but where do we have the time? Every day, we have to prepare, complete alchemical homework, write research reports, meditate, and do tasks on the task bar to accumulate credits. Now everyone is looking forward to when they can learn the magic of clones. Hearing this, these students are not easy. But the girl suddenly changed the subject. After considering this, the principal plans to help us hire some off-campus instructors. Everyone walked to an open space behind the school. It's called an open space, but it's not empty. There is a large pool in the middle, and a piece of ice dance leaf is soaking in the pool. For example, a magical plant like this can actually control its size. But what is the proportional relationship between its size and its power? What size of leaf should the magic car use? What is the ratio of magic power consumed by different sizes and speeds? Just this one plant alone can actually write several papers. We need more professional teachers to guide us in research and study, and make up for our lack of knowledge. The girl said, the principal is willing to set up a research room for this purpose, and provide full support in magic and equipment. In addition to the projects stipulated by the academy, the instructors can also propose their own research directions of interest to set up interest clubs. As long as there are students willing to join, they can apply for academy funding. Something seems wrong? Principal Wang in the crowd thought the girl's words sounded a bit strange. The instructor does not need to know magic, as long as they know the corresponding scientific knowledge. Although the academy cannot pay monetary salaries, it will give the academy points. You should have seen its role in the Legion community. A research building will be built over there, and next to it is a residential building for instructors and their families. Other supporting facilities may not be built so quickly, such as hospitals and nurseries, but they will all be there in the future. The benefits will be the same as other faculty and staff of the academy. In addition to paid vacations, holiday gifts, free food and accommodation, there will also be priority admission for relatives. Yes, the academy will continue to recruit students soon, but the next batch of new students will not be many, and most people will need to queue up for admission. However, relatives of academy faculty and staff can jump the queue and have priority to become ordinary employees of the academy in the future. Good guy, Principal Wang finally heard it. This is poaching my talent in person. Sure enough, when the professors in the team heard that the instructor does not need to know magic, they were eager to ask, how do I sign up to become an instructor? Well, I mean, he pretended not to see the condemning look of Principal Wang, and asked directly with his chest puffed out, do you think I can do it? It's the end of the world. Lekong University can't pay salaries. What's wrong with changing jobs? Besides, the results of the research will benefit Lekong University in the future, even the whole Dongzhou, right? As a responsible and knowledgeable professor, I am happy to be demoted to become the instructor of a magic school interest club. Ah, of course. Do you want me to introduce you to our current interest club? If you meet the students' needs for instructors, you can start the probation period. Next, the girl began to fluently introduce the school's research projects. Oh no, interest clubs, in the incredulous eyes of Principal Wang. Principal Wang, too cunning. He thought that the magic school really took the professors away in teams because there were too many people in the visiting group. It turns out that this is to defeat them one by one and do preliminary interviews. Each student has his own interest club. For example, the direction of the girl's explanation is magic mud brick resistance research, which makes Professor Zhong, who specializes in material science, and another professor in the team very interested, and even the doctoral students listen with relish. The girl's interest direction is magic network principle. Although the professor who teaches logic circuits is not in this team, it is obvious that the other party will not miss this opportunity. Principal Wang wanted to complete this visit with a kind smile throughout the whole process, fully demonstrating the friendly exchange attitude of Lekong University, but now, he really can't laugh. Wow, won't he be the only one to go back to school alone soon? In fact, President Wang was completely overthinking. After all, not every professor's research direction matches the students, and not every professor is popular with students. For example, in the team that the little fat man was in charge of, Professor Li and Wei Ming were on the list. The little fat man recognized the scumbag at a glance, and naturally quickly figured out that Professor Li was the doctoral supervisor who abandoned his doctoral student and brought the scumbag into the team. Too disloyal, the little fat man thought, even if the doctoral student can't be as popular as me, it's not a reason to be abandoned. This professor is far worse than President Yuman, and doesn't care about his own people at all. So although Professor Li has been very enthusiastic to introduce his major to the little fat man, plant protection, the little fat man still doesn't seem to be very interested. Oh, his interest club is the changes of native vegetables after being planted in the magic farmland. In fact, it can be simply understood as farming research. This is not the little fat man abusing his power for personal gain. Look, the two directions are not related, right? Seeing that the little fat man had no interest in him, Professor Li became anxious and winked at Wei Ming. He already knew that Wei Ming's girlfriend was in the academy, although he didn't know whether it was an ex-girlfriend to be exact. After receiving the instruction, Wei Ming, who was already very anxious, found a gap in communication and suddenly asked, by the way, when Rui is also a student of your magic academy? This is nonsense. When the students appeared just now, he saw Wen Rui at a glance. Unlike him who looked haggard in vicissitudes after being ravaged by extreme cold and illness, Wen Rui looked like a different person. She is energetic, confident, and beautiful. How is she doing in the academy? Wei Ming showed an apologetic expression. I had a serious illness before, and there were some misunderstandings with her, which led to her refusing to contact me. I have always been worried about her safety. It's great to see her here. Thank you for taking care of her. Ah, maybe she didn't tell you that she is my girlfriend. In the expectant eyes of Wei Ming and Professor Li, the little fat man showed a blank expression. Oh, then it shouldn't be now, right? We didn't break up, but... Wei Ming wanted to explain, but the little fat man raised his hand and interrupted with a condemning look. Big brother, do you know that it is the end of the world now? Wei Ming, ? Now the entire Dongzhou people are facing the issue of life and death. What are you talking about here about girlfriend or not girlfriend? Don't you feel ashamed? The little fat man was particularly righteous. Sister Wen Rui is the monitor of our plant magic class A. Model student. She studies hard every day, puts personal feelings aside, and falls asleep every day to save the end of the world. You want to disturb her with such boring things as breaking up or not? You are committing a crime against humanity. Members of the visiting team. Wow, it's so serious. He looked at Professor Li and asked in confusion, is this your doctoral student? Ah, he is not. Then why is he in the visiting group? The little fat man interrupted Professor Li's explanation, and seeing that the other party was speechless, he sighed again, forget it, Not everyone is so conscious, and using the back door is very common before the end of the world. Because he was young, everyone was too embarrassed to blame him for being too direct. They just lamented in their hearts, "Why is it that a junior high school kid came to our team?" The little fat boy seemed to be unaware of everyone's silence, and said to Professor Lee seriously, "I don't have any objections to you, but our school has very high requirements, and no one likes backdoors, so you can't sign up as our instructor. Of course, your major is not suitable." "Then can I?" Another professor asked without much hope. He just hated why he was assigned to a team with Professor Lee. "Your research is biobreeding technology." The little fat boy's eyes lit up. "Ah, it seems possible. Can you tell me in detail?" The two walked to the front side by side, ignoring Professor Lee's pale face behind them. Professor Lee glared at Wei Ming. "You'd better have a talent for magic." He felt that he was completely wronged. He was such a person who knew how to distinguish between public and private affairs, and knew how to consider the overall situation, but he was actually blamed by a little brat for his poor moral character. He was implicated by this kid, and this kid probably didn't tell the truth. However, considering that the other party still had a 1 in 10,000 chance of entering the magic school, he didn't get angry directly at Wei Ming. The two of them were now just looking forward to meeting the principal of the magic school as soon as possible, and then the truth would be revealed. Although the magic school will soon recruit students again, since there are seedlings that have been optimistic about coming to the school, it's not too much to give them a chance, right? The opportunity they were looking forward to came very soon. Not long after walking, the fat boy suddenly said excitedly to a figure in front of him, "Principal, why are you here?" The visiting team all looked up. Standing in the aisle ahead was a young woman with white blonde hair and green eyes. She was wearing a more gorgeous magic robe and was casually playing with a dagger. Although her behavior was a bit strange, everyone's attention was not on the dagger. It was the first time for everyone to see the appearance of an alien. In the cognition of the natives of this world, they had never thought that there was such hair color and eye color in the world, but obviously everyone thought she was a great beauty. But what people cared more about was the fat man's principal. "Are you receiving guests?" The woman gave the excited fat man a smile, and then said to the team members, "Welcome to Hope Magic School. I am Principal Human Hope." Before everyone could greet the mysterious principal excitedly, a figure passed through the crowd and came to the female principal. "Hello, Principal Woman." Wei Ming said nervously, "Well, I received an invitation letter from the magic school before, but I lost it for some reason, so I missed the enrollment. I want to ask, can I still enroll now? This is the only chance now. There are few people, and those who are in the way are not here." Wei Ming can only hope that the trivial things between students will not be heard by this big shot. "Isn't it possible?" "Oh, you received an invitation letter?" The headmistress did not show him a biased look, but looked him up and down seriously. The gorgeous dagger inlaid with gems in her hand flipped a few times casually. "Yes, at that time." Just when Wei Ming was hopeful, the headmistress said in confusion, "But you don't have any magic talent. Not even a little bit." The visiting team was stunned. The little fat man was also stunned. And Wei Ming was like falling into an ice cave. Chapter 70. "I don't have a talent for magic." "Then why did you give me the flyer out of all the people that day?" He tried to recall the scene of that day again, and even recalled the phone call when Rui made to him, but all the details that were clearly in his mind before became blurred at this moment. "You cried?" A surprised female voice sounded. Wei Ming raised his head, and found that his vision was blurry. He actually cried in front of everyone for such a simple denial as no talent. "I can see that you really want to be a magician, but why?" Wei Ming hurriedly wiped away his tears, and said with a fluke mentality, "I want to do my part for this end of the world." Didn't the fat man say that the students of the magic school are very conscious? So the principal of the magic school likes such students. "Thank you for your kindness, but can't ordinary people try their best?" The female principal laughed. "Although I am the principal of the magic school, I think that a person's value has no absolute relationship with talent. In other words, it has no absolute relationship with gender, appearance, family background, even IQ. The most precious thing about a person is himself, or in other words, when he faces every choice, the essence of the soul displayed." The headmistress turned her eyes to the other members of the visiting team. "I heard that the teachers and students of Lekong University are working together to survive the natural disaster. Even if you don't have magical talent, you are still worthy of admiration." This moved everyone in the team. So what if Lekong University is just an ordinary university? Their teachers and students are still great. The atmosphere of the subsequent visit was very good, and even this good atmosphere lasted until the visiting teams met in the hall of the Magic Academy. Everyone felt the unique space magic of the academy. The hall, which seemed a bit crowded, began to expand automatically as the crowd gathered. The sofas placed on the side jumped out and replicated themselves, giving everyone a seat. In the end, everyone sat in a circle and started a discussion with the teachers and students of the Magic Academy. In fact, it was mainly the professors who intended to stay who raised their questions and needs. After all, Ning Xiao had no scientific research experience and still needed to listen to the opinions of professionals. Only Principal Wang was always unhappy. Professor Li, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help asking, "Are you angry about the poaching of the Magic Academy?" "No," Principal Wang said dryly. "With the conditions of the Magic Academy, even if they didn't trick us to come for a visit, there would be a lot of professors who would like to apply for the job." Principal Wang thought very clearly that if the Magic Academy really wanted people, it would definitely receive as many resumes as snowflakes if it posted a recruitment advertisement. There is no need to play tricks on them. "Then what are you angry about?" Professor Li didn't understand. "Can't I miss everyone?" Principal Wang looked at Professor Li unhappily and whispered, "Even if we don't mention the same thing, we all went through hardships together." What he was embarrassed to say was that he was still worried about how to explain to the remaining teachers and students after returning to school. Will everyone blame him for not bringing him out? Will it cause a gap between teachers and students from now on? And will the departure of these professors affect the subsequent teaching plan? There is no need to attend classes for natural disasters, that's fine. At this moment, Professor Zhong suddenly spoke up. "Does your school have to recruit a professor as the instructor? Can a doctoral student be a good one?" The doctoral student sitting next to him was stunned. Instructor. Why are you stuttering? Don't you have the confidence to lead an interest club by yourself?" Professor Zhong looked at him with disdain. "Then don't tell others that you are my student in the future." I didn't expect him to say that, and the whole audience was silent for a while. Of course, as long as the relevant knowledge and professional qualities are up to standard, we don't mind the title. The principal of the magic school spoke up. "Oh, then my students should be able to meet your needs." After Professor Zhong finished speaking, he looked at other colleagues and said unhappily, "Why are you looking at me? I'm dying soon, and there's probably no value in staying. What's wrong with finding a way out for students? You don't have to learn from me. If you want to go on your own, go on your own. In the end times, as long as you don't have the intention to harm others, you don't have to be so hypocritical," he said, and asked the female principal of the magic school, "But if my doctoral students encounter any problems in their research, it's not too much for me to help them, right? No salary is required. That is, your points, and various welfare benefits." Professor Zhong still couldn't bear to give up the magic materials that he could take at will, so he wanted to confirm whether he could work for free. Although the points are given to the instructor, how to use them is up to the instructor. For example, he can even form a research team to assist him. Ning Xiao explained with a smile. After the team has achieved results, there will also be bonus points. Maybe it's not bad to use it to recruit an assistant group for yourself. The academy doesn't need so many instructors, and currently doesn't have the luxury of accepting as many people as they want. But if more people are willing to participate, Ning Xiao won't refuse. These people will have to solve their own accommodation, dining, and even commuting problems. Hearing this, everyone started discussing again. In addition to Professor Zhong, several other professors even decided to recommend their own students to the academy. The flattered doctoral students immediately started to argue with the professors, saying that they would just let themselves do the free work, whispering, "Anyway, it seemed to be similar to this in school before." Principal Wang looked at the scene with mixed feelings. If the doctoral students stayed, the teachers and students of the school wouldn't be so dissatisfied, right? Could it be that his colleagues were so selfless because of him? Before he could be moved for long, the principal of the Magic Academy spoke again. "In addition, we hope that Lekang University will become our interest club demonstration pilot." "What do you mean?" Principal Wang asked. "In the future, we will have more interest clubs, and will need more instructors." The principal of the magic school said, "Although you are experiencing an unprecedented apocalyptic disaster, I think the existence of the school is still very meaningful. Of course, if you are willing to combine future teaching directions with magic, it will be even better." Ning Xiao's vision will mainly focus on magic students, but as she said, this does not mean that ordinary people cannot realize their own value. Not only an intellectual contribution, look at the magic ring. In fact, with the corresponding equipment, ordinary people can also use magic. Even if it is destined to be inferior to the magic that magicians can use, the future will still have broader possibilities. However, That is not something she needs to worry about. It is up to the people of this world to open up such a future. All she can do is to provide some small help. In exchange, we can assist Lekang University in magical transformation like we help Legion Community to ensure the normal life of teachers and students on campus. I hope you can give me a transformation plan. Principal Wang was hit by the pie in the sky. Then, is that okay? Isn't it that there are not so many construction materials? He still remembered that when the mayor asked the academy for assistance, he was pointed out that the academy's production capacity was insufficient. In fact, Principal Wang also wanted to apply to renovate Lekang University. The principal of the Magic Academy showed a subtle expression. Production capacity, and so on. We will gradually improve here. It should be effective soon. You mean recruiting students? Principal Wang remembered. Okay, I will cooperate with your school and make a plan first. Don't worry, just renovate it a little bit. Although recruiting students can also make up for the lack of manpower, Ning Xiao is not referring to that now. She quietly pressed her pocket, and something was moving inside. After she patted it gently as a warning, it finally quieted down. In the end, the group of people from Lekang University stayed in the Magic Academy for dinner. They even enjoyed the massage service of the seats in the reading room. Everyone wanted to stay, but except for some instructors who reached an agreement with the academy, most people could only return to Lekang University. In fact, everyone went back tonight. The instructors' dormitories will be temporarily arranged in the Scenic Area Hotel, but before that, they have to go back to get their luggage and materials. Even Principal Wang agreed to lend some experimental equipment to Hope Magic Academy first. Anyway, they are not very useful in school, so they need to go back first. Before parting, everyone was still a little reluctant, mainly because the professors were a little impatient for their own research projects. They looked at the magic students in the academy with eyes like looking at the sponsors, and their attitude was very enthusiastic, which made the doctoral students jealous. And it was before leaving that the members of the visiting group learned that when Rui, the little girl who introduced the principal and his party, was actually a student of Lekang University. Ning Xiao praised when Rui in the name of the magic principal, and the visiting group of Lekang University felt proud of it, and felt a sense of pride that our students won the Nobel Prize. Sasha and Wenrui, two good friends, also took the time to share each other's recent situation, and both of them were very happy. Alas, it's a pity that my major is journalism, otherwise I would also apply to work for free in the interest club. Sasha sighed. Don't worry, maybe there will be a chance in the future. Wenrui comforted her. Before everyone was about to get on the bus, the principal and Professor Zhong's doctoral student quietly returned and called Ning Xiao. Maybe it's a bit rude to ask this, but I want to ask, is there any magic that can cure diseases? Principal Wang's expression was very heavy. My advisor has cancer. The doctoral student's eyes were a little red. Although he is a little strict, he is a good advisor. Your magic cookie seems to make him feel better. Can you sell us some? I want to at least reduce his pain in his last days. Although Professor Zhong has always avoided showing a painful expression in front of others, it is inevitable that others will notice it, especially the students who spend every day with him. The school currently has no way to cure cancer. Ning Xiao said, but I can give you some magic cookies. When the doctoral student showed a happy expression, Ning Xiao added, advance from your salary. Yes, thank you. The doctoral student was still grateful. Looking at the backs of the two people going away, Ning Xiao fell into deep thought. In fact, she has a solution that is not a solution, but it must be cautious, at least before the experiment is done. It cannot be used indiscriminately. Principal. After everyone left, the students gathered around. After listening to Wenrui's explanation of the cause and effect, they finally didn't have to suppress their curiosity. Can you show us? That magic puppet? Wow! It can really learn alchemy. So smart. In the classroom, as a small wooden puppet stood on the book, tried to tiptoe, and stirred the alchemy stick in the alchemy tank with its little hands, the students exclaimed in amazement after successfully making an ice lotus. The palm-sized puppet seemed to understand everyone's praise, and shyly hid beside Ning Xiao, burying its little face, which was not red at all, in Ning Xiao's clothes. With this character, who can tell that it was made by the guy named Wei? Don't make it sound so scary. It was his soul fragment, or more precisely, the soul fragment that contains magic talent, which is not the same as the real person. Everyone was observing the little puppet with great interest. If you look closely at the wooden little face, you can see a hint of Wei Ming. Ning Xiao lied. Wei Ming certainly had a talent for magic. But she didn't lie either, because this talent was removed by her soul dagger without anyone noticing. It was a bonus item for the course Introduction to Puppetry, but there was only one, and strictly speaking, it was an advanced item that exceeded the entry level. It appeared as a reward from the principal. Do you want some other rewards? Ning Xiao asked Wenrui. She had already awarded Wenrui a large amount of credits. At least in the next 2 months, Wenrui should not have to worry about credits. But this course was too surprising, and Ning Xiao didn't mind giving Wenrui more rewards. No. Wenrui couldn't think of anything else she needed in the academy, but she remembered one thing. Principal, can you leave Ivy the book Legendary Mage Meditation Tutorial for me? The rental period of the book is about to expire, which means Ivy won't be seen next month. I buy it. Although it's a bit expensive, this book can improve students' meditation efficiency. Even if there is no puppetry course, Ning Xiao has made up his mind to buy it. The same goes for Corey's book. Ning Xiao thinks that the academy needs a master of magic in addition to Wuge. But this is planned, not your reward. Seeing that Wenrui was a little distressed, Ning Xiao said, you can remember this reward first and come to me when you need it. Okay, principal. Wenrui's eyes smiled into crescents, and she felt very lucky. In fact, Wenrui didn't expect that she could get Ivy's inheritance. Although she had deciphered the entire meditation tutorial 2 days ago, and witnessed Ivy's story from beginning to end. It can be regarded as from beginning to end. Ivy's diary stopped at the moment when the magician she was obsessed with proposed to her. Perhaps the gossip was not comprehensive enough when Rui only found out at the end that the other party actually responded to Ivy's feelings. This is incredible, or too strange. As the reading progress unfolded, the book spirit Ivy would occasionally chat with Wenrui, and even enter her dream when Wenrui was sleeping with a book. So, the two talked about this topic. Why do you think he proposed to me? Ivy asked. Is he moved by you? Seeing Ivy laugh, Wenrui said dryly, well, I guess it's not this reason. Because my achievements surpass his. Ivy gave a calm answer. Although they are both magicians, meditation and puppetry are not magic fields of the same level. Gradually, the person who was chasing behind became the one leading. In fact, there is no need to analyze the psychology of that person too much, but it is obvious that he gradually found that marrying Ivy might be a good choice. Did you agree to it? Wenrui asked. Guess? You refused. Wenrui speculated. Guess again. Wenrui looked at Ivy with some doubts. Although this answer is indeed more in line with Ivy's past image, for some reason, she felt that it was not Ivy's choice. Did you agree? Ivy did not answer, but smiled at Wenrui. As she watched, Wenrui suddenly felt creepy. She thought of another answer, an answer that fits both Ivy's image and her personality. You made him a puppet? Ah, is it really obvious? Ivy sighed. No wonder people on the mainland later said that he proposed to me because I made him a puppet, although this is not accurate at all. I did it after he proposed. Are you happy doing this? Wenrui asked. Ivy laughed. When the people on the magic mainland guessed this possibility, they just wanted to kill her as a lunatic. But this lovely little girl from another world asked her if she was happy. Are girls, who grew up in a peaceful world, not afraid? I am very happy. Ivy replied, this way I don't have to chase after him anymore, and I don't have to think about whether he is sincere in proposing to me. If I had done this earlier, perhaps my life would be much happier, and the puppet would not betray me. That's good. The conversation that day ended here. However, today, just when Wenrui was about to go to the principal, Ivy appeared again and asked her, do you want to learn puppetry? I will teach you to make your ex-boyfriend into a puppet, so that he will not hurt you anymore, and you can fully play his role. Wenrui stopped and shook her head after a moment. My affinity attribute is music, which does not meet your inheritance conditions. It doesn't matter. There is a way to change your talent in puppetry. Ivy said casually, I made an exception for you because you are quite suitable for me. How about that? You won't have to embarrass the principal. This is a very good inheritance. But facing Ivy's persuasion, Wenrui showed an embarrassed expression. Ah, do I have to make him a puppet to obtain your inheritance? She realized that this might be related to Ivy making her lover into a puppet herself. Yes, otherwise, what qualifications do you have to be my student? Ivy said coldly. Wenrui thought for a long time, and when she looked up again, she still chose to refuse. I can't do it. You are so disappointing. My ex-boyfriends. Should add the word they made me feel that I was not a living person. Wenrui explained, they never cared about my feelings, as if I would not be hurt by being belittled, and I was a pet without self-esteem, who came and went at will. I think you are living a happy life. Wenrui sighed, but if I become like them, treating people as pets and props, I will feel very sad about happiness. The love that Wenrui needs is to respect each other and treat people as people. Maybe it's because I'm not so afraid of natural disasters outside in the magic school. The girl looked out the window, the completely different, cold world. But I'm afraid that my heart will also usher in a disaster. For some reason, when Rui said this, she felt as if that kind of thing had happened before. So she made a choice. When Rui walked towards the principal's office. At this moment, Ivy stopped her again. Wait, don't you want my inheritance? I really can't do it. When Rui sighed. Oh, I lied to you. Ivy said coldly, I don't want a student like me. In fact, Ivy lied to Rui not only about that sentence, but also about changing her affinity attribute, which was also false. Not all of it was false. If Rui was willing to become a puppet, there would naturally be a way to change her affinity attribute. Those who can turn others into puppets must also be prepared to be treated as puppets themselves, right? Is this really not black magic? After reading the course description, Ning Xiao couldn't help but ask a question. Of course not at the entry level. Corey popped up to explain to her, in fact, the entry-level puppetry only gives objects the ability to move, just like the robots in this world? Wow, Corey must have been watching TV series with other book spirits these days, and even the robots know about it. So the advanced ones are indeed classified as black magic. Yes, but if they are not caught using living people as puppets, people will not be too harsh on such mages. Corey added in a low voice, in fact, if the living person is an ordinary person or a low-level mage, people will turn a blind eye. The moral standards of the magic continent are really flexible. Ning Xiao complained. But the dangerous thing was still delivered to her, the soul dagger. Although she didn't know the method of making a person into a puppet, this dagger could make a puppet that was more advanced than a robot. It didn't use the person himself, but borrowed a part of the person. For example, magic talent. Although this requires the user to be at a higher level than the user, is there a magician in this world who is more powerful than Ning Xiao? From this moment on, she had a terrible choice, which was to turn all the magicians in this world into magic puppets. Puppets don't get tired, don't need to sleep, can meditate 24 hours a day, and provide magic sources for the academy. As for the corresponding costs that the main body connected to it will bear, as long as no one knows, there is no need to consider it. Everyone will only think that it is a strange disease. This is really a road that makes capitalists have to shout 666. But Ning Xiao made her own choice. I haven't reached the point where I need to deprive so many people of their magic talents and turn them into a puppet work group. Ning Xiao sighed, I'm exhausted. Puppets can't use soul daggers for her. Wuga couldn't help but complain. Is it because of this? Ning Xiao played with the gorgeous dagger, but sometimes, I really don't mind being a bad player who does whatever I want. At night, Legion Community. Relying on his identity as the biological son of the only in-service teacher in the magic school, Zhou Wenbin, who was mixed in the warm male dormitory, turned over comfortably. He didn't notice a black shadow behind him at all. The black shadow held a dagger in his hand, which flickered slightly under the light of the fire. After gesturing to Zhou Wenbin a few times, as if cutting off something, the black shadow disappeared from the room without alarming anyone. And the next day, Zhou Wenbin will find that his good days of eating and doing nothing are finally over.